In an unexpected turn of events, Rong Yan encountered the aloof and aristocratic Chi Jingyuan. Following their encounter, they established a pact, a mutually beneficial agreement with no strings attached, believing they would never cross paths again. She was taken aback when he transformed into her superior. As a probationary employee with nothing to her name, Rong Yan felt her world crumble. What is he thinking? Is he plotting revenge? He must want to trap me in this opulent world and watch me slowly wither away. Meanwhile, Chi Jingyuan, with his cold and dignified demeanor, simply advised, focus on your work. Rong Yan discovered she was pregnant. Adhering to her principle of preserving her job and not repeating her mother's mistakes, she chose to keep the news from the man and prepare to face the surgery alone. However, Chi Jingyuan arrived at her hometown overnight, his expression grave yet voice gentle. I will marry you. From that moment, the powerful magnate who ruled the business empire appeared stern during the day. What kind of proposal is this? Return it for revision. Yet at night, he would come home, almost kneeling in desperation. Wife, embrace me. Rong Yan slowly rose from her bed, cautiously lifting the covers and stepping onto the floor, the chill of the surface sending shivers through her. She did not linger but bent down to retrieve the scattered garments, distinctive skirts, and blue jackets of the club staff. Perhaps in her frenzy, she had been clumsy, and after what felt like an eternity, she finally dressed, drenched in perspiration. Her pale cheeks flushed with anxiety, her stubborn yet delicate visage more alluring than the previous night. Turning to face the man, she took a deep breath, reminding herself to remain calm. It was merely an accident, there was nothing to regret. Mr. Chi, would you prefer Alipay or WeChat? She inquired, pulling out her phone, only to discover that his phone was entangled with hers, causing her cheeks to redden further. Suppressing her rising panic, she extended her phone towards him, but he did not take it. With a slight arch of his brow, he lounged casually, revealing a broad, appealing chest. The faint outlines of his abs were visible, and the sharp marks on his torso made it difficult for Rong Yan to avert her gaze. Choosing to close her eyes instead, she placed the phone before him, awaiting his response. The room was enveloped in a heavy silence. After what felt like an eternity, his cool voice broke the stillness. Was this your first time? Rong Yan was taken aback, lowering her gaze and nodding slightly. Chi Jingyuan's eyes softened, perhaps realizing her inexperience, evident in her clumsiness and uncertainty. What do you consider a suitable amount? He asked, meeting her gaze for a brief moment before she instinctively looked away, her bright eyes dimming under the weight of his scorn. Did he truly believe she was like the others, climbing in his bed while he was inebriated, hoping to extort him once he sobered up? After all, everyone knew what the Chi family represented in ancient power, status, and endless luxury. Yet, that was not her reality. Last night, she had been working, temporarily assigned to the 608 private room, which catered to the elite of the elite, a gathering of influential heirs, among whom was Chi Jingyuan himself. Upon entering, she caught his eye, a moment of cold, resolute recognition that left her momentarily stunned before she averted her gaze. Understanding the unspoken rules of the group, she quietly tended to their needs without interruption, serving tea and providing fresh towels. When Chi Jingyuan received a phone call, he gestured for her assistance. She understood his request. He needed her to fill in briefly, a common practice among the staff. Though hesitant, she sat in his place, despite her mediocre card-playing skills. The game continued, and she lost 3 rounds, accumulating a significant debt. When it was her turn again, Chi Jingyuan's hand brushed against her ear as he deftly took a card from her hand, sending a rush of warmth through her. The game resumed, aided by Chi Jingyuan's guidance, and soon, she managed to turn the tide, recovering her losses and even winning a substantial amount. As she prepared to leave her seat, he gently pressed her shoulder, urging her to continue. Yet, as the night wore on and the revelers grew intoxicated, she remained diligent, ensuring everyone was taken care of until the party concluded in the early hours of the morning. Amidst the chaos, she found Chi Jingyuan still present, his driver waiting to escort him. Quickly, take Mr. Chi to the presidential suite to rest. Manager Yu instructed, handing her the room key. With little time to ponder, she followed him into the elevator, swiping the card for the top floor. Once inside the suite, she prepared honey water to aid his sobriety, intending to leave. Please bring some disinfected warm towels, she requested before stepping out. Upon returning, she found Chi Jingyuan awake, his piercing gaze fixed upon her, one that resembled a hunter sizing up his prey. Chapter 2. Mr. Chi, You are intoxicated. Rong Yan's skin prickled as she felt every pore on her body stand on end. She set down the towel and dashed toward the door. Just as she was about to escape, the man behind her swiftly closed the door, seizing her arm and pinning her against it. The overwhelming stench of alcohol hit her like a tidal wave, nearly suffocating her. His grip on her wrist was painfully tight, yet she calmly protested, "Mr. Chi, you are intoxicated." The man tightened his hold, his breath warm and restless against her cheek. "Have you ever done this before?" Realizing what he was implying, Rong Yan's eyes ignited with indignation. "Mr. Chi, I am a clean and innocent worker. The money I earn is through my own efforts. Please do not insult me." He scoffed. "In a place like this, you claim to be clean and innocent?" Rong Yan understood that her explanation sounded feeble. This establishment was a melting pot of individuals, and it was not uncommon for encounters of that nature to occur. Some had caught the attention of wealthy patrons through such means, securing themselves lifelong financial support, while others found themselves at a loss. Although she was desperately in need of money, the position she had applied for as a private room attendant did not require her to fulfill any physical needs of clients, and the pay was above market rate, which was precisely why she had chosen to work there. "Mr. Chi, let go of me," she struggled, her wrist marked by red bruises. "One night, name your price." As he gazed at her fair face, watching her chest rise and fall, the man's patience began to wane. His cheeks flushing deeper, his eyes darkening. Rong Yan paused. "Name my price?" Did that mean she could negotiate a substantial sum? With that money, she could finally afford the plot of land for her mother's grave, fulfilling her dying wish. Could Mr. Chi's words be trusted? Noticing her hesitation, the man smirked and leaned closer. When she awoke in the morning, Rong Yan found herself face to face with Chi Jingyuan. Last night, she had vaguely heard him call out a name. She. Who was she? A friend of his? Rong Yan withdrew her thoughts, feeling unsettled by his previous words. She steadied her emotions. "Mr. Chi, if I recall correctly, you were the one who initiated things last night. And you also stated that the price would be determined by me. So what do you think you're worth?" Chi Jingyuan raised his gaze. He acknowledged it. He remembered everything from last night and realized she was not the one who had instigated it. His humiliation stemmed solely from his disdain for her status, for looking down upon someone like her, a poor worker. A surge of emotions coursed through Rong Yan, and after a moment of contemplation, she steeled herself and declared a figure, 200,000. 200,000? Chi Jingyuan se zmai deepened. What makes you think you are worth that much? Do you believe that a little encounter elevates your status, securing your financial future for life? At such a young age, instead of working hard, you're looking for shortcuts. However, he too had erred. He had not intended for things to unfold this way. Yet in the heat of the moment, he lost control. He felt a twinge of guilt. "How old are you?" he asked softly. Rong Yan's face paled as she lowered her head. 23. She knew she was not worth 200,000. Rumor had it that even some lesser-known celebrities fetched that price. How could a down-and-out graduate like her compare? She found herself at a loss for words. His questions stung like needles, and she could not find a justification to escape the humiliation. Poverty was a primordial sin. WeChat. The man picked up his phone. Rong Yan hesitated momentarily before presenting her payment code. Chi Jingyuan raised an eyebrow. "Your QR code." Still lost in her thoughts, she did not realize the impropriety of her actions and numbly opened her WeChat QR code, offering it to him. He scanned it, adding her as a friend. Looking at her WeChat nickname, Ayan, he casually inquired, "What is your name?" Ayan. All service staff at the club had stage names. They never disclosed their real names to patrons. Chi Jingyuan was taken aback, sensing her reluctance to reveal her true identity. After a brief exchange, 300,000 was transferred to Rong Yan's WeChat. "Don't let this happen again," he instructed. "Resign and find a proper job." At 23, fresh out of university, you still have a promising life ahead to earn a living. Why subject yourself to such a predatory environment? With your looks, if you inadvertently fall into the wrong hands, you might end up with nothing. Rong Yan clenched her teeth as she gazed at the 300,000 in her account. Was the extra 100,000 a form of charity? She did not want pity or handouts. Silently, she accepted the payment, then returned the excess 100,000. "I will only take what I rightfully deserve. I will not accept a single extra cent. If you have no further business, I shall take my leave." She hurriedly made her way towards the exit. Just before stepping out of the bedroom, she halted, turned to face the man, her expression tinged with defiance. "Furthermore, I believe that the money I earn here makes me more noble than men like you who consume. Therefore, I do not require your lessons. Thank you. The sound of the door closing echoed behind her. Chi Jingyuan mused. This girl has quite a sharp tongue and a fiery temper. He smirked, returning the 100,000. Did she not realize that he, Chi Jingyuan, was a master of banter? Rong Yan changed back into her work clothes, descended the stairs, and took a bus back to her rented apartment. The place was a simple one-bedroom flat, sparsely furnished, with the living room containing only basic furniture. The windows never saw sunlight, and the bedroom was small, housing only a bed and a wardrobe. However, the rent was affordable. After a shower, she gazed at her reflection in the mirror, her slender frame marred by marks. She scrubbed her skin vigorously until it turned red and sore, but the traces remained. Her eyes were clouded, her spirits low. She had exchanged herself for money. 20,000, a price that could be commanded by even the most obscure stars. She was uncertain whether to feel elated or disheartened. Would her mother, if she knew her daughter had followed in her footsteps, come to her dreams, demanding to shatter her skull? And if she were to become pregnant by some twist of fate, how intriguing that would be. A bitter smile crept onto Rong Yan's face. Pregnant. She had taken no precautions last night. If she were to find herself with child. Shaking off her wandering thoughts, she hastily donned her clothes and headed to the pharmacy downstairs. The shop was somewhat dilapidated and dirty, fitting the style of the impoverished neighborhood. The shopkeeper was a woman in her 30s, lounging while binge-watching a show. After several attempts to get her attention, she finally roused herself, scratching her head before tossing a pill at Rong Yan. 30. Scan it yourself. Chapter 3. Fainting, is this an emergency contraceptive? Doesn't it say so on the packaging? Can't you read? The shopkeeper's impatience was palpable. Rong Yan glanced at the packaging, indeed confirming it was an emergency contraceptive, and took the pill, washing it down with a cup of water. Now she felt reassured. However, a dull ache lingered in her lower abdomen. Since waking that morning, the discomfort had not subsided. Perhaps it was due to not eating on time, provoking a bout of gastritis. Resting would likely remedy it. On her way, she bought 2 buns to stave off hunger. Checking her balance on her phone, a sense of relief washed over her. She was still 25,000 short, just 25,000 more, and she could lay her mother to rest in Jiuquan Mountain. 25,000 at her current salary would take about 3 years to save. If she received tips, a year would suffice. Since graduating, she had been living frugally, stretching every penny. Yet despite her efforts, even working 2 jobs, earning money felt agonizingly slow. So slow it seemed her life was slipping away. After eating, Rong Yan hurried to her next job at the CF Sunday. After enduring the day, she changed out of her work uniform and rushed to Tyinwation. The journey between Sunday and Tyinwation took an hour and a half. On Sunday, she began work at 1 o'clock in the afternoon and finished at 5:30. After a brief intermission of an hour and a half, she resumed her duties at Tyinwation at 7 until 3 in the morning. Unfortunately, she had no time to eat, often resorting to purchasing bread or snacks from roadside vendors to stave off hunger. Today, traffic was particularly congested, and Rong Yan nearly arrived late. Why did you come so late? Su Jing hastily pulled Rong Yan, who had just changed her clothes and was anxiously peering out the door, closer to her side. The supervisor just came to check attendance. I thought you would be caught. But halfway through, manager Yu took you aside to discuss something, and I nearly had a heart attack. Sorry, Rong Yan said, striving to steady her breath. What's the matter with you? You look terrible, Su Jing remarked. Noticing her pale complexion, she quickly poured her a glass of warm water. It's nothing, just a bit of discomfort in my stomach. I might not have rested well, she replied. Rong Yan had always struggled with her digestive health, often suffering from bouts of diarrhea. Today, however, felt different, with a peculiar pain localized in her lower abdomen. She had no time to dwell on it. After finishing her warm water, she returned to the work area to check the evaluations and rankings of the private rooms from the previous day. Tyinwation rated room service daily, with the top 3 performers receiving bonuses at the end of the month. To her surprise, Rong Yan found herself ranked first this time. You've never been in the top 3 before. I was genuinely worried you'd lose out on that bonus, Su Jing teased. Rong Yan smiled faintly. Yes. If I lose it, I might just go hungry. Su Jing rolled her eyes. Are you joking? Do you really lack money for food? Given her looks and outstanding performance, Rong Yan rarely received complaints from customers. She could handle even the most difficult patrons with ease. Such a person could hardly be in want of sustenance. With a radiant smile, Rong Yan replied, I might. Su Jing felt an urge to smack her. She snatched the mouse from Rong Yan's hand and switched to the internal system of Tianwation. Each day before work, it displayed the top 3 earners and tips from the previous day. Look here, you're telling me you're short on cash? The screen revealed a staggering figure. Room 608, 300,000 in tips, first place. According to the club's policy, Rong Yan would receive 20% of that amount, translating to a whopping 60,000 yuan in tips for just one night. This is the highest tip I've ever received, she thought, astonished. 300,000 yuan, an amount that would take an ordinary person a decade of hard work to earn, was casually spent by these wealthy patrons without a second thought. The disparity between the rich and the poor was indeed a chasm difficult to bridge. But why was it 300,000? Last night, Chi Jingyuan had given her 30,000, and now it was 300,000. Was he trying to humiliate her? Rong Yan quietly opened WeChat and checked her chat with Chi Jingyuan, only to find he had refunded the 100,000 she had transferred to him. Biting her lip, she took a deep breath, entered the amount of 100,000 for a transfer, input her password, and completed the transaction. She then exited the chat and deleted the contact, seeking peace. Having been born in the shadows of the world as a despised, illegitimate child, she was akin to an inconspicuous sparrow in a desolate field. Thus, she resolved to be the best sparrow she could be. That evening, Rong Yan served in room 611. The guests were a group of newly wealthy coal miners, demanding and rude. Despite feeling unwell, she patiently poured drinks, brewed tea, and forced smiles. Their lack of decorum led to unwelcome advances, but she held back her revulsion and endured until the end of her shift. Upon leaving the room, her complexion was devoid of color. As she stepped outside, a wave of dizziness overcame her, and she stumbled backward. A pair of warm hands caught her shoulders, and she found herself in a broad embrace. The familiar scent filled her nostrils, and she forced her eyes open, only to see a calm, enigmatic face, Chi Jingyuan. With him were several other familiar wealthy patrons. At that moment, everything went dark again. This time, Chi Jingyuan wrapped his arm around her waist. Rong Yan fought against the discomfort in her abdomen, steadied herself against the wall, and humbly lowered her gaze, saying, "I'm sorry. Thank you." Just then, Manager Yu emerged from a nearby room. She approached Rong Yan and discreetly supported her, addressing Chi Jingyuan with utmost respect. "I apologize. Our employee was unaware and did not mean to trouble you." Mr. Chi Jingyuan patted the spot on his shoulder where Rong Yan had touched, as if it bore some unsavory stain. He scoffed lightly, "It's not a hassle, but if your employees are so fond of leaning on others, I might think twice about returning next time." The patrons laughed, and Rong Yan's face turned even paler. As she opened her mouth to speak, Su Jing suddenly stepped in front of her. "Mr. Chi, esteemed guests, I didn't mean it. She's not feeling well today. It's probably a flare-up of her gastritis that caused her to faint. If she disrupted your enjoyment, I apologize on her behalf and am willing to make amends in any way, even if it means serving you drinks." Chapter 4. Seeking medical attention. Rong Yan lifted her head, surprised to see Su Jing stepping forward. When she turned her gaze back, she found Chi Jingyuan staring intently at her, his expression cold, deep, and indifferent, with a hint of scrutiny. Rong Yan quickly averted her eyes. Sorry. It was my fault. I will take responsibility for my actions. Please don't make things difficult for Su Jing." Manager Yu quickly smiled. "Tonight, we'll offer all of you an 80% discount. We're truly sorry. That won't be necessary," Chi Jingyuan said, glancing at his attire as he stepped away. "If someone is unwell, they should rest properly. Next time, refrain from leaning on others so easily." Manager Yu continued to smile as their group gradually departed. Chi Jingyuan looked at his right hand. "Brother Yuan, is your hand not feeling well?" Chi Jingyuan withdrew his hand. "It's nothing. Just moments ago." He had held her waist, so soft and devoid of excess flesh, as if warmth still lingered on his palm. It felt good. After they left, Rong Yan could no longer hold herself up and collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, Manager Yu caught her. "I'm sorry for causing trouble for the club tonight," she said apologetically. Manager Yu shook her head, tossing her car keys to Su Jing. "You drive my car and take her to the hospital. Be quick." Rong Yan wanted to refuse, but Manager Yu interrupted her. "If you don't want her work to be affected, get proper medical attention. If something like this happens again, your salary will be docked." Rong Yan fell silent and nodded. Su Jing, skilled at driving, swiftly took them to the hospital, where they registered for emergency care. At 4 in the morning, the emergency room was relatively quiet, With only a handful of people in the corridor, their faces reflecting a mix of calmness, fatigue, and numbness, much like Rong Yan 2 years ago. On the night her mother passed away, the atmosphere had been eerily similar in that very emergency room. While cleaning the house, her mother had fallen down the stairs and suffered a fatal injury to her head. At that time, her own expression mirrored that of the people around her, calm, exhausted, and numb, as if the sun would never rise again. Before long, they called for Rong Yan. Su Jing had just received a phone call and, after helping Rong Yan into the emergency room, stepped outside. "What do you feel unwell?" Dr. Rong Yuan observed the young woman before him. Her face as pale as a ghost, momentarily taken aback. There was something inexplicably familiar about her, akin to a long-lost friend. Not to mention, her features bore a slight resemblance to his father. As he glanced down at her registration form, he was even more surprised. "You share the same surname as me." In China, the surname Rong was quite uncommon. Rong Yan looked at the doctor, her scalp tingling. This man bore an uncanny resemblance to her father in his youth. While not an exact match, there was certainly a strong resemblance. If a father has a son, and if the father's legitimate wife bears him a son, perhaps he would resemble this. The thought of her father made Rong Yan's eyes redden. Her lips pressed tightly together. What was she thinking? Even if this person before her truly had some connection to her father, what did it matter to her? Her mother was merely a mistress whom her father kept hidden from his legitimate wife. As for herself, she was merely an illegitimate daughter who had never seen her father since birth. An illegitimate daughter is unworthy of a father. She forced a smile and replied to Rong Yuan Zhou, "Indeed, what a coincidence. I didn't expect the doctor to share the same surname." Rong Yuan Zhou refrained from completing his thought and instead opened the computer system to begin filling out the medical record. "What does it hurt?" Looking at the girl's reddened eyes, he assumed he had frightened her and softened his tone. Taking a deep breath, Rong Yan slowly began to describe her symptoms to the doctor. "Is it this area that's painful, or here?" Rong Yuan Zhou gently pressed on her abdomen, and when he reached her lower abdomen, Rong Yan gasped in pain. "Is there any bleeding below?" "Down, below." "Yes, the vagina." Rong Yan's face flushed, and she nodded, "Just a little, but it's not obvious." "Have you been active recently?" Rong Yuan Zhou inquired further. Rong Yan's face reddened even more, as if blood might drip from it, and after a moment of biting her lip, she nodded. "Was the activity intense?" "How many times would you say?" "Must we discuss this?" "We need to understand the cause clearly to avoid misdiagnosis." Rong Yan's face resembled a boiled shrimp, and she turned her head, murmuring in a barely audible voice 4, no, perhaps 5 times. Rong Yuan Zhou frowned and turned to the next room. Shortly after, a female doctor entered with some instruments. "You're Rong Yan, right? Come here. I'll perform an examination." Rong Yan had no choice but to follow the female doctor to the examination room, where she undressed and lay on the bed as instructed. After a considerable time, she finally lifted her head. "Is it done?" After getting up and tidying herself, they returned to Rong Yuan Zhou. "You guessed correctly. There's tearing and acute inflammation," she stated before departing. Rong Yan thought to herself, "I never expected to suffer social death over a medical visit. Had I known it involved this issue, I would have visited the gynecology department. Now I have to face a male doctor. I wish I could just dig a hole and bury myself." Rong Yuan Zhou, furrowing his brow, asked, "Is it still very painful?" Rong Yan nodded, her palms slick with cold sweat. "Today, I will give you an injection for the pain. Remember to take your medication on schedule afterward." You heard Dr. Hao's words. Avoid being too intense in this regard in the future. Tell your boyfriend to be more cautious. Your body is fragile. If your immunity is low, it's easy to develop acute inflammation after an injury. Do you understand? Rong Yan nodded. "I understand." After receiving the prescription, she prepared to leave the room. Wait a moment. Rong Yuan Zhou, watching her retreating figure, felt a sudden pang of compassion. He scribbled something on a piece of paper and handed it to her. "This is my number. If you feel unwell later, you can call me." Rong Yan thanked him. After Su Jing finished her call, she took Rong Yan's hand, and they left the emergency department. At that moment, Chi Jingyuan emerged from the elevator, catching a glimpse of her hurried figure. "What are you looking at, young Master Chi?" Rong Yuan Zhou approached him, waving his hand. "Is it your patient?" Chi Jingyuan gestured towards the direction Rong Yan had left. "Indeed, it's quite pitiful. At such a young age, she knows nothing. Her boyfriend lacks discernment and thought it was a gastrointestinal issue." Rong Yuan Zhou shook his head, lamenting. Chi Jingyuan's expression turned slightly unnatural. "Is it that kind of issue? Otherwise, what could it be?" Acute inflammation. The young girl must have been in pain for quite some time. She is truly resilient. Chi Jingyuan remarked, "Wait for me. I'll have Dr. Hao cover for me and join you shortly." The Chi and Rong families had business ties, and Chi Jingyuan and Rong Yuanzhou had known each other for many years, ranking among close friends. They had initially planned to depart at midnight to visit a sick friend in a neighboring city, but unexpectedly encountered Rong Yan here. Chapter 5. Meeting Chi Jingyuan again, recalling those fragmented, chaotic memories. Although she was overly youthful, it indeed allowed him to experience an unforgettable sensation. It was neither good nor bad, merely something he couldn't help but ponder, hesitate over, and savor. Chi Jingyuan composed himself, suppressing the inexplicable turmoil within his chest. He pulled out a cigarette, but remembering it was a hospital, he put it away. He took out his phone and scrolled through Rong Yan's WeChat. He noticed she had transferred him 100,000, raising an eyebrow as he attempted to return it. System prompt. "Sorry, the other party is not your friend. You cannot return the transfer. Please click to add as a friend." Delete him? The girl was indeed willful. He chuckled softly, exited the chat, and turned off his phone. Returning to his rented apartment with the medication, it was already 6 in the morning. After taking the medicine and lying down, perhaps due to the painkiller, his head felt heavy, and he quickly fell asleep. When he woke up in the morning, he felt no pain, full of energy and with a strong appetite. For once, he made himself some congee and fried an egg. After finishing his meal, he hurried off to the CAF. Days passed by in a flurry. Work at the club went relatively smoothly. Manager Yu did not reprimand her for being abrupt with the guests, stating it would not happen again, and everything returned to normal. It wasn't until half a month later that she was assigned to room 608 again. "Ayin, there are guests in 608 tonight. Tidy up and head up quickly." Manager Yu instructed over the intercom. "Manager Yu, Zheng Shu is working today. Isn't it inappropriate for me to go to 608? Zheng Shu was the regular server for room 608, and they typically had fixed assignments unless the regular server had a significant emergency or took leave. There was no need to send her in today. She was afraid of encountering Chi Jingyuan. "You have 5 minutes. Tardiness results in a pay deduction." What does unable to go mean? However, orders were absolute, and Rong Yan knew the rules. After taking a sip of water, she reluctantly proceeded to room 608. Upon entering the private room, Rong Yan sighed in relief. Although the faces were familiar, there was no sign of Chi Jingyuan. Feeling reassured, she began serving drinks to the guests, playing songs they often listened to, ensuring the atmosphere remained lively. After selecting the songs, Rong Yan returned to the corner to brew tea. Her tea-making skills were excellent, having been praised by the supervisor in person. She had started learning the art of tea since she was 6, mastering everything from identifying tea leaves to understanding tea culture and brewing techniques. In contrast, the other servers had only scratched the surface of this knowledge. As for her motivation to learn about tea, it was simply because her mother told her that her father loved drinking tea. Mastering the art of tea would be akin to holding half of his life in her hands. It was laughable that since her birth, she had never even seen her father's face. At that moment, the door to the private room suddenly swung open. Chi Jingyuan and Rong Yuanzhou entered, looking travel-worn. "We were just waiting for you too, Brother Yuan." Jingyuan. "Was the flight delayed? Did you not take your own plane? How is Master Gu? Is it serious?" A young man named Zhou offered his seat to Chi Jingyuan. Chi Jingyuan did not take the seat. Instead, he casually chose another spot. "The injuries are severe. He'll likely be laid up for half a year." His gaze swept across the table, seemingly searching for something. The crowd murmured in sympathy, discussing Master Gu. Oblivious to Chi Jingyuan's scrutiny, Rong Yan perceptively approached to refill tea. Chi Jingyuan was slightly taken aback, looking up to see her, then averted his gaze. "This tea is quite good." Rong Yuanzhou raised his head and met Rong Yan's eyes, surprised. "It's you." Rong Yan offered a faint smile. "Dr. Rong." Rong Yuanzhou nodded, saying nothing, momentarily recalling her visit and feeling a bit more reserved, his expression cooling slightly. Rong Yan was acutely aware of his thoughts, yet felt no obligation to elucidate them. After completing a series of tasks such as pouring tea, serving wine, and offering towels, she silently retreated to a corner. As the young gentlemen indulged in their libations, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch, and they prepared to engage in a game of cards. Rong Yan had already tidied the card table, and soon enough, a group of 6 or 7 had gathered, with 4 players ready. The others were either singing, drinking, or engrossed in other diversions. Chi Jingyuan's phone rang incessantly, only to be dismissed repeatedly. "Brother Yuan, perhaps you should answer it. It could be urgent," suggested young Master Zhou, having recognized the caller ID from home. "What urgency could there be? It's merely a reminder to set up a blind date or to marry," he retorted. At 30, Chi Jingyuan was flourishing in his career, yet his personal life remained unresolved, much to his family's dismay. Overwhelmed, he finally answered the call, while Zhou gestured to Rong Yan. Come, help Brother Yuan with the cards." Rong Yan found it difficult to decline and ultimately acquiesced. After one round, she emerged victorious. "If only you had played that card earlier, you would have won even more." At some point, Chi Jingyuan appeared behind her, pointing at the card she had just played. "My card skills cannot compare to Mr. Chi's. Perhaps it would be better if you played?" The familiar scent enveloped her, causing her heart to race, and she instinctively retreated. However, Chi Jingyuan grasped her shoulder firmly. "I still have matters to attend to. You continue playing." They played until the game concluded. Whether or not they had gone easy on her, Rong Yan won throughout the entirety, eliciting cheers. "My dear lady, your card skills are remarkable. Last time, we were the ones who faltered. This time, it seems we were the ones at a disadvantage." One young gentleman lamented. "Pray tell, have you been secretly honing your craft? Could it be that Brother Yuan has imparted his card-playing wisdom to you? If that's the case, I shall no longer underestimate you. I am not well acquainted with Mr. Chi." "Do refrain from jesting," Rong Yan replied with a charming smile, deftly handling their banter. Unintentionally, her gaze flitted across Rong Yuan's face, which bore a faint smile, tinged with disdain and perhaps a hint of mockery. She stifled her laughter, saying nothing, though her hands trembled slightly as she tidied up the table. Having consumed little alcohol that evening, she remained relatively clear-headed. After bidding farewell to the guests, she returned to the private room, taking her usual seat and waiting for Chi Jingyuan, who was still engaged in a phone call on the balcony. With the end of the workday approaching, she found herself unable to leave while the guests lingered. Half an hour later, Chi Jingyuan finally concluded his call and entered the room. He lifted 3 empty glasses from the table, filling them with wine and consuming them in quick succession. It seemed the conversation had not been particularly pleasant. After finishing 3 glasses, he poured another 3, gazing ahead with an inscrutable expression. "What is this?" With the other guests departed, does the establishment cease to provide service? Rong Yan had no choice but to approach him, refilling his glass and offering him a warm towel. After another 3 glasses, his ears flushed crimson, and a hint of inebriation clouded his eyes. "How are you feeling?" he inquired. Rong Yan paused momentarily, realizing he was referring to the incident from last time. "I am quite well now. Thank you for your concern. Mr. Chi, it was an accident. I never intended to look down upon you." His tone softened as he revisited that morning's events. "It is not entirely your fault. My attitude could use some adjustment." Though she did not believe she was in the wrong, she understood that in her profession, the customer is always right, and she must speak the words they wish to hear. After a brief silence, he asked, "How long has it been since your graduation?" 2 years. "And why do you work here?" "Lack of funds." This left Chi Jingyuan momentarily speechless. There are many who struggle financially. Those who come here do so in hopes of altering their circumstances. They are all striving to make a living, while he, born in a privilege, had no right to comment or empathize. He refrained from pressing further, drinking in silence until Manager Yu arrived. By then, he was considerably intoxicated, massaging his temples with his eyes closed. "Ah Yen, please escort Mr. Chi upstairs to rest," Manager Yu instructed, handing her the key card for the suite. Rong Yan hesitated. "Shouldn't Master Su accompany us?" Previously, Su Cheng had driven them, but now she was alone with Chi Jingyuan, which filled her with unease. "He has business to attend to. Simply take Mr. Chi upstairs." Reluctantly, she accepted her duty, recognizing she had no valid reason to refuse. Taking the key card, she nodded in agreement. Turning to look at Chi Jingyuan, he appeared relatively sober, his steps somewhat unsteady but manageable. Rong Yan followed closely behind, feeling somewhat reassured. Upon exiting the elevator, they swiped the card and opened the door. As Chi Jingyuan stepped into the suite, he suddenly seized her wrist, pulling her inside, and the door closed with a soft click. The sequence of events transpired so swiftly that Rong Yan had no time to react. By the time she comprehended the situation, she found herself inside the room, leaning against the door, facing the tall and imposing figure of Chi Jingyuan. The proximity of their bodies rendered any distance non-existent. "What are you doing, Mr. Chi?" Rong Yan attempted to maintain her composure, yet the man before her rendered it nearly impossible. The enclosed space, the rapid heartbeat, and the palpable tension enveloped her, causing her to feel extraordinarily anxious. Chi Jingyuan's gaze fixated on her luscious crimson lips, her porcelain cheeks adorned with a flush, and his eyes sparkled with an intensity reminiscent of that fateful night. On that evening, she had regarded him with a similar look, albeit with a touch of intoxication that had awakened the beast within him. Sensing the stirrings of desire, he asked, "Are we to proceed?" Rong Yan's mind erupted in disbelief. What utter nonsense was he uttering? How could he dare speak such words? He caressed her brow and traced the contours of her eyes with his fingers, conveying a sense of intimacy. "Since we've already crossed this threshold, why fear a second encounter? Besides, I am willing to pay." Rong Yan responded as before. "The price is yours to set. The exchange is straightforward with no strings attached." Her enticing lips trembled slightly, and instinctively she took a step back, only to realize there was no escape. Summoning her courage, she pressed on, "Are you intoxicated, or I am quite sober?" He was acutely aware of his desires. In the past fortnight, he had encountered other women, yet whenever the need arose, it was the memory of their night together that surfaced foremost in his mind. He had initially thought it a fleeting fancy, one that would fade with time. Yet upon seeing her tonight, the beast within him stirred once more. His friends, perceptive as they were, had sensed his subtle change and deliberately kept him until the end, crafting an opportunity for him. The atmosphere in the room was charged, the rising hormones amplifying the tension between them. It must be said that Rong Yan felt a stirring within her as well. If this transaction were to be completed, she could afford to purchase a burial plot for her mother, fulfilling her mother's last wish. She could resign from the club, finally pursuing her own desires. It all seemed so idyllic, a resolution to her struggles in an instant. "Of course, if you are unwilling, I shall not force you. You are free to leave at any time," he stated before releasing her wrist. Rong Yan sighed. "Mr. Chi, let me reiterate, I will not pursue you relentlessly, but I genuinely require the funds. I hope you understand." Gathering her courage, she took a small step closer, her face flushed down to her neckline. "As you say, silver for goods, with no entanglements." Exhausted, Rong Yan lost track of when she finally succumbed to sleep. Her body felt as though it were in disarray. Upon awakening, she found herself holding something, Chi Jingyuan's arm. Blushing, she hesitantly withdrew her hand and tiptoed to dress. Yet as soon as she stood, her legs buckled, and she sank to the floor. The man on the bed let out a low groan, eyes fluttering open to gaze at her body, marked with traces of their encounter. His eyes narrowed slightly. Rong Yan swiftly donned her clothing and turned to find Chi Jingyuan already awake, her cheeks flushing with a heartbeat quickened by surprise. "Mr. Chi, shall it be WeChat or Alipay?" Given her prior experience, Rong Yan felt more at ease, yet the sight of the man before her, completely unclothed, rendered her bashful and anxious, unable to meet his gaze. Chi Jingyuan smirked lightly. "WeChat? Are you certain it can be sent that way?" It was then that Rong Yan remembered she had apparently deleted him from her contacts. A silence enveloped the moment, reminiscent of that night at Conxiao. After a lengthy pause, the man leisurely retrieved his phone, clicked on the chat, re-added her as a friend, and promptly transferred 300,000. "Mr. Chi, this time I shall only accept 200. Rong Yan confirmed the payment and subsequently returned 100,000. "Are you not in need of money?" "I am. But what is due must be acknowledged. I do not require charity." "Very well. At your age, a touch of stubbornness is to be expected. Perhaps a little societal harshness will temper that." Chi Jingyuan did not press her further. This time, he readily accepted the return sum. Rong Yan transferred the remaining balance to her bank account, and upon seeing the notification of the deposit, her spirits soared. She was on the verge of fulfilling her mother's dying wish and could finally lead a normal life. Chapter 7. The Employer's Consent. "Mr. Chi, as you have predicted, this may very well be our last encounter. From here on, our paths shall diverge. I wish you happiness and fulfillment in your endeavors." With that, she made her way towards the door, her steps noticeably lighter than before. Who wouldn't feel elated? To have resolved a long-held aspiration is indeed a source of profound comfort. She felt as though she had truly come back to life. Rong Yan later visited a pharmacy to purchase contraceptives. After returning to her rented accommodation and taking a shower, She received a call from Lin Xiaoxiao. Yin, are you free tonight for dinner? How about barbecue? Lin Xiaoxiao, her university roommate, had maintained a good relationship with Rong Yan. After graduation, Lin Xiaoxiao had received an offer from Shengshi Group, joining the Human Resources Department. Rong Yan had also applied there, but her application had seemingly vanished without a trace. No worries. Once I establish myself at Shengshi, I'll refer you directly, Lin Xiaoxiao had reassured her. 2 years had passed since that promise. Xiaoxiao, I can't make it tonight. I need to return to my hometown for a while. Let us plan for another time. All right then, I'll reach out when I have a chance. After hanging up, Rong Yan proceeded to request leave from both the CAF and Tyinwation. Upon hearing that she intended to take time off, Manager Yu remained silent for a moment before finally saying, I had meant to speak with you in person today, but go ahead and handle your family matters for now. Curious, Rong Yan inquired about the reason. There is an opening for a permanent server at room 608, and I've already signed you up. What? I'm completely taken aback. Why? Are you not pleased? Not at all. It's just rather unexpected. Manager Yu, if I accept, what will happen to Zhengshu? ISNT, she the permanent server for room 608? Manager Yu's tone turned cold. Yin, your focus should be on what you want, not on other circumstances. You're here to earn a living and to succeed, not to engage in charity. Do you understand? Rong Yan fell silent. The system at Tyinwation was unforgiving. If she chose to become the fixed server for room 608, it would inevitably lead to Zheng Shu's dismissal. She did not wish to take away someone's livelihood. Furthermore, she had just stated her intention to Chi Jingyuan to never see him again. Ultimately, once she resolved her mother's burial matters, she planned to resign, rendering any promotion irrelevant. After considerable contemplation, she calmly replied, I'm sorry, Manager Yu, but I prefer to focus on my current position. Manager Yu seemed taken aback, but quickly added, you don't need to respond immediately. We can discuss this after your leave. Yin, sometimes ambition and kindness cannot coexist. I see you possess ambition, and I hope you come to realize this truth soon. With that, the call ended. Rong Yan hurriedly purchased a ticket back to her hometown. Her hometown was her mother's ancestral home, characterized by ancient earthen walls and a fence adorned with blooming rose bushes. Calling out for her grandmother, she watched as the elderly woman emerged from the kitchen. What brings you back, little girl? Shouldn't you be working in the city? Her grandmother scolded her fiercely. Having only one daughter, her grandmother had never held her in high regard, especially after her mother's unfortunate choices. Her grandfather had passed away early, and her mother had ventured out to work at a young age. By a twist of fate, she had met Rong Xiong, fell in love, and became entangled with him despite his existing family, ultimately resulting in pregnancy. Initially, Rong Xiong had vowed to take responsibility, and her mother had naively awaited his divorce. After 3 long years of anticipation, she was met not with a divorce, but with a breakup. Frustrated, her mother resorted to paying the media to broadcast her plight, demanding child support and compelling her father to surface. The scandal became a sensation, and the neighborhood buzzed with gossip. Without receiving any financial support or seeing her father, her mother instead faced a barrage of legal threats, becoming ostracized from society and struggling to find employment. Their home became a target of hostility, with doors and windows smashed, and daily abuse hurled at her mother, who was labeled a homewrecker, while Rong Yan was insulted as a bastard child. Even the vendors at the market refused to sell to them. In a fit of rage, her mother once struck Rong Yan, blaming her for her existence and lamenting that if only she had borne a son, the Rong family would not have disowned her. That day, Rong Yan nearly lost her life. Were it not for a neighbor passing by after school who noticed something amiss and rushed her to the hospital, she might have ended up in a grave. Unable to thrive in the city, her mother had no choice but to return to their hometown. The townsfolk were less overt in their condemnation, instead whispering behind their backs, casting judgmental glances, and throwing excrement against the walls. To mitigate the unsightliness of the walls stained with filth, her grandmother had planted a circle of rose bushes. Now, the garden was fragrant with blooms, yet her mother was no longer alive. Grandmother, I've come to retrieve my mother's ashes. I have money now. I'm going to find Uncle Hu to purchase a burial plot. On her way back, she had already called Uncle Hu, who said he needed to consult with the employer before getting back to her. Just minutes before she entered the house, Uncle Hu had returned her call. 600,000. The employer has agreed. Rong Yan entered the house with elation. In the main room hung a portrait of her mother, a gentle and radiant woman. Kneeling, She bowed her head in reverence. Little girl, where did you acquire such a sum? You haven't engaged in any illicit activities, have you? Let me tell you, if you follow in your mother's footsteps and tempt a married man, I swear I will not hesitate to punish you. Rong Yan fell silent. Was Chi Jingyuan truly a married man? If so, her transgressions would be grave indeed. Little girl, are you feeling guilty? Have you truly enticed a married man? Her grandmother's expression darkened as she turned to grab a stick, aiming it at Rong Yan. Caught off guard, Rong Yan was struck several times before she fled, shouting, "No, grandmother, I haven't. No. Then where did you acquire such wealth? You disgraceful child. Let me see if I don't break your legs today." Rong Yan, ignoring her pain, rushed forward to wrest the stick from her grandmother. In the scuffle, she received further blows. "This is all money I earned honestly for my job. I worked on projects and received bonuses. The commissions are quite substantial in my company. Please don't think ill of me, grandmother." She avoided her grandmother's gaze. Her grandmother, still skeptical, replied, "Really?" Rong Yan nodded vigorously. Her grandmother fell silent, and then, setting aside the stick, went to the kitchen to prepare a bowl of noodles for her. If you have a job, focus on it. Earning 600,000 in 2 years is commendable. Rong Yan, your mother was foolish. Don't follow her path. Otherwise, I will truly have to take drastic measures. Chapter 8. The employer is the Chi family. Rong Yan understood her grandmother's concern. As she slurped the noodles, tears pricked at the corners of her eyes. After finishing her meal, Rong Yan, accompanied by her grandmother and her mother's urn, made her way to the cemetery management office at Juchuan Mountain. Hu Youxiang was preoccupied with work and had little time for conversation. Rong Yan waited for nearly 2 hours before he hurriedly emerged from the office. "I apologize, but today the owner is receiving guests at the cemetery for a memorial service, and I have been occupied with arrangements." "Yan, have you prepared the payment?" Hu Youxiang inquired, his eyes glinting with interest. This young girl resembled her mother, beautiful in a natural way, not with the artificiality of cosmetic surgery. At first glance, she might not be striking, but her allure grew the more one looked at her. Unfortunately, she appeared a bit thin and pale. "I'm ready, Uncle Hu. Once we sign a contract, I will transfer the funds," she replied. Hu Youxiang quickly called over a young man by the printer. The young man promptly brought over the contract, and after Rong Yan carefully reviewed it multiple times and confirmed there were no issues, she signed it and completed the payment. Hu Youxiang then led them to the cemetery. "Yan, you have no idea how difficult it is to acquire this land," he sighed. "The owner isn't short on money and is reluctant to sell. This location has such excellent feng shui that only their family is buried here. It was only after I made several calls and assured him that your chosen plot is on the outskirts of Juchuan Mountain, far from their gravesite, that he finally agreed." Rong Yan expressed her gratitude. "I truly appreciate your assistance, Uncle Hu. There's no need for such formality. Your mother and I are old friends. Of course, I would help you with this." The scenery of Juchuan Mountain was indeed breathtaking. The view from a mountainside revealed a vast, azure sea, open and bright. The summit was adorned with trees, surrounded by a lawn speckled with delicate white wildflowers. The place your mother selected is truly wonderful. With one hand clutching the urn and the other supporting her grandmother, Hu Youxiang quickly took the urn from her. As they walked across the lawn, they encountered a large group of formally dressed individuals gathered at a grave, led by none other than Chi Jingyuan. "Uncle Hu, who are those people?" Rong Yan asked. "That is the owner of Juchuan Mountain, the Chi family. Today marks the memorial day for the matriarch of the Chi family, and they have all come to pay their respects." Rong Yan's heart sank. "So Juchuan Mountain belongs to the Chi family? All the hard-earned money I saved, 60,000, ends up in Chi Jingyuan's pocket? Oh heavens, what a cruel joke. You must be aware that the Chi family is quite exceptional. You should be married by now, don't you think?" Hu Youxiang mused. He was taken aback by her sudden question. "I'm not quite sure. However, in all these years of memorial services, I've never seen him with a partner." The absence of a partner for such an important occasion suggested he was indeed single, which somewhat relieved Rong Yan. She didn't want Chi Jingyuan to see her and quickly averted her gaze, hastening her steps. However, at that very moment, Chi Jingyuan turned around. He furrowed his brow and asked the nearby cemetery administrator, "What are those individuals doing?" "Mr. Chi, those are the people purchasing a plot from you. Her name is Rong Yan. Rest assured, we would not allow unrelated individuals to enter without your permission." Rong Yan, the name resonated with him. The administrator continued. 2 years ago, she called the cemetery management office inquiring about the price of a plot at Jiuchuan Mountain, as it is private property and not for sale. We informed her of the situation. However, she insisted that being buried at Jiuchuan Mountain was her mother's dying wish and pleaded for our assistance. That is why we eventually reached out to you. Chi Jingyuan recalled the conversation. He had only intended to dissuade her by quoting a high price. Now, hearing that she had managed to gather the money, he was taken aback. Her mother passed away? Yes, a tragic situation. Director who mentioned that both mother and daughter were abandoned, and her mother raised her alone. 2 years ago, while cleaning at home, she fell down the stairs and was declared dead upon arrival at the hospital. 60,000 was an astronomical sum for such a family. Yet she had managed to gather it. So she really went through with it, purchasing a grave plot. You could have put a down payment on a dilapidated old house in Anqing with that amount. Chi Jingyuan reflected in silence. So she was in dire straits, struggling for the sake of the deceased. Such a stubborn and pure-hearted individual was indeed rare. Rong Yan placed her mother's urn at the cemetery. The gravestone was yet to be engraved, and no photograph had been prepared, leaving it looking rather empty. She picked some white wildflowers nearby and laid them at the grave. Mom, rest in peace. I will take good care of Grandma, be obedient, and live a good life. She bowed 3 times. Her grandmother stood on the stone slab, turning away to wipe her tears. The world was filled with suffering, and the hardest burden to bear was that of a parent burying their child. The scenery here is beautiful. You must be at peace. I came in such a rush today and brought nothing for you. Next time, I will bring your favorite osmanthus cake. The only response was the whisper of the wind. After paying her respects, Rong Yan led her grandmother down the mountain. Turning to glance at the small hill across the cemetery, it appeared to be another burial site. She asked to Yoxiang, "Is that also a Chi family grave?" "No, that's the Rong family plot." "Which Rong family? Which other Rong family is there in Anqing?" "It belongs to Rong Xiang, the Rong group." Rong Yan felt her blood run cold. After a long moment, she murmured to her mother's gravestone, "So you chose this place for Dad." She realized that even in death, her mother could not let go of him. Rong Yan scoffed. What a tangled love affair. There truly is no one like this mistress. She needed to arrange for the gravestone engraving, which would likely take until late into the night. After sending her grandmother off on the return bus, she planned to sort things out herself before taking the last bus down the mountain. While waiting, her phone rang with an unfamiliar number. "Hello, Miss Rong. This is the Human Resources Department of Shengshi Group. Are you still looking for a job? Would you be available for an interview soon?" Rong Yan sprang up from her seat. "Is this Shengshi Group?" "Yes, indeed. We have an opening. Would next Monday work for you to come in for an interview?" "Yes, I'm available. I will come for the interview." "Excellent. I will send the interview details to your email shortly. Please remember to check it." As the call was about to end, Rong Yan suddenly recalled something. "May I ask, was it Lin Xiao from your company who referred my resume?" There was a brief pause on the other end, as if they were reviewing some documents. "No, that is not the case. You submitted your resume previously, right? For the marketing management position? Your qualifications align with our requirements, which is why we are reaching out." "All right, thank you." After hanging up, Rong Yan couldn't help but ponder. Were her qualifications truly suitable? Why had Lin Xiao told her 2 years ago that she did not meet their hiring criteria and was therefore eliminated? Something felt amiss. At that moment, the engraver called for her. Rong Yan tucked her thoughts away and hurried to attend to the gravestone engraving. Chapter 9. Fasten your seatbelt by the time she finished. It was already 9:30. The mountain was darker than the valley, shrouded in heavy fog. She gathered her belongings and arrived at the bus station, only to be caught in a sudden downpour. Without an umbrella, she hastily grabbed a large leaf to shield her head, but it was of little use. She quickly became soaked, and the bus showed no signs of arriving. At that moment, a Rolls-Royce pulled up before her. The window rolled down, revealing Su Cheng's warm and concerned face. "Miss Ayen, the rain is too heavy. Would you like a ride?" Rong Yan glanced at the back seat. Most likely, Chi Jingyuan was inside. Curse it! Why did she keep running into him everywhere? Assuming the bus would arrive shortly, Rong Yan stiffened and politely declined. "No, thank you, Mr. Su. The bus should be here shortly." "The bus won't be arriving. It's broken down. I just saw the driver contacting maintenance," he replied. "It's broken down? How unfortunate." The rain showed no signs of stopping, and the desolate area surrounded by graves was unsettling. What if a ghost with disheveled hair emerged, insisting on keeping her company? Rong Yan shivered slightly. It seems that Master Su, being sincere, was concerned about her getting caught in the rain and specifically sought Chi Jingyuan's opinion. Consequently, Chi Jingyuan must be aware that it is not her who is being persistent, but rather the whims of fate. Rong Yan expressed her gratitude and reached for the door of the front passenger seat. Please sit in the back. There's stuff in the front seat, making it inconvenient. Upon glancing down, she noticed several gift boxes resting on the front seat, so she had no choice but to open the rear door and take a seat inside. The warmth of the car enveloped her, providing a comforting sensation akin to rejuvenation. The familiar fragrance wafted into her nostrils, and Rong Yan dared not glance at the person beside her. Silently, she took out a tissue from her pocket to wipe away the droplets of water from her face. Hands and hair soaked through, she found it impossible to dry herself completely. Her white clothing clung to her body, revealing glimpses of the pink outfit beneath, leaving her feeling quite embarrassed as she sought something to cover up, but found nothing suitable. Before she could exhale in relief, she noticed a stream of water trickling down the crevice of the seat towards Chi Jingyuan's direction. Rong Yan felt a pang of regret. She should not have gotten into this car, even if she had been frightened to death by the old demon in the mountains. It would have been preferable to the current social embarrassment. She muttered an apology and took out a tissue to dry the seat, but just then, the vehicle made a sudden turn, and the unsteady Rong Yan collided directly against Chi Jingyuan. I apologize, I wasn't seated properly. Chi Jingyuan cast a glance at the person beside him, noticing a few sparkling droplets clinging to her cheek, the damp hair at her temples sticking to her skin, accentuating her snow-like complexion. Her lips, unadorned with lipstick, appeared more alluring than if heavily made up. He diverted his gaze and instructed, "Fasten your seatbelt." Rong Yan quietly shifted back and secured her seatbelt. "Miss Yan, where do you reside?" The atmosphere in the car felt peculiar, and Su Chang spoke up in an opportune moment to alleviate the subtly tense heat. "No need to trouble yourself. Just drop me off by the roadside when we descend the mountain. It's fine, we're not in a hurry. As a young woman, it's unsafe to be out late at night. I heard just recently about a girl who was abducted while jogging at night, and they haven't even found her body." Rong Yan, "Master Su, you are quite terrifying." He successfully dissuaded her. With someone wanting to do good, she felt no need to be coy and promptly stated the name of her village. The car sped along the road. Chi Jingyuan inquired, "Why are you descending the mountain so late?" Rong Yan responded respectfully, "I had some matters to attend to, which delayed me. Had I known it would rain, I would have stayed on the mountain for the night," implicitly indicating that her encounter with him was not contrived. She genuinely had business to attend to. Chi Jingyuan discerned her implication and smirked slightly, saying, "There's a towel behind you. Dry yourself." "Thank you." Rong Yan turned around, picked up the towel, and draped it over herself, feeling warmth envelop her once more. After a long day of exertion, she found herself unable to resist the sudden warmth and, before she knew it, dozed off, her head tilting perfectly onto Chi Jingyuan's shoulder. "Chi Jingyuan." He furrowed his brow slightly, reaching out to adjust her position. Minutes later, she leaned back against him again. After several repeated attempts to maintain her upright posture, he eventually surrendered, noting her apparent fatigue reflected in her features. Seemingly feeling a bit cold, she instinctively shifted closer to him, wrapping her arms around his, like a small pendant clinging tightly to him. After their previous encounter, she had also done this upon falling asleep, resembling a little kitten. Suddenly, the vehicle jostled, causing Rong Yan to awaken abruptly, her dazed eyes meeting Chi Jingyuan's gaze. "You are enticing me," he declared with conviction, drawing a conclusion. "I'm sorry, I accidentally fell asleep." Rong Yan quickly retracted her right hand, her face flushing crimson. She had a habit of hugging her large teddy bear while sleeping, a gift from her mother for her birthday, which had accompanied her for over a decade. She had inadvertently mistaken Chi Jingyuan for her teddy bear. How could she have fallen asleep in the car? "There seems to be a rockfall ahead. I'll check it out." "Please wait." Su Chang suddenly stopped the car in an open area and took his phone to scout ahead. In inclement weather, rockfalls were common in mountainous areas. If one were to be struck, it could lead to dire consequences. Su Chang's caution was warranted. Yet leaving her alone with Chi Jingyuan felt rather unwise. "Perhaps I should also go take a look," Rong Yan suggested, turning to open the car door, only to find it locked. A sense of danger began to loom. Chi Jingyuan swiftly pulled her back, his hands tangling in her hair as he leaned in to capture her lips, which were irresistibly tempting. Rong Yan's body tensed instinctively. She clasped her hands to her chest, attempting to push him away. "Mr. Chi, please don't do that." she stammered, feeling flustered by his boldness. At that moment, the kiss abruptly halted. Chi Jingyuan noticed the marks on her arms, evidently made by a stick, his eyes narrowing slightly. "What is this?" Rong Yan hurriedly adjusted her clothing to cover herself, saying, "It's nothing." Although her grandmother didn't strike hard, it still left marks, red and likely to take days to fade. Chi Jingyuan seemed to grasp the situation. He released her, straightening his clothing, his expression turning somewhat indifferent. "I merely wanted to inform you that this is the consequence of enticing me." Rong Yan felt a lump in her throat, her face heating up with indignation. "Mr. Chi, I've already apologized, and you misunderstood. I did not." Chapter 10. Being schemed against it matters not. I've already received my due reward. Rong Yan. Frustrated, she felt wronged, unable to argue back. Encountering Chi Jingyuan was a stroke of bad luck. It was as if she had been nibbled on by a pig. Yet, it was indeed her fault for falling asleep first, and his retaliation seemed somewhat justified. No, that was absurd. She could not swallow her pride. Rong Yan sat there, fuming. After a while, Su Chung returned, reporting that everything was normal. The vehicle continued forward until they reached the village entrance. "Miss A Yin, shall I escort you into the village?" Su Zheng Yin Guit. No, thank you. A luxury car entering the village would spark rumors that would spread throughout, and she wished to maintain her reputation without being embroiled in gossip. After expressing her gratitude once more, she exited the vehicle and headed home without looking back. The Rolls-Royce departed from the village. Inside the car, Chi Jingyuan reclined in the back seat, the lingering scent of Rong Yan still present. She was quite clean, her fragrance a blend of shampoo and the scent of her clothes, unlike some women who made him feel physically uncomfortable with just a glance. The image of her soft pink lips and curvaceous figure resurfaced in his mind. He had genuinely wanted to pin her down and take advantage of her earlier. With a quiet sigh, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. "Let us go out for drinks now at the usual place." Engaging in other activities was the only way to shift his focus, to gradually dissipate the rising desire and calm his restless heart. After arranging matters concerning her mother, Rong Yan returned to City. She first attended an interview at Shangshi, then resumed her work at the CAF and Tyinwation. Just as she changed into her uniform, Su Jing pulled her aside. "Again, what on earth happened? Is there any truth to your relationship with Mr. Chi?" Rong Yan's mind went blank in an instant, her thoughts exploding in confusion. What happened? Didn't you see? Their essay post on the club forum claiming that you intentionally seduced Mr. Chi, leaning into him on purpose, and that he was quite patient. Seducing Chi Jingyuan? ISNT that about. Sleeping with him? Rong Yan opened the post. The content was similar to what Su Jing described, complete with screenshots of her messages to Chi Jingyuan, filled with shameless and morally bankrupt content. However, these chat screenshots were fabricated. This indicated that the person spreading rumors was unaware of her actual relationship with Chi Jingyuan. They were merely concocting a story of her allegedly seducing him. Rong Yan stepped outside. At this hour, the other waitstaff were in the workroom awaiting a meeting. Upon seeing her, the previously bustling chatter fell silent. Many cast sidelong glances her way, their expressions tinged with disdain, mockery, and a hint of jealousy. "Yin, come here for a moment. Manager, you called her into the office. The events discussed in the forum are untrue. Those photographs have been manipulated. I have never intentionally harassed any guests in violation of the club's regulations, so please trust me. Manager, you methodically arranged the materials. Have you added Mr. Chi on WeChat?" Rong Yan fell silent. "Dare you present your chat history with Mr. Chi for everyone to see?" Rong Yan remained mute. Her conversation records with Chi Jingyuan consisted solely of transactions, devoid of any superfluous words. Revealing them would likely cause more of a stir than the current doctored images. However, observing Manager Yu's demeanor, it seemed he had already surmised that she had indeed added Chi Jingyuan on WeChat. She tentatively inquired, "You don't appear surprised that I added Mr. Chi." Manager Yu smiled. "In this line of work, what is there to misunderstand?" "Rong Yan, you are simply too naive." Rong Yan suddenly understood. So, her two occasions of escorting Chi Jingyuan upstairs were Manager Yu's subtle orchestration? What could she gain from such actions? Initially, she felt she hardly knew her superior. Manager Yu lit a cigarette, the curling smoke enhancing her features. "Do you recall our discussion a few days ago regarding the promotion to the fixed server position at room 608? I remember. Given the current situation, even if you are innocent, you cannot expect a promotion from above. Do you understand?" Rong Yan nodded. "So, the timing of the forum's revelations, is due to my obstructing someone else's path, correct? Manager Yu displayed a hint of admiration. She had not misjudged Rong Yan. Intelligent, perceptive, and well-versed in the rules. If nurtured properly, her future was limitless. Is it Zheng Shu? I cannot answer that. The club would not go to such lengths over trivial matters. Last time you mentioned that Zheng Shu couldn't go to room 608. Could you tell me the specific reason? Rong Yan needed to eliminate possibilities to clarify her objectives. Manager Yu pondered briefly. Zheng Shu has fallen ill. The club cannot employ her. What illness? Sexually transmitted diseases. The common types. She has contracted them all. Rong Yan fell silent. To contract such a multitude of STDs suggests extensive encounters with multiple men. She had been a relatively seasoned server at the club for nearly 5 years, diligent and cautious. Now, afflicted with disease, she could never lead a normal life again. By the way, she seems unmarried. What will become of her? Rong Yan, do not inquire about trivial matters. This was both a reminder and a warning. Rong Yan nodded obediently, understanding Manager Yu's implications and wishing to avoid complications. Yet, she felt a pang of sympathy. Chi Jingyuan was indeed correct. Resigning to seek legitimate employment was the way forward. In this place, one is consumed without a trace. Today, Rong Yan was serving in room 611. While working, her mind wandered to the forum and her thoughts of resignation. Results for the interview at Shangshi Group would be announced in 3 days. If successful, she would resign immediately. However, before departing, she needed to clarify the forum matter. Finally off work, Rong Yan wearily returned to the staff room, where Su Jing had just finished changing. So, Manager Yu did not blame you, right? Rong Yan shook her head. Indeed. Who could be so malicious as to do such a thing? You were the most likely candidate for the promotion to room 608. And now, suddenly, Rong Yan recalled something. Who else has signed up for the promotion? Su Jing hesitated. Why do you ask? I recall Lu Lu, Zhang Yu, Shui Shui, Sheng Nan. All right, Suan also signed up. Rong Yan nodded. Among these individuals, Suan appeared to be the most promising. She suddenly had an idea and smiled. Su Jing, thank you for taking me to the hospital that night when I fell ill. By the way, was anyone else in the corridor when I accidentally fainted onto Mr. Chi? Chapter 11. Testing the waters. Su Jing thought carefully. I can't quite remember. Rong Yan continued. I recall someone passing by, but I didn't see clearly. I don't know if it was Su Wen or Lu Lu. Su Wen. It must have been Su Wen. Su Jing's eyes brightened instantly. Su Wen happened to pass by and witnessed the incident. She was envious and thus set you up. It's definitely her. Rong Yan nodded, saying nothing. After leaving the club, she called Manager Yu, asking the same question. Manager Yu, who else has signed up for the promotion? Manager Yu quickly listed the names. The first few were the same, but the only difference was the addition of Su Jing. So, Su Jing signed up as well, correct? Yes, her performance has been average, so her chances of promotion are slim, but she met the qualifications to apply. Why do you ask? Oh, nothing. Thank you, Manager Yu. After hanging up, Rong Yan returned to her rented apartment. That night, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Thankfully, the CAF was not crowded, unlike previous days, allowing her a moment to breathe. After work, she routinely arrived at Tianweishan. As the forum incident continued to escalate, various gazes fell upon her the moment she stepped through the door. Rong Yan pretended not to notice. Occasionally hearing vague, slanderous remarks, she remained unfazed, greeting others calmly before returning to her tasks. Soon, 3 days had passed. On this particular afternoon, Rong Yan finally received a call from Shangshi Group. She had passed the interview and would officially start next month. Upon leaving her rented room, she felt rejuvenated. Her eyes sparkled, her steps were light, and her complexion appeared much improved. Upon reaching the staff room, she called out to Su Jing. What happened? I asked Su Wen, and she said she did not pass through the corridor that night. Su Jing, did you really see Su Wen? Rong Yan sipped her hot water and began to speak. Su Jing, in the midst of changing clothes, paused at her words. I saw her, I really did, but she could be lying. Is it possible? Su Jing halted her actions and scrutinized her cautiously. What do you mean? Su Jing, can you tell me why you concealed your application for the 608 promotion from me? Originally, there was no need for such secrecy. She would find out sooner or later. Su Jing's gaze remained calm. Yen, I mean no harm and never intended to take your spot. I simply wanted to earn more money. Is that so? I distinctly remember that besides the guests, only you and Manager Yu were in the corridor that night. I examined the angles of the photos taken. They aligned perfectly with your direction of approach. Later, I also reviewed the surveillance footage, from the beginning to the end of the incident. Only you and Manager Yu were present. Manager Yu endorsed me. She had no reason to set me up, leaving only you as the remaining suspect. Su Jing stood up. So, you were accusing me. Everything you said last night was merely a test. You never trusted me from the start. Rong Yan remained silent, tacitly acknowledging this. You stepping in to defend me was likely a spur-of-the-moment decision. Your floor rarely sees Mr. Chi, so you seized this rare opportunity. You weren't genuinely advocating for me. You merely wished to leave an impression on those wealthy young men, hoping they would notice your kindness, develop feelings for you, and elevate you to a higher status. She gazed steadily at Su Jing. Am I correct? Su Jing fell silent for a moment, a flicker of fear evident within her. I don't know what you're talking about. These are all your assumptions. Indeed, they were assumptions, but not far from the truth. When you approached that night, I caught a whiff of your perfume. It is quite expensive and seldom used. Furthermore, you had retouched your makeup. If you genuinely intended to rescue her, there would be no time for such frivolities. The sole truth is that she had seen Chi Jingyuan ahead of time and hurried to the restroom to touch up her makeup. Pondering how to approach them when Rong Yan fainted, Su Jing stood in shock, having never anticipated that she could guess correctly. Her meticulousness and astuteness were indeed underestimated. Su Jing chuckled. I told you, these are merely your speculations. You possess no evidence to implicate me. Rong Yan, you're merely engaging in verbal sparring. Rong Yan expressed some regret. Su Jing, over the past 2 years, I have genuinely regarded you as a friend. Yeah, I was betrayed. So King is knitted, friend? What a ridiculous notion. We both understand our intentions for being here. We are all striving for a future. Why is it that your association with those in power is seen as ambition, while mine is dismissed as foolish delusion? Rong Yan retorted, I'm not clinging to the powerful. Your very appearance here suggests otherwise. Being beautiful in such an environment is a sin in itself. She had managed to navigate through these 2 years partly due to luck and partly due to her own cleverness. But Su Jing did not possess her beauty or wit. She had to carve her own path. She aimed to reach room 608. Should she succeed in her advancement, she would have achieved a significant victory, allowing her to interact daily with Mr. Chi and the others, increasing her chances of being noticed. Once acknowledged, a mere share of the spoils would free her from her parasitic parents and gambling brother, relieving her of financial worries for life. To succeed, she needed to eliminate obstacles, and Rong Yan was her greatest hindrance. She had to ensure Rong Yan lost her qualifications to enhance her own prospects. Rong Yan, unwilling to continue the conversation, inquired, Do you know why Zhang Shu hasn't come to work? Su Jing remained silent, her face a mask of confusion. She contracted a sexually transmitted disease. The path to wealth and status is rarely straightforward. One cannot distinguish whether they encounter divine beings or demons, whether they tread into paradise or a chasm. Rong Yan departed. She switched off the recording and walked towards Manager Yu's office. From the outset, she had not sought evidence, but merely the truth. She needed clarity even in demise. Rong Yan submitted the recording to Manager Yu along with her resignation letter. Upon seeing the resignation, Manager Yu was momentarily taken aback. Her demeanor softened. If this is about the forum incident, there's truly no need for this. I will find a way to resolve it for you. Rong Yan, you possess ambition. Do not squander the efforts of the past 2 years. I appreciate your care over these 2 years, but I'm serious about resigning. Manager Yu chuckled. Have you found a better job? If they offer you a certain salary, let me know, and I'll double it. I simply wish to take a break. There is no other job. Chapter 12. Must you drink with young Master Zhou, while I cannot? What a joke. She was not foolish enough to disclose the nature of her work at Shangshi, for she knew the consequences. Manager Yu was trustworthy, yet one must always exercise caution. Rong Yan, think it over carefully. Perhaps I could grant you a leave of absence, so you can rest. Rong Yan's stance was resolute. I have sent you the recording. You may choose to make it public or keep it private. It's entirely up to you. I will not be coming back next week. If there are any handovers needed, please arrange them in advance. Thank you. Exiting Manager Yu's office, Rong Yan dialed the CAF to submit her resignation there as well. The situation was different on that end. They readily accepted her departure due to the high turnover. There was little to transition, merely signing documents and confirming the future salary disbursement, thus finalizing matters. However, she resolved to perform well in her last few days. With Zhang Shu absent, Manager Yu once again recommended Rong Yan for room 608, but this time, she declined. Manager Yu, rather than investing your efforts in me, why not nurture some new talent? Perhaps those who applied for promotion could be worth a try? Manager Yu seemed to have an epiphany, smiling. Rong Yan, you're truly ruthless. Su Jing was stunned when she received news of being assigned to room 608. It took her a full minute to recover, trembling as she reapplied her makeup and sprayed perfume, finally satisfied with her appearance before striding confidently towards room 608. Her promising life was about to commence. From that moment forward, she would soar to greatness. 2 hours later, Su Jing found herself unceremoniously abandoned at the entrance of room 608. The back of her hand was burned, her blouse stained with red wine, and her once exquisite face was a mess of tears and smudged makeup. Manager Yu, upon receiving the news, had no time to consult with the director and saw Su Jing thrown out by security. The reason? Inadequate service, harassment of guests, and subpar quality, resulting in her dismissal. Manager Yu called through the internal line. Are you satisfied now? But the people in 608 are already furious. You must help me put out the fire. It was the final straw. Rong Yan began touching up her makeup. It was not that she could not tolerate Su Jing, but rather that she wished for her to understand that gaining access to room 608 would not alter her fate. Every time she had served, she had been meticulous, with a metaphorical knife at her throat, fearing even the slightest mistake. Why should Su Jing presume she could succeed? Rong Yan entered room 608. Upon opening the door, Chi Jingyuan merely lifted his gaze slightly before averting it. Rong Yan settled into a corner, fully engrossed in brewing tea. As the fragrant, sweet tea flowed smoothly down their throats, someone sighed, "This is good. What was that other nonsense? Even pigs wouldn't tea drink it. All right, let us not dwell on such disheartening matters. It affects the mood," someone else consoled. Rong Yan smiled. "This will be the last time I serve tea to you esteemed guests. Please feel free to request any tea you desire. I am here to serve." Hearing this, young Master Zhou paused. "What happened? Who bullied you? Speak to me, Zhou Wei, and I shall deal with them." Rong Yan smiled calmly. No. Thank you for your chivalry, young Master Zhou. I have family matters to attend to and will be resigning, so I will no longer be working here." Young Master Zhou appeared enlightened. He poured himself a drink. "Come, let us toast to your bright future." Rong Yan raised her glass, when suddenly, amidst the crowd, Chi Jingyuan spoke. "Young Master Zhou, let us discuss the Moonbay project together." Young Master Zhou promptly set down his glass and went over. With the toast givers gone, Rong Yan was no longer required to drink. She quietly retreated to a corner. As the gathering dispersed, Chi Jingyuan remained. Rong Yan had contacted Master Su, who had informed her he would arrive in 2 minutes. Yet 10 minutes had passed without any sign of him. Room 608 was vast and luxurious, leaving only her and Chi Jingyuan. "You're leaving?" he inquired. "Yes." Leaning back against the sofa, Chi Jingyuan squinted slightly. Rong Yan stated, "I have contacted Master Su for you. He should arrive shortly. If you have no further matters, I shall take my leave." Chi Jingyuan pushed 2 glasses of wine towards her, his meaning unmistakable. Rong Yan obediently poured 2 glasses of wine. Chi Jingyuan lifted one of the glasses, gesturing towards her. Rong Yan's expression remained composed, hesitating over whether to drink. Chi Jingyuan scoffed lightly, his gaze deepening. "What? You can drink with young Master Zhou, but not with me?" Rong Yan calmly explained, "I did not drink with young Master Zhou either." Chi Jingyuan fell silent. The room once again plunged into silence, the atmosphere inexplicably tense. Rong Yan felt exposed, as if sitting on pins and needles. She rose to refill the wine, but her wrist was suddenly grasped, her balance faltering as she fell into Chi Jingyuan's embrace. He tightened his grip on her wrist, the faint scent of alcohol wafting towards her face, their lips nearly touching. Rong Yan fought to steady herself, narrowly avoiding the kiss. 1 million for a month. What? Monthly service, do you understand? His gaze flickered as he regarded her fair neck and heaving chest. It seemed he had developed an addiction to her form, before he grew weary of the novelty. A monthly arrangement was a reasonable and mutually beneficial option. Rong Yan felt her mind clouded, a surge of something uncontrollable overwhelming her rationality. She broke free from his hold and slapped his face. "Mr. Chi, that is my answer. Do you understand?" After expressing her frustration, she seized the wine on the table and splashed it onto his face. "Do not presume that your handsome appearance elevates you above others. While I may be impoverished, I still possess my dignity. Thank you, but we shall not meet again." With a fuming demeanor, Rong Yan exited room 608, leaving Tian behind. Subsequently, she transitioned her work and completed her resignation process seamlessly. On her final day, a post on the forum gained significant traction, featuring a recording of a conversation between Rong Yan and Su Jing. "I have avenged you for that indignity. Have you truly considered staying?" When she sought Manager Yu's signature, he attempted to persuade her to reconsider. Rong Yan shook her head. "Thank you for your care over the past 2 years, but I must decline the offer." Manager Yu said nothing further and signed the document, wishing her a bright future. Once Rong Yan departed, Manager Yu's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller's name, his expression darkened, and he answered silently. "Boss, yes, she's unwilling to stay. She is quite astute. Even if she had stayed, she likely would not have acquiesced to that request. Therefore, I have failed in my duties, and I request your reprimand." 2 weeks later, Rong Yan officially reported to Shengshi. She clocked in, filled out forms, activated her online account, arranged her workstation, and familiarized herself with her colleagues. After the series of tasks settled, the morning passed swiftly. "The onboarding procedures are complete. Should you have any queries, feel free to ask me," the HR representative, Su Luo, stated. Rong Yan expressed her gratitude and, after a moment's contemplation, voiced her curiosity. "I submitted my resume to your esteemed company 2 years ago, but I was informed that it was rejected. I wonder what prompted the invitation for an interview this time." Chapter 13. Is Shengshi a subsidiary of the Chi family? Let me check. Su Luo logged into the human resources system to examine the records of Rong Yan's resume. "Indeed, you submitted it 2 years ago, and the reason given was not suitable for this position. However, your resume is quite impressive and meets our hiring criteria, which is why we reached out to you this time. Could you tell me who processed my resume back then?" "Apologies, but I can only inform you that her surname is Lin." "Lin?" Rong Yan quietly accessed the organizational structure within the system. Among the HR personnel with the surname Lin, there were only 2, Lin Lan from the Performance Center, whom she did not know, and Lin Xiao from the recruitment department. It was also possible that another Lin had rejected her resume and subsequently left the company. "Ayin, let's go. I will take you to the cafeteria." From a distance, Lin Xiao waved radiantly at her. Rong Yan pulled her thoughts back and smiled brightly. Sure. Shengshi boasted its cafeteria, coffee shop, and dessert store, all complimentary as part of employee benefits, provided one did not take food away. After serving their meals, the two chose a window seat where they could see the basketball court outside. "Is that basketball court part of Shengshi?" "Yes. It said that employees can play to relieve work stress during lunchtime." "Well, a publicly listed company certainly knows how to indulge its staff. Indeed, the food is quite delicious. By the way, Xiao, have you been in the recruitment department since you joined?" "Yes, why do you ask? Are there any other individuals with the surname Lin in your department over the past 2 years?" Lin Xiao pondered for a moment and shook her head. "No." "Why do you inquire?" Rong Yan smiled. "Oh, just curious." It was highly likely that it was Lin Xiao, who had so fervently promised to assist her, that had rejected her resume. Her emotions were somewhat complex and tinged with disappointment, but ultimately, it was inconsequential. Understanding her character was sufficient. She would protect herself in the workplace, where anyone could be a friend or a foe. She would not place her hopes in anyone. "By the way, I've heard that the company president will attend the new employee training this afternoon. Is that true?" Rong Yan, wary of Lin Xiao catching on to her thoughts, deftly shifted the topic. "Ah, that is old news. The training manual was printed months ago, and it is a requirement for the president to attend the new employee's first day training. However, the president is quite busy. How could he find time to attend? So he may not come?" "Not exactly. It depends on luck. He might attend 1 out of 20 sessions, based on his schedule." Rong Yan nodded. In truth, she had little interest in this president, but seeing her fellow new employees so excited piqued her curiosity about who this person could be to elicit such enthusiasm. "He's incredibly handsome, I've heard. Supposedly in his 30s and still unmarried." Lin Xiao leaned closer to Rong Yan's ear. "Now you understand why there's so many beautiful women in the company." Rong Yan suddenly comprehended. No wonder she felt as though she had stepped into an emperor's garden upon joining Shengshi. It was an illusion created by the abundance of beauty. However, compared to Lin Xiao, she still fell short. Rong Yan shook her head. "I'm here to work, mind you. Earning money is my sole objective in life. As for men," the image of Chi Jingyuan abruptly flashed before her eyes. She shook her head to clear her thoughts. As for men, they would only impede her speed in drawing her sword. Lin Xiao nearly choked on her food with laughter. In the afternoon, Rong Yan arrived punctually at the new employee training room. Approximately 30 individuals attended, and she came a bit late, nearly missing a seat, but managed to find a spot against the wall. The first lesson was presented by HR Director Linda, who recounted the development history of Shengshi Group. Lin Xiao followed, closely behind Linda. Rong Yan scanned the room in a daze until her gaze landed on Rong Yan in the corner, and she quickly winked at her. Shengshi had been established for 30 years, with its milestones documented in a handbook distributed to the new employees. As Rong Yan perused the handbook featuring the profiles of the founders and executives, her mind went blank. The Chi family. Shengshi Group is a venture of the Chi family, and their president, glancing at the section on the president, where the name Chi Jingyuan was boldly inscribed alongside a picture of a distinguished and aloof face. Rong Yan felt her scalp tingle. Just then, the training room fell silent. Turning around, she saw a throng of individuals enter, led by a man in a suit and tie, none other than Chi Jingyuan. Rong Yan lowered her head, wishing to disappear. Linda, on stage, was equally surprised but quickly regained her composure, energizing the atmosphere and handing the podium over to Chi Jingyuan. He was articulate and exuded authority, but after just 2 sentences, the audience sat up straight, brimming with excitement. Only Rong Yan kept her head down, wishing to bury herself like an ostrich. After about 20 minutes, Chi Jingyuan began to call names. Not glancing at the roster, he noticed the employee at the wall who remained with her head bowed and guessed she was not paying attention. Lightly, he remarked, "You there, Rong Yan?" The person beside her nudged her. She hesitantly raised her head to find a sea of eyes fixed upon her. This was it. Truly, this was it. How had she last insulted him? Oh yes, do not presume that your handsome appearance elevates you above others. She had even slapped him and splashed wine in his face. With a sense of resignation, Rong Yan stood up, forcing a stiff smile. "Mr. Chi." "Good afternoon." Chi Jingyuan was taken aback, then quickly realized the situation, his lips curling into a smirk laced with derision. "Tell me, what should a company consider when formulating its strategies and tactics?" A murmur rippled through the audience. This question was not covered in the training. The president was indeed unique. Even his inquiries were profound. Rong Yan pondered briefly. Strategy is akin to a ship's compass, guiding it toward its destination. Therefore, the most critical aspect of strategy is direction, which must be precise and accurate. Once the direction is wrong, it becomes challenging to correct course. Tactics can often be misleading, especially when deconstructing layers of structure, leading to misinterpretation of tactics and failing to communicate execution orders precisely, thereby affecting the completion rate of objectives. During the formulation of tactics, it is essential to pay attention to the scale and dimensions of decomposition. Managers must ensure effective communication, while the execution team should fully comprehend the rationality of the tasks, in conjunction with the genuine circumstances on the front lines. As the speaker concluded, applause erupted in the training room. Although the words were not entirely intelligible, the aura was undeniably impressive. Chi Jingyuan raised an eyebrow. He initially intended to challenge her, but to his surprise, she managed to respond aptly. Lowering his head, his gaze swiftly skimmed over the data belonging to Rong Yan from the marketing department, specializing in business management. Chapter 14. Action and Emotion. No wonder. She truly excels in her field. Please take a seat. The nuances of tactics are profound, far beyond what you have articulated. Take the time to delve deeper, he advised. Rong Yan nodded, understood. Mr. Chi, the training continued. Given Chi Jingyuan's limited time, he briefly summarized before hastily departing amidst a throng of people, with Linda accompanying him to see him off. Once outside the training room, Chi Jingyuan's expression turned stern. "Rong Yan, how did you manage to join the company?" "Rong Yan? The girl who had just been questioned?" Linda was astonished that her superior even knew her name. She said, "Please hold on," and promptly dialed the HR recruitment manager. A few minutes later, she returned to Chi Jingyuan's side. "Mr. Chi," she followed the standard recruitment process. "The company has been in dire need of marketing management talent." Rong Yan submitted an impressive resume and excelled in both the interview and written test. "She entered through normal channels?" Chi Jingyuan inquired. "Indeed, Mr. Chi." So she resigned to join Shengshi, rather than employing a strategy of feigned indifference to capture his attention. It was merely a coincidence. Noticing her superior's silence, Linda quickly added, "I have sent her resume to your phone." Chi Jingyuan did not open it. "I was simply inquiring. There is no need for you to overthink. If she proves capable, the company will retain her. If she is merely all fade, she will be dismissed." Linda nodded repeatedly. After seeing Chi Jingyuan into the elevator, she wiped the sweat from her brow and returned to the training room for the subsequent lessons. After work, Lin Xiaoxiao invited Rong Yan to dinner. They found a nearby barbecue restaurant, which was quite busy and the food was decent. What's wrong? You seem preoccupied this afternoon. Are you unhappy working at Shengshi? Rong Yan shook her head. On the contrary, she was quite content. The environment, atmosphere, and salary at Shengshi met all her expectations, and she genuinely liked it there. However, she feared she might not stay long. Chi Jingyuan had recognized her. Given how she had spoken to him before, slapping him and spilling wine, how could he possibly tolerate her? Perhaps by the end of the meal, she would receive a termination call. Sigh. Had she known the CEO of Shengshi was him, she would have remained composed and politely declined. Why had she resorted to physical confrontation? The backlash had come so swiftly. What kind of person is Chi Jingyuan? Rong Yan asked. Lin Xiaoxiao looked astonished. Are you crazy? You dare to call him by his full name? You have some guts. Is he really that intimidating? You all avoid mentioning his full name. Lin Xiaoxiao shook her head. Intimidating? I don't know. I've never had the chance to interact with him. But every time I see him, I feel incredibly nervous, as if I were covered in thorns. Just hearing his full name instills a sense of fear. Rong Yan replied. Why the sudden curiosity about the boss? He interrogated you. You weren't charmed by him, were you? Rong Yan waved her hand. I wouldn't even consider him. Not even if he were a dog. How can you say that? My ideal man is certainly not inferior to a dog. Just look at his physique and face, wow. He's exuding charisma. Absolutely the type for 7 times a night. Rong Yan recalled his demeanor in bed and nodded. That's true. What is that is true? You make it sound as if you've experienced it firsthand. Rong Yan's ears turned red as she lowered her head and devoured her food, her cheeks gradually flushing. Look at you, turning red from a joke. How will you manage when you start dating? Lin Xiaoxiao chided, picking up her chopsticks to offer her meat. Don't just eat vegetables. Have some meat. You're too thin. You need to gain weight to look better. Gazing at the greasy pork belly in her bowl, Rong Yan suddenly felt nauseous and rushed to the restroom to retch. What's wrong? Is your stomach bothering you again? Did you bring any stomach medicine? Rong Yan shook her head, heaving for a while before feeling slightly better. I'll be fine after some rest. It's probably just a bit of indigestion. The two returned to the restaurant. At that moment, the grilled pig intestines from the next table emitted a tantalizing aroma. Rong Yan covered her mouth and sprinted to the restroom to vomit violently. What is happening? Are you poisoned? Did you eat something undercooked? Rong Yan lacked the strength to respond, and only after emptying her stomach did she begin to feel a little relief. Her stomach was indeed uncomfortable, likely indicating another problem. They lost their appetite for dining and decided to pay the bill and take a stroll in a nearby park. The fresh air outside alleviated her discomfort significantly, though there was still a lingering heartburn. Lin Xiaoxiao, concerned, offered to drive her home. This is where you live? Upon seeing the dilapidated housing, crumbling streets, and the precarious sign of Anshin Home, Lin Xiaoxiao frowned. The rent here is cheap. Cheap doesn't mean you should live in a place like this. Why don't you pack your things and move in with me? I have a spare room. We can share. Rong Yan contemplated, but ultimately declined. I've lived here for 2 years, and it's not that bad. Don't worry. Lin Xiaoxiao ceased to press the matter. If you feel unwell tonight, call me. I can get there in half an hour. Rong Yan nodded. Once home, Rong Yan rummaged through her drawers, but alas, her stomach medicine was gone. The pharmacy downstairs had closed, and her stomach didn't feel as bad anymore. Never mind. I'll just rest and see if it gets better by tomorrow. After freshening up and tidying her space, she lay in bed but found it impossible to sleep. It was already 11 p.m., and she hadn't received a call. Did that mean she wouldn't be fired? Or was Chi Jingyuan planning to slowly torment her like boiling a frog? If that were the case, her days at Shengshi would be far from bearable. She felt a surge of despair. Oh, right. She hadn't deleted Chi Jingyuan from WeChat. She opened the app, scrolled through their conversation, and accessed his moments. Indeed, it was in line with his character. Aside from some business conference content, there was nothing else. Then she glanced at his profile picture. She had intended to enlarge it, but mistakenly tapped the poke feature. Rong Yan. Why hasn't Tencent developed a recall feature for pokes? She felt mortified, utterly mortified, despairing. She lay on her bed, lamenting her own mischief. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she took out her phone to compose a message. Mr. Chi, I sincerely apologize for my actions last time. Your words provoked me at that moment, so... Wait. What if he had already forgotten about it? By sending this, wouldn't she be pushing herself into the fire? Delete, delete. Yet, she accidentally hit send. Rong Yan. Recall it, recall it. However, he replied instantly. Rong Yan. She glanced again at her message. Mr. Chi, I sincerely apologize for my feelings toward you last time. Your words provoked me at that moment, so she had mistakenly typed feelings instead of actions. Chapter 15. An apology must be sincere. Rong Yan panicked. I'm sorry, I made a typographical error. After a while, he responded with just a few words. An apology must be sincere. Do you understand? Rong Yan fell silent. What was there to misunderstand? Sincerity. What could be more sincere than what he desired? He wanted her. A chill coursed through her, and as she read those words, each one resonated, and she checked multiple times to confirm she hadn't misinterpreted. It was exactly what he meant. She began typing. I apologize, Mr. Chi, but I cannot accept your terms. Room 2203, Tiantai Community. I don't want to lose my job, so I came. Rong Yan felt a prickling sensation on her scalp, and her body turned cold. Workplace unspoken rules. She had painstakingly saved enough money to escape from the clutches of her previous life, only to find herself compelled to use her own body to secure her job once more. In this ongoing dilemma, Rong Yan found herself ensnared in conflict and struggle, her fingers trembling as she typed and deleted multiple messages, uncertain of how to respond. It felt as though a century had passed before a simple reply came through. Just focus on your work. Rong Yan was taken aback. Did this imply a release from her predicament? The weight upon her heart suddenly lifted. All right. The conversation came to an end. Lying back on her bed, she found herself drenched in sweat within mere minutes. In room 608 of the Tianwei establishment, a Yuan was engaged in a chat, laughing unexpectedly. Shun Mingzhu approached with a glass of red wine and stood before Chi Jingyuan. Closing his phone, Chi Jingyuan's lips curved slightly. Is there something amusing? Indeed. I've seen it with my own eyes. Shun Mingzhu replied with a gentle smile, her arm resting on his shoulder as she teasingly inquired. Could it be that a lovely young lady has captured our esteemed general manager's heart? Chi Jingyuan leaned back slightly, evading her arm, swirling his wine glass while his dark eyes gazed into the distance. She is indeed beautiful, but her temperament resembles that of a fierce little kitten, which compelled me to tease her. Speaking of the young lady, it had been quite some time since he had seen that enchanting beauty. It seemed she had resigned. Hadn't she? Zhou Wei casually mentioned. What young beauty? Shun Mingzhu feigned nonchalance. Just a lovely girl, skilled at playing cards and brewing tea, with a remarkable spirit. Isn't that right, Yuanga? Chi Jingyuan straightened, diverting the topic. Let us continue with the game. Shun Mingzhu's gaze flitted between the two. Sensing that this enchanting girl was somehow connected to Chi Jingyuan, she smiled, stepping closer to Zhou Wei, pretending to be upset. What young beauty are you talking about? You all must tell me. After being abroad for just a month, you've kept secrets from me. Zhou Xiao hastily played his cards. I wouldn't dare. The others chimed in, yet none answered her. Then do tell me, who is this young beauty? Shun Mingzhu wrapped her arm around Zhou Wei's neck. He quickly pleaded for mercy. My lady, Miss Shun, I hardly know who this young beauty is. I've only seen her a couple of times, so I'm quite unsure. Shun Mingzhu dismissed him with a wave. If you want to say, then it's of no consequence. She likely isn't of great importance. Jingyuan would hardly be interested. Their friendship spanning over a decade surely surpassed her standing in his heart. At the headquarters of Shengshi Group, Rong Yan arrived at the office early. She had not slept well the previous night, her mind half awake, constantly replaying Chi Jingyuan's message. One moment she thought of the rooftop apartment 2203, the next she pondered the meaning of just focus on your work. Surely, the latter was an indication of release. Wasn't he it? If not, what was he subtly hinting at? Her thoughts raced, leaving her without any definitive conclusions. It was truly exhausting. Soon, her colleagues began to trickle into the office. The marketing department consisted of around 30 people, with Rong Yan working in the operations management department under the marketing center, primarily tasked with analyzing market data to derive business conclusions and assist leadership decisions. Morning, Ayen, a colleague named Ran Xiaoyan, breezed by, leaving a trail of floral perfume. Good morning. The scent made Rong Yan feel slightly nauseous, but she forced a smile to greet her. During lunch in the cafeteria, Rong Yan had little appetite, opting for only 2 light dishes, eating slowly. The afternoon training session proceeded smoothly, concluding right at 6. Rong Yan gathered her belongings and returned to her workstation. Continuing to review the documents she hadn't finished that morning. Engrossed in her work, she lost track of time, only realizing it was past 10 in the evening when she finally decided to leave. As she descended the stairs, she encountered an elderly woman struggling with a cart full of cardboard boxes stuck at the drain. Rong Yan stepped forward to assist, pushing the cart free. "Thank you, young lady," the old woman said, her face lined with wrinkles and devoid of teeth. She pulled out a tightly packed orange and stuffed it into Rong Yan's arms. "I don't want it," Rong Yan protested, but the woman had already departed, driving away. Chi Jingyuan, just exiting a meeting, happened to witness the entire exchange. "Miss Yan is truly kind. This elderly lady passes by here every day, and for years, only she has offered to help with the cart," Su Cheng remarked. Chi Jingyuan remained silent. His eyes narrowed slightly as he observed the girl in the night. With her long hair cascading over her shoulders, fair skin, an oval face, fox-like eyes, and cherry lips, she was strikingly beautiful. He had seen many beautiful women, yet her allure left a lasting impression. Rong Yan clutched the oranges and returned to the entrance to wait for a ride. Turning around, she spotted Chi Jingyuan standing at the door, one hand in his pocket, holding his phone, exuding an air of elegance and aloofness. "And Mr. Chi," she stammered, approaching him nervously, stopping 2 meters away to greet him respectfully, her spine rigid. He responded with a non-committal mm. It was late, and there were no buses. Rong Yan opened a ride-hailing app, noting that the driver would arrive in approximately 5 minutes. 5 minutes usually felt brief, but now it stretched into an eternity. "Would you like an orange?" Feeling increasingly anxious, she grasped for conversation, offering him one of the oranges given by the elderly woman. Chi Jingyuan did not take it. "Oh, right, this is from a scavenging grandmother," she realized, feeling embarrassed. A man of his stature would never accept such a humble gift. She retracted her hand awkwardly, but before she could fully pull it back, he took the orange. "Thank you." "And no problem," Rong Yan stammered, surprised, even though she knew he wouldn't eat it. His gesture warmed her heart. At that moment, the aroma of food wafted from a nearby fast food chain. Having already eaten dinner, the scent stirred her stomach, and she hurried to the trash can to vomit. A tissue was offered to her. "Did you take any contraceptives beforehand?" Chi Jingyuan suddenly recalled something, his dark gaze revealing inscrutable emotions. Rong Yan thanked him, wiping her mouth. Her ears flushed. "Rest assured, Mr. Chi, I took emergency contraception. It's merely an upset stomach." Chapter 16, "Then let this be the one time." Chi Jingyuan nodded. "That's acceptable." Neither spoke further. Just then, Su Cheng's car arrived at the entrance. Chi Jingyuan got in. Just as Rong Yan was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the window rolled down. "In light of you giving me an orange, get in. I'll take you home." "Thank you, Mr. Chi, but I've already called a car. It should arrive shortly, so there is no need for your trouble." "Are you sure you wish to argue with me about this?" Rong Yan hesitated. "Well, I could save dozens of yuan in taxi fare, and it's unnecessary to risk offending him again and jeopardize her position at Shengshi." Reluctantly, she opened the door and got in, canceling her ride. The view from a front passenger seat was unobstructed, and she couldn't see the expression on the back seat face, allowing her to relax slightly, though her back remained tense. After asking for the address, Su Cheng began to drive slowly, and the car remained silent. Time passed, and eventually, they arrived at the entrance of Anshin Garden. A wave of relief washed over Rong Yan, and she hurriedly opened the door to exit. "Mr. Chi, thank you for driving me home. Goodbye." A voice from the back seat, tinged with ambiguity, called out, "Aren't you going to invite me up for a moment?" "Huh?" Rong Yan thought she must have misheard. Glancing at the occupants of the car, "What? You truly don't intend to invite me?" Chi Jingyuan smirked slightly, appearing amused. Rong Yan shook her head. "My place is too humble, unworthy of your status, so I want to invite you in, lest I inconvenience you." Chi Jingyuan opened the door and stepped out. "It's fine. I harbor no disdain." Rong Yan was a loss for words. Observing her flustered demeanor, Chi Jingyuan couldn't help but smile. Initially, he merely intended to tease her and gauge her reaction, but at this point, it seemed reasonable to see her place. Rong Yan was utterly speechless. She didn't wish to bring him upstairs, but how could she refuse him now? Left with no choice, she led the way, guiding him up the stairs. Rong Yan resided in an old building, the poorly lit corridor littered with garbage, appearing dirty and cramped. She had grown accustomed to walking and found it not difficult at all. Yet it was a different story for Chi Jingyuan. Rong Yan was concerned he might stumble and seek compensation from her later. So she spoke up. Mr. Chi, perhaps you should return. This place truly isn't suitable for you. The man's voice carried a nasal tone. No need. Very well. They ascended to the third floor, one in front of the other. Upon entering, Chi Jingyuan surveyed the modest rental space. It was dilapidated, simple, and dimly lit, with scant furniture, yet it was meticulously clean. If she had spent the money on a burial plot on a house instead, she would have had a shelter from the elements and wouldn't have to reside here. It was rather foolish. Rong Yan prepared him a cup of tea. The cup was new and used. To alleviate any potential disdain, she added, I haven't used it before. Chi Jingyuan remained silent, quietly lifting the teacup. The tea bore a familiar flavor. Her tea-making skills were commendable, though the leaves were certainly inferior to those from Tian. Feeling the atmosphere grow too dry, she sought to fill the silence. You must be hungry after working so late. I'm quite hungry myself, so I'll prepare some noodles. She needed an excuse to escape the living room. The refrigerator contained tomatoes and eggs, so she decided to make 2 bowls of tomato and egg noodles. The enticing aroma soon wafted from the kitchen. Do you cook often? At some point, Chi Jingyuan had appeared at the kitchen door. The simplicity of the kitchen starkly contrasting with his attire, creating an odd sensation. Rong Yan nodded. I've cooked since I was a child. Chi Jingyuan recalled what she had mentioned about being abandoned with her mother in Jiuquan Mountain, but he refrained from probing further. Once the noodles were ready, Rong Yan brought them to the living room, where Chi Jingyuan separated the eggs from the dish. Initially, he merely sampled a bite, but the flavor exceeded his expectations, slightly astonishing him, and he couldn't help but dive into the meal. He ate rather quickly, but remained conscious of his image, displaying gentlemanly conduct and looking quite handsome. The bowl was soon empty, leaving Rong Yan somewhat taken aback. Not wanting him to observe her while she ate, she hastily finished her noodles and cleared the table. Retreating to the kitchen, they had eaten and the tea had been consumed, yet he still lingered. She pondered while washing the dishes. Upon tidying up the kitchen and returning, she found Chi Jingyuan seated on the sofa, casually picking up a sketchbook beside him. Did you draw these? Rong Yan nodded. But I only draw after work. I assure you it hasn't interfered with my job. Mr. Chi, she enjoyed painting in her spare time, sharing her creations on Weibo, where she had many fans. This sketchbook was filled with spontaneous doodles. Chi Jingyuan raised an eyebrow. Why don't you come over and sit? Rong Yan stiffened. How could she dare approach him while he was there? Chi Jingyuan commanded, Comilla. Rong Yan pretended not to hear. Chi Jingyuan scoffed lightly. Do you know what happens to employees in the workplace who ignore their boss's summons? Rong Yan. With no other choice, she steeled herself and moved closer. Reluctantly, she did not wish to lose her job. Chi Jingyuan was satisfied. He set down the sketchbook. Regarding our previous discussion, I am reiterating the terms. 3 million, all-inclusive, for the month. What do you say? Rong Yan was taken aback. She stared, resolutely shaking her head. Mr. Chi, we have discussed this before. Money and goods must be settled separately, and we are not to entangle ourselves further. She wished for clarity, especially not wanting to follow her mother's path. I am your boss now, and I possess the leverage to renegotiate the terms. Rong Yan lowered her head, remaining silent for a long while. You understand my meaning, Rong Yan. My patience is limited. Rong Yan tightened her grip on her sleeves, her nails digging into her flesh without her feeling the pain. After a prolonged silence, she seemed to have made a firm decision. Lifting her head to meet Chi Jingyuan's gaze, then just this once, she summoned her courage, gazing into his eyes. Just this once, Mr. Chi, do as you wish. But afterwards, do not mention the all-inclusive arrangement again, and do not use it to threaten my job. Let's settle this matter once and for all, shall we? This time, she aimed to sever ties completely and cleanly. Chi Jingyuan narrowed his eyes. Whether he would agree, he was uncertain. Yet her rare initiative stirred something within him, and he raised an eyebrow, appearing in good spirits. Then you must show me your sincerity. Rong Yan gritted her teeth. After several deep breaths and a thorough mental preparation, she finally mustered the courage to slowly, awkwardly, sit beside him. Her face flushed crimson, unable to meet his gaze directly. Chi Jingyuan's eyes grew even more profound. He placed his hands on the back of her head and leaned in, kissing her soft lips. Chapter 17, Expired Contraceptive Pills. After a while, Chi Jingyuan carried her to the bedroom. What transpired afterwards was a blur for Rong Yan. She couldn't recall when she had fallen asleep. She was utterly exhausted, as if this man's strength was inexhaustible. When the alarm awoke her, he was already gone. The bed still bore warmth, suggesting he had not left long ago. Rong Yan sighed in relief. She certainly did not wish to face her boss awkwardly upon waking. This was preferable. After showering and preparing for the day, Rong Yan headed to the office, perhaps liberated from fears of retaliation or job loss. The gloom in her heart dissipated, and she walked as if the ground beneath her was imbued with wind. Today marked the final day of new employee training. After completing the exam, Rong Yan and Lin Xiaoxiao proceeded to the cafeteria for lunch. The cafeteria was somewhat crowded today, and while waiting in line, Rong Yan pulled out her phone to scroll through her social media, only to discover a transfer from Chi Jingyuan, 300,000. Her expression hardened as she typed a message. Mr. Chi, I will not accept the money. Please adhere to our agreement from last night. Thank you. She sent the message, returning the 300,000. Chi Jingyuan replied, what agreement from last night? Rong Yan was taken aback and quickly typed, the last time last night. Afterwards, we shall remain separate. You cannot use your position to threaten me. I will work diligently. Chi Jingyuan replied, is that so? I only recall that my employee was rather audacious last night, daring to tease her boss and even boldly sitting on his lap. He continued, what should be done about such an employee? Rong Yan? What did he mean by that? Was he going to deny their agreement? Just when she thought she had escaped his grasp, he was now going back on his word. Rong Yan's lips quivered in anger. At that moment, she reached the front of the line, so she had to put her phone down, get her meal, and follow Lin Xiaoxiao to find a place to eat. What's wrong? You look rather pale. Is your stomach still bothering you? Rong Yan, distracted, replied, perhaps a little. You should consider seeing a doctor. Constant dry heaving isn't right. Take care of yourself to avoid further issues. Rong Yan nodded in agreement. Back in the office, as she read Chi Jingyuan's messages, her anger intensified, feeling increasingly wronged. She should have slapped him twice harder at Tion. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, so she outright blocked him. After a while, he still hadn't replied. She began tapping her fingers on the desk, and Chi Jingyuan stared out the window. Could it be that the little kitten was genuinely upset? He was merely joking. Chi Jingyuan began typing. Just kidding. Are you angry? Before he could send it, a senior executive knocked on the door, requesting to discuss the progress of the Moonbay project. He set down his phone and shifted into work mode. After work, Rong Yan went to the pharmacy downstairs to buy stomach medication. The same young lady was at the counter. She tossed the stomach medicine onto the table. 58? Please scan the code. Rong Yan picked it up and noticed the prominent production date on the box. This won't do. It's expired. The young lady glanced at it, tossed it aside, and turned to retrieve 2 boxes that were not expired, suddenly recalling that she had not taken any contraceptive measures since last night. Rong Yan pointed to the emergency contraceptive pill she had taken previously. Please give me one of these too. Thank you. The young lady tossed one onto the table, and as Rong Yan examined the production date and expiration date, her blood ran cold. This pill is expired too? The young lady replied nonchalantly, what's the big deal about it being expired? I brought you the ones that aren't. This isn't simply a matter of being expired. She had taken twice, both times. She relied on this contraception to confidently conclude that her discomfort stemmed from her stomach. If the previous 2 had also expired, then this discomfort might not necessarily be related to her stomach. By the way, it seems her period hasn't arrived this month either. After a moment of contemplation, Rong Yan asked her sister to get a pregnancy test, hurriedly paid, and returned home. Gazing at the 2 lines on the test, her blood ran cold. She was actually pregnant. She was truly about to tread the same path as her mother. Fate, indeed, plays cruel tricks. That night, Rong Yan tossed and turned in bed, unable to find rest. When she finally did drift off, nightmares jolted her awake. In her dream, her mother sat by her bedside, hair disheveled, tears of blood streaming from her eyes, gripping her hand tightly, demanding to know why she was disobedient. She wept, wanting to explain, but no sound emerged. Awakening, her face was streaked with tears. Finally, Friday arrived. After finishing her work, Rong Yan hurriedly packed her things to leave. Lin Xiaoxiao called to invite her to dinner, but she was already on her way home. Sorry, Xiaoxiao. I have something to attend to today. Let us meet another day. Shall we? No worries. Handle your matters first. We'll get together when you're free. The traffic was heavy on Friday, and by the time she reached the hospital, it was already late. She couldn't secure a number for the day, but the emergency room had just opened. To her surprise, the attending doctor was Rong Yuanzhou. Instinctively, Rong Yan turned to flee, but Rong Yuanzhou spotted her. Are you here for checkup? There's no queue right now. Come on in. She was swiftly processed, forms filled out, blood drawn, tests conducted, results obtained, and follow-up arranged. Everything went smoothly, so much so that when she received the diagnosis, she thought she was dreaming. Early intrauterine pregnancy, viable fetus, 6 weeks along. Rong Yuanzhou reviewed the report and reached a conclusion. Though she had mentally prepared herself, the light in Rong Yan's eyes dimmed. What should she do? She was still in her probation period. If the company discovered she was pregnant, they would certainly not confirm her position. She wasn't married, and her elderly grandmother was the only family she had. If she bore this child, not only would there be no one to care for it, but she would also be repeating the same mistakes of the past. A wretched woman, an illegitimate child, growing up subjected to humiliation and disdain, surrounded by endless ridicule and curses. Noticing her hesitation, Rong Yuanzhou's expression turned cold. Why don't you cherish yourself? What? Rong Yan didn't quite catch that. In such a place and now, the most important thing for a woman is self-respect and self-love. If you do not cherish your own body, didn't your parents teach you anything? Rong Yan lowered her head, silent. Realizing he had lost his composure, Rong Yuanzhou rubbed his forehead. I'm sorry, I'm just a bit unsettled. Unsettled? He couldn't quite articulate it. He seemed to care too much for this girl. Seeing her unwell, witnessing her work in such an environment, and now pregnant without a partner. A wave of indescribable anger surged in his mind, nearly causing him to lose his temper. It's all right, you're right. This doctor, resembling her father, inexplicably evoked a sense of closeness in her, making her feel that his words were genuinely for her benefit. Rong Yan lifted her head, as if making a momentous decision. Dr. Rong, I can't keep this child. Chapter 18. Blind date. It's not that she didn't want to. She simply couldn't. Rong Yuanzhou clenched his fists. Aren't you going to inform the child's father? Rong Yan resolutely shook her head. She had an agreement with Chi Jingyuan. It was a transactional relationship, devoid of emotion. He might not accept this child. Moreover, she didn't want him to feel that she was using the child as leverage against him. It was best for this matter to be handled quietly, without anyone knowing. Though medical advancements have progressed, surgery still carries risks, and in emergencies, it could lead to lifelong infertility. Rong Yan nodded. I understand. When can I schedule the surgery? Rong Yuanzhou checked the hospital's admission status. Sunday afternoon. Doctor, Lee from the gynecology department will be the surgeon. She is quite experienced, so you can rest assured. Rong Yan nodded again. Rong Yuanzhou prepared her surgical paperwork. Please make the payment today. You want need to queue when you come on Sunday. Thank you. Holding the paperwork, Rong Yan prepared to leave when Rong Yuanzhou called out to her, stepping forward with his phone in hand. Scan this. Add me on WeChat. If you feel unwell or have any questions, don't hesitate to reach out. Thank you. Rong Yan's eyes glistened with tears. The kindness of a stranger often touches the heart most deeply. Having felt so little of it over the years, it became especially precious. Rong Yan stepped out of the emergency door, and after paying, she left the hospital in a daze. Just as the Rolls-Royce parked, Chi Jingyuan emerged from the car. Catching sight of her hurriedly departing figure, she seemed preoccupied, moving slowly, and accidentally bumped into someone. The person erupted in anger, and she, with red eyes, apologized. This is the medication my aunt needs. The dosage and instructions have changed. All the details are written inside. Rong Yuanzhou, clad in a white coat, handed a bag of medication to Chi Jingyuan. Chi Jingyuan had come to the hospital to pick up medicine for his mother and hadn't anticipated encountering Rong Yan. Is it your patient? Rong Yuanzhou nodded, letting out a sigh. Yes. Last time she came for a checkup, it was too intense, and this time, she is here because she is pregnant. Clatter. The medication fell from Chi Jingyuan's hands. Rong Yuanzhou picked it up and placed it back into Chi Jingyuan's hands. You're a grown man. Can't you hold a bag of medicine properly? Chi Jingyuan seized his shoulder. Are you certain she is actually pregnant? Brother, I'm a medical doctor. Such a straightforward diagnosis can't possibly be wrong. Chi Jingyuan remained silent, his brow furrowed. Then what medication did you prescribe her? Some kind of pregnancy maintenance drug? What pregnancy maintenance? It's an emergency room. We don't do that kind of surgery here. She came for a procedure. Chi Jingyuan grasped his wrist. You performed a procedure on her? Brother, It's an emergency room. We don't perform that kind of surgery. Have some common sense. Rong Yuan Zhou shook off his grip. But I did prepare her paperwork. It's scheduled for Sunday afternoon. Rong Yuan Zhou felt a surge of irritation. Thinking of the girl's departing figure only intensified his agitation, leaving him oblivious to Chi Jingyuan's unusual demeanor. Damn these scoundrels. They only think of their own pleasure while ruining young girls' lives. Chi Jingyuan muttered to himself, I really want to punch someone. Hong Yuanzuli a cigarette. Then extinguished it, recalling that he was at work. By the way, ISNT they're gathering tomorrow? Send me the location. I'll show up after I wake up. Not free. Chi Jingyuan opened the door and got into the car, the Rolls-Royce speeding away. Rong Yuan Zhou wondered who had angered that esteemed gentleman to put him in such a foul mood. He shrugged and turned back to the hospital. Chi Jingyuan furrowed his brow, feeling restless. Su Chang silently drove, observing his boss's expression, and cautiously spoke up. Sir, where are we headed now? Back to Tingyuan or the old residence? There's a family gathering tonight. Chi Jingyuan glanced at his phone. Mrs. Liu's name flashed on the screen, calling and hanging up repeatedly, leading to over a dozen missed calls. The image of his mother's furious face loomed in his mind as he rubbed his temples. Let's head to the old residence. Understood. The car soon stopped at the old residence's entrance. Upon entering, Chi Jingyuan found the once vibrant living room now devoid of its usual bustle, with only a few housekeepers tidying up. You still remember to come back. I thought your soul was ensnared by some little vixen, making you forget that tonight is a family gathering, Lu Wenlan remarked coldly from the sofa. Chi Jingyuan handed the medication to the housekeeper and removed his coat. Why didn't you answer my calls? Am I that bothersome to you? Chi Jingyuan, who do you think raised you through thick and thin? Don't tell me you think it was your father who abandoned his wife for his first love. Here we go again. Every time he fell short of her expectations, she would bring up his father to mock him. Chi Jingyuan's expression turned blank as he headed upstairs. If there's nothing else, I'll go upstairs first. Upstairs? Did I tell you to go? Do you still consider me your mother? I raised you, and this is how you repay me? Having realized your true nature, I pondered why I exerted myself so much. Perhaps I should leave you to your father and witness whether you can thrive. The tactic of moral coercion is a familiar strategy employed by Madame Liu, and Chi Jingyuan has grown accustomed to it. He paused for a moment, then approached the sofa near the floor-to-ceiling window, settling beside Lu Wenlan. Is there anything else you wish to discuss? He inquired. Lu Wenlan turned her head with a hint of displeasure, gesturing towards He Yiling in the corner. He Yiling hurried over, blushing as she greeted Aunt Lan, while casting a shy glance at Chi Jingyuan. A robust fragrance of perfume wafted through the air, causing Chi Jingyuan to furrow his brow. This is the daughter of Uncle He Yiling. Lu Wenlan's earlier sarcasm was replaced with warmth and kindness. Mother understands you are a person of deep feelings, but you must not dwell on Cece. You have waited for her all these years. Yet it seems your fates are misaligned. Yiling is a good girl. Her family background and education are well suited to yours. In matters of romance, one must consider compatibility. If you have no pressing matters, why not take her for a stroll in the garden? The magnolia blossoms are quite lovely. It would be delightful to see them together. Ong Lan. Yiling's cheeks reddened further. Chi Jingyuan scoffed lightly, responding nonchalantly. If Miss He wishes to see the magnolia, she may have the maid guide her. I, however, have no interest in flowers. Moreover, I was unaware of today's events beforehand, nor do I have any intention of associating with the He family. If Miss He wishes to preserve her family's dignity, I kindly suggest she refrain from visiting in the future. Thank you. He donned his coat and exited. Inside, Lu Wenlan's voice erupted in anger, accompanied by the sounds of items being thrown. Chi Jingyuan feigned indifference as he dialed Su Cheng's number. Young master, why are you leaving again right after returning? You haven't even eaten. Lu Ma trembled as she emerged with a bowl of millet porridge, her concern evident. You must eat something. You've always had a weak stomach. Chi Jingyuan's expression softened momentarily. In this power-hungry, cold-blooded Chi family, only Lu Ma genuinely cared for him. Chapter 19. Someone is looking for you at the village entrance. I won't eat. I shall return when I have time. Please eat a little. I prepared it just this afternoon, keeping it warm for your return. Don't blame your mother. She only wants what is best for you. It hasn't been easy for her these years. Chi Jingyuan remained silent. The car had arrived. He patted Lu Ma's shoulder before getting in. The phone vibrated. Brother Yuan, I heard your mother introduced you to the He family's daughter. My heart aches for you. Although Zhou Wei expressed sympathy, His tone suggested he was merely amused. Ever since Old Master he was apprehended, the He family had been unstable, seeking alliances to regain their footing. Previously, they aimed for established families like the Zhou family, but no one found them suitable. Now their ambitions had grown bolder, targeting the Chi family. With the He family's approach, anyone associated with them will be drained dry. Is Aunt Lan truly Chi Jingyuan's biological mother? Why would she consider introducing a He family daughter to him? Chi Jingyuan smirked coldly. Your information is quite thorough. Could it be that you have an interest in the He family's daughter? Brother Yuan, while one can indulge in food, one should not speak carelessly. Then why are you so eager to call me? Are you here just for amusement? Zhou Wei chuckled awkwardly. But seriously, Brother Yuan, if there's a suitable match, you should consider marrying soon. Otherwise, with Aunt Lan's style, who knows who she might introduce next? Chi Jingyuan furrowed his brow. Aside from that individual, he had never considered marrying anyone else. Yet, there was indeed a viable approach to alleviate the current situation. After ending the call, he opened WeChat. Rong Yan's profile picture, a cluster of white daisies, radiated vitality, much like her own spirit. Previously, he had joked, "Are you angry? Did you forget to send this?" He deleted those words and rephrased, "Are you pregnant?" After a moment's thought, he removed the follow-up. "Let's chat tomorrow." He clicked send. The system prompted, "You are not yet friends with this user. Please add them as a friend before sending a message." Chi Jingyuan. It seems she is genuinely upset. Has her boldness grown to the extent that she dares to delete the boss? Is she really considering quitting? Chi Jingyuan paused, suddenly recalling the resume Linda had sent him recently, which included her address and contact number. However, when he attempted a call, he received the message, "Sorry, the number you have dialed is not in service. Please try again later." Rong Yan had hurriedly packed her belongings and returned to her hometown. After a restful night at home, she felt rejuvenated. The news of her pregnancy had weighed heavily on her, leaving her in a persistent state of distress. Taking a weekend to return? Now that you've got money, are you indulging yourself? Her grandmother scolded while tending to vegetables at the door, shooing away a sneaky cat. Rong Yan quietly washed dishes in the kitchen, listening in silence. Despite her grandmother's stern demeanor, she found solace in returning home during troubling times. "I'm not busy lately. I just came to check on you. The fare isn't expensive, and I will earn money again." That's not how it works. You can't spend freely. Marriage and childbirth come with costs. I'm getting old and can't help you much, but you must rely on yourself. I understand, Grandma. After dinner, Rong Yan helped her grandmother in the vegetable garden until evening before heading home. On her way, she unexpectedly encountered Aunt Lu, who wore a gossipy expression and greeted her with a mysterious smile. Rong, someone is looking for you at the village entrance. You should go see." "Looking for me? Who?" Rong Yan inquired as she headed toward the village entrance, her basket on her back. A crowd had gathered, many familiar faces drawn by curiosity. Upon seeing her, someone exclaimed, "She's here." Various gazes fell upon her. Curiosity, scrutiny, doubt, mockery, much like how they once regarded her mother. A luxurious Rolls-Royce stood in stark contrast to the dilapidated village, becoming the source of suspicion among the villagers. Rong Yan felt a surge of anger. What was Chi Jingyuan doing here? Upon spotting her, he rolled down the car window, his noble face strikingly indifferent. "Get in the car." Rong Yan glanced at her muddy shoes, her pant legs stained, feeling a wave of embarrassment. Nevertheless, she straightened her back. "Mr. Chi, this isn't a suitable place for conversation. Perhaps you should return home and discuss matters once we are back in the city." She could disregard the whispers of others. But her grandmother was elderly and should not be distressed. "You have half an hour to gather your things." After speaking, the window rolled up. Rong Yan clenched her jaw, hurrying home under the watchful eyes of the villagers to bathe, change, and prepare her belongings. "Grandma, a colleague from the company is here to see me. I must return for a meeting." She dared not mention Chi Jingyuan's identity, fabricating an excuse instead. "A colleague?" Her grandmother's expression turned serious. "Is this colleague a man? And does he drive a luxury car?" Someone's loose lips had already informed her grandmother. Rong Yan felt her anxiety deepen and feigned busyness. It's perfectly normal for a colleague to be male. It's nothing unusual for someone wealthy to drive an expensive car. Her grandmother fell silent, beginning to repeat her concerns. "You better behave and don't get involved in dubious activities. Know your place." "I understand, Grandma. I won't do anything wrong. Please trust me." Her grandmother emerged with a basket of eggs. "Stop being stingy. Eat and drink well. All right?" Rong Yan smiled, embracing her. Who said I was indulging myself yesterday? She stepped outside, the Rolls-Royce still waiting, with an increasing number of villagers gathering around. Upon seeing her, someone asked who the man in the car was. Rong Yan casually replied, a colleague, before opening the door and getting in. The car proceeded steadily toward the city as night fell. Rong Yan's heart began to race. What was Chi Jingyuan up to, summoning her back on a weekend? Surely it couldn't be for company matters? If not business, then what could it be? Surely not. Rong Yan clenched her fists. After a long silence, she finally spoke. Mr. Chi, could you please call me directly next time instead of waiting for me at the village entrance? Not only does it waste your time, but it also creates an uncomfortable situation. Is that acceptable? Chi Jingyuan scoffed coldly. Are you sure you can get through? Rong Yan quickly took out her phone, feeling a bit embarrassed. I'm sorry, I've been busy since I got home and didn't check my phone. It's out of battery. Chi Jingyuan fell silent. 2 hours later, the car stopped in an upscale shopping mall. Chi Jingyuan opened the door and stepped out, while Rong Yan secretly sighed in relief, thankful it wasn't. What was she thinking? After a brief moment of distraction, she got out of the car as well. They traversed through the bustling ground floor and took the VIP elevator to the top floor, where they arrived at an exquisitely decorated restaurant that clearly exuded opulence. Order whatever you like, he said. Chapter 20. I bear responsibility. Rong Yan was just feeling hungry when she noticed that even the cheapest steak cost 988 yuan, which made her feel nauseous. Determined to give the boss a hefty bill, she ordered the 888 yuan steak instead. Chi Jingyuan also ordered steak, along with a vegetable salad, corn soup, and fresh fruit pudding. After placing their orders, they sat in silence. Rong Yan lowered her gaze, unwilling to offend the boss. Summoning her courage, she poured him some water and handed him a napkin, fulfilling her duties as an employee. Chi Jingyuan's gaze was piercing, his voice soft. Are you still upset about what happened last time? Rong Yan shook her head. I'm just a minor employee. I wouldn't dare be angry with my superior. You're overthinking it. Mr. Chi Jingyuan observed her slightly pouting lips and raised an eyebrow. She claimed not to be angry, yet her emotions were plainly written on her face. At that moment, the waiter began serving their meals, and soon the table was filled. As Chi Jingyuan sliced his steak, he inquired, Don't you have anything to say to me? Rong Yan hesitated. What was there to say? About what happened in the rental apartment. She merely wished to put it behind her, but he seemed intent on maintaining this transactional relationship. Did he want her to express her stance on the matter? She set down her knife and fork, her expression calm, but her voice trembling. I'm sorry, Mr. Chi, but I have made it clear that I will not agree to a monthly arrangement. If you continue to press me, then I have no choice but to. To what? After a long pause, she finally uttered the two words, resign. Chi Jingyuan appeared somewhat taken aback, slowly lifting his head. Did you think this was about that? Then what? Rong Yan asked, puzzled. Chi Jingyuan put down his utensils. Why didn't you tell me about the pregnancy? Clatter. Rong Yan's fork fell to the floor. The nearby waiter promptly replaced it, and after Rong Yan calmed her nerves, she explained, there is no need to mention it. You need not take it to heart, Mr. Chi. Why? We agreed on a clear exchange, each going their own way. You paid, and the remaining matters are mine to handle. Rest assured, I will manage this well without implicating you. You have no reason to worry about it affecting your life. Is this why you secretly scheduled the surgery? Rong Yan's eyes widened. How did he know everything? Let's eat first. She lacked an appetite, but not wanting to waste food, she reluctantly picked up her knife and fork, awkwardly attempting to cut the beef. Did he even know how to eat Western cuisine? She couldn't even slice a steak properly. A couple of patrons passing by snickered at her, judging her for not knowing how to eat in such a place. Feeling embarrassed, she dared not look at Chi Jingyuan. Waiter, what's wrong with this knife? The steak is impossible to cut. Is this how you provide service? The waiter hurriedly apologized. The manager soon arrived, offering apologies and attempting to placate Chi Jingyuan. Furthermore, if your establishment continues to allow just anyone in, ruining the dining experience, I will reconsider my investment here. The manager's expression stiffened as he quickly dialed the owner's number. Moments later, the owner arrived with 2 customers to apologize. I apologize, Mr. Chi. I didn't realize it was you. Please forgive my indiscretion. Chi Jingyuan didn't even lift his gaze. You should apologize to her. The 2 patrons hurriedly apologized to Rong Yan, their demeanor so eager that they would have gladly knelt before her. She responded that she wasn't angry, and only then did the owner lead the 2 customers away, offering to comp their bill. Rong Yan looked at Chi Jingyuan, feeling a twinge of gratitude. The big boss was actually defending her. Although perhaps it was because her embarrassment reflected on him as well, she still felt deeply moved. As their plates were cleared, Chi Jingyuan methodically sliced her steak. His movements were graceful and fluid, and soon enough, he placed the perfectly cut beef before her. Eat. If it's not enough, we can order more. Rong Yan quickly nodded. That's enough, really. After dining, they descended, got into the car, and it felt as if a century had passed before they finally arrived at the entrance of Anshin Garden. Rong Yan eagerly expressed her gratitude and opened the door to exit. A firm grip caught her wrist. Turning back, she met Chi Jingyuan's deep-set gaze. Tomorrow morning at 9, bring your ID and household registration book. Rong Yan breathed a sigh of relief, grateful he didn't want her to come upstairs. Eager to escape to a place where she could breathe freely, she nodded and hurriedly ran off. Perhaps due to her pregnancy. She washed up and went to bed early that night. The next morning, she left home to find the familiar Rolls-Royce parked by the road. Approaching the car, the window rolled down, revealing Chi Jingyuan's calm expression. Get in. Rong Yan opened the back door and sat inside. Did you bring the ID photos? She nodded, feeling puzzled. Mr. Chi, are we going to discuss something? I have matters to attend to this afternoon, and am not sure if I can make it. Chi Jingyuan replied coolly, listen. I'll only say this once. Rong Yan quickly pulled out a notebook, ready to take notes, eager to appear diligent. Chi Jingyuan stated flatly, put the notebook away. Rong Yan obediently tucked the notebook away. He looked into her eyes. Regardless of our prior arrangements, this child is my responsibility. You cannot unilaterally terminate the pregnancy. Rong Yan responded, okay, wait, what? She was somewhat stunned, doubting her hearing. After confirming, she shook her head. Mr. T, while the child is indeed your responsibility, it is also mine. I do not wish to keep the baby. Why? Can I speak honestly? What do you think? Then it's permissible to speak. Rong Yan thought for a moment, summoning her courage to speak. I am still in my probationary period, and being pregnant makes it difficult to secure a permanent position. Chi Jingyuan raised an eyebrow. The company values talent above all. If you excel, your pregnancy will not diminish your capabilities. Do you understand? Understood, so it's about merit. I'm still young, unmarried, and lack the means to support a child or the energy to raise one. That's one reason, but not the fundamental one, right? True to his role as a boss, he could always discern the essence of an issue. After a moment of silence, Rong Yan calmly stated, Mr. Chi, you were not raised in the countryside, so you may not comprehend the harsh judgments of village life. If I were to give birth, my child would bear the stigma of being a bastard, facing humiliation, scorn, and ridicule throughout their life. Rather than subjecting her to such a fate, it is better not to bring her into this world. Chi Jingyuan remarked, Did I ever suggest you become a mistress? Rong Yan was taken aback, retorting, Then what? He tossed a contract onto the table before her. Chi Jingyuan's tone was calm and indifferent. I will marry you. Chapter 21. This wife is quite impressive. The news of the marriage would not be made public. You will give birth to the child, and after 6 months, you can choose to divorce. The child will belong to the Chi family and be raised by them. I will give you a sum of money as compensation. Rong Yan perused the thick contract in her hands, marveling at the detailed provisions. She couldn't help but silently praise the exceptional legal team backing such a prosperous enterprise. Upon seeing the figure, she silently counted the zeros. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 200 million. To give birth to this child, he offered her 200 million. Rong Yan counted once more. Indeed, it was 200 million. She swallowed hard. You offer 200 million for me to bear this child. Do you not fear that once born, we first conduct a paternity test? If the child is not mine, you shall receive not a penny. If the child is mine, the contract will be executed as promised. I will give you 10 minutes to consider. If you agree, we shall proceed to the Civil Affairs Bureau now. 10 minutes. Could you grant me a little more time to ponder? What is there to be unclear about? Rong Yan shook her head. Setting aside everything else, this 200 million was simply impossible for her to refuse, not to mention that the child within her was also hers. Deep down, she hoped for its safe arrival. Yet, this was her marriage after all, and she wished to deliberate with caution. If there is nothing unclear, let us go and obtain the certificate. The vehicle, unbeknownst to her, had already arrived at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Chi Jingyuan opened the door and stepped out, with Rong Yan hastily following. Surprisingly, the Civil Affairs Bureau was open on the weekend. They truly exerted great efforts to boost the marriage rate. The queue was short, and they were soon called to the counter. submitting documents, registering, taking photos, and receiving the certificate, all proceeded with astonishing speed. As she held the red booklet in her hand, Rong Yan suddenly felt a sense of unreality. Had she truly gotten married? Just like that, in such an inexplicable manner? Chi Jingyuan was on the phone, his pace brisk. Rong Yan watched his retreating figure and hurried to catch up. After hanging up, he looked back at her. I have matters to attend to. Suchun will drive you back. He pulled out a card and handed it to her. Move your belongings to my place. The main door code is 0106. The same as the card's pin. Rong Yan was taken aback. I to move? Actually, I find my current place quite convenient, perhaps. Chi Jingyuan remained silent, maintaining his initial demeanor. Rong Yan lowered her head. All right, Mr. Chi, I will comply. However, I shall forego the card. Since this is a contractual obligation, it would be better to keep matters clear. Chi Jingyuan continued to gaze at her. His penetrating stare made her feel uneasy, and she quickly accepted the card. See what you lack. Purchase whatever you desire. Do not hesitate. Understood. Mr. Chi Jingyuan thought, what a peculiar wife I have. A faint smile tugged at his lips, yet he refrained from saying anything more as he entered another vehicle, swiftly disappearing into the distance. In the car, Zhuo Ran looked at the red booklet in Chi Jingyuan's hands with astonishment. You truly got married. To such a young girl. TSK. Do you not think you acted rather impulsively? Zhuo Ran inquired. I have never seen you make such a bold and absurd decision. Chi Jingyuan nonchalantly tucked away the marriage certificate. She is pregnant. I must take responsibility. Spare me. Mingzhu has liked you for 10 years. Yet I have never seen you take responsibility for that relationship. Chi Jingyuan lit a cigarette, staring out the window in silence. He contemplated that pregnant women should avoid secondhand smoke, and that he ought to quit smoking. Moreover, the contract stated that after giving birth, she could choose to divorce, indicating he wished to give her the opportunity for choice, rather than confining her with the child. Zhuo Ran, a well-known lawyer in the industry and legal advisor to the prosperous, was also Chi Jingyuan's best friend. Only he knew that this seemingly cold, composed, and wise corporate leader harbored an undisclosed side. She was still young. It would be unfair to bind her for life with a child. Amidst the swirling smoke, Chi Jingyuan explained quietly. Zhuo Ran chuckled, shaking his head, and chose to remain silent. Rong Yan followed Su Cheng to Wanxin home. She had few belongings, packing only some essentials. Su Cheng assisted her in loading them into the car, which then drove towards the most discreetly luxurious residential area in Anqing. An hour later, the Rolls-Royce stopped in front of a white villa marked Tingyuan. The Nordic-style standalone villa was quaint yet mysterious, with a tall sycamore tree shading the entrance and the lawn adorned with exquisite and rare potted plants. Su Cheng led Rong Yan inside. Madam, this is Wang Ma. Su Cheng pointed to a kind and amiable middle-aged woman at the door. In the future, Wang Ma will be responsible for your and the sir's meals. This is Butler Su. He gestured to another tall and spirited middle-aged man. The cleaning and household chores will be handled by others who will come periodically. They do not reside in the villa. Rong Yan nodded. Thank you all for your hard work. If there is anything unclear, I hope for your understanding. Wang Ma and Butler Su were taken aback, quickly responding, Madam, not at all. It is no trouble. For so many years, the sir had only brought back this one woman, and she was so polite and gracious without any airs. It truly surprised them. Su Cheng led Rong Yan upstairs. The wooden, antiquated spiral staircase, the dazzling chandelier, and the exquisite yet tasteful decor were infinitely superior to the luxurious homes depicted on television. The villa was spacious. After a few minutes of walking upstairs, they finally reached the door of the room. Madam, you will reside here from now on. Su Cheng set down her belongings, standing at the door awaiting further instructions. Rong Yan glanced around the room. A 2-meter-wide bed, a walk-in closet, a bathroom, a bathtub, a vanity, and even a small study for reading tea on the terrace. Everything was understated, yet exuded luxury. She estimated that just this room nearly equaled the area of her 4 rental apartments. How wonderful it was to have money. Time was rather tight, and her closet was only partially filled. Other brands would deliver more items in the coming days. If you need anything, you can inform Wang Ma or me at any time. Rong Yan glanced at the closet. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter attire, sleepwear. Various styles of shoes and bags were already quite comprehensive. No need to trouble yourselves. I will wear my own clothes. After giving birth, she would leave. These items were not hers, so there was no need to buy so many. This is the sir's instruction. All right. That statement left her with no room to argue. She dare not reason with Chi Jingyuan. Shifting her gaze, Rong Yan noticed the neatly arranged men's clothing across from the closet. Is Mr. Chi's clothing also kept here? Su Chang smiled. Of course, this is originally the Sir's room. Her breath suddenly hitched. She hesitantly asked, was this arranged by Mr. Chi? Su Chang pondered. The Sir did not mention moving to another room, so we brought everything here. Chapter 22. The boss's lunchbox, Rong Yan. Now her breath became even more labored. Previously, she had only considered the matters of marriage and childbirth, but had overlooked something more significant. They were married, and did that mean they would share a bed? The thought of lying in the same bed as Chi Jingyuan filled her with an inexplicable fear, making her wish to leave this place immediately. However, the Sir occasionally stays here. Sometimes he resides at Haidang Bay, Su Chang added. Rong Yan nodded, feeling somewhat reassured. She did not wish to know what Haidang Bay was like or if there were others there. From the moment they obtained the certificate until now, she was acutely aware of her mission, to give birth to the child and secure the 200 million. Thus, in another sense, Chi Jingyuan remained her superior. She had merely changed the nature of her work. As an employee, she understood her place, what should be done and what should not, adhering to her duties, fulfilling her KPIs. These were her only tasks moving forward. Rong Yan canceled the surgery schedule for the afternoon. Su Chang guided her through the villa. That evening, Wang Ma prepared a meal of 3 dishes and a soup: pepper salt beef, fluffy shrimp egg custard, braised lamb chops, and winter melon clam soup. After dinner, Rong Yan returned to her room. After freshening up, she gazed at the expansive 2-meter-wide bed, feeling a sense of anxiety. Would Chi Jingyuan come over tonight? After a long internal struggle, she succumbed to fatigue and fell into a deep sleep on the soft, comfortable bed. When she awoke in the morning, she found herself alone. The bed was cold. It seemed he had not returned. Rong Yan breathed a sigh of relief. After having breakfast, Su Chang was already waiting outside, claiming he would drive her to work. Rong Yan felt somewhat speechless. Arriving at the company in a Rolls-Royce would undoubtedly land her on the headlines tomorrow, not just for the company, but for the entire nation. Noticing her embarrassment, Su Chang kindly suggested there are several other cars in the garage. Would you prefer to switch? Rong Yan recalled the Ferrari, Aston Martin, Bentley, and Maybach inside. Ultimately, she decided against it. It was all the same in the end. If things got too uncomfortable, she could always get out early. Sue, don't you need to pick up General Manager Chi? She inquired in the car. General Manager Chi is on a business trip to France for an important meeting that will last 3 days. He wants to be back in the country for the next week. Su Chang replied. Rong Yan was taken aback. No wonder he and T returned last night. He was away on business. This meant she could enjoy a week of leisure without her boss around. She felt an immense sense of relief. As they arrived, Su Chang handed her a black and white lunchbox. This is what the gentleman instructed. From now on, your meals will be the same as his. Prepared by Wang Ma in the morning for you to take to the company. Isn't there a cafeteria? It seems unnecessary to go through all this trouble, she protested. The gentleman insists that food from outside is not clean and is harmful to the child. The ingredients at home are sourced from our own farm or air freighted from abroad. Su Chang explained. All right then, for the child's sake, I can't refuse. At noon, Lin Xiaoxiao came to the marketing department looking for a lunch companion. Rong Yan put down her documents, feeling a twinge of guilt. Sorry, Xiaoxiao, but I can't join you in the cafeteria anymore. My stomach isn't well, so I'll be bringing my own meals. Wow, you can cook? That's quite rare. Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her interest piqued. Quick, show me what you're having. That might not be appropriate. Rong Yan hesitated. What's inappropriate? Just let me see. I want to witness your culinary skills. Unable to resist, Rong Yan took out the lunchbox and opened it. Despite being packed in the morning, the dishes were still steaming hot. The moment she lifted the lid, a delightful aroma filled the entire office, drawing the attention of many. Wow, Yan, you brought your own lunch. It smells amazing. What are you eating? It's so fragrant. Who knew we had such a talented cook in our department? However, as everyone caught sight of the food inside the box, their expressions shifted from curiosity to astonishment. There were braised abalone, pan-seared beef ribs, corn, and rib soup, alongside a small bowl of bird's nest. Yan, did you win the lottery? Lin Xiaoxiao gasped in shock. Rong Yan awkwardly closed the box. Not all. I just thought I'd de-treat myself since my stomach isn't feeling well. That's true. You're too thin. You need to nourish yourself. Just then, Ran Xiaoyan suddenly recalled something and pointed at the lunchbox. I remember now. This lunchbox is identical to General Manager Chi's. She appeared excited, her cheeks slightly flushed. It really is. I saw the assistant delivering this type of lunchbox to the top floor. A colleague chimed in. Hearing this, Shun Mingzhu, who was passing by, paused. She first glanced at the lunchbox and then followed her gaze to its owner, Rong Yan. Rong Yan pressed down on the lunchbox, chuckling awkwardly as she explained. I just bought it casually. It's probably just a similar style. No way. It's clearly the same brand. This brand is super expensive. They say it has some high-tech features. Just this box costs 4 digits, and it's a limited edition. Ran Xiaoyan exclaimed, her surprise growing. Rong Yan felt even more embarrassed as she attempted to clarify. It might just be a replica. This is definitely not a replica. It has a trademark. I would bet my life on it that this is genuine. At this point, the way everyone looked at Rong Yan shifted subtly. A new employee in the company splurging on a lunchbox identical to the boss's was not lost on anyone, and the implications were clear. Rong Yan clenched her hands, momentarily at a loss for words. Shun Mingzhu, standing by the entrance, smiled. This is indeed a high-quality replica. It doesn't cost much. Instead of discussing lunchboxes here, why don't we head to the cafeteria early? If we delay, the ribs will be gone. The steamed ribs from the cafeteria were exceptional and always sold out quickly. Sister Mingzhu, welcome back. The crowd greeted her enthusiastically before hurrying out of the office. Shun Mingzhu turned her gentle gaze towards Rong Yan, casually picking up the label next to the lunchbox and fiddling with it. Even if you bought the same lunchbox as the boss, it's perfectly fine. That's your right. ISNT it? Rong Yan, unfamiliar with her, followed the other's lead and replied, Hello, Sister Mingzhu. Thank you for helping me out. You're welcome. At your age, having some fantasies is normal. As long as you don't let those fantasies cloud your judgment and jeopardize your promising future. Do you understand what I'm saying? Rong Yan nodded, realizing the underlying message. Was she hinting that it was acceptable to like Chi Jingyuan, but one should not overstep boundaries? Just know that and enjoy your meal. Shun Mingzhu tossed aside the label, withdrawing her condescension as she left on her 8-centimeter heels. In the afternoon, Rong Yan messaged Lin Xiaoxiao. Who is that Mingzhu from earlier? You don't know Sister Mingzhu? She asked the closest person to the big boss, the head of the president's office, General Manager Chi's assistant. No one can afford to offend her. They say she has known him for over 10 years, and they have a very close relationship. Some even say, what are they saying? They say they're actually in a romantic relationship, but they just haven't acknowledged it yet. The families have already tacitly accepted it, and marriage is just a matter of time. No wonder she had said those things to her. Ayan, was that lunchbox really made by you? Lin Xiaoxiao asked. Yes, why? Nothing, just saw how good it looked and got a bit envious. Could you make me one tomorrow? After work. Rong Yan returned home to a table full of exquisite and delicious dishes, but hesitated to pick up her chopsticks. Madam, is the food not to your liking? Wang Ma inquired as she ladled soup into a bowl. Wang Ma, please don't prepare breakfast for me tomorrow. I'll eat in the cafeteria, Rong Yan replied. Wang Ma glanced at Su Guanjia, looking somewhat embarrassed. Madam, this is what the gentleman instructed. We cannot cancel it without permission. Perhaps you should discuss it with him? Rong Yan took out her phone, only to remember that she had deleted his WeChat. Forget it. She didn't even know what to say to Chi Jingyuan. She might as well endure the meal for now. Then could you prepare 2 servings for me tomorrow? Of course, no problem. Wang Ma replied happily, heading to the kitchen. The next afternoon, Rong Yan gave the other lunchbox to Lin Xiaoxiao, and they found a quiet spot to enjoy their meal. Wow, stir-fried shrimp with broccoli, tomato beef stew, wild mushroom chicken soup, and fruit. Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she took a bite. This is delicious, Ayan. Your cooking skills are incredible. But weren't you from the countryside? How can you make so many dishes? Rong Yan understood her skepticism was merely a test of her culinary prowess. I didn't know how to cook before, but I learned by following recipes. What can I say? I'm just naturally clever. Lin Xiaoxiao burst into laughter. Moments later, she picked up something from the chicken soup. This ISN tea truffle, is it? Wild ones are so expensive. Where did you get the money? Who said it's wild? It's cultivated. I bought it online. Rong Yan replied. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded, choosing to remain silent as she continued to eat. At that moment, a group of sharply dressed individuals passed by in the opposite corridor. Rong Yan caught a glimpse of the man at the front, clad in a white shirt. His expression warm and a smile playing on his lips. He bore an uncanny resemblance to Shun Yan from her memories. Rong Yan felt a rush of blood to her head. Her hand trembled slightly around her spoon. Is that Brother Shun? Is he here at Shangshi too? Wasn't he a professor at the university? What's he doing here? No, it can't be. She rubbed her eyes, hoping to see more clearly. Although her heart yearned for him, fear also gripped her. What was she so engrossed in? Nothing. Rong Yan withdrew her gaze, haphazardly shoving food into her mouth. The once sweet and fragrant meal had become as tasteless as chewing wax at that moment. Meanwhile, Shan Yan, having reached the corner, suddenly halted and glanced towards Rong Yan's direction. Is something wrong, Professor Shin? Is there an issue with the research report? Shun Yan smiled lightly and shook his head. No. Let's go. In that fleeting moment, he seemed to have caught a glimpse of Yan. Since that incident, he had lost all contact with her. She had deleted him and stopped using her phone card, returning home occasionally without a trace of news about her. Ultimately, she must have come to despise him. Shun Yan lowered his gaze to the bracelet on his wrist, a sudden wave of sorrow washing over him. Days passed, one after another, and soon a month had slipped by. During this time, Rong Yan had gained a bit of weight under Wang Ma's care. Her complexion had brightened, losing much of its pallor and gaining a rosy glow. Her figure had become more curvaceous. In this month, she had not seen Chi Jingyuan's face even once. According to Su Chung, after wrapping up matters in France, he had gone to Australia with no determined return date. Once he finished his tasks, he received a call from Lin Xiao. Yan, I'm waiting for you downstairs. Come down when you're ready. Maybe I shouldn't go after all. How can you say that? The other party is bringing a male companion, and I'll be alone. It will be quite awkward. Besides, there has nothing to do at home tonight. Just think of it as enjoying a free dinner and keeping me company, okay? Lin Xiao was meeting a friend she had met online, who mentioned bringing a companion, prompting her to think of Rong Yan. Just consider it a chance to meet new people. You're single too, and who knows? You might just find your prince charming. Forget it. Life isn't a drama. All right then, but I'm only responsible for eating. Everything else is on you. Sure, no problem. The restaurant was one that the other party had booked, a well-known musical dining venue with a charming ambience and decent cuisine, bustling with patrons. Lin Xiao led Rong Yan to a quiet corner, and upon raising her eyes, she spotted a handsome man. Lin Xiao quickly greeted him. After settling in, they introduced themselves. The man was named Chi, a doctor who had met Lin Xiao online and had been chatting for 2 months. Chi was somewhat reserved and shy, occasionally blushing, while Lin Xiao was the quintessential social butterfly, keeping the conversation flowing harmoniously. By the way, is your friend not coming? Yes, here. He just went out to take a call. Chi turned his gaze and waved at the newcomer. Upon seeing Chi, Shin Yan waved back. His gaze shifted, and he caught sight of Rong Yan quietly sipping juice in the corner. Their eyes met, and for a brief moment, the juice in her hand nearly spilled. Are you all right? Lin Xiao hurriedly wiped the table. I'm fine. Rong Yan clenched her fist, silently drinking her juice. It's been a long time, Yan. Shin Yan's ambiguous gaze fell upon Rong Yan. He had not seen her for ages. Even in his dreams, she lingered. If longing could make a sound, it would surely be deafening by now. It has been a while, Professor. Shun. After exchanging greetings, Rong Yan lowered her head to continue sipping her juice. Shun Yan's expression darkened slightly as he inquired, How have you been all these years? Rong Yan nodded. Pretty well. Shun Yan nodded in return. That's good. The atmosphere between them felt peculiar, and Lin Xiao, sensing the tension, seized a momentary silence to interject, Professor Shun, I'm also your student. Why did you only greet Yan and not me? Shun Yan smiled gently. Lin, it's been a long time. Chi, sitting beside them, looked astonished. You two know each other? Of course we do. Lin Xiao responded. Professor Shun from university. Oh wait, now he is Professor Shin. He was undeniably handsome, talented, and had overshadowed even the campus heartthrobs. When they first enrolled, curiosity about Professor Shin led them to pay a premium for elective courses just to observe him. Who would have thought that this professor was acquainted with Rong Yan? Not only did they know each other, but they had also once been neighbors. It was said that when Rong Yan was young, she nearly faced a dire consequence at the hands of her mother, and it was Shun Yan who had rushed her to the hospital, saving her life. The world truly is small. Lin Xiao, with her social prowess, quickly revived the conversation, and they chatted amiably. Meanwhile, Rong Yan remained absorbed in her meal. Don't just eat. Have more vegetables. Shun Yan placed a piece of boneless fish into her plate. Rong Yan glanced up, catching sight of the bracelet adorning his wrist. Professor, that bracelet is lovely. May I have a link? Lin Xiao inquired. Shin Yan looked at Rong Yan. There's no link. It was a gift from a friend years ago, and I've worn it ever since. Oh, how unfortunate. Rong Yan remained silent, her mind elsewhere as she continued to eat. Accidentally, her chopsticks grabbed the fish, and upon tasting it, nausea surged within her. She excused herself for fresh air and stepped outside. The cold breeze gradually alleviated her discomfort. "Watch out!" A drunken man swung a bottle toward her. But Shun Yin quickly caught her, preventing a potentially grievous accident. Rong Yin stumbled slightly, nearly falling into his embrace, but she steadied herself. "Thank you," she said, pulling away from his grip. "Yin, have you really been well all these years?" Shun Yin's gaze bore a weight of unspoken words. "I've been well, Professor Shun." Shun Yin let out a bitter smile. "If we're truly well, you wouldn't still call me Professor Shun. Back then, I was young and naive, unaware of our differing statuses. Please don't hold it against me, Professor." Rong Yan's head hung low, a wave of bitterness swelling within her. "See, you're still holding it against me. Yin, the things I said that day. There's no need to speak further, Professor. I'm educated and understand well. I possess a modicum of pride and dignity." She interrupted him. "As an illegitimate daughter, I indeed do not deserve someone like you." Shun Yin sighed. "So, you don't resent me, but rather hate me, correct?" Rong Yan fell silent. Had that incident not occurred, perhaps she would have continued to harbor feelings for him, feelings that would have faded with time. However, that event shattered her pride and her affection, leaving her unable to, nor daring to, love him again. In their childhood, Shun Yin had lived in the same alley. His family was affluent, and their home was beautiful, with him often passing by her house on his way to school. One day, upon returning home, he found her lying on the damp ground, bloodied from her mother's beating, unable to even cry out. He had bravely intervened, taking her to the hospital and saving her life. From that moment on, she had unconsciously relied on him, following him and calling him Shun Yin Gij. Shun Yin was kind. Unlike other children, he never bullied her, nor did he take her money or call her names. Instead, he patiently taught her to read, shared snacks with her, and stood up for her when others tormented her. He was like a beam of light, illuminating her otherwise bleak existence. Later, she moved back to her hometown with her mother, and they lost contact. It wasn't until their reunion at university that she found him transformed into a legendary figure at university. A teacher who rarely lectured and primarily dedicated his time to research. Upon discovering that Rong Yan was also at a university, he resumed caring for her as he had in childhood, offering her lessons, inviting her to business events, buying her food, and accompanying her on shopping trips. Others often mistakenly assumed they were a couple, to which he would gently clarify, "This is my sister. Please refrain from making jokes that might frighten her." Realizing her feelings for him, Rong Yan, who had always been passive, began to change herself, donning dresses, applying makeup, straightening her hair, and even preparing breakfast for him. However, their distance always fluctuated, sometimes close, sometimes far. This state persisted until their senior year. One day, her mother fell down the stairs and was urgently taken to the hospital. Time was of the essence, and surgery was required. She searched high and low among relatives and friends, but not a single person was willing to lend her money. Her grandmother had saved diligently over the years, accumulating merely 20,000, still short by nearly 100,000. In desperation, feeling lost and helpless, she dialed Shun Yan's number. Shun Yan did not answer. He was always busy and likely hadn't even glanced at his phone. She hastily hailed a taxi and rushed to the laboratory, only to overhear a conversation between him and a colleague. "That girl, Yin, has clung to you for 4 years. Aren't you tired of it?" The colleague joked. Shun Yan fiddled with the materials in his hands and replied, "Not at all." The colleague continued teasingly, "Is it that your patience is exceptionally strong? But do you have other thoughts?" At this, Shun Yan paused, looking up at his colleague. He smiled, a smile that held ambiguous meaning, and said, "Other thoughts, perhaps. But with a family like ours, one must marry someone of equal status. A girl like her, an illegitimate child, probably." He did not finish his sentence, but the colleague understood perfectly. "Professor Shun, let me remind you, that girl seems gentle, but is actually proud. If you're not intending to be with her for the long term, you should not toy with her feelings. It's best to clarify things sooner rather than later." Shun Yan laughed, saying, "Don't worry, she won't leave me. She likes me so much that as long as I beckon her with a finger, she'll return to my side." But what he meant by "as long as," he could not articulate, for at that moment he saw Rong Yan at the door of the laboratory. "Yin, about what you just heard. I'm sorry, I heard every word, loud and clear." Rong Yan's expression was cold and stubborn. yet her eyes betrayed a hint of pain. So, he looked down upon her identity. So, he was merely playing with her. Yin, things are not as you imagine. Let me explain. Actually, do you have even a smidgen of affection for me? Or is it merely a liking for this body? Rong Yan grasped his sleeve, smiling as she met his gaze. Then how about this? You give me 100,000, and I will accompany you for the night. Xinyan was taken aback. Do you know what you were saying? What? Is that not what you were thinking? She inhaled deeply, stifling her tears. As long as Professor Shun was willing to lend her 100,000, she would do whatever it took, even sleep with him. Suddenly, his palm struck her cheek. His chest heaved violently, as if deeply angered. What? Do you wish to be as debased as your mother? Everything I have taught you over the years. Where has it all gone? She forced a smile. It seems Professor Shun is dissatisfied with this transaction. Turning away, she seized a passing male classmate. Classmate, 100,000 for a night's company. Are you in? In the next moment, Shunyan swept her up in his arms and hurled her against the wall. Her head struck the surface, and the tears she had held back all night finally streamed down her face. Kneeling before Shunyan, like a beggar, she clutched his pant leg. Professor Shun, I beg you, I just need 100,000. I truly only need 100,000. I will be obedient. I will keep my distance and never see you again. In response, Shunyan's voice was icy. Get lost. I never want to see you again. Later, Rong Yan was unable to gather the 100,000. The hospital continued to attempt to save her mother, but her injuries were too severe and she ultimately did not survive. That night, she lost her mother and her love. Shunyan gazed at Rong Yan before him. Again that night, I did not know that the 100,000 was to save your mother, nor did I realize you were at your wit's end. The words you spoke were simply out of heartbreak, intended to provoke me and test my reaction. I am sorry. It is fine. It is all in the past. Professor Shun need not dwell on it. The wind blew a bit too fiercely, causing Rong Yan to feel cold as she turned to walk toward the dining room. At the corner, she happened upon Chi Jingyuan, Shun Mingzhu, and Rong Yuanzhou approaching from another direction. Brother, what are you doing here? Shun Mingzhu exclaimed, surprised to see Shun Yan. Rong Yan looked up and noticed Chi Jingyuan beside Shun Mingzhu. He has returned? When did he come back? Steeling herself, she stepped forward to greet them politely. Good evening. Mr. Chi, hello, Sister Mingzhu. Good evening, Dr. Rong. Oh, it's you. Shun Mingzhu finally noticed the girl beside her brother and was somewhat taken aback. You two know each other? Shun Yan explained, this is my student, Rong Yan. He then extended his hand toward Chi Jingyuan. Mr. Chi, I did not expect to encounter you here. Chi Jingyuan shook hands with him, replying, Professor Shun, this is Dr. Rong Yuanzhou. Rong Yuanzhou nodded in acknowledgement. The table for four felt a bit cramped, and the waiter promptly upgraded them to the largest VIP room available. Lin Xiaoxiao observed the situation before her, somewhat bewildered. She had not checked the calendar before going out today and felt that everything was going awry. First, she ran into her teacher during a blind date, and now she had encountered her boss and superior. What stroke of bad luck. Now, a blind date had turned into a social obligation, causing her heart to race. She glanced at Rong Yan, who seemed lost in thought, her head lowered as she drank juice. The juice quickly reached its bottom, without any juice left. Lin Xiaoxiao thought to pour her some wine. This fruit wine had a low alcohol content and was not intoxicating. As she reached for the glass to pour for Rong Yan, Rong Yuanzhou quickly intervened. She should stick to juice. Girls should drink less alcohol. He took the glass from Lin Xiaoxiao and poured a cup of orange juice instead. Thank you, Dr. Rong. Rong Yan felt warmth in her heart. Is your health better now? Rong Yuanzhou had learned from the hospital that she had not undergone surgery, but it was not the right occasion to ask. Much better. I see you are indeed much improved. Your complexion is better, and your face looks fuller. Rong Yuanzhou joked. Rong Yan blushed, somewhat embarrassed as she glanced at Chi Jingyuan. It's just that Wang Ma's cooking is too good. It would be impossible not to gain weight. Shun Yan tightened his grip on his glass, his gaze flitting between Rong Yan and Rong Yuanzhou. Are you two quite familiar? Very familiar. At least 8/10 familiar, right? Rong Yuanzhou teased. Rong Yan chuckled softly, lowering her head to continue sipping her juice. Shun Yan fell silent, his eyes fixated on Rong Yan, seemingly eager to understand the nature of her relationship with Rong Yuanzhou. Professor Shun, let us drink. Chi Jingyuan withdrew his gaze from Rong Yan, and Shun Yan promptly raised his glass. So, you both are students of Professor Shen and just happen to work at Shengshi? Upon realizing this connection, Shun Mingzhu leaned toward Chi Jingyuan, smiling brightly. Yuan, Tonight's gathering is quite amusing. And what about you, Mingzhu? Are you and Mr. Chi here for a social obligation? Shun Yin inquired. Social obligation? It's a date. Of course. Shun Mingzhu playfully added a piece of fish to Chi Jingyuan's plate, teasingly probing for his reaction. Ah Yuan, pass me the wine. I want a drink. Chi Jingyuan handed her the bottle of red wine, gently advising, drink less. There's an important meeting tomorrow morning. You cannot afford to let alcohol interfere. Got it. You're the one who loves to meddle in my affairs. Look, my brother hasn't said a word. Shun Mingzhu playfully stuck out her tongue at him, taking a gentle sip of the red wine. Shun Yin chuckled. My brother cannot manage you. I only hope that one day Mr. Chi will take you in hand, allowing me some peace. Chi Jingyuan's brow furrowed slightly. Professor Shun, Mingzhu, and I are merely friends. Indeed, a friendship that borders on something more. Shun Yin was also probing. In their circle, everyone understood Mingzhu's affections for Chi Jingyuan, but what he truly thought remained elusive. Chi Jingyuan's frown deepened, and, just as he was about to speak, Shun Mingzhu interrupted. All right, enough about Yuan. He is quite shy. Let us drink. Rong Yan had lost her appetite for food. She did not expect that a meal would also come with such gossip about her boss, which excited her somewhat. After finishing their meal, they stepped out. Lin Xiaoxiao had indulged a bit too much, and Yi Qi escorted her home. Shun Mingzhu also appeared somewhat inebriated, swaying unsteadily while leaning against Chi Jingyuan. Shun Yin retrieved his car keys, saying, Ah Yan, get in the car. I shall take you home. My sister can trouble General Manager Chi for a trip. Professor Shin knows where Rong Yan resides? Chi Jingyuan raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Shun Yin glanced at Rong Yan, who quickly waved her hand. No need to trouble you, Teacher Shun. I can take a taxi home. Thank you. It's unsafe for a girl to return home alone. Let me drive you. Please send me your address. Turning to get into the car, he suddenly remembered that 2 years ago, they were no longer WeChat friends, and he had changed his phone number. Shin Yin froze in place. After a moment, he said, just get in the car. At that moment, a white sedan stopped in front of Rong Yan, and the window rolled down to reveal Rong Yuanzhou's face. Get in, I'll take you home. Rong Yan surveyed the situation. If forced to choose between the two, she would decisively relinquish Shun Yin. Then I shall trouble Dr. Rong. Thank you. She opened the passenger door and took a seat inside. Watching the three figures recede, she let out a sigh of relief. Didn't he go for the operation? Once the car had driven far away, Rong Yuanzhou finally asked the question he had long wanted to know. No. Have you come to a conclusion? Rong Yan nodded. The child's father knows, and he is willing to take responsibility. We have already obtained our marriage certificate. Rong Yuanzhou exhaled in relief. This was a satisfactory conclusion, and he no longer had to constantly think about confronting the scoundrel. Congratulations on your marriage. Thank you, Dr. Rong. Since you are pregnant, you should resign. A place like Tianweishan is not suitable for you. Go home and take good care of yourself and give birth to the child. Rong Yan smiled. I resigned a long time ago. I only went there out of urgent need for money. Rong Yuanzhou smirked slightly. Next time you're in urgent need, you can come to me. I will be happy to help if it is within my means. Rong Yan was taken aback, then smiled, her nose feeling slightly sour and her eyes turning red. This person, who resembled her father so closely, had given her an abundance of warmth. She found herself increasingly reliant on him. Dr. Rong, are you this kind to all your patients, even willing to lend money? Chapter 26. Contractual agreements. Is this what they refer to as a physician's benevolence? Rong Yan let out a soft laugh. Upon arriving at the entrance of Anshin home, Rong Yuanzhou drove away, while Rong Yan hailed a taxi to Tingtian Garden. By the time she reached home, it was already quite late. Upon opening the door, she was startled to find the composed and dignified Chi Jingyuan seated on the living room sofa. Rong Yan hurried over, behaving with utmost decorum and respect. Mr. Chi, good evening. Why are you afraid of me? Chi Jingyuan lifted his gaze. Rong Yan shook her head. I was just a bit surprised. Didn't you take Miss Mingzhu home? How did you arrive before me? I didn't take her home. I had Shin Yin take her. Oh. Rong Yan seated herself 2 meters away from him, casually grabbing a piece of fruit to eat. However, she ate too quickly and began to choke violently. Chi Jingyuan set aside his magazine and approached to pat her back. Whether it was due to choking or something else, Rong Yan's face flushed red, even her ears turning crimson. At that moment, Wang Ma emerged from the kitchen. Sir, madam, would you like some supper? I can prepare it right now if you wish. Hearing Wang Ma address her as madam in front of Chi Jingyuan left Rong Yan breathless causing her to cough again. Chi Jingyuan continued to soothe her back, finding the situation somewhat amusing. No one is competing with you. Why are you in such a hurry? Finally able to breathe normally, she glanced at Wang Ma, who looked at Chi Jingyuan, who in turn looked at her. If you want something to eat, just tell Wang Ma. Rong Yan pondered, so, is he asking if I want supper? A warm feeling enveloped her. It was the first time anyone had asked her if she wanted a late-night snack. In her youth, when she was still growing, if she woke up hungry in the middle of the night, her mother would scold her for being a starving ghost, reprimanding her for not eating her dinner properly. As for her grandmother, she would never ask. In her old-fashioned mindset, there was simply no such thing as a midnight snack. In truth, no one had ever made her a late-night meal, even considering the child. I would like some noodles, Wang Ma. Could you please cook me a bowl? She had been preoccupied with the festivities and hadn't eaten much, and now she truly felt a bit hungry. All right, madam, just wait for me. It will be ready in 20 minutes. Wang Ma's noodles were exquisite, perfectly seasoned and cooked. Rong Yan diligently finished her bowl, even drinking the broth. When she looked up, she found Chi Jingyuan watching her. Embarrassed, she quickly cleared the dishes and retreated to the kitchen, avoiding his gaze. Upon returning to the living room, Chi Jingyuan had already left. She breathed a sigh of relief and strolled through the garden, wondering if Chi Jingyuan had gone to bed. Only then did she ascend the stairs. The master bedroom door was ajar, and Chi Jingyuan was in the small study taking a call. She hurried to the bathroom. After finishing her shower and changing clothes, she tidied up before heading downstairs. Chi Jingyuan was in the dining room having breakfast. A laptop opened before him as he appeared to be reviewing some reports. Chapter 27. The woman in Mr. Chi's car. Madam, you're up. Wang Ma quickly served a bowl of porridge, placing breakfast in front of her. Rong Yan's ears turned crimson. She didn't dare lift her head, burying herself in the porridge. One morning, Chi Jingyuan placed a peeled egg onto her plate, suggesting that she should incorporate more nutritious and easily digestible foods into her breakfast, while reducing the porridge. Wang Ma nodded repeatedly, affirming, all right. Chi Jingyuan insisted, I can manage on my own. Please enjoy your meal. However, Wang Ma replied, Madam, please eat. So does not consume eggs. As she was about to return the egg to Chi Jingyuan, she paused. Oh, is lunch ready? It is prepared and has just been handed to Master Su, she replied. Rong Yan quickly tugged at his sleeve. Could we forego the packed lunch? I can eat at the cafeteria. It's less troublesome, and Wang Ma works hard enough as it is. The cafeteria food is quite healthy, I assure you. Chi Jingyuan observed her hand, and Rong Yan realized she had overstepped, retracting her hand with an apology. I'm sorry, Mr. Chi, to avoid any inconvenience. Let Su Chang bring it up. Come upstairs to eat, he instructed. Upstairs? The CEO's office? If I go up there for a meal, how will I maintain my standing at Shangshi? Absolutely not. That would be far too complicated. I'm perfectly fine eating at the cafeteria. A smirk played on Chi Jingyuan's lips. Madam seems quite fond of the cafeteria, preferring it over home-cooked meals. It appears we must ensure our performance is commendable this month. Rong Yan was a loss for words, realizing she was compelled to consume the boxed meal, much to her dismay. At the Shangshi headquarters, news circulated that the big boss had returned and was in a foul mood. Ran Xiaoyun, who had just returned from fetching a cup of coffee, wore an excited expression, her face radiating curiosity. What happened? Her colleagues asked, gathering around her. I'm not sure. He suddenly summoned the cafeteria's supervisor, claiming he wanted to inspect food safety and nutritional balance, and ended up losing his temper, even reprimanding the head of the administrative department. Really? I think the cafeteria is quite good, someone remarked. That's not the point. The real question is why the boss is suddenly taking an interest in the cafeteria, which he usually ignores. Indeed, it is peculiar, another added. Big news. I just passed by the administrative department and heard the head is processing her resignation, likely due to this incident. Gasps of surprise echoed among the group. Ran Xiaoyun turned to Rong Yan, who had been silent at her workstation. Ah Yan, ISNT your friend in human resources? She might know what is going on. Rong Yan shook her head. She works in recruitment. Dismissals are handled by the personnel service department, so it's technically a different department. Thank goodness our marketing department hasn't encountered any issues. Otherwise, we'd be in for a major upheaval. Pish-posh. You're being a jinx. Why say such things? As it turned out, speaking recklessly bore consequences. In the afternoon, the marketing department was urgently summoned to the 12th floor, where Gao Yuan, the manager of the operations management department and Rong Yan superior, was also called. The meeting lasted 2 hours, and when they emerged, the atmosphere was tense. Prepare to work overtime tonight. We have an urgent financing project that requires a market analysis report by Thursday. Gao Yuan gathered everyone in the conference room to assign tasks. Xiaoyan, you're responsible for market research data. Old Lu will handle the diagnostic report. Wu Tong, you excel at summarizing and analyzing, so you'll take the most critical section. With everyone assigned their tasks, they dispersed. Gao Yuan's gaze landed on Rong Yan. Ayan, you will compile foundational data and information from other departments and target companies. Understood, she replied. This task was relatively simple. The data was readily available, and she merely needed to extract the essential and useful content to share with the group. Considering her status as a newcomer, she wasn't directly involved in the project. Rong Yan harbored no complaints and promptly immersed herself in her work. That day, the marketing department buzzed with activity. At 11 p.m., her phone rang suddenly. Madam, it's quite late, and Yu Haven T returned home. Yu Haven T encountered any danger, have you? It was Sue, the housekeeper. I'm still at the office working late. I won't be able to leave just yet. All right then. I won't disturb you any further. After hanging up, Rong Yan returned her tasks. Chi Jingyuan arrived back at the villa, surveying the surroundings as if searching for something. Is Sir looking for Madam? She isn't returned yet. Sue just called to say she is working late, Wang Ma informed him. Chi Jingyuan's demeanor shifted slightly, and he cleared his throat. Did I inquire about her? Wang Ma smiled understandingly, but refrained from further comment. Having worked for the Chi family for many years, she recognized his tendency for contradiction. Such matters he would never openly acknowledge. I'll go prepare the dishes. Dinner will be ready in 10 minutes. Wang Ma bustled into the kitchen, and by the time she emerged with the food, the living room was empty. Where is Sir? She asked Sue, who had just entered. I saw him leave with the car keys. Perhaps he has a social engagement? Working until 2 a.m., they finally established a foundational understanding of the project, at which point Gao Yuan permitted everyone to leave for the night, instructing them to return early the next day. Rong Yan gathered her belongings and headed downstairs. After sitting for so long, she felt a slight discomfort in her abdomen, her complexion paling. She took her time, stepping to the window for some fresh air, waiting until she felt better before leaving. The office was deserted. As she slowly descended the stairs, she opened her ride-hailing app. A vehicle on the left side of the road honked and flashed its lights. A Rolls-Royce? Rong Yan approached it, and Chi Jingyuan lowered the window. Get in. All right, she replied, opening the door to the passenger seat. The car gently pulled away, swiftly vanishing from sight. At the entrance of Shangshi, Shun Mingzhu, who had just come down, witnessed the entire scene. Sister Mingzhu, was that not Mr. Chi's car? Who is that woman? Why is she riding with Mr. Chi? And he asked the one driving. Chun Xing, her assistant, remarked with a hint of jealousy. Shun Mingzhu smiled. You must be mistaken. Mr. Chi had business and left early. How could he still be at the company gate at this hour? But just now, Shun Mingzhu shot her a cold glance. Chun Xing quickly fell silent. Chuckling nervously, I must have seen it wrong. I've been so muddled from working late. After Chun Xing drove away, Shun Mingzhu lingered, her mind racing. She knew exactly what she had seen. It was indeed Chi Jingyuan's car, and a woman had undoubtedly entered it. But who was she? Chi Jingyuan was known for his cleanliness. Even she rarely had the privilege of riding in his car. Chapter 28. The umbrella. Shun Mingzhu concealed her emotions, feeling a twinge of jealousy and wariness. Once in the car, she messaged Linda. Darling, which departments are working late tonight? They must be exhausted. Please send me the list, and I'll treat them to coffee tomorrow. Meanwhile, in the car, Rong Yan yawned. Mr. Chi, are you only now finishing work? She mused that being a boss wasn't as easy as it seemed. It was either business trips or late nights for them. Chi Jingyuan merely acknowledged her with a nonchalant hum, choosing not to engage further. The car beeped gently, and he focused ahead. Buckle your seatbelt. No one responded. When he turned to check, he found Rong Yan, who had been conversing moments ago, had now succumbed to sleep. Chi Jingyuan parked the car at the side, leaned over, and fastened her seatbelt for her. As he withdrew, she instinctively clung to his arm, her lips brushing against his sleeve. Did she mistake him for a pillow? A smirk tugged at his lips, his voice laced with affection. Little kitty. At Tingyuan, Rong Yan descended the stairs, stifling yawns. She had slept little the previous night, leaving her head buzzing. Pointing towards the master bedroom, she asked, What happened, Sue? Why has everything in the dressing room been changed? She once mentioned that she only wears her own clothes, and that none of the shoes and bags have been touched. However, upon waking up this morning, she was astonished to find an entirely new collection, albeit with a style that differed significantly from her previous wardrobe. "Madam, this was instructed by the master," Butler Sue explained. "He said you are not fond of those garments and requested us to arrange for a new selection." "And what about the discarded clothes? Were they returned?" Butler Sue chuckled. "Once purchased, they cannot be returned. They were disposed of last night and are likely already at the dump." Disposed of? After 2 years in Taiwan, she had begrudgingly familiarized herself with some brands, and the value of those items added up to at least $1 million. Just like that, they were extravagantly discarded. Rong Yan clutched her chest. "Madam, are you unwell?" asked Aunt Wang. Rong Yan shook her head, feeling a pang of regret. "If I do not wear this new collection, will you dispose of it again and buy another?" "Indeed," replied Butler Sue. Rong Yan sighed, deciding she should communicate her sentiments to him. She did not wish to wear these clothes, but rather believed it was for the best. They had come together because of a child. There was no need for unnecessary entanglements, especially as debts had already accumulated. Looking around, she noticed Chi Jingyuan was absent from the bedroom. "Has he already left?" "He had a meeting and departed early," came the reply. "Good. That means I don't have to share a car with him. By the way, how did I return last night?" It seemed she had taken Chi Jingyuan's car, but the details were hazy. "It was the master who carried you back. You clung to his arm, insisting he not leave you." Rong Yan blushed, burying her face in her milk. She was aware of how clingy she could be while sleeping, yet she could not afford to offend her superior. Upon reaching the entrance of the Shengshi company, rain began to fall outside. Su Qing offered her the spare umbrella from the car. Once at the office, she immersed herself in her work, alternating between revising materials, attending meetings, and drafting analytical conclusions. She was utterly absorbed. Everyone paused for a moment. While everyone was diligently focused, Linda approached the management department, accompanied by Shen Mingzhu. "These past few days, everyone has been working tirelessly on the project. Sister Mingzhu has kindly treated us to coffee." Upon hearing this, the others erupted in gratitude. "Wow, thank you, Sister Mingzhu. You are too generous and considerate. Sister Mingzhu, you are not only beautiful, but exceptionally capable. No wonder President Qi holds you in such high regard." Uncertain which compliment had pleased her, Shen Mingzhu's smile broadened. "I am merely the messenger. It is President Qi who appreciates everyone's hard work. Do you all understand?" The group nodded vigorously, resuming their flattery towards Chi Jingyuan. Rong Yan worked silently. Though she did not partake in their praises, her expression bore a friendly smile. After all, no one wished to offend the favored employee of their superior. As Shen Mingzhu's assistant began distributing coffee, Ran Xiaoyan gasped in astonishment. "Isn't that Phyllis? The luxury brand coffee. Sister Mingzhu is quite generous." However, she mused, the taste seemed mediocre, lacking the richness of Shengshi complimentary coffee. Rong Yan gestured for silence, and Xiaoyan quickly complied. As Shen Mingzhu approached, "Why aren't you drinking coffee? Is it not to your liking?" Shen Mingzhu's radiant smile was direct, her gaze fixed on Rong Yan. "Pregnant women shouldn't consume coffee," Rong Yan replied. "Thank you for treating us, Sister Mingzhu, but I fear I must decline. Every time I drink coffee, I end up with an upset stomach, and I wouldn't want to waste your kindness." Shen Mingzhu nodded, her eyes drifting to the lunchbox beside Rong Yan. That's the same lunchbox I used with Yuan last time." On the shelf next to the lunchbox hung a gray umbrella that appeared familiar. It was quite an attractive piece of good quality. Shen Mingzhu casually picked it up, her eyes narrowing as she noticed 3 lines on the handle, resembling the character for River. "Whose umbrella is this?" she inquired. Rong Yan stood up. "It's mine, Sister Mingzhu. Is there a problem with it?" "No, just curious," she replied, returning her gaze with a charming smile. Yet her eyes remained fixed on Rong Yan. The woman from last night also had long black hair, and her figure bore some resemblance. "If you like it, I could buy you a new umbrella as a token of gratitude for treating us to coffee." "That would be lovely. I shall await your new umbrella." Shen Mingzhu lightly patted Rong Yan's shoulder before gracefully departing. The crowd exhaled in relief. What was that about? She studied an umbrella for ages as if she were catching a cheating spouse, Ran Xiaoyan quipped. Rong Yan lowered her head, continuing to analyze the data with a sense of guilt. Shen Mingzhu's behavior suggested she had recognized the umbrella as belonging to Chi Jingyuan. Her sudden generosity was likely a ploy to uncover the truth about Rong Yan's relationship with him. But how had she come to suspect her? They had no real connection. Could it be that Chi Jingyuan had inadvertently let something slip? If that were the case, what would her next move be? Would she retaliate ostracize her, or choose to tolerate her presence to please Chi Jingyuan. If she truly held feelings for him, she would surely not accept the latter. Rong Yan decided not to dwell on these matters further. She would face whatever came her way, taking each step as it came. Chapter 29. Dislike for clothes? Emerging from the management department, Shen Mingzhu's demeanor shifted to one of coldness. Sister Mingzhu, was there something wrong with that umbrella? Noticing her unease, Assistant Shen Xing quickly inquired. That umbrella belongs to Yuan. I have seen him with it before. He was drunk that night, and I had picked it up, noticing the 3 lines on the handle that resembled the character for river. Oh, why does she have President Qi's umbrella? Could it mean she and he? A threatening glare from Shen Mingzhu silenced Chen Xing, who quickly altered his statement. Impossible, impossible. That woman must have taken it from President Qi's car when he wasn't paying attention. He is far too generous to care about such an umbrella. She must have a secret crush on him, wanting to keep it as a memento, not realizing she would be caught. Is that so? Shen Mingzhu thought, observing Rong Yan's apparent ignorance of the umbrella's true value. How could someone so superficial catch Yuan's eye? The likelihood of such a thing was indeed slim. However, her Yuan was not one to be swayed easily. I'll keep an eye on her. Have HR forward a resume to me. Understood. The day dragged on, extending into the late hours of the night. Rong Yan felt utterly drained, yet she had yet to complete her work tasks. She gathered her belongings and prepared to head downstairs with her laptop. Are you really going to work this hard? Ran Xiaoyan rolled her eyes at her. You look pale. Are you planning to work overtime at home too? I have some data to verify, and it won't take long. Ran Xiaoyan waved her hand dismissively. The newer generation is certainly more driven. How are we older folks supposed to survive? Are we doomed to be crushed on the beach? Upon returning to Tingyuan, Chi Jingyuan had not yet arrived. After dining, Rong Yan settled in the living room to process data, secretly drafting an analysis report. She had reviewed the analytical approach of Gao Yuan and Wu Tong. As a newcomer, she felt unqualified to voice opinions or freely express her views, as it might offend someone. However, she found their report lacking and wished to attempt her output based on her perspective. Aunt Wang entered with freshly cut fruit, and sighed upon seeing Rong Yan again huddled over her laptop. Madam, it's already hard enough working overtime. Don't forget you have another little one to think about. Rong Yan casually picked up a strawberry and exclaimed, it's truly sweet. Rest assured, it's perfectly fine. I can eat, run, and jump. How could it be unhealthy? She continued, that's not quite the point. You see, Sir earns enough money that it could last several lifetimes. It would be better for you to stay at home, give birth to the child, instead of enduring the hardships of work. Rong Yan raised her head and touched Wang Ma's hand with a smile, saying, Wang Ma, men may betray you. Children may leave you, and friends may turn their backs, but work will not. The knowledge you acquire and the money you earn are your own wealth. Therefore, even if a woman lacks a man, children, or friends, she must possess her own financial independence. Understand? She felt fortunate that Chi Jingyuan had not pressured her to resign during her pregnancy. Wang Ma, somewhat puzzled, smiled. My lady has such a beautiful smile. No wonder the sir is fond of you. Rong Yan, momentarily taken aback while eating the strawberry, smiled without speaking. Fond of her? Chi Jingyuan liked her. Impossible. It would be as unlikely as the sun rising in the west. By the way, Wang Ma, this strawberry is delicious. Can we wash some more? Only these for now. I will place an order for you tomorrow, and you'll have them by next week. Rong Yan was confused. How come? ISNT this strawberry from the supermarket? Wang Ma chuckled. Oh dear, you can't find these strawberries in the supermarket. They must be airlifted from America, and we only receive a handful at a time. What makes strawberries so precious? Are no strawberries? Rong Yan was stunned. Had she just consumed a whole villa in that brief moment? When Chi Jingyuan returned, the living room lights were still brightly lit. He paused, then turned to see Rong Yan sleeping on the sofa, covered with a small blanket, with a laptop beside her. Sir, madam. Chi Jingyuan gestured for silence, instinctively slowing his steps as he approached Rong Yan. The laptop was still on, displaying a market analysis report on the Seth financing project. His expression shifted to one of increasing seriousness as he began to scroll with the mouse, furrowing his brows in contemplation, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. Suddenly, his phone, resting on the sofa, slipped and fell to the floor. Don't take my pig-ass trotter. Rong Yan bolted upright from the sofa, bewildered by her own exclamation. As she surveyed her surroundings, her mind began to clear. Had she fallen asleep while drafting a proposal? So her dream of someone snatching her pig-ass trotter was just that? A dream? Chi Jingyuan handed her a tissue, causing her to blush as she quickly wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth. "Did you dream about pig trotters, madam?" Wang Ma inquired with a smile. Rong Yan nodded. I haven't had stewed pig trotters in ages. I must have dreamt that someone was stealing mine. In her childhood, when money was scarce, her grandmother would slaughter a pig for the new year and save one trotter just for her, selling the rest for money. To her, that trotter was the most delectable thing in the world. It's all right. It was just a dream. Wing machakol artidi odia. How can I grow fonder of this lady? Was this analysis report done by Gao Yuan? Chi Jingyuan asked. Only then did Rong Yan realize he was looking at the computer. Adhering to the principle of not taking credit to avoid offending her superior, she pondered and replied. The ideas were provided by Manager Gao. The rest is the result of our collective efforts. Chi Jingyuan nodded. Gao Yuan had made considerable progress recently, managing to produce such an incisive analysis report. It contained 2 key points that even the investment and financing department had overlooked, nearly leading to irreparable losses in this investment. Fortunately, those he mentored did not disappoint him. Rong Yan picked up her phone from the floor, relieved it hadn't broken. Otherwise, she would have to spend thousands on a new one. She mentioned she would go wash up and turned to head upstairs, with Chi Jingyuan glancing at his watch before following her. After her shower, she emerged to find Chi Jingyuan sitting at the edge of the bed in his pajamas, suggesting he must have washed up in another room. Rong Yan felt somewhat awkward, lingering in the dressing room for a while before approaching the edge of the bed. She lifted a corner of the blanket and curled up like a snail, slowly pulling the covers over herself tightly. Chi Jingyuan set down his magazine, observing her attire. Do you not like the clothes? She had put on her own pajamas, clean and tidy, yet somewhat worn. All right, the clothes. Chapter 30. Out of control. Rong Yan shook her head. Mr. Chi, we agreed beforehand that after I give birth, you would provide me with 200 million. Our relationship is one of equals. You don't need to do anything extra for me, nor do I require additional compensation. It's better for us to maintain clarity. To her, clothing was merely an additional bonus. She felt as though she hadn't made any extraordinary contributions as an employee and thus shouldn't accept a bonus. Doing so would feel like a debt or a favor. She did not wish to entangle herself with him. If you dislike them, feel free to discard them tomorrow. Chi Jingyuan tossed the book aside, his lips pressed tightly together, seemingly displeased. Rong Yan felt helpless. Mr. Chi, let us sleep. With that, he rolled over to the other side of the bed, creating an immediate distance between them. The smart lighting system in the room responded to his command, swiftly turning off the main lights while keeping the dim night light at the bed's foot. Rong Yan reached out to turn off the light. Don't turn it off. She withdrew her hand. It appeared her boss preferred a dim ambience. He always left a hint of light when he slept, even if it was insufficient to see anything clearly. Conversely, Rong Yan favored complete darkness, where nothing was visible, allowing her to feel at peace and secure. As she neared the threshold of slumber, a pair of scorching hands suddenly grasped her wrist, jolting her awake. You become quite skilled, he growled through clenched teeth, as if venting his frustrations. If you're so capable, let us see if you can keep your job tomorrow. Rong Yan gasped. Mr. Chiyu. Silence. He locked eyes with her, his voice dropping to a husky whisper. If you intend to continue working at Shengshi Haoshang, were those closed tomorrow? Understood? Rong Yan nodded repeatedly. I understand. If I didn't I'd fear for my life. After enduring a lengthy ordeal, she finally fell into a deep sleep. Chi Jingyuan stepped onto the balcony for a smoke. Surrounded by swirling smoke, his gaze mirrored the twilight sky, obscured, enigmatic, and unfathomable. Moments ago, he had seemed somewhat out of control. Why had he lost his composure? He couldn't comprehend it. It appeared he was overly captivated by her body. Had she not been pregnant, he might not have let her off so easily tonight. With her, he understood the allure of indulgence, always yearning to experience more, easily ignited by her presence. Perhaps it was merely the thrill of novelty. He extinguished the cigarette, waiting for that initial excitement to fade, knowing that feeling would eventually dissipate. He awaited that day. In the morning, Rong Yan faced a dilemma in the dressing room. She had to comply with her boss's demands, yet she truly did not want to wear any of those clothes. After much deliberation, she finally chose a clean, fresh outfit without tags that was suitable for the workplace. A white silk chiffon blouse, a curry-colored pencil skirt, paired with 5-centimeter white heels. Madam looks exceptionally beautiful today, Wang Ma praised generously. her compliments always making one feel at ease. While having breakfast, Rong Yan inquired, "Where's Mr. Chi? Has he left?" "Yes, he left early this morning." Suddenly recalling something, Rong Yan put down her chopsticks. "Wang Ma, does your master fear the dark?" She had noticed that whenever she was with Chi Jingyuan, he always left the light on. And even if he didn't tea, there had to be some other source of light in the room. Wang Ma was touched by her observation. "Madam, you are truly perceptive. It's only been a short time, and you've already noticed. Yet, the madam is his mother, and after all these years, she hasn't realized." At this moment, Steward Su cleared his throat, prompting Wang Ma to realize she had misspoken and quickly fell silent. How could he fear the dark? Someone like Chi Jingyuan doesn't seem the type to be afraid of darkness. Due to certain experiences in her childhood, Wang Ma sighed. The mistress was unaware that the master had not enjoyed a favorable upbringing. Neither the old master nor the madam cared for him. Over the years, he had relied solely on himself. Wang Ma did not elaborate, and Rong Yan refrained from probing further. As soon as she entered the office, Ran Xiaoyan was struck by a dazzling sight. The figure, the face, the waist, what a sight to behold. If she were a man, she would surely be captivated. Rong Yan awkwardly adjusted her skirt, attributing her appearance to mere casualness. "Even in casual attire, you look stunning. Imagine how enchanting you would be if you dressed up purposefully. Perhaps President Xi would be utterly enchanted by you." "Stop joking. Are you dissatisfied with your workload? Why not take on my tasks as well?" "Don't be ridiculous. I was merely jesting." Ran Xiaoyan ceased the discussion about clothing and immersed herself in work. The marketing department was bustling with activity that morning. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a seminar on the financing plan would take place, with the marketing, investment, and finance departments each required to present. Chi Jingyuan would be present, and several departments felt the tension. Upon entering the company, Wu Tong was already nervous. She described it as akin to showcasing one's underwear for public scrutiny, an experience difficult to comprehend. Rong Yan could not relate, but certainly felt the pressure. Seizing a moment when Gao Yuan was free, she knocked on his office door to send him the analysis report she had prepared the previous night. "Manager Gao, as a newcomer, I am not typically qualified to undertake such tasks, and I'm uncertain about the accuracy of my work, but I still wish to attempt it. If any content is applicable to this financing endeavor, feel free to utilize it. I have no objections." Gao Yuan glanced at her dismissively. "Fine. You may return to your tasks." Rong Yan hesitated. "Do you have time to review it now? If there are any unclear aspects, I could." "Yan, everyone is preoccupied with the afternoon seminar. Surely you can discern priorities?" Gao Yuan's tone was amiable, yet he clearly did not regard her report as significant. Rong Yan nodded, acknowledging his point, and exited the office. The instant the door closed, Gao Yuan also closed her PowerPoint presentation, not even glancing at the first page. A probationary employee should not be preparing analysis reports. Why would she think this was as simple as shopping in a market? Rather than peruse such trivial material, he would be better off contemplating lunch options and how to present in the afternoon meeting. Lunchtime arrived swiftly. Yesterday, Lin Xiaoxiao had insisted on tasting Rong Yan's cooking, claiming she was craving it. So Rong Yan had asked Wang Ma to prepare an extra portion. "Why are you so beautifully dressed today? Are you going on a date?" Lin Xiaoxiao teased. "Not at all, just casual wear." Rong Yan handed one of the lunch boxes to Lin Xiaoxiao, attempting to shift the topic. "How do you find today's meal?" "Wow, braised pig's trotters. How did you know I like this?" Rong Yan was taken aback. The small container indeed held tender, braised trotters, cooked to perfection with soybeans and kelp, and upon lifting the lid, the aroma was mouth-watering. Wang Ma had been exceptionally kind to her. Suddenly, her phone vibrated with a message from Wang Ma. "Madam, is today's braised pig's trotters to your liking?" "Absolutely. It's delicious and tender." "Thank you, Wang Ma." Wang Ma replied, "Not at all. It was a simple task. It was the master who worked hard. He arranged for the trotters to be sent early this morning, saying they were for your lunch." Rong Yan was stunned. "President Chi said that?" "Yes, he specified it this morning." Rong Yan paused, processing Wang Ma's last message. Chi Jingyuan had remembered her dream. Did he genuinely care about her even in her dreams? While aware that it was for the child and that trotters were not a luxury, she felt a wave of emotion. Accustomed to neglect and suppression, the thought that someone cared about her dream left her bewildered. It was as if, after enduring years of biting cold winds, she had suddenly stumbled upon a warm spring. "What's wrong, Yan? Why aren't you eating?" Lin Xiaoxiao leaned closer, initially intending to glimpse her phone screen, but Rong Yan shut it off quickly. Nothing. Let's eat." What do you mean nothing? Your eyes are red. Don't tell me some suitor is confessing to you? Is it teacher Shun? Rong Yan's smile faded instantly. Don't be absurd. Our relationship is purely student-teacher. Are you certain? Teacher Shin asked me for your contact number yesterday. You didn't give it to him, did you? Lin Xiaoxiao shook her head. Of course not. I wouldn't share it without your consent. But Teacher Shun is quite impressive. He comes from a good family, is handsome, and has a pleasant demeanor. Rong Yan remained silent. She had no interest in romance. Her focus was on work and earning a living. She aimed to give birth to a child, secure 200 million, and achieve financial freedom to live the life she desired. After lunch, she returned to her office. The afternoon materials were ready, and Gao Yuan was confident, believing it to be the best analysis report he had ever produced. Everyone, you have worked hard these past few days. Once we successfully secure the project and receive our bonuses, feel free to suggest any meal you desire. The team erupted in cheers. Gao Yuan strode upstairs, exuding confidence. This meeting was not open to ordinary employees, and Rong Yan, as a probationary employee, had even less standing to attend. Well, a little leisure can benefit one's health. After all, the manager is not present, so why take things so seriously? Ran Xiaoyan playfully patted Rong Yan's chair. Rong Yan smiled, setting down her mouse. What? Do you have some gossip to share? I have no gossip. Tell me, do you think this proposal will pass on the first attempt? Rong Yan pondered briefly. There is still hope. The report is quite thorough. Analysis, arguments, risks, and embellishments are all well done. But what? Simply put, it lacks significant reference value. Ran Xiaoyan stared at her in shock. Are you serious? You're just a novice. You can't actually believe what I said. Ran Xiaoyan laughed. As the day drew to a close, Gao Yuan appeared at the door, his expression dark and brooding. Rong Yan was on her way to the water cooler when she hurriedly collided with him, causing documents to tumble down around her. What are you doing? Are your eyes on the top of your head? Gao Yuan reprimanded coldly. Rong Yan repeatedly apologized. Gao Yuan huffed and passed her, slamming the office door behind him. Are you all right? Your forehead is red and swelling. Ran Xiaoyan hurried to help her sit down, while Wu Tong rushed to fetch medicine. It's fine. I wasn't paying attention. It's not Manager Gao's fault. Rong Yan reassured with a gentle smile, though the pain throbbed. Ran Xiaoyan remained silent, and the others refrained from speaking. But all understood that the report likely did not go well. Not only did it not go well, but it might have been disastrous. The wound had been treated, and she would likely be fine by tomorrow, but sporting a bump was rather unappealing. It's nothing. I can't see it anyway. At that moment, a new message appeared in the department group chat. Gao Yuan, everyone, do not leave after work. Stay for instructions. We will reorganize the materials and prepare the proposal. A meeting will commence in 10 minutes. Ran Xiaoyan wailed, oh no, my date. I've been looking forward to it for a month. Rong Yan began organizing the materials. Well, rather than complain, we should head to the meeting room early to avoid angering Manager Gao. 10 minutes later, Gao Yuan, his demeanor serious, began reallocating tasks. The division of labor remains largely unchanged, yet the methodologies and required materials have transformed. It appears that a thorough reevaluation of our approach is necessary, necessitating a fresh report. Manager Gao, what exactly did Mr. Chi convey? As the atmosphere began to ease, Ran Xiaoyan grew bolder, daring to confront the tiger. Gao Yuan cast a cold glance at Rong Yan. Mr. Chi remarked that the report was executed impeccably, with commendable analysis, arguments, and risk assessments. However, it lacked any reference value. He emphasized this point, not even a trace of it. A market analysis report devoid of reference is utterly valueless. The efforts they had toiled over for nights on end were rendered as mere refuse. Ran Xiaoyun's eyes widened in astonishment. How could this be so eerily similar to what Rong Yan had stated? It was as if she had struck gold in an examination. Rong Yan quietly took notes, not lifting her head. She was uncertain whether Gao Yuan had utilized her data. If he had not, his criticism was irrelevant to her, but if he had, she would bear the consequences. Only Chi Jingyuan knew whether he had reviewed her report. Was she to inquire with him? While pondering, Gao Yuan's cold voice cut through again. The failure of this task lay significantly with the colleagues responsible for data organization. All data and conclusions stem from the foundational data. If the foundational data is flawed, the conclusions will naturally lack reference value. Rong Yan, you graduated in this field. Surely you grasp this principle. Rong Yan promptly stood. I understand, Manager Gao. It was my oversight that hindered everyone. I apologize sincerely. Chapter 32. An encounter, Gao Yuan's expression softened slightly. All right, everyone, prepare to depart. Rong Yan, I hope you won't falter again this time. Can you manage that? I can, Manager Gao. Upon returning to her post, Rong Yan began to organize her thoughts. Ran Xiaoyan sighed. Why are you taking this so seriously? As someone responsible for data organization, what major errors could you possibly commit? It is evident that she is deflecting blame, and you're actually taking it, not daring to unleash her frustration on others. She chose to pick on this probationary employee instead. Rong Yan understood this logic well, but maintained her composure. A few criticisms were nothing. She would take it to heart. She had endured far worse scorn and slander throughout her life. This was merely a minor ordeal. All right, let us hustle and finish up, shall we? Think of the day you've been eagerly anticipating. Ran Xiaoyan gave an approving gesture. In the office, Gao Yuan perused Rong Yan's analytical report. As he continued reading, his expression shifted to one of astonishment, depth, and a subtle hint of crisis. Could this report truly be the work of someone with no professional experience? He recalled Mr. Chi's exact words from a meeting. If you're unsure how to compile a report, you may consult someone from the department. I recall there being a probationary employee. Perhaps you could inquire with her about data interpretation, analysis, and conclusion formulation, rather than presenting me with a pile of garbage. Gao Yuan fell into contemplation. How did Mr. Chi know there was a probationary employee in their department? He was perpetually busy and could not possibly concern himself with such trivial matters. Moreover, certain arguments he mentioned during the meeting matched those in Rong Yan's presentation. Why was that? Gao Yuan was perplexed. Nevertheless, one thing was certain. This Rong Yan, seemingly gentle, was shrewd and resourceful. Though appearing obedient, she possessed her own ideas. At such a young age, she understood the value of silent diligence, discreetly achieving great things without ostentation. It seemed she was well suited for the corporate realm. Working late into the night, Rong Yan began to feel fatigued. As she descended the stairs, a faint pain gripped her abdomen, and her complexion paled. After a prolonged moment, she felt somewhat better. She opened her phone and messaged Rong Yuanzhou. Dr. Rong, I am experiencing some abdominal pain. Should I go to the hospital, or is it unnecessary? No, it was late. He might have already retired for the night. It felt rather presumptuous to disturb him. Rong Yan prepared to retract her message. However, he replied almost instantaneously. Are you at home? Is it convenient for me to check on you? Let us meet at the same place as before. He referred to Wanxin home. Rong Yan replied, it's quite late. There is no need to trouble you. I can manage a trip to the hospital on my own. Rong Yuanzhou, send me the address. Rong Yan hesitated, but he initiated a voice call. Sighing, she ended the call and sent him her location. In half an hour, Rong Yuanzhou arrived at the scene. He hurriedly grasped Rong Yan's wrist, checked her pulse, and sighed in relief. It's nothing serious. You're just overworked. You understand traditional medicine? Of course. Rong Yuanzhou raised an eyebrow. What? Are you beginning to admire me? Rong Yan enthusiastically praised. Dr. Rong, you are truly remarkable, the most accomplished physician I have ever encountered. Knowledgeable in both Eastern and Western medicine, a true polymath. Rong Yuanzhou relished her compliments. Turning, he caught sight of the bump on her forehead. How did you sustain this? It's nothing. I accidentally bumped into something while working. I've already applied medicine. Rong Yuanzhou rummaged through his pocket for a while, but could not find what he sought. Rong Yan noticed and produced a Band-Aid. Is this what you were looking for? Rong Yuanzhou chuckled at the butterfly-shaped Band-Aid. Quite unique. I received it from Wu Tong when applying medicine today, and Rong Yan instinctively tucked it into her skirt pocket. Rong Yuanzhou prepared to apply it for her, but she instinctively took a couple of steps back. Stand still. He tore open the Band-Aid and carefully affixed it to the swollen area, patiently advising her to avoid water and to remove it after a bath. After applying it, he looked down and found Rong Yan gazing at him with a peculiar expression. That gaze seemed to see him, yet also seemed to peer past him, looking at someone else. What is with that look? Rong Yuanzhou ruffled her hair, breaking her gaze, and pretended to be displeased. Rong Yan felt a bit flustered. In that fleeting moment, she couldn't help but think how much he resembled her father. Would her father behave this way towards her? Would he express such patient concern? Sorry. Before she could finish her thought, Rong Yuanzhou interjected. Young Master Chi, still at work at this hour? Are you waiting for the stunning Mingzhu? Rong Yan followed his gaze and spotted Chi Jingyuan by the roadside. He leaned against the passenger's seat, languid and aristocratic, resembling the nobleman described in novels. handsome, aloof, and unattainable. Chi Jingyuan's icy gaze scrutinized the two of them. Unexpectedly, she also had moments of such joy, and it was directed towards another man. A sense of irritation and resentment stirred within him as he strode towards them. "What are you doing here at this late hour, trying to charm women?" "Nonsense. By the way, where's your husband? Why hasn't he come to pick you up?" "My husband?" Rong Yan discreetly glanced at Chi Jingyuan, her expression slightly uneasy. "Yes, a bit busy. I'll take a taxi home." "What nonsense is this? It's late, and your situation is unique. He should definitely be here to pick you up. This scoundrel doesn't want to take responsibility, does he? What kind of person is he?" He is clearly acting on impulse, a standard example of a lower-order creature, neglecting his own wife. The word father nearly slipped from her lips, but was hastily changed to husband. Chi Jingyuan sneezed 3 times in quick succession. Rong Yuanzhou asked, "Are you coming down with something?" "Even with a cold, you're here picking up Mingzhu. You two must truly be in love." Chi Jingyuan, "I really want to tear this kid's mouth apart." Rong Yan touched her nose, feeling awkward. She dared not look at Chi Jingyuan's expression, fearing it would lead to nightmares. "Give me his number. I'll have a word with him." No need." Rong Yan quickly waved her hands. "It was my request for him not to come. Thank you for your help tonight, Dr. Rong. If there is nothing else, I'll be on my way." "Wait a moment." Rong Yuanzhou pulled out his car keys. "Get in. I'll drive you." Rong Yan. Just as Chi Jingyuan was about to speak, a voice suddenly came from the grand entrance. Shun Mingzhu walked over, her steps graceful and filled with surprise. "Ah Yuan, what brings you here?" Deeply moved, Shun Mingzhu's face radiated joy, her eyes sparkling with delight. She turned and noticed Rong Yan, pausing briefly to scrutinize her. "Working so late?" "Yes, Sister Mingzhu," came a reply. Shun Mingzhu remained silent, skeptical of such a coincidental encounter. After all, it was unlikely that Rong Yan would just happen to be working overtime when Chi Jingyuan was around. This girl certainly knew how to play her cards well. "Well then, Mr. Chi, Sister Mingzhu, we shall take our leave. Goodbye." Rong Yan bid farewell politely before swiftly getting into Rong Yuanzhou's car, which vanished from sight. Chapter 33. Do you dislike me? By the time Rong Yan returned home, it was quite late, and fatigue weighed heavily upon her. "Madam, why have you returned so late?" Wang Ma inquired, flustered. "What is wrong, Wang Ma?" Sir returned in quite a rage. "Please be cautious and do not provoke him." "Understood?" Rong Yan instantly sobered, pointing at a pile of shattered glass on the floor. "Did he do this?" Wing Ma nodded. Rong Yan gasped softly. Indeed, for someone of his stature to be called a scoundrel and an animal by a friend, without a chance to defend himself, would surely infuriate anyone. She tiptoed upstairs and found him on the terrace, smoking. "Mr. Chi, actually it was I who invited Dr. Rong over tonight. I was feeling a bit unwell, and he came to check on me, so..." She nervously swallowed, hoping to appeal to him for the sake of their child. "Could you perhaps overlook your anger?" Chi Jingyuan scoffed, extinguishing his cigarette. "You seem to trust him quite a bit." At this moment, she was defending him. "Dr. Rong is a good person. He didn't mean those words. He only came out of responsibility for the child. Yes, your friend. Can't you just let it go?" Chi Jingyuan remained silent, his expression darkening as if suppressing something. Rong Yan quickly fell silent, feeling as though she were dancing on a tiger's tail, dangerously precarious. "Do you care for him?" After a long pause, Chi Jingyuan finally lifted his gaze, scrutinizing her. It seemed he had never considered that she might have feelings for someone else. "Doctor Rong is a very good doctor." "Enough." Chi Jingyuan closed his eyes, seemingly unwilling to hear more. Rong Yan fell silent. After a moment, he opened his eyes, his gaze icy. "Do you dislike me?" Rong Yan hesitated. "Dislike would not be accurate, but he is my boss, someone who holds my fate in his hands. I must tread carefully. I have never disliked you. On the contrary, I believe you are a good person, both as a boss and a husband." She paused, her cheeks slightly flushed at the term. It felt foreign to call him that. Would he be offended? Chi Jingyuan's eyes flickered. It was the first time he had heard her refer to him as a husband, and it stirred something unfamiliar within him. Rong Yan exhaled silently, glancing down to see his hand. His thumb was split open, blood trickling down. She swiftly grabbed the first aid kit, knelt down, and gently cleaned the wound, applying disinfectant. Remembering something, she checked her skirt pocket and found a Band-Aid given to her by Wu Tong. She placed it over the cut, and Chi Jingyuan watched her intently. feeling for the first time how tenderly someone cared for him. Throughout his life, he had always treated his own wounds or seen a doctor. The so-called family had never bothered to inquire about his well-being. He had always been the embodiment of the Chi family's power and honor, never their grandson or child. What happened to your forehead? He shifted his gaze to her. I bumped into something. Does your stomach still hurt? HM? She hesitated, recalling that she had mentioned feeling unwell earlier. It's not so bad now, doctor. Rong said it's nothing serious. Chi Jingyuan did not respond, his attention fixated on the band-aid, the peculiar shape of it. He was tempted to tear it off, yet didn't he quite want to. What's going on? Seeing his demeanor soften, Rong Yan felt relieved. After washing up and heading to bed, she murmured goodnight, Mr. Chi, before embracing her large teddy bear and drifting into slumber. She had brought the teddy along when she moved, initially hesitant to place it on the bed. However, noticing Chi Jingyuan's indifference, she finally dared to position it on her side. With the teddy bear beside her, she felt secure, unafraid to snuggle up to her boss at night. In a drowsy haze, she reached out, feeling two arms encircle her, warm lips brushing against her cheek. Mr. Chi, I'm sleepy. Chi Jingyuan remained silent. Had it not been for her stomach ache, he would have ignored her fatigue and teased her further. He withdrew his lips, but kept his hand on her waist. Rest easy, sleep now. Rong Yan murmured an affirmation, turned over, and once again hugged her teddy bear. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chi. In the morning, the swelling on her forehead had subsided significantly. Yawning, Rong Yan arrived at the office, where she encountered Wu Tong and Ran Xiaoyan in the lobby. In front of them walked Chi Jingyuan and Shen Mingzhu side by side. Wow, from this angle, they look perfect together. A match made in heaven, Wu Tong exclaimed. Indeed, they are true soulmates. Otherwise, how could they have been together for over a decade? Ran Xiaoyan interjected. But why haven't they made their relationship public? I think you're right. Rong Yan followed behind, discreetly eavesdropping. The three nodded in unison. Hey, that band-aid on Mr. Chi's hand looks a bit like mine. Wu Tong suddenly remarked. Ran Xiaoyan replied, Sister, there is nothing shameful about buying the same band-aid. But that band-aid was custom-made by me. There is no other like it. Wu Tong insisted. Rong Yan, feeling guilty, glanced up at the ceiling while drinking water. Indeed, someone like Mr. Chi using such a style of band-aid felt quite jarring. After pondering for a while, Ran Xiaoyan suggested, I believe that band-aid likely belongs to a woman. In a moment of urgency, a woman must have used it on Mr. Chi. To apply a band-aid on him indicates a very intimate relationship. Could it be Sister Mingzhu? She doesn't strike me as the type to use that kind of band-aid. It's likely another woman. Rong Yan, who was sipping water, suddenly choked, drawing the attention of Chi Jingyuan and Shen Mingzhu. I'm fine, I just choked a bit. She quickly wiped her mouth. Shen Mingzhu observed Chi Jingyuan's reaction, who merely averted his gaze and continued forward. Are you really okay? Your face is so red, like you've done something wrong. Ran Xiaoyan teased accurately. Rong Yan rubbed her face. Is that so? Perhaps I didn't sleep well. The three continued their playful banter as they ascended the stairs. Chi Jingyuan and Shen Mingzhu took the private elevator to the top floor. Inside, Shen Mingzhu glanced at the contrasting band-aid and smiled. When did you start liking such things? Chapter 34. Are you really married? Chi Jingyuan glanced at her. Just a band-aid I applied casually. Is that so? I recall that, mister. Chi has always managed his own wounds. No matter how severe, no one but a doctor is allowed near. While studying abroad, she once wanted to help him after he was injured while riding a horse, with blood streaming from his toe. Yet he had refused her assistance, silently bandaging it himself. His proficiency in this area was almost heartbreaking. Shen Mingzhu's gaze flickered as she probed. That band-aid doesn't seem like something you'd have on your own, Yuan. The elevator doors opened. Instead of wasting time here, let us ensure the meeting materials are complete. What do you think, Assistant Chi? Shen Mingzhu's eyes darkened slightly. Understood, mister. Chi, as she watched Chi Jingyuan's figure gradually recede. Shen Mingzhu clenched her fists. Was Yuan still upset about that incident? His distant demeanor left her utterly perplexed. But so what? He belonged solely to her. No one else dared to approach. She took out her phone, sent a photo, and dialed her assistant Chun Xing's number. Please help me find out who in the company bought this band-aid. Friday passed in a flurry of activity. After work, Rong Yan remembered the umbrella she had promised Shen Mingzhu and opened Taobao, searching for a similar model. The system prompted, Sorry, no matching items are currently available. Here's some recommended alternatives. Rong Yan immediately felt uneasy. She asked the driver, Su Chung, Master Su, Did you purchase this umbrella online? Su Ching glanced at it and chuckled, Madam. How could I afford such an umbrella? This belongs to the sir. It's been used for quite a while and is a custom-made piece. Do you know how much it costs to customize a similar one? Su Cheng calculated briefly. Considering labor and materials, it would be around 30,000, I suppose. 30,000? For just an umbrella? It truly is a luxury item. No wonder when she mentioned gifting an umbrella to Shen Mingzhu, her expression was somewhat peculiar. It all made sense now. With her financial situation, affording such an extravagant item posed quite a challenge. Rong Yan felt a headache coming on. If the madam wants to customize it, you can ask the sir for assistance. Su Cheng suggested. Rong Yan quickly waved her hand. No need, he is so busy. I wouldn't want to disturb him. Master Su, do you happen to have the contact number for the custom maker? Sure, I'll look it up for you later. Rong Yan expressed her gratitude and leaned back in her seat, overwhelmed with thoughts. The weekend promised no overtime work. With Chi Jingyuan absent from Tingyuan, Rong Yan relished her rare freedom, sleeping in, painting, and shopping with Lin Xiao, enjoying a delightful weekend. She set her alarm for Monday and fell into a peaceful slumber, hugging her large teddy bear. When she awoke, the sun shone brightly. She shot up in shock, glanced at her phone, and her heart sank. Wang Ma, who turned off my alarm? I'm late. Wang Ma looked confused. Didn't the sir say you were taking leave today to go for your medical records? Why are you going to the office? Medical records? Rong Yan flipped through her phone calendar. Oh, right. I need to go to the hospital for blood work today to facilitate future prenatal checkups. How could she have forgotten amidst all her work? She pulled out her phone to message Gao Yuan when she suddenly recalled. You said the sir took leave? Yes. Then the sir returned this morning. Had breakfast and is waiting downstairs, but he didn't allow us to call you. Rong Yan was bewildered. What did he mean by waiting for her? Did he intend to accompany her to the prenatal checkup? No, she didn't want to turn a medical visit into a social obligation, having to observe her boss's expressions and maintain a polite demeanor. Rong Yan went downstairs for breakfast. Chi Jingyuan sat on the sofa, engrossed in his tablet, seemingly analyzing stock market data or some figures. After finishing her meal, she approached the sofa respectfully. Mr. Chi, I can go to the hospital by myself. You're so busy. There is no need for you to accompany me. Chi Jingyuan set down his tablet. Have you brought everything? Wang Ma handed over a bag. Everything is in here. Let us go. He strode toward the parking area, his long legs clad in a tailored suit. Rong Yan hurried after him. The hospital for the medical records had been pre-selected, the one where Cheng Yuanzhou worked, conveniently close and renowned for its comprehensive medical expertise. Perhaps Chi Jingyuan had made arrangements. They were ushered into a private room, where they signed forms, had blood drawn, and underwent routine checks, all swiftly executed. The doctor, surnamed Sun, was a warm middle-aged woman. Reviewing the report, she smiled. Madam, you're expecting twins. Both Chi Jingyuan and Rong Yan froze. Twins. Their efficiency was astonishing. Rong Yan recalled Dr. Sun. During my last checkup, I was told it was a singleton. That's normal. Embryonic cell development varies. At that time, the gestational age was too early to detect twins. Rong Yan nodded. The thought of expecting twins felt surreal. With twins, extra caution was necessary. In the early and mid-pregnancy stages, monthly checkups were crucial. An important tests like NT, Down syndrome screening, and 4D ultrasounds must not be missed. Madam, you can scan my code to join a group where obstetricians will notify you of checkup schedules. You can also ask any questions in the group. Thank you. Rong Yan scanned the code. There were only herself and 3 doctors in the group. Dads can also join the group. In case of emergencies, they can provide timely support. Chi Jingyuan took out his phone and looked at Rong Yan, scan me, add my WeChat, and pull me into the group. All right, please hold on. Doctor. Sun looked at them with surprise. You two are truly a couple? Chi Jingyuan's expression darkened. Rong Yan was taken aback, then chuckled. What? Does it not seem like it? Not that. I'm just surprised. It's the first time I've seen a couple like you. You're having a baby, and only now are you exchanging WeChat? How do you usually communicate? And this expectant mother, responding to her husband so formally, please hold on, as if reporting work. Rong Yan felt a bit embarrassed and mumbled a few words before departing the hospital. Chi Jingyuan had other matters to attend to, so he had Su Chang drive her home while he took another vehicle. Once in the car, Rong Yan added Chi Jingyuan to the group, staring at his profile picture, pondering for a while, and changed the note to someone not to offend. Just as she was about to exit the chat box, a string of numbers appeared from his end. Save this, he instructed, revealing his phone number. Got it, received. She added it to her contacts, noting it similarly, someone not to offend. Rong Yan sent her number to him. To be honest, she was curious about what he would label her. She guessed it would likely be Rong Yan, reflecting her decorum, diligence, and composure, traits that aligned with his style. Chapter 35. The Great Tiger and the Little Bunny Returning Home. After dinner, Rong Yan began crafting a PowerPoint presentation in her small study. With the department bustling, she felt it was inappropriate to slack off. Especially since she was due for a second meeting the following afternoon, she needed to prepare early. She worked diligently until 8 in the evening. Feeling a bit weary, she stretched and stepped onto the balcony to breathe in the fresh air. An idea struck her. She retrieved her laptop, opened her drawing software, and began sketching on the terrace. She illustrated a fierce tiger, its claws bloodied, while a small bunny tended to its wounds. The bunny mused, "If I care for him well, perhaps he won't deduct my salary?" After finishing the illustration, she colored it, exported it, and uploaded it. 10 minutes later, the post garnered 20,000 shares and 5,000 comments. Swiftly trending on social media, the fish on the shore resumes after 3 years, and the fish on the shore returns. The comments section erupted with excitement. Even through the screen, she could feel the fans' fervor. Oh my, the series of a lifetime. Wow, the love story of the golden retriever and the little bunny isn't finished yet. And now, their essay Little Tiger? I want to see the golden retriever and the little bunny. I also want to see them. The little bunny has had a crush on the golden retriever for so long. When will she confess? Their bond is so warm. I adore it. Please, fish. Illustrate the golden retriever and the little bunny. Rong Yan closed the comments and logged out of Weibo. She had loved drawing since childhood, and during university, she started posting serialized illustrations on Weibo. The little bunny represented her, while the golden retriever symbolized Shunyan, capturing the moments of the little bunny's unrequited love for the golden retriever, reflecting her bittersweet youth. Perhaps it resonated with many netizens, as her follower count rapidly increased. Even after a 2-year hiatus, she boasted over 3 million fans. After experiencing that incident, she ceased her updates. In this world, there will never again be a love story between a golden retriever and a little rabbit, for the little rabbit's heart has withered away. Late at night, Chi Jingyuan returned to Tingyuan. Rong Yan was already fast asleep at her desk, yet the computer in the room still glowed. Chi Jingyuan gently carried her back to bed and turned to sit in front of the computer. The screen displayed Seth's analysis report, but the thought process and conclusions were markedly different from before, enriched with profound insights and incisive precision. Chi Jingyuan's eyes brightened. He had thought the previous version of the plan was commendable, but he had not anticipated that she could create an even greater surprise. However, why was she the one redoing it? Last time, she had concealed from him that it was a collective effort from the department. Yet he had not seen that report at the meeting. He suspected it was a private endeavor by Rong Yan, received by Gao Yuan, but overlooked. What about this version? Was it possible that Gao Yuan, having faced criticism, took out his frustrations on her, compelling her to complete it alone? Chi Jingyuan's gaze turned cold. It seemed Gao Yuan was feeling too comfortable in his position and wished to stir things up. In the morning, as Rong Yan entered the office, she sensed an unusual tension in the air. Oh, look who is back? Everyone is so busy, yet you took a day off to enjoy yourself. Yang Jie remarked with a hint of bitterness. Rong Yan felt a pang of guilt and quietly took her seat, ignoring her, as yesterday was not particularly relevant to her, and she had provided the materials in advance. Yang Jie was merely feeling resentful. Ran Xiaoyan consoled her, even sharing half of her sandwich. Rong Yan looked at her gratefully. Once she finished her tasks, Rong Yan knocked on Gao Yuan's office door. She sent her newly crafted proposal to his email. Manager Gao, I was indeed delayed by some matters yesterday and had no choice but to take a leave. Could you please take a look at the report and see if it's of any use? Gao Yuan opened the report. His expression remained calm as he read each word. Got it. You may go. Rong Yan nodded and left the office. As soon as she exited, Gao Yuan quickly copied the PPT, changed the authorship to his own, and sent it to the Seth project group. After sending it, he tagged Chi Jingyuan and several vice presidents. Leaders, this is my newly created analysis report. I will present it again in the afternoon meeting. Please feel free to provide your critiques. Afternoon came swiftly. Gao Yuan ascended the stairs with his laptop. Rong Yan was in a frenzy trying to gather 30,000 yuan when she unexpectedly received a call from Lena in the president's office, asking her to attend a meeting on the 16th floor. Without much thought, She replied affirmatively and headed to the elevator with her laptop. As the elevator doors opened, Shen Yin paused in surprise. "Ah, Yin?" Rong Yan was taken aback as well. She stepped into the elevator and greeted, "Hello, Teacher Shun," standing obediently in another corner. "What floor?" "I've already pressed it." The button for the 16th floor lit up, and Shun Yin was also headed there. What a coincidence. Rong Yan remained silent. Shen Yin observed her, his eyes clouded with unspoken words. "Wait for me downstairs after work. I'll treat you to dinner." "I can't go, Teacher Shun." "I'm sorry." Just then, the elevator reached the 16th floor. Rong Yan stepped out, meeting Chi Jingyuan's gaze. He was discussing matters with several senior executives and approached her, extending his hand to Professor Shun. "Mr. Chi, I hope we can achieve results on the Seth project today. Our research lab can also have significant breakthroughs with the new product." Shun Yin shook his hand. Seizing the moment, Rong Yan slipped away. This was a gathering for the big shots, not her realm. As a mere cog in the machine, it was best to keep her distance. Rong Yan entered the meeting room and chose an inconspicuous corner to sit. Approximately 20 individuals attended the meeting, several of whom were executives featured in the employee handbook, while the remainder came from other departments, creating a sea of dark suits. It appeared they were there to report. Gao Yuan sat near the front, far from Rong Yan, making it inconvenient to greet him. When most attendees had arrived, Chi Jingyuan entered the meeting room, followed by several executives and Shen Yin. With their arrival, the crowded room fell silent, the atmosphere inexplicably tense. Chi Jingyuan donned a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and took the central seat, glancing at his watch before calmly stating, "Let us begin." The reporting order commenced with the finance department, followed by the investment and financing department, meaning Gao Yuan would report last. The finance department's plan was impressive, with flawless logic and data presentation. As an outsider, Rong Yan was awestruck, feeling a mix of shock and admiration. The finance department received unanimous approval. The director sighed in relief, discreetly wiping the sweat from his brow. Next up was the investment and financing department. Compared to the finance department, their plan and data were somewhat lacking in rigor. Rong Yan discreetly glanced at Chi Jingyuan, noticing his furrowed brow. Why was she here? The president's office was responsible for providing meeting services, and Shen Mingzhu, working in the adjacent room, spotted Rong Yan through the glass. Is it just me? Or are she and Mr. Chi wearing the same brand of clothing? It seems like a couple's outfit. Chun Xing blinked, bewildered. Rong Yan wore a gray blazer paired with a pleated dress, exuding a blend of business elegance and gentleness. Chi Jingyuan donned a gray shirt and trousers with a dark tie, radiating a sophisticated, mature masculinity, brimming with sexual tension. These outfits were indeed marketed as couple-S attire in the storefront. Shen Mingzhu's expression darkened. Clearly, she had noticed as well. Perhaps it's just a coincidence, she suggested, attempting to downplay her thoughts. Coincidence? Haven't you seen her resume? Her family's financial situation is dire. How could she afford clothes from that brand? Chun Xing fell silent. That outfit likely cost half a year's salary. Spending half a year's wage on matching attire with her boss. Such cunning was undeniable. What about the last Band-Aid incident? How did that investigation go? The assistant quickly pulled up the records. I found a custom seller online. He mentioned he only supplied to one client, named Wu Tong, who happens to be in the management department. In the same department as Rong Yan? Chen Xing nodded. Shen Mingzhu smiled, intrigued. The situation seemed to be more interesting than she had anticipated. The content from the investment and financing department dragged on excessively. Rong Yan felt overwhelmed. She was holding in her bladder and was also hungry. During pregnancy, one tends to feel hungrier and more frequently needs to relieve themselves. At work, she could manage on her own, but now what could she do? Holding it in, it felt increasingly unbearable. Chi Jingyuan caught a glimpse of her from the corner of his eye. She was hunched over, her face pale, seemingly faint from hunger. He averted his gaze and began typing a message on his phone. The next moment, Shen Mingzhu's phone lit up. Mr. Chi requests that you prepare fruit and snacks. Have them delivered from the fruit and dessert shop downstairs immediately. Understood, Chun Xing replied, exiting the room. Calculating the time, the snacks and fruit should be arriving shortly. Chi Jingyuan raised his hand in the meeting room. Let us take a 10-minute break before continuing. After saying that, he turned and left. Rong Yan felt as if she had been granted a reprieve and hurried to the restroom. The others were left in a state of confusion, struggling to comprehend what had just happened. What was going on? Had the sun risen in the west? The once stern Chi Jingyuan, who had previously threatened anyone who dared leave the meeting early, had now voluntarily called for a 10-minute break. This was utterly unbelievable. When Rong Yan returned to the meeting room, it was bustling with activity. Colleagues from the president's office were distributing snacks and fruits. "Sister Mingzhu, is it safe to eat this? You haven't poisoned it, have you?" someone asked. Shun Mingzhu smiled warmly and officially replied, "You are a valuable talent. If you were poisoned, Mr. Chi would surely hold me accountable. There is nothing extraordinary about it. I merely find it quite perplexing. Look at this. It's yet another intermission, complete with fruit and refreshments. Is this truly the same esteemed CO I've come to know?" The others nodded in agreement, clearly sharing my sentiments. Rong Yan turned to her colleagues from other departments and inquired, "Is what they said true?" One colleague nodded affirmatively. Indeed, compared to previous occasions, today's treatment is practically celestial. A smile spread across Rong Yan's face. Regardless of whether it was divine treatment, the presence of food was enough to satiate her hunger, which was truly delightful. However, when it reached her, Chen Xing looked at the empty bag with a face full of regret. "I'm terribly sorry. I miscalculated and didn't buy enough. It's all gone." Rong Yan felt a twinge of disappointment, but responded with a gentle smile. "It's quite all right. I can manage without it." "I truly apologize," Chen Xing insisted, while Rong Yan reassured her once more that it was fine. Yet, as the aroma of fruit and pastries wafted through the air and she observed everyone enjoying their treats, Rong Yan felt even hungrier. Well, she thought she could bear it. The meeting was about to commence as Chi Jingyuan entered the conference room. His gaze flicked to the corner where Rong Yan sat, clutching her laptop and watching enviously as others indulged in their food, while her own space remained bare. Chi Jingyuan frowned and immediately began to question, "Is this how the CEO's office conducts itself?" The others were taken aback by his remark, and Shun Mingzhu, who was in the office, quickly set down her pen and approached him. "Mr. Chi, is there something we have done incorrectly? Are you not aware of how many people are attending today?" Shun Mingzhu replied calmly, "We are aware. There are a total of 23 attendees. Then why was there one less portion of fruit and pastries?" Shun Mingzhu looked up at Shun Xing Chen Xing, feeling guilty, cast a glance toward Rong Yan in the corner. Following her gaze, Shun Mingzhu noticed that Rong Yan had nothing at her table and instantly understood. "I apologize, Mr. Chi. It was a lapse in our work. One of our colleagues joined the meeting at the last minute, and the purchasing colleague was unaware, resulting in one less portion being ordered. We will rectify this immediately." "No need," Chi Jingyuan interjected, picking up the items before him. "Give them to her." Shin Mingzhu was taken aback. "What?" Chi Jingyuan fixed his gaze on her. "I said, give them to her." This time, she was certain she hadn't misheard. He truly intended to give his fruit and pastries to that quiet girl in the corner. Shin Mingzhu said nothing, merely accepting the box and placing it in front of Rong Yan. "I apologize for our oversight today. Please bear with us." Rong Yan longed to say it was fine, yet the words caught in her throat. The 20 or so people in the conference room stared at her, and the atmosphere grew even more oppressive than before. "Let us step out to eat and then return for the meeting," Chi Jingyuan said without lifting his head. "Understood, mister." She, with the boss having spoken, she had no choice but to comply. Fortunately, her seat was near the door, allowing her to slip away without disturbing anyone. "The CEO's office will face performance deductions. Bonuses will be canceled for this month, and no commendations will be allowed within 3 months, Chi Jingyuan added. Shin Mingzhu's face fell slightly, but she nodded, understood. "Let us begin." The head of the investment and financing department, who had been standing on stage for quite some time, finally grasped the command and shakily picked up the microphone to continue with the report. Shin Mingzhu returned to the office. "I'm sorry, Sister Mingzhu. I've caused you trouble. I only intended to make her uncomfortable for trying to curry favor with the CEO. I didn't expect it to backfire on you. I'm truly sorry." Chen Xing's eyes brimmed with tears. Slap. Shin Mingzhu delivered a sharp slap to her face. "Do not take matters into your own hands again. Can you manage that?" Chen Xing nodded vigorously. "For the remainder of the meeting, I will have Lena accompany you. If anything arises, call me," Shin Mingzhu said with a stern expression before turning to leave. "Ah, understood." Chen Xing wanted to say more, but ultimately chose silence. Her gaze towards Rong Yan now filled with resentment. Chapter 37. The radiant Rong Yan finished her food with her neck craned. For reasons unknown, she felt it did not taste as delightful as she had anticipated. Why did Chi Jingyuan lose his temper? If it were due to the oversight of the CEO's office, given his long-standing relationship with Shen Mingzhu, why did he not counsel her privately but rather chose to unleash his wrath in the meeting. His actions were undoubtedly a slap in Shen Mingzhu's face, embarrassing her. Yet, apart from that, there seemed to be no other valid reason for his anger. Could it be that he had quarreled with Shen Mingzhu? Was he using the meeting as a pretext? Rong Yan sensed that she might have stumbled upon the truth. After tidying up, she stealthily returned to the conference room. The investment and financing report had concluded, and it was now the turn of the management department, where Gao Yuan stood at the podium. Upon seeing Rong Yan return, Gao Yuan instinctively felt a tremor run through him. He had previously been unaware that she was attending the meeting, and now he had to report using her materials. How could he not feel anxious? Hello, everyone. I am Gao Yuan from the management department. I will now present our report, he said, forcing himself to proceed. Initially, Rong Yan thought Gao Yuan had borrowed some of her content, but as she listened further, it became clear that this was not a matter of borrowing at all. He was entirely using his own PowerPoint presentation, merely changing her name to his in the credits. Did you create this report? Chi Jingyuan asked, looking at the materials with an inscrutable expression once the presentation concluded. Gao Yuan, feeling guilty, glanced at Rong Yan and stiffly replied, Yes, I did. Today, there are employees from the management department present. Why don't you explain the 23 figure to me? Chi Jingyuan said, abruptly calling on Rong Yan, who stood up with a composed demeanor. Mr. Chi, this report was indeed prepared by Manager Gao, though other colleagues from the department contributed as well. Chi Jingyuan smirked slightly, finding her answer somewhat unexpected. Then, Manager Gao, please explain to me how you derived the 23 figure. Gao Yuan suppressed his rising anxiety. In response to Mr. Chi, this figure is based on the business growth rate from the SAIS evaluation report. Is that so? Then please tell me why the same business growth rate later shows as 15. As the PowerPoint flipped to the relevant page, Gao Yuan was left dumbfounded. These critical data points were naturally logical deductions. If he had indeed prepared the materials, he would know how the figures were derived. However, the problem was that he had not done so at all. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he said, Mr. Chi, allow me to step down and verify this. Chi Jingyuan remained silent, his gaze now fixed on Rong Yan. You answer it. Rong Yan felt a shiver run down her spine as he looked at her. Standing up, she calmly stated, the figure of 23 is indeed derived from the SAIS evaluation report. However, we also conducted independent market research and customer feedback analysis. We integrated the characteristics of SAIS's products and discovered that their business model is somewhat optimistic. In other words, to secure a higher acquisition price. SAIS may have colluded with the evaluation agency to overestimate their revenue curves, thus exaggerating their business growth rate. Based on our comprehensive assessment of various data, we have concluded that the actual business growth rate stands at 15. Rong Yan turned to Chi Jingyuan, who slightly raised his eyebrows. He continued to inquire, what about the gross profit margin? How do you perceive this figure? After a brief pause, Rong Yan replied, according to SAIS's financial reports, their gross profit margin is approximately 30, categorizing them as a company with very high-quality assets in this field. However, upon reviewing their foundational data, I found that SAIS has 3 product categories. Among them, the new product with the highest gross margin can reach 40, while the other 2 older products only manage around 15. Nevertheless, the sales volume of SAIS's new products is exceptionally low due to their lack of core intellectual property. Therefore, from a business composition perspective, SAIS does not qualify as a high-quality asset company, but rather as a company deeply entrenched in issues. They are in desperate need of this round of financing to salvage their struggling brand. I believe we can negotiate from this angle and further press the valuation. Mr. Chi, that is my response. Upon the conclusion of her report, a wave of murmurs rippled through the conference room. Clearly, these 2 unconventional perspectives are difficult for many to accept. Chi Jingyuan quietly observed her, speaking confidently and calmly, exuding the radiant charm of a professional woman, a stark contrast to the obedient and sensible girl she usually was. It was astonishing to discover this facet of her character. A silent smile played on his lips as he refocused his thoughts and addressed the attendees. What are your thoughts? Please share. The vice president spoke up first. SAIS's actions are somewhat unethical with data falsification. These cunning individuals had certainly engaged in various questionable practices. Considering a 15 market growth rate, their valuation is far from the 200 billion mark. If we continue with the acquisition, we must negotiate a lower price. Chi Jingyuan turned to Professor Shen. Professor Shen, what is your perspective? Shen Yan glanced at Rong Yan. a hint of satisfaction in his smile. The colleagues in the operations department are exceptionally competent in identifying these two critical issues. I concur with the opinions expressed, but one point requires attention. The core reason for acquiring Sayus is to pave the way for Shengshur's new products, which is also why your company chose to collaborate with our research institute. I suggest we consider this direction more thoroughly. The attendees began to voice their opinions in turn. Each person held their own stance and arguments, but it was ultimately the decision-maker's responsibility to discern the merits of each. This was indeed a test of the leader's capabilities and decisiveness. Rong Yan suddenly felt that Chi Jingyuan had his own challenges to face. After the meeting, it was already 7 in the evening. The proposal had been successfully passed, yet the valuation needed reevaluation, leaving the investment and financing department with much to attend to. As Rong Yan gathered her belongings and descended the stairs, she discovered Gao Yuan waiting at the entrance, claiming he wished to treat her to a meal. Rong Yan promptly declined. The report. Gao Yuan hesitated, aware that if Rong Yan inadvertently escalated the issue, he might find himself unable to remain at Shengshi. Rong Yan understood his concerns. I won't take today's matters to heart, but if you plan to use my materials next time, I would appreciate it if you could inform me in advance, if possible. Gao Yuan nodded repeatedly. How about hot pot? There's a decent place nearby. I'll treat you. She can't go. She has an appointment with me, came a voice from behind. Shun Yin had appeared without her realizing it. Professor Shun? You and Rong Yan. Gao Yuan exclaimed, realizing the situation. Then I won't disturb you. Enjoy your date, goodbye. Rong Yan was left speechless. Let's go. I know a great place for fish. You love fish, don't you? Allow me to take you there, Shun Yin said, his demeanor warm yet firm. Chapter 38. The Golden Retriever and the Little White Rabbit. Rong Yin calmly regarded him. Professor Shun, I no longer enjoy eating fish. Yin, deceiving me serves no purpose. He replied, but I genuinely believe it is unnecessary. Shun Yin had already started walking ahead. Simply calling me Professor Shun is quite necessary. Reluctantly, Rong Yin followed. She thought it might be a good opportunity to clarify their feelings. The restaurant served wild fish, quite expensive, with a more private atmosphere. Shun Yin ordered the fish she loved, prepared in her favorite flavors, spicy and pickled. However, Rong Yin had no appetite and only picked at the side dishes. Why aren't you eating the fish? Shun Yin inquired. Rong Yin remained silent. She had indeed stopped eating fish a long time ago, and now that she was pregnant, it repulsed her. She had mentioned it, yet he refused to believe her. Remember when you choked on a fish bone as a child? I was frantic to take you to the hospital, but you managed to remove the bone yourself, your mouth covered in blood. At that moment, I thought to myself, this little girl is truly fierce. He silently removed the bones from the fish fillet and placed it on her plate. From then on, every time we had fish, I would remove the bones for you, for I could not bear to see you in such a state of distress. Rong Yin clenched the hem of her clothing, her emotions swirling within her. In her childhood, Shun Yin had indeed treated her with utmost kindness. Perhaps it was this warmth, this care, that made her fall in love with him and rely on him during her times of greatest need. Yin, can we truly not return to the past? Shun Yin gazed at her, his eyes filled with myriad emotions she could not comprehend. Rong Yin held back her tears and smiled, a hint of calmness in her expression. Did you, perhaps, fight with Wang Wu and his gang back then? Shun Yin looked up, astonished. How do you know? They called me illegitimate. They insulted me and cornered me with knives, tearing my dress. You came to my rescue without uttering a word. The next day, they were beaten up severely, their legs broken and faces bruised. They never bothered me again. Later, I noticed your hand were also injured, your eyes nearly blinded. I realized it was you who taught them a lesson. Rong Yin looked at him, her eyes moist. Thank you so much for your care throughout those years. She raised her juice glass in a toast. Shun Yin returned the gesture. If given another chance, I would still save you. As he lifted his glass, the cuff of his sleeve slid back, revealing a silver bracelet adorned with several green beads, crafted by her own hands and gifted to him during their senior year. However, he would likely never know the secret behind that bracelet. Rong Yin poured herself another glass. Professor Shun, there's a question I've longed to ask you. Please, feel free to inquire. Rong Yin met his gaze. What is your motivation for wanting to reconcile? Is it a fear of losing Rong Yan, or a fear of losing your little sister, Rong Yan? Shun Yin withdrew his gaze, lifting his drink, casually swirling the contents. These two questions are not the same. Rong Yin shook her head. They are different. You know it. Rong Yin represented love, while Rong Yan, the little sister, symbolized sibling affection. Shen Yin downed the contents of his glass. Yin, in my heart, you are simply Yin. You are unlike anyone else. I will protect you as I would a precious gem, for I do not want to lose you. Nor do I wish for a day when I can no longer see you. Do you understand? His gaze was filled with deep sentiment, harboring so much she could not decipher. Rong Yan smiled. Just like Mingzhu, so he favored her as he did his sister. What he desperately sought to regain was not a lover, but a sister. Rong Yan raised her glass. To the brother who once protected and cared for me. I toast you with juice instead of wine. She poured herself another glass. To the pure and sincere self of those years. With her glass full once more, her smile was both serene and charming. Lastly, to our past. From now on, Professor Shen is Professor Shen, and Rong Yan is Rong Yan. Shen Yin gazed at her, his expression dimming. Professor Shen is Professor Shen, and Rong Yan is Rong Yan. She still refused to forgive him. Through her actions, she conveyed that she had come to terms with the past, letting go of that incident. Yet their relationship would remain at this impasse. From now on, he would be Professor Shen, and she would be Rong Yan, with no more of the brotherly bond they once shared. All that remained was a teacher-student relationship. He clenched his fist, his face darkened, seemingly regretting. Yin, I will not draw a line between us. In my heart, you will always be Yin. Yet what lay within Shen Yan's heart remained unspoken, and he could not articulate it. Professor Shen, I have said what I needed to say. If there is nothing more, I will take my leave. Rong Yan picked up her bag and headed for the door. Shen Yin followed her, striving to compose himself. I will give you a ride. Rong Yan declined. I can take a taxi. There is no need to trouble you. Shen Yin opened the car door, stubbornly standing there, waiting for her to get in. Rong Yan pretended not to see, ordering a ride online, but the request went unanswered. Cars behind them incessantly honked, a cacophony of horns filling the street. Shen Yin remained composed. Surrounded by onlookers, the driver in the back seat could not resist rolling down the window, beginning to hurl insults. Ultimately, Rong Yan could not endure any longer and opened the car door, taking her seat. With a triumphant smile, Shen Yin suggested, "Add me on WeChat and send me the address." Rong Yan, maintaining her composure, replied, "I can navigate on my own. No need to add WeChat." Shen Yin abruptly hit the brakes, causing the car behind to nearly rear-end them. The driver rolled down his window to vent his frustration, prompting a sigh from Rong Yan as she opened the WeChat QR code. She had never seen him so helpless before. He seemed to have changed quite a bit over the past 2 years. "Send me your phone number," he requested. Rong Yan complied and sent her number through WeChat. Shen Yin felt a sense of relief wash over him, and his mood improved as he drove. The road was clear, allowing for a smooth journey. A golden retriever and a small rabbit hung from the rearview mirror. The rabbit nestled contentedly against the retriever, who wore a look of adoration. Rong Yan's expression paled slightly. This was a gift she had crafted for him during her sophomore year, and to her surprise, he had kept it all this time, even hanging it in his car. "I've held on to this," he remarked. Understanding her gaze, Shen Yin explained, "I almost lost it once on a business trip. I searched for it for days and even offered a reward of 100,000 to get it back." Rong Yan averted her gaze, focusing on the road ahead. "If you lost it, let it go. It doesn't belong in this car." Shen Yin gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles turning white. Just then his phone rang. He donned his earphones and inquired about an address, turning onto another road. Chapter 39. Shen Mingzhu is Cici. "Apologies, I must pick up my sister. She is intoxicated." Upon hearing Shen Mingzhu, Rong Yan immediately recalled the afternoon meeting, realizing that Chi Jingyuan's attitude had indeed affected her, leading her to drink excessively. The address led them to a bar, vibrant and filled with the intoxicating scent of alcohol. Rong Yan covered her nose, trailing behind Shen Yin as they searched for Shen Mingzhu. Soon, they spotted Chi Jingyuan. Shen Mingzhu leaned against him, completely inebriated, mumbling incoherently. "Hello, Mr. Ji." Rong Yan greeted respectfully. Chi Jingyuan remained silent, instinctively explaining, "She is drunk." The waiter saw her call log and called me. Rong Yan nodded in confusion. "Oh, okay. Chi Jingyuan." At that moment, Shen Yin returned from settling the bill. "Professor Shen and my employee. Professor Shen is my teacher. After our meeting today, he took me out for a nice meal." Rong Yan interjected, feeling inexplicably guilty. Shen Yin looked at his drunken sister, feeling a pang of sympathy. Unlike him, she had been taken abroad by their father at 6, leading to infrequent family gatherings. The Shun family felt a sense of guilt towards her. Cece, wake up. Shun Yan gently patted Shun Mingzhu's face. Rong Yan was taken aback. Mr. Shun, what do you call her? Cece, that's her nickname. Rong Yan suddenly understood. Cece, the name that Chi Jingyuan called out when drunk, referred to Shun Mingzhu. She had inadvertently stumbled upon her boss's secret. Chi Jingyuan intended to hand Shun Mingzhu over to Shun Yan for him to take her home, but Shun Mingzhu clung to his arm stubbornly. Shun Yan glanced at Rong Yan. I still need to take my student home. Could you please take Cece back, Mr. Chi? That's all right, Professor Shun. You can take Sister Mingzhu home. She is more important. I can take a cab, Rong Yan quickly asserted. No, you came with me. I must ensure your safety. How about this? You all get in my car. I will drop Yan off first, then head home. Everyone agreed. Rong Yan opened the passenger door, and after Chi Jingyuan settled Shun Mingzhu in, he did not exit the car, but closed the door instead. Shun Yan assumed he was simply concerned about Mingzhu and said nothing as he began driving towards Chi Jingyuan. Shun Mingzhu was utterly intoxicated. Yuan, are you still mad at me? Her eyes were filled with tears, looking pitiful. I truly didn't mean to. I never intended to hurt her. You have to believe me. Yuan, why are you so harsh with me? Yuan, I'm your Cece. I'm your Cece. Please look at me. Don't like anyone else. That woman is not worth your affection. Shun Mingzhu mumbled drunkenly. Chi Jingyuan's expression darkened. Rong Yan, unable to contain her curiosity about the back seat situation, glanced in the rearview mirror and found Chi Jingyuan also looking at her. Their eyes met, and she quickly averted her gaze. Oh dear! She had been caught eavesdropping on her boss's private matters. Would he be angry? Yet, Chi Jingyuan narrowed his eyes, his gaze profound, remaining silent for a long while. She hoped he wouldn't be upset. He certainly had a difficult situation to explain regarding Shun Mingzhu's state. Chi Jingyuan furrowed his brows, feeling somewhat troubled. Mr. T, everyone understands Mingzhu's feelings for you. Surely, you are aware, it's just that you. Shun Yan was eager to inquire about his thoughts. I am married. Shun Yan was taken aback, believing he had misheard. What did you say? I'm already married, Chi Jingyuan reiterated. Thus, my stance should be clear to Professor Shun. The statement was directed at Shun Yan, yet Chi Jingyuan's gaze was fixed on Rong Yan. Upon hearing this, she was slightly taken aback and instinctively glanced in the rearview mirror, only to lock eyes with Chi Jingyuan again. She turned her head, feeling uneasy. Chi Jingyuan had actually admitted to being married. Why? Everyone had engaged in reading comprehension and understood the context. Based on Shun Mingzhu's remarks, there must be some misunderstanding between her and Chi Jingyuan, and he was still angry. An upset Chi Jingyuan had revealed his marital status to provoke Shun Mingzhu. Once they reconciled later, he could easily get a divorce, creating a seamless transition. Yes, that must be it. Such a common trope in dramas. Rong Yan felt a sense of admiration for her own insight. Suddenly confronted with this shocking revelation, Shun Yan found it hard to believe. He scrutinized Chi Jingyuan for a long time before confirming that he was not joking, letting out a sigh. I understand now. I will talk to her. It was unexpected. After 10 years of love, this was the outcome. Shun Yan felt even more sympathy for his sister. Professor Shun, this trinket is quite special, Chi Jingyuan remarked, gazing at the golden retriever and the small rabbit, which appeared lively and familiar. Mr. Chi has a good eye. It holds special significance for me. Oh, was it a gift from your beloved? It is from someone very special and important. Rong Yan turned her gaze to the window. Someone very special could refer to parents, siblings, friends, or lovers. Yet, it was evident that he did not categorize her as someone significant. If he did, he would have directly answered Chi Jingyuan's inquiry. This reunion, filled with heartfelt apologies and attempts at reconciliation, was merely because he had always regarded her as a sister. Rong Yan found herself stifling laughter. Just moments ago, she was eavesdropping on her boss's secrets, and now she found herself the subject of the intrigue. What a twist of fate. The car soon arrived at Chi Jingyuan. Rong Yan expressed her gratitude and exited, preparing to hail a taxi home. No need. Su-Chen will arrive in 2 minutes. Chi Jingyuan stood beside her, tall and handsome. Rong Yan was surprised to see him disembark as well, her confusion evident. Mr. Chi, aren't you taking Sister Mingzhu home? Chi Jingyuan raised an eyebrow. Why should I take her home? Ah, he was still being stubborn. Let him be. According to drama tropes, stubbornness seldom leads to favorable endings. There would surely be a dramatic chase to win her back for a grand finale. The thought of Chi Jingyuan pursuing his beloved excited Rong Yan. This intrigue was far more captivating than any television drama. Chi Jingyuan turned to observe Rong Yan's expression. She appeared contemplative, then suddenly enlightened, ultimately breaking into a smile. Chi Jingyuan's lips curved upward in response. This little kitten was indeed easy to please. Sir, perhaps you should buy your girlfriend a bouquet of flowers. At the place where the two alighted, there was a flower stall run by a kindly middle-aged woman. Rong Yan felt a bit awkward and, fearing an uncomfortable silence, quickly declined. Annie, we are not in the kind of relationship you think. The aunt chuckled. Do not deceive me. You both are wearing matching outfits. If you're not a couple, then what are you? Rong Yan glanced at her attire and then at her companion. Indeed, they were in matching outfits. Their clothes were gifts from a brand store, and it seemed this pair had fortuitously ended up together, worn on the same day. The awkwardness was palpable, as if they were laid bare. Clearing her throat, she added, Annie, really it's unnecessary. We are already married and do not need to purchase these. The aunt, realizing, smiled even wider. If you are married, then you should buy even more. Sir, is it not difficult for your wife to manage the household and bear children? Chi Jingyuan, being a man of action, disregarded the aunt's words. After scanning the stall, he pointed to a pot of white daisies. I'll take this one. Huh? The aunt was puzzled and quite taken aback. Who buys daisies for their wife? It is usually roses that are favored. The roses were right in front of him, yet he chose to overlook them for the nearly hidden daisies. The aunt, unable to protest, selected the most vibrant pot of daisies for him. Rong Yan scratched her head, her gaze wandering elsewhere. Chi Jingyuan was not in the habit of carrying cash, so he glanced towards Su Cheng in the car. Su Cheng promptly handed the aunt 100 yuan, no need for change. The aunt was overjoyed, clutching the 100 yuan and beaming with delight. Chi Jingyuan passed the daisies to Rong Yan. Upon seeing the flowers, she was somewhat surprised. Thank you, Mr. Chi, for your generosity. Chi Jingyuan made a scowled lightly. The three of them then entered the car and departed from Anshin Garden. In the morning, the first thing Rong Yan did upon rising was to water the daisies. Remarkably, the flowers thrived well overnight, blooming even more. She returned to her small room, opened her notebook, and began to draw. The fierce tiger in her illustration pointed at the white daisies from the flower stall. This one will do. Nearby, the little rabbit muttered softly. If only this pot of flowers was a bonus from the boss. The drawing completed, she uploaded it to the platform and published it. Upon arriving at the office of Shengshi, she found herself surrounded the moment she stepped inside. The events from the previous night's meeting had spread throughout the entire company, though the rumors were far more absurd than reality. Disturbed by the cacophony, Rong Yan recounted what had transpired at the meeting, and gradually, the crowd quieted. It was merely a typical work oversight. Where is the romantic entanglement? They seemed to prefer the latter. Only Ran Xiaoyan noticed the nuances. She leaned in closer to Rong Yan. Are you saying that yesterday, not only did the boss order fruit and desserts, but he also allowed for a break? Rong Yan nodded. Is that a problem? A significant one. First, the boss has always prioritized work and never permits breaks. Second, I've been at Shengshi for many years, and this is the first time he allowed desserts during a meeting. Something felt off, and Ran Xiaoyan was excited to share this gossip with her fellow enthusiasts. At that moment, Yang Jie suddenly pushed the door open. Oh, our department's shining star has returned. You truly brought honor to our department yesterday. It's quite remarkable. Her tone dripped with sarcasm, and her gaze at Rong Yan was laced with disdain. Rong Yan remained silent. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Ran Xiaoyan retorted, Yang Jie, how can you speak like that? We are all in the same department. What's wrong with that? A mere probationary employee running to attend a high-level meeting. What a disgraceful act. And she expects not to be criticized? Manager Gao is still around. What an audacious move. Yang Jie was clearly dissatisfied and took her laptop to find work in another department. The atmosphere in the department grew awkward. Rong Yan calmly interjected, yesterday, it was Lena who informed me to attend the meeting. Please don't misunderstand. I believe it was Manager Gao's decision, as I'm quite familiar with the basic data. Upon hearing this, the others were silent but felt more at ease. Don't take it to heart. She's just like that, Ran Xiaoyan consoled. Rong Yan nodded. Aside from Gao Yuan, Yang Jie had the longest tenure in the department and was the most likely candidate for promotion. Her fixation on the matter stemmed from self-interest. After all, in the workplace, no one wishes to be at a disadvantage. At that moment, Rong Yan's phone rang. Rong Yan, please come up to the 16th floor. I need to discuss something with you. It was Lena, her voice sweet. The phone speaker was a bit loud, and those around her could hear, raising their heads in curiosity. "Lena, do you know what it's about?" "Not at the moment. You'll find out when you arrive." Feeling a bit awkward, Rong Yan calmly donned her ID badge, grabbed her laptop, and ascended to the 16th floor under the scrutinizing gazes of her colleagues. Rong Yan was led directly to the president's office. The office was spacious, with large floor-to-ceiling windows that accentuated its luxury and brightness, making the distance between her and Chi Jingyuan feel even greater. Chi Jingyuan sat on a single sofa. Opposite him were three individuals: Gao Yuan, HR Director Linda, and the head of the marketing center, Mr. Wu. "Let us hear the opinion of the parties involved first," Chi Jingyuan remarked, his gaze briefly passing over her. Linda quickly explained, "Rong Yan, this morning Manager Gao approached us, saying that the operations department is quite busy and wishes to promote a deputy. He recommended you. We would like to hear your thoughts." "Deputy? As in the position of deputy manager? Why would Gao Yuan propose me for such a role?" After a brief moment of astonishment, Rong Yan regained her composure. "First, I would like to thank all the leaders for their trust in me and for offering this opportunity. However, I am still in my probation period and have yet to achieve any significant results. Such a promotion feels undeserved, and I advise everyone to consider it carefully." "Rong Yan, there is no need for modesty. Your report and data on the SAYAS project provided crucial insights for the company, and your abilities are evident. Perhaps you should learn to believe in yourself and give it a try." It was Mr. Wu, the head of the marketing center, who spoke up. Rong Yan hesitated. She was still in her probation period and had only participated in one project. She worried that such a promotion lacked credibility. "May I inquire if there will be a salary increase upon promotion?" Linda chuckled lightly, seemingly surprised by the question. "Of course, according to company policy, a 50 salary increase is standard. 50%? That would mean an additional 3,000 yuan every month." After a brief contemplation, she stated, "In that case, I will accept the promotion, but only after the SAYAS project is signed, provided that my conclusions genuinely add value to the company." A brief silence enveloped the office. Moments later, Chi Jingyuan looked up. "Let be settled then." Thus, the promotion was officially confirmed. As Rong Yan and the others exited the office, she suddenly paused. "Is there something else?" Chi Jingyuan inquired, standing by the floor-to-ceiling window. Rong Yan gazed at him. At this moment, Chi Jingyuan stood tall and aloof, exuding an air of elegance that made the distance between them feel like centuries apart. Unexplainably, she felt a twinge of disappointment and melancholy. "Mr. Ji, I would like to ask, this promotion was not influenced by you, was it?" "No." He stepped in front of her, meeting her eyes directly. "While I had such intentions, Gao Yuan mentioned it first. I did not intervene at all." Rong Yan exhaled in relief. "That is good." The nature of her relationship with Chi Jingyuan was complex and ambiguous. Yet in her career, she aspired to achieve her goals through her own efforts rather than relying on him. "That is reassuring. I hope in the future, Mr. Chi will refrain from interference and allow things to unfold naturally." Chi Jingyuan raised an eyebrow, unexpectedly intrigued by her response. If others had such connections, they would go to great lengths to climb the ranks. Yet she, on the contrary, intends to rely solely on her own capabilities. Indeed, she possesses that ability. "Rong Yan, the world of Shengshi is one that values competence and adheres to rules. You must have faith in yourself as well as in me." He is neither a leader who opens doors through favoritism nor a man who underestimates her abilities, treating her merely as a pet to be nurtured. He respects her and believes in her. A strange light flickered in Rong Yan's eyes, revealing a hidden emotion. Chi Jingyuan. He truly seems different from other bosses and men. Despite his elevated status and power, he remains discerning, calm, and retains a thread of benevolence. She concealed the tumultuous emotions within and smiled. "Yes, I believe in you and in myself." Having finished speaking, Rong Yan prepared to leave when Chi Jingyuan called her back. "Gao Yuan has suddenly proposed your promotion. Perhaps he has realized something." Chi Jingyuan added casually, "Because I know the report was prepared by you." Rong Yan pondered for a moment before understanding. No wonder Chi Jingyuan had pressed her with those questions during the meeting. He was merely seeking confirmation, and Gao Yuan had evidently caught on to this as well. This proposal for her promotion might very well be a test. "I understand now. Thank you, Mr. Chi." Chi Jingyuan's hint was meant to help her discern the situation, preventing her from falling into others' traps, and Rong Yan understood this well. Upon exiting the office and arriving at the elevator, she found Gao Yuan waiting for her. "Ah Yan, may I invite you to lunch? Next to Shengshi." There was a Chinese restaurant where Gao Yuan reserved a private room and ordered an array of dishes. They dined in a casual manner, with Gao Yuan inquiring about her experiences in the department, whether she had faced any bullying and if she needed assistance. Rong Yan answered each question. Soon, she finished her meal, but Gao Yuan's gaze lingered on her, clearly indicating that he had more to say. Manager Gao, if this is about the PPT matter, I have already assured you that it is of no consequence, so please do not worry. She knew she couldn't create a hostile atmosphere while working under him. It would only complicate things later. This was my fault, and I'm grateful for your magnanimity, Yan. If you ever need my assistance, feel free to ask. Gao Yuan also took a conciliatory stance, aiming for a harmonious relationship moving forward. Rong Yan nodded. Rest assured, I will. However, Gao Yuan's gaze conveyed that there was still more to discuss. Manager Gao, since we are being so candid, there's no need to hold back. Please feel free to ask anything. I assure you I will answer truthfully. Is it truly all right? Gao Yuan hesitated, unsure if he should proceed. He feared offending her with the wrong question, yet remained anxious about misjudging situations at work and displeasing powerful figures. There is indeed a question I must ask you. Last night, I dined with friends at Anshin Garden, where there is a quaint restaurant with delightful flavors, and we inadvertently saw something. He struggled to articulate his words, cautiously gauging Rong Yan's reaction. We saw you with Mr. Chi. Rong Yan was taken aback. Gao Yuan had been nearby last night. That was quite a coincidence. Noticing that she did not deny it, but instead appeared astonished, Gao Yuan became more assured. I saw Mr. Chi buy you a potted flower, and you both got into the same car. Rong Yan exhaled, relieved that Gao Yuan chose to ask her directly rather than taking photos and spreading rumors. After all, their previous friction over the PPT matter could have led a malicious person to exploit the situation. However, how could she explain her relationship with Mr. Chi? The truth would not suffice. If news of Chi Jingyuan's marital status leaked, it would have significant repercussions. She needed a different excuse to placate the situation. After pondering for a while, an idea struck her. This matter was not something I intended to conceal. It is Mr. Chi who prefers it to remain private. So do you understand? Gao Yuan nodded repeatedly. Understood. Then, suddenly realizing something, he looked up at Rong Yan. Are you saying Mr. Chi is your uncle? But why do you not share his surname? Rong Yan sighed. It's a distant relation, several branches removed. Our ancestors were close, but my family fell on hard times. And after joining Shengshi, my elders asked Mr. Chi to look after me. Mr. Chi treats me as a junior, which is why he bought me flowers. Currently, I reside with the Chi family. Gao Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. So that's how it is. This revelation clarified many matters. During the first seminar, Mr. Chi mentioned Rong Yan because they lived together and he had seen her work. During the second seminar, he questioned the authorship of the PPT because he knew who the true creator was. At the meeting, when Mr. Chi had lashed out over a missing box of fruit wine and punished his confidant Shin Mingzhu, he had also given his fruit pastries to Rong Yan, which had struck Gao Yuan as odd at the time, but he had not given it much thought. Now it all made sense. Rong Yan was Mr. Chi's niece. So, of course, he would look out for her. Gao Yuan wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped a grave mistake. However, please keep this matter confidential. If it gets out, Mr. Chi may. Rong Yan made a slashing gesture across her throat. Gao Yuan quickly assured her, I understand. I will keep it under wraps. Manager Gao, did you propose my promotion for this reason? Rong Yan inquired. Gao Yuan continue de replier. Yan. If I said that this wasn't a factor, you would surely not believe me. However, I merely provided an opportunity. Whether you can maintain this position depends on your own abilities. Do you understand? Rong Yan nodded. Outside the private room, Chun Xing, who happened to pass by during their meal, overheard the entire conversation. The restaurant's private rooms were separated by screens, lacking soundproofing, and upon seeing Rong Yan inside, she felt compelled to uncover the details. Back in her office, Chun Xing promptly called Shin Mingzhu, relaying everything she had heard verbatim. Is what you said true? Shin Mingzhu found it hard to believe. Having drunk too much the previous night, she had taken the day off and only just awakened. Absolutely. I heard everything clearly. I would stake my life on it. If there is any falsehood, let heaven strike me down. But isn't Rong Yan, as family quite poor? Could Mr. Chi have such impoverished relatives? That's hard to say. After all, it's a distant relation, several branches removed. It's possible they've fallen on hard times in recent years, which is why they sought Mr. Chi's assistance. Shin Mingzhu found this reasoning plausible and nodded. I understand. After hanging up, she gazed out the window, her eyes sparkling as her spirit revived. The events of yesterday's meeting had compelled her to doubt the relationship between Chi Jingyuan and Rong Yan, and her heart had been heavy with sorrow, leading her to seek solace in drink. Awakening to the revelation that it had all been a misunderstanding, that Chi Jingyuan and Rong Yan were, in fact, uncle and niece, brought clarity to everything. If they were relatives, then all the peculiarities made sense. Rong Yan riding in Chi Jingyuan's car, using his umbrella, and sharing fruits and pastries were all due to their familial bond. She had misjudged her adversary all along. How absurd! As this realization dawned on her, Shen Mingzhu burst into laughter. Suddenly struck by an idea, she opened the company system, located Rong Yan in the organizational chart, and sent her a message. Yan, I appreciate your thoughtful gesture, but there is no need to purchase an umbrella for me. I already possess a commendable brand of cosmetics that I shall bring you next time. Since Rong Yan is my niece, it is imperative for her to cultivate a good relationship with me. Only by fostering such a bond can I glean more information about Chi Jingyuan from her. Rong Yan was troubled over how to gather 30,000 yuan when she suddenly received a message from Shen Mingzhu. After reading it twice, she still found it perplexing. Why was Shen Mingzhu suddenly being amiable toward her? Not only did she not require an umbrella, but she also intended to personally present her with cosmetics? It was all rather strange. Could it be that Chi Jingyuan had explained something to her, prompting her to seek friendship? After much contemplation, Rong Yan could not arrive at an answer and resolved to let it go. Regardless, she had managed to save 30,000 yuan, which was undoubtedly a positive outcome. As for the reason, it would eventually reveal itself. After a prolonged hesitation, she replied to Shen Mingzhu, "Thank you, Sister Mingzhu. I appreciate your generosity. If there are any shortcomings in my work, I kindly ask for your guidance." Shen Mingzhu replied, "Of course." In the afternoon, Shen Yan returned home just as Shen Mingzhu had changed her attire, applied her makeup, and appeared full of vitality, preparing to head out. Shen Yan seized her arm and inquired where she was going. "Brother, I'm going to find out Yuan. I need to discuss something with him and would like to invite him for dinner tonight." Shen Mingzhu's radiant smile betrayed no hint of the heartbreak she had experienced the night before. Shen Yan's expression darkened. After a long pause, he sighed, "Mingzhu, I have something important to tell you. You must remain calm after you hear it. All right?" Shen Mingzhu chuckled. What else with the sudden seriousness? "Last night, I accompanied General Chi in escorting you home. During our journey, he mentioned something to me." "What was it?" "He said he is already married." "Mingzhu, do you understand what he meant by that? His marriage is a clear indication that you should let go. He has found his belonging, and you cannot remain stagnant, understand?" Shen Mingzhu was momentarily stunned. Soon after, she laughed, "Brother, today isn't April Fool's Day. That joke isn't amusing at all." As she scrutinized Shen Yan's expression, her smile gradually faded, and her complexion turned increasingly pale. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. If he were married, how could I not know? I am his assistant. When did the wedding take place? When did he purchase the ring? Who were the guests? How could I have heard nothing? He must be deceiving you, brother. He is simply trying to provoke me." Shen Mingzhu's face reflected her deep distress. She turned and hurried towards the parking area, stating, "I refuse to believe it. I will confront him myself." Shen Yan sighed and quickly followed her. Chi Jingyuan had no social engagements or business banquets that day, and Shen Mingzhu was well aware of his schedule. Driving directly to the Shengshi headquarters, she reasoned that he should still be at the office at this hour. Shen Yan hailed a taxi and pursued them closely, managing to keep up as they arrived at Shengshi headquarters. At the entrance, Chi Jingyuan and Shen Mingzhu stood facing each other. Many employees, having just finished their overtime work, noticed the tension between the two and curiously observed the scene, with some even covertly taking photos. "This is not the place for a conversation. Let us go to a more suitable location," Chi Jingyuan suggested before turning to enter his Rolls-Royce. Shen Yan climbed into Shen Mingzhu's car. After work, Rong Yan had been waiting in the car for Chi Jingyuan. While passing the time, she called her grandmother, thus remaining unaware of Shen Yan and Shen Mingzhu's encounter. As the car drove on, it veered away from the direction of Tingyuan. "Mr. Chi, are we headed somewhere else?" Chi Jingyuan remained silent, prompting Rong Yan to also cease conversation. Regardless of whether they returned or not, the child within her was also his. It was unlikely they would go hungry. At that moment, she felt it best to simply accompany him. Half an hour later, the vehicle halted at the Tainwation Club. Rong Yan was bewildered. "Why are we here?" The door was opened by a staff member, and Chi Jingyuan alighted. Rong Yan hurried to follow him. The grand entrance of the club was bustling with servers bowing in welcome. Some recognized Rong Yan and hesitated momentarily. Mr. Chi, we haven't seen you in ages, please. Come inside. Manager Yu approached warmly, guiding them to their usual private room. Suddenly, his gaze shifted, catching sight of Rong Yan beside Chi Jingyuan, causing him to pause briefly but quickly regain his composure. They were led to room 608, where Su-Wen was brewing tea in Rong Yan's usual spot. And a dozen individuals occupied the sofas, with Shun Mingzhu and Shun Yin seated prominently in the center. As the door swung open, all eyes turned towards them. Brother Yuan, come in and join us, Zhou Wei exclaimed, his enthusiasm unabated. Upon spotting Rong Yan, he added in surprise, little beauty, you and Brother Yuan. He trailed off, seamlessly changing the subject. Come on in. What brings you all here? Chi Jingyuan inquired, somewhat taken aback. I invited them, Shun Mingzhu replied, fiddling with her wine glass. We're all friends, after all. Yes, Brother Yuan, Shun Mingzhu added. Sister Mingzhu mentioned you had an announcement to make, and since we were in the adjacent room, we decided to join in. It's been ages since we all gathered, and we want to leave until we're thoroughly inebriated. The others chimed in, urging him on. Chapter 43. Confrontation. Chi Jingyuan and Shun Mingzhu exchanged knowing glances, both acutely aware of each other's thoughts. Shun Mingzhu had summoned the others, primarily out of concern that he might fabricate a lie, seeking witnesses from their circle. There were a few outsiders present, and should he dare to announce such news, it would undoubtedly spread like wildfire. Yet if the news were false, he would bear the consequences. The reputation of the Chi family, the family's enterprises, and the stock of Shangshi would all be at stake. Shun Mingzhu aimed for him to reveal nothing but the truth. Chi Jingyuan settled into the central seat. Rong Yan, having accompanied him, quietly took her place beside him. The others, having had varying degrees of acquaintance with Rong Yan, shared unspoken understanding. Shun Mingzhu's gaze remained fixed on Chi Jingyuan, showing little interest in her niece, while Shun Yan appeared genuinely surprised. Why was such an ordinary employee of Shangshi involved in Chi Jingyuan's private affairs? As Su-Wen approached with tea, Rong Yan instinctively uttered her thanks, causing Su-Wen to falter momentarily. Her gaze shifted between Rong Yan and Chi Jingyuan, her expression one of astonishment. Bring some healthier snacks, Chi Jingyuan instructed coldly. Of course. Su-Wen retreated to place the order. I believe it is time I clarify the situation, Shun Mingzhu announced, rising to her feet. This evening, my brother suddenly informed me that General Chi personally conveyed to him that he is married. I was taken aback and found it hard to believe. After all these years of friendship, how could he not share such a significant life event with us? It's simply too untrustworthy. Hence, I invited everyone here to hear the truth from Brother Yuan himself. The room erupted into a chorus of disbelief. The young gentlemen expressed their astonishment, bombarding Chi Jingyuan with questions. Brother Yuan, is it true? Have you really married? Surely this must be a joke. This is more shocking than the end of the world. When did this happen? Where was the ceremony? Why wasn't T.I. invited? And where is your wedding ring? The crowd buzzed with curiosity, eager to learn what kind of woman could capture the heart of someone like Chi Jingyuan. Shun Mingzhu's expression began to shift, recognizing that everyone, much like herself, found this news difficult to accept. The abruptness of the revelation felt contrived, and even now, she remained reluctant to believe it was true. Chi Jingyuan's demeanor remained indifferent as he pushed the pastries towards Rong Yan, scoffing lightly in confusion. What? You find it hard to believe that I am married? Whether you believe it or not, the fact remains, I am indeed married. However, considering various factors, the marriage announcement has not been made public, and I am unable to disclose her identity for the time being. I kindly ask you all to keep this secret from me. It's well acknowledged that Yuan Ge has admitted it, so it seems to be true. It feels almost surreal. The crowd was taken aback by the news. Yet they quickly regained their composure and began pouring drinks, proclaiming their intent to celebrate Chi Jingyuan's newfound single status, vowing to indulge until intoxication. Rong Yan quietly savored her cake, seemingly genuinely hungry, completely absorbed in her meal, starkly contrasting with the surrounding revelry. The focus was on Chi Jingyuan. Everyone was discussing his marriage, and few noticed his gesture of offering the cake to Rong Yan. Shun Yan observed this, fixating on Rong Yan, as if attempting to discern the essence of a flower from her. At that moment, Zhou Wei approached with a drink in hand, pouring a glass for Rong Yan. To celebrate Yuan Ji's departure from singlehood, my dear beauty, you must drink it all, Zhou Wei said. his smile laced with deeper implications as he handed the glass to Rong Yan. She hesitated, contemplating a reason to refuse, when suddenly, her hand was empty. The glass had been taken by Chi Jingyuan. She cannot drink. He raised the glass, took a sip, and finished it in one go. Rong Yan continued to eat, but sensing a gaze upon her, she looked up and locked eyes with Shen Yan. His expression was somber, inquisitive, and bewildered. Rong Yan, preoccupied, resumed her meal, ignoring him. Shen Mingzhu remained rigid, her complexion pale. Despite hearing the news firsthand, she struggled to believe it, maintaining her last semblance of dignity and pride. She retrieved her phone and dialed a number. Since a Yuan claims he is married, I shall believe it. However, I must consult Auntie about some details. She called Lu Wenlan. Instantly, the private room fell silent. Even Rong Yan, engrossed in her food, paused, glancing at Chi Jingyuan and then at Shen Mingzhu's phone. The phone rang several times before connecting. Mingzhu? What do you want? Came Lu Wenlan's voice. She was relatively polite to Shen Mingzhu, partly due to her respectable family background, partly because she worked closely with Chi Jingyuan, and partly due to their long-standing association. Lu Wenlan's patience, having tolerated Chi Jingyuan's notoriously foul temper for over a decade, was commendable. Aunt Lu, I need to ask you something regarding Yuan. What now? Upon mentioning her son, Lu Wenlan's face displayed palpable irritation, lacking any maternal concern. Yuan has informed me that he is married. I am wondering if there is anything his assistant should prepare for the wedding. I lack experience in this area, so I thought to consult you. What did you say? He is married? When did this happen? What did he marry? Who did he marry? Why has he never mentioned this? This unfilial son. The call ended abruptly. Shortly after, Chi Jingyuan's phone rang. He answered and switched to speaker mode. His gaze fixed on Shen Mingzhu. I heard he got married. Is this true? Lu Wenlan seemed to be in a relatively good mood today, not immediately erupting in anger. Indeed. With whom? Why didn't you inform the family? Why didn't he have the chance? Once the company is less busy, I will bring her home to meet you all, and we can have a meal together. Lu Wenlan scoffed. Fine, I understand. You can explain to your grandfather yourself. The call ended. Chi Jingyuan appeared to have anticipated this outcome, his expression betraying no emotion. His mother, Lu Wenlan, had been urging him to marry solely to ensure he would produce heirs and secure his grandfather's shares. Her motivations had always been about power and profit, not about whom he married or with whom he associated. The private room fell into a profound silence. I don't believe it. You're deceiving me. Chi Jingyuan, you have gone too far. Shen Mingzhu could no longer contain herself and ran out of the room in tears. Chapter 44. The hidden marriage of the esteemed CEO, Shen Yan glanced at Rong Yan, hesitating momentarily, but ultimately concerned for his sister. He pursued her. It seemed this evening was not suitable for celebration after all. The other young masters, witnessing the scene, quietly retreated to their respective rooms. The farcical gathering finally came to an end. In room 608, only Chi Jingyuan, Rong Yan, and Su Wen remained. Rong Yan set down her cutlery and looked at Chi Jingyuan, unable to suppress her curiosity. Aren't you going to chase after her? Shen Mingzhu is heartbroken. Surely you feel some sorrow as well. Why perpetuate this cycle of torment? Chi Jingyuan returned from his reverie, gazing at the barely touched dessert on the table. Don't you like it? Rong Yan nodded. It's too sweet. When I worked here, I always envied the guests for ordering such desserts. They look delectable. Now that I've tasted them, I realize they are not as wonderful as I imagined. Let us go home for dinner. Home? He truly would not comfort Shen Mingzhu. However, as an employee, she had no right to interfere in her employer's matters. If he said they were going home, then home it was. Rong Yan gathered her belongings and followed him out of the private room. Was that really Yan? Once they left, several waitstaff approached Su Wen. She nodded yes. It was her. The others gasped in disbelief. How could she be with Mr. Chi? What is their relationship? Su Wen, do you know? Su Wen shook her head. What kind of relationship could it be? With her background, Mr. Chi would hardly look her way. Perhaps she is merely an assistant or staff member, or possibly a kept mistress. Their expressions reflected disdain, tinged with a hint of jealousy. Mr. Chi was a person of great stature, even if she were merely a mistress. Her life would be secure. Their disdain was genuine, as was their jealousy. They were mere guests in this exclusive establishment, and it was better not to gossip about the patrons. So Wendy marked. The others fell silent and dispersed. I suspect she is indeed a mistress. Exactly. She is relying on her looks. Just wait until she ages. We'll see if Mr. Chi still desires her. There were previous rumors online alleging she was pursuing Mr. Chi, that he was merely infatuated with her beauty and would soon forget her, given the multitude of beautiful women around. Suwon, overhearing, shook her head. From her understanding of Rong Yan, she would never resign herself to being a mistress. Mr. Chi had invited her to dinner at home, and, combining that with the marriage rumors they had discussed today, another hypothesis emerged. However, why should she concern herself with others' affairs? Her focus was solely on earning a living. Shin Mingzhu had not returned to work. It was rumored she had taken a half-month vacation. Various gossip began circulating within the company, and news of Chi Jingyuan's marriage spread like wildfire. Gao Yuan sought out Rong Yan to inquire about the internal situation. Rong Yan feigned ignorance. Gao Yuan appeared perplexed. "Aren't you Chi's niece? How can you know nothing?" "Distant relative," she retorted. Turning away, she messaged Chi Jingyuan. "Our department has heard the marriage rumors. Do you need to clarify?" Chi Jingyuan did not respond. After a considerable time, he finally replied, "On a business trip for half a month." Rong Yan promptly replied, "Understood." However, she couldn't help but think, how coincidental, both were away for half a month. Shin Mingzhu was on vacation for half a month. Chi Jingyuan must be accompanying her, showing his concern for his beloved. Rong Yan clicked her tongue. True love indeed. In the afternoon, news about Shengshi trended on major platforms. Shengshi CO married, Shengshi So secretly married. Upon hearing the news, Rong Yan clicked on the trending topic. The top two posts were from Shengshi itself. One was Chi Jingyuan's official Weibo, "Married, thank you all." The official Shengshi account retweeted, "Chi wishes to live quietly with his wife. Please do not disturb them. Thank you." The comments section erupted in fervor. "I long to see what Mrs. Chi looks like. What kind of remarkable background, physique, and intellect must one possess to be worthy of my husband?" Many speculate that she is his assistant. As the two have been together for over a decade, it seems likely that feelings have developed over time. Speaking of time, please elaborate on that matter. Rong Yan thought to herself, it is no surprise that Chi Jingyuan is who he is. When she inquired whether he wished to dispel the rumors, he candidly and graciously admitted to them. Such openness is refreshing. Once the news broke, the stock of Shengshi soared. A man like Chi Jingyuan, already married, serves to bolster market and investor confidence. This round, Shengshi has triumphed. 2 weeks later, Shin Mingzhu returned to Shengshi. The first thing she did was visit the management department, presenting Rong Yan with cosmetics. "Here, I promise to bring you some cosmetics. Use them well. They will surely enhance your radiance." Shin Mingzhu, wearing sunglasses, appeared to be in good spirits. Rong Yan thanked her profusely. Noticing her improved demeanor, Rong Yan felt a sense of relief. Undoubtedly, Chi Jingyuan had taken great care to win her affections back during the past fortnight, and their relationship had returned to its former state. "Let us work diligently and find time to dine together." Rong Yan nodded in agreement. After Shin Mingzhu departed, her colleagues quickly gathered around. "Ah Yan, when did you become so close with Sister Mingzhu?" Ran Xiaoyan exclaimed, her jaw nearly dropping in astonishment. Rong Yan was at a loss for words. She was unsure why Shin Mingzhu had gifted her cosmetics, but it would be impolite to refuse a present from superior. So she contemplated buying a gift in return. "Do you know how much this set of cosmetics is worth?" Wu Tong, knowledgeable in this area, remarked. "It appears to be around 30,000 yuan. The group gasped in unison. 30,000? It seems I want need to buy an umbrella, but I must still spend money. My wallet will soon be empty again. In the afternoon, a message was sent in the company's SAIS project group. The due diligence for the SAIS project has concluded, contracts have been signed, and the investment has been successfully completed. To express gratitude for everyone's efforts on the project, the company has decided to organize a team-building retreat at Yunshi Valley Resort. The group erupted in excitement. "Wonderful! We can go on a trip, and it's on the company's dime." Ran Xiaoyan exclaimed, nearly jumping for joy. "Can we really go?" Rong Yan inquired. "Of course. We have all contributed to this project. We'll leave early today to pack, and we depart tomorrow afternoon." Before long, the office was empty. As Rong Yan gathered her belongings to head downstairs, she unexpectedly found Shin Yin waiting at the door. After half a month apart, he seemed somewhat fatigued, but upon seeing her, his eyes brightened with a smile. "Let us go. I'll take you out to eat." Rong Yan declined. "No need to trouble yourself. I can go home and eat. You must come with me today." Shin Yin resolutely seized her wrist and pulled her into the elevator, heading straight to the parking garage. Chapter 45. Please do not defame him. Ignoring her protests, He ushered her into the car and started the engine. Su Chung stood by, bewildered by the scene unfolding before him. He had come to pick Rong Yan up from work, waiting patiently in the garage, only to witness her being ushered into Shun Yan's vehicle. Momentarily confused, he answered the call from Chi Jingyuan, who seemed to have inquired about something. Sir, it appears Madam cannot return for dinner. I saw her get into Professor Shen's car. Rong Yan was furious. She rarely felt such ire. Shun Yan was well aware of the disparity in physical strength between men and women. She had no means to resist, and yet he treated her this way. How utterly inconsiderate. The car stopped at a shopping mall, and Shun Yan continued to pull her along to a restaurant, a Chinese eatery. What would you like to eat? I'll order for you. He retained the gentle demeanor she remembered, the one that inspired her trust. Rong Yan was indeed hungry, and after casually selecting a couple of dishes, she fell silent. The food arrived promptly, and as she devoured her meal, Shun Yan diligently served her fish, expertly removing the bones and placing it on her plate. Throughout the meal, she remained mute. "Ah Yan, must you be this way?" Shun Yan asked, a hint of helplessness in his voice, his eyes reflecting a touch of hurt. "Teacher Shun, I have made my feelings clear. You do not wish to lose me as a sister, and I do not wish to revert to my former self. Our paths diverge, and there is no need to restore our previous relationship." Having said this, Rong Yan resumed her meal. Shun Yan observed her, momentarily at a loss. "Ah Yan, why must you make things difficult for yourself? You clearly have feelings for me." Shun Yan was convinced that she harbored feelings for him. Love could breed hatred, and her unwillingness to forgive him was merely a hurdle she could not overcome. Rong Yan set down her chopsticks. "Teacher Shun, if you are still preoccupied with these matters, then we need not maintain even a teacher-student relationship." At that moment, the overhead lights dimmed unexpectedly. A waiter wheeled over a cart adorned with a cake, candles flickering atop it. "Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you." Despite his own hurt, Shun Yan joined in the celebration, singing the birthday song. Rong Yan was taken aback. She grabbed her phone, checking the calendar, momentarily speechless. Today was her birthday, a fact she had completely forgotten. Shun Yan. He actually remembered. "Ah Yan, make a wish," Shun Yan urged, his gaze warm. Rong Yan stared at the cake, feeling a rush of confusion. She had never celebrated her birthday, nor received a cake on this day. This was her first. In her university days, Shun Yan would buy her gifts each year. Yet he never had time to celebrate with her, always caught up in research. And now, what was he attempting to make amends for? "Ah Yan, make a wish." Seeing Rong Yan lost in thought, Shun Yan prompted her again. She turned her gaze back to the cake, closing her eyes. "I hope my babies are born healthy and safe. I wish for my grandmother to enjoy a long life. I desire good health and success in my career. And as for Chi Jingyuan..." Why was she thinking of Chi Jingyuan? Never mind, since he crossed her mind. Let us wish him prosperity in business and a generous bonus at the year's end. With her wish made, Rong Yan blew out the candles. She intended to cut 2 pieces of cake to thank the waiter, but the knife was too soft and she struggled to apply the right amount of pressure, resulting in a crooked cut. "I'll show you how. Hold it like this." Shun Yan stepped behind her, guiding her hand as they exerted force together, finally managing to slice the cake. "Thank you, Teacher Shen." Once the cake was cut, Rong Yan swiftly withdrew her hand. The warmth faded instantly, leaving Shun Yan with a wistful expression. He brushed aside his discomfort and cheerfully asked, "What did you wish for? Was it about me?" Rong Yan shook her head. Shun Yan was unconvinced, gazing into her eyes. "Ah Yan, lying is not the way of a good child. Your eyes cannot deceive." Rong Yan fell silent. In that fleeting moment of wishing, she indeed had not thought of Shun Yan. Had she done so, she would have wished for him to swiftly let go of her and cease this absurdity. After their meal, Shun Yan insisted on taking her to a movie. Rong Yan declined. "The tickets are already purchased. Are you certain you want to go?" With the tickets bought, it seemed only natural not to attend. During their university days, she had once bought 2 tickets, hoping to invite him to a film, but he had never shown up, leaving her to wait half the night. Rong Yan insisted on returning home, and Shun Yan, relenting, decided to drive her back. "Why haven't you responded to my messages?" he queried in the car. Mingzhu had been in a bad mood, and for the past 2 weeks, he had been by her side, yet he remained concerned for Rong Yan, messaging her every few days, only to receive no replies. "I'm sorry. Responding to my WeChat messages is my prerogative. Ah Yan, please don't be this way." Shun Yan abruptly slammed on the brakes, his expression darkening. He struggled to control his temper. rubbing his temples as he broached a question that had weighed on him for the past 2 weeks. That night, why did you follow President Chi to Tianwei? Rong Yan took a deep breath. I work at Shangshi. Is there anything wrong with following my boss? Yan, do not deceive me. Chi Jingyuan personally offered her some desserts and shielded her from alcohol. Although she did not have much interaction with him, she was aware that he was not particularly inclined to assist others. His special attention towards Rong Yan had a singular motive. He was enamored with her. Yan, Chi Jingyuan is not as benevolent as you might think. He is a man of lofty stature, indifferent to all. Keep your distance, lest you find yourself at a disadvantage. Do you understand? Mingzhu had followed him for a decade without a favorable outcome. And what chance did she have? Rong Yan laughed softly. So, you believe that Chi Jingyuan, who holds no regard for Mingzhu, would ever look upon a mere illegitimate child like me? His insinuation was subtle, yet Rong Yan discerned it. If someone of Mingzhu's standing could not secure a positive outcome, what fate could befall her, an illegitimate child? Shen Yan was momentarily at a loss for words. That was not my intention. Rong Yan, with a calm demeanor, retorted, Teacher Shun, I am not privy to the entanglements between President Chi and Sister Mingzhu, but the Chi Jingyuan I know is not as you portray him. He never belittles anyone based on their status. Please refrain from defaming him. Thank you. With a resounding thud, Shun Yin struck the glass of the driver's seat, shattering it instantly, shards embedding into his flesh, blood flowing profusely. What? Have I angered you by mentioning his flaws? Do you trust him so blindly? He was genuinely furious, losing his composure as she passionately defended Chi Jingyuan. Rong Yan, now pricked by his hostility, felt anything but endearing. Stunned, Rong Yan gazed at his bloodied hand and exclaimed, You have truly lost your mind. She opened the door and pulled him from the driver's seat. Chapter 46. The boss's fury. Rong Yan knew how to drive, albeit infrequently. The hospital was nearby. Delivering someone there was no arduous task. As she settled into the driver's seat and started the car, she discovered that this hospital was the very one where Rong Yuanzhou worked. Coincidentally, today he was on duty. What a predicament, Rong Yuanzhou mused, observing Shun Yan's hand with a mix of disbelief. Shun Yan hastily conjured an excuse, his gaze heavy as it fixated on Rong Yan in the distance. She had recently gained a bit of weight, her complexion had improved, and she appeared more beautiful than before. Could it be that Chi Jingyuan's slight affection for her stems from her appearance? Such a man has encountered countless women, yet he has never shown genuine regard for anyone. But for Rong Yan, that is simply unacceptable. Even for a dalliance, it is utterly out of the question. After Shen Yan's wound was tended to, he stepped outside to take a call. Rong Yuanzhou approached the dazed Rong Yan. Your teacher seems rather peculiar, always watching you closely. Suddenly, he realized something, his eyes widening. Could he possibly be the father of your child? Rong Yan replied. Dr. Rong, please refrain from such wild conjectures. Rong Yuanzhou exhaled a sigh of relief. Have you experienced any discomfort lately? Rong Yan shook her head. My appetite is fine, though I still occasionally experience acid reflux and heartburn. Rong Yuanzhou took her wrist to check her pulse. These are all normal pregnancy symptoms. You are young and in good health. The baby is developing well, so there is no need for concern. Rong Yan nodded. Shall I take you home? Rong Yuanzhou began to remove his white coat. Are you leaving early? There are other doctors nearby. What is there to fear? He glanced at his watch. There's a decent late-night eatery nearby. Would you like to try it? Rong Yan shook her head. Teacher Shun is injured and cannot drive. I should take him home. She felt a sense of obligation to repay the care he had shown her over the years. But if you take him home, how will you return? I could just take a taxi. Rong Yuanzhou found this unsatisfactory and removed his coat once more. Let's go. I will drive him home first, then return you. Despite Rong Yan's repeated refusals, Rong Yuanzhou insisted, stubborn as a mule. Reluctantly, Rong Yan acquiesced. In the car, Shun Yan glanced at Rong Yuanzhou, then at Rong Yan, emotions swirling in his eyes. The relationship between Dr. Rong and my student seems better than I had anticipated. He recalled their first meeting when Rong Yuanzhou had also driven Rong Yan home. Of course, aside from family, she is my foremost concern. Is Dr. Rong married? Shen Yan inquired, his tone growing cold. Not yet. Why do you ask? Just a casual inquiry. Given Professor Shun's demeanor, I presumed you might already be married or have someone special in your life. Shun Yan instinctively glanced in Rong Yan's direction before withdrawing his gaze, concealing his emotions. Not yet. Rong Yuanzhou nodded. You ought to act swiftly. No need to rush. Take your time. Rong Yuan Zhou did not pursue the topic further and engaged in light conversation with Rong Yan. After dropping Xinyan off, he drove Rong Yan to Anshin home. After a long night of commotion, Rong Yan felt utterly exhausted. As she exited the car, her eyes were barely open, since she had no work the next day, and Chi Jingyuan was away on business. She planned to spend the night in her rental, returning home in the morning for her belongings. She found this plan quite splendid. Taking out her phone, she messaged Wang Ma. Wang Ma, I will be resting in the rental tonight and will not return home. I will come back in the morning for my things. Good night. After sending the message, she ascended the stairs and collapsed on her bed, drifting into a deep slumber. She awoke to bright daylight, stretching lazily as she instinctively reached for her phone. 20 missed calls. All from Wang Ma. Rong Yan froze, suddenly realizing something. An open WeChat. The message she had sent to Wang Ma the previous night bore an alarming red exclamation mark. The message had failed to send. They must have been terribly worried last night. Without taking the time to tidy up, she grabbed her phone and bag and hailed a taxi straight to Tingyuan. The atmosphere at Tingyuan felt oppressive. Approaching the entrance, she heard no voices from Wang Ma or Su Guanjia, and the lights were off. Anxious, she hurried inside to find Wang Ma standing at the door, her face etched with worry. Upon seeing Rong Yan, she exclaimed, "My lady, you have finally returned. If you had not come back, our lives would have been forfeit. I apologize. I was too tired last night and fell asleep in the rental. I attempted to send you a message, but it failed." Rong Yan pulled out her phone to show her. "I only discovered it this morning." Wang Ma breathed a sigh of relief. "As long as you are safe, that is what matters. We are fine, but the sir," Rong Yan's throat tightened. "Has President Chi returned?" "He returned yesterday afternoon." Winguma sighed. "He is in the study upstairs. You need to explain things to him. Do not argue, understand? Is it that serious?" As her gaze shifted, Rong Yan noticed a cake on the coffee table, beside it a gift box. "That cake is from Sir. We only realized it was your birthday yesterday when we saw the cake. The box is something Sir brought back from his trip. Last night, Wang Ma sighed again. "Madam, this is the first time I've seen Sir so furious. He forbade us from calling you or sending anyone to find you. Spending the entire night alone in the study." Rong Yan thought to herself, "This is bad. The big boss is truly furious. I am in for it." With a heavy heart, she ascended the stairs. The study door was ajar. As she pushed it open, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped her. The room was in disarray. Books and glass shards strewn across the floor, as if it had been ransacked. Chi Jingyuan sat on the sofa by the window, smoking. Upon hearing the noise, he did not turn around, but coldly remarked, "Did I not say not to come in?" Rong Yan felt a visceral fear, instinctively halting in her tracks. She rubbed her hands together, organizing her words with sincerity. "I apologize, Mr. Chi, for my tardiness. The back of the sofa stiffened abruptly, and Chi Jingyuan coldly commanded leave. Rong Yan's intended explanations lodged in her throat. Fearful of inciting his wrath, she decided it prudent to wait until his anger dissipated before attempting to clarify. "Then I shall not disturb you further. I will take my leave." She turned to exit. Suddenly, a strong hand slammed the door shut just as she reached for it, locking it and pressing her against the door. His usual tactic had become alarmingly proficient. Chapter 47. Anger, where do you think you're going? To find Xinyan or Rong Yuan Zhou? Rong Yan was perplexed by his question. Why would I seek them out? He seized her wrist, tightening his grip until it ached, his gaze as frigid as ice. "What? Were you not busy last night? First with Xinyan, then with Rong Yuan Zhou? I had no idea Miss Rong was so popular." Rong Yan felt a surge of indignation at his words. Momentarily furious. "Last night was merely an accident. It was not as you imagine." "An accident?" Chi Jingyuan scolded. "Are you contemplating remarrying after the divorce? Xinyan, Rong Yuan Zhou, or perhaps someone else? Mrs. Chi certainly has grand ambitions. Wanted to have her cake and eat it too. If you desire it so much, why return at all?" He tightened his grip further, causing her pain. Observing her lips losing color, he gritted his teeth. "Who spent the night with you last night? Rong Yuan Zhou?" Rong Yan shook her head. "No." "What did they do to you? Did they kiss you, embrace you, or—" Just the thought of her with another man was unbearable, igniting a slow burn of fury within him, threatening to tear him apart. He lifted her effortlessly, placing her on the sofa in the study. "Let me make this clear. Do not even think about it." After a lengthy silence, the study fell quiet. Chi Jingyuan gazed at her pitiful expression and suddenly became aware of how absurd his actions had been. He closed his eyes and rubbed his temples. Last night. Last night, teacher Shun injured his hand, and I took him to the hospital. Later, Dr. Rong offered to take us home. He dropped me off at Anshin home, but I was too tired and ended up resting at the rental. Why didn't you inform Wang Ma? I sent her a message, but it failed to deliver. In the earlier scuffle, Rong Yan's phone had fallen to the ground, and Chi Jingyuan picked it up, revealing the contents of her conversation with Wang Ma. The last message was the one she sent last night, punctuated with an exclamation mark. Chi Jingyuan felt overwhelmed. He had committed an incredibly foolish act. Why had he allowed his anger to manifest in such a reckless manner? He was not typically a man prone to rage. Apologies. He found himself at a loss for words. Do not blame Mr. Chi. It was indeed my oversight. Had I not been so exhausted, I would have checked and avoided this misunderstanding. In the future, I shall return home on time, and if unable, I will inform you in advance. Chi Jingyuan regarded her delicate brows and slowly extended his right hand. Rong Yan instinctively recoiled. She feared him. Without hesitation, Chi Jingyuan grasped the back of her head, pulling her into an embrace, inhaling her fragrance. Rong Yan felt disoriented by the hug, unsure where to place her hands. Next time, do not do this again. Otherwise, I shall break your legs, understood? Of course, he had no intention of doing so. It was merely a threat to frighten her. He no longer wished to experience that feeling. Rong Yan shrank back slightly, obediently nodding, her demeanor excessively polite and understanding. All right, Mr. Chi, I understand. There will be no next time. She was the type to learn from her mistakes. Finally, Chi Jingyuan allowed her to take a shower. The sound of running water filled the air, and steam enveloped the bathroom. Rong Yan gazed at her reflection in the mirror, sighing. She reassured herself that work was rarely smooth sailing. Acquiring 200 million was surely no easy feat. It was customary for a boss to occasionally lose their temper. A small punishment for a larger lesson, something one must endure in the workplace. She should accept it with equanimity. However, she sensed something was amiss. Her mood did not improve despite the resolution of the issue. The image of Chi Jingyuan's fury loomed in her mind, as if a stone lodged in her chest, causing a painful pressure that was hard to bear. Outside the master bedroom, listening to the water running in the bathroom, Chi Jingyuan felt restless and pulled out a cigarette. Suddenly recalling something, he silently put it away. Damn, he had lost control again. Why had he lost control? This time, it felt even more alien, powerless, and subtly frightening. Why was this happening? After much contemplation, he could only attribute it to a man's possessiveness. She was his wife, and thus in his subconscious, she belonged to him. When another man approached, it triggered his inner need to possess, as if his boundaries had been violated, leaving him disoriented and ready to explode. It must be this way. Chi Jingyuan closed his eyes, massaging his temples. Thankfully, he had not completely lost his reason last night. He had held back, leaving some restraint. What if he had harmed her or the child she carried? Damn it, he wished he could slap himself. After Rong Yan finished her shower and changed into fresh clothes, she descended to have dinner. Chi Jingyuan sat across from her, silently peeling an egg and placing it on her plate. Remembering Wang Ma's words about Chi Jingyuan's aversion to eggs and related foods, she took a sandwich from the side and placed it on his plate as a gesture of reciprocity. Chi Jingyuan casually picked up the sandwich and began to eat. A smile crept onto Rong Yan's lips. Oddly enough, she felt a sense of satisfaction watching him eat the sandwich she had offered. Observing this harmonious scene in the dining room, Wang Ma was overjoyed. Ah, indeed, it takes Mrs. Chi to manage such a man. Opposites attract. Wang Ma decided to discard the cake to prevent any old memories from sparking another argument. Just then, Rong Yan spotted her and hurriedly intervened. The cake was ordered yesterday. The weather isn't hot, so it should still be fine. Why don't we eat it and avoid waste? Wang Ma glanced at Chi Jingyuan's expression. He remained impassive. Didn't we eat cake yesterday? Rong Yan slowly unwrapped the cake. No, we didn't tea. Last night, they had only cut 2 pieces for the server. She had touched the rest at all. Chi Jingyuan said nothing more, watching through the dining room glass as Rong Yan happily cut the cake and distributed it. She kept the largest piece for herself, sharing plenty with Wang Ma and Su Guanjia, even giving a slice to the wall painting in the living room, which made Wang Ma beam with delight. Chi Jingyuan smirked slightly. In truth, she did not need to put on such a performance to amuse him. The mere fact that she hadn't eaten was enough to please him. Initially planning to take the bus with everyone, upon seeing the Porsche parked at the door, with Chi Jingyuan waiting inside, Rong Yan sighed and messaged Gao Yuan. What? Are you coming with Uncle? Chapter 48. Hostility. Rong Yan sent a crying emoji. Yes. Please keep a secret. The reply came swiftly. I'll handle it. You can rest assured. Just as Rong Yan was about to respond, a white tote bag was presented before her. What is this? Just take it. Why ask so many questions? Chi Jingyuan's expression was somewhat awkward, not lifting his head. The driver, Su Chung, glanced over and, noticing his boss's demeanor, smiled. Madam, that's a birthday gift from the sir. Quickly see if you like it. A birthday gift? Rong Yan was momentarily taken aback. She accepted the bag, retrieving the box inside and opening it. It contained a trio of Apple products, the latest iPhone, iPad, and MacBook, all top-of-the-line models that had been sold out. Rong Yan bit her lip, neatly repacking the gift and returning it. I'm sorry, Mr. Chi. No gift without merit. This is too extravagant. I cannot accept it. Jingyuan's expression was slightly subdued. Keep it. If you don't, I shall discard it. Consider it as collecting scrap for me. Yan, boss, you call this scrap? Yan found it difficult to comprehend his line of thought. Yet since he had voiced it, she felt it would be ungracious to refuse, especially as he could indeed throw things away. A mere few thousand was nothing. He had already discarded clothing worth over $1 million. Once she accepted the item, Jingyuan averted his gaze and resumed his examination of the reports. Yan felt a sense of boredom wash over her. She wished to sleep. Due to her pregnancy, she was particularly drowsy and soon dozed off. As they approached their destination, Yan awoke, and Jingyuan, glancing through the rearview mirror, noted something was amiss. Sir, why is your complexion so pale? Are you unwell? Jingyuan had his eyes closed, hand pressed against his chest. My stomach feels a bit off. Stomach? If it were acute, the pain could be excruciating. Jingyuan promptly parked the car and assisted Jingyuan out. The YNX Valley Resort had a medical room, but the doctor's competence was still uncertain. Yan followed anxiously and called Unzhu. The call connected swiftly. What? Someone is ill? Where? YNX Valley Resort. Dr. Ring, do you know of a reliable doctor nearby? I can find a hospital, but I'm unsure of its reliability. What a joke. That is Jingyuan. If the doctor is incompetent and he gets angry, how will my salary be affected? Don't search any longer. Come to the medical room. I am at YNX Valley. Jingyuan lay on the examination bed. After diagnosing him, Unzhu concluded, you ingested something stale and irritating, which has triggered acute gastritis. Stale food. Yan immediately recalled the cake. But that didn't make sense. Jingyuan had only tasted a small bite, while Jingyuan, Wang M, and even she had consumed more than he had. Yet none of them were affected. She looked at Jingyuan. Jingyuan cleared his throat. Well, the sir had quite a bit to drink last night. He had first irritated his stomach with alcohol, then consumed stale cake, resulting in gastritis. Unzhu filled out the prescription. I'll prescribe some medication. Take it as directed. You need a bland diet for the next few days. No ice or spicy food. Understood? Yan instinctively nodded. Got it. Unzhu raised an eyebrow in surprise. He chuckled, ruffling Yan's hair. I'm speaking to young Master Ch. What do you know about it? Yan felt somewhat embarrassed, her face flushing slightly, and she turned her gaze elsewhere. But you need to be cautious. Unzhu picked up a piece of paper and began writing. The barbecue and seafood at YNX Valley are exquisite, but there are certain items you cannot consume. Understood? He drafted a detailed list, handing it to Yan. The list meticulously outlined what was permissible to eat, what was not, and how certain foods could harm the baby. It was incredibly thoughtful. Yan sincerely expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Dr. Ring, for your trouble. No need to be polite with me. Unzhu smiled, ruffling her hair again. This gesture bore a hint of affection, making Yan feel a bit awkward as she instinctively glanced at Jingyuan's expression. Jingyuan's gaze was icy. He scoffed, his chest filled with a vexatious emotion. Dr. Ring, are you this considerate with all your patients? Unzhu candidly replied, not necessarily, but for Yan, she deserves to be treated specially. As for why she was special, he couldn't quite articulate. This statement sounded increasingly ambiguous and indulgent. The atmosphere in a room grew colder. Jingyuan's eyes seemed to crystallize with frost, and the ache in his chest intensified. Wait a moment. Yan, why did you bring him here? Chi Jingyuan was a powerful CEO, while Rong Yan was merely an employee. Even if they were on a team-building retreat, their connection was tenuous. Why was she here when he fell ill? Chi Jingyuan. Jingyuan cleared his throat, about to speak, when Rong Yan suddenly interjected. It's like this. The bus was full, and coincidentally, Chi Jingyuan drove, so he kindly gave me a ride. Rong Yan felt guilty, her cheeks slightly reddening. Understood. However, he still felt that something was off, though he couldn't pinpoint what it was at that moment. Thank you, young Master CH, for taking care of our Yan on the way. Rong wrote down the medication, dosage, and method for CH Jingyuan, who took an eternity to accept it. He gazed at Rong a smirk on his face, questioning Yen? By what right was he expressing gratitude on behalf of Rong Yan? What is the matter? Is there a problem? Waving the list and medicine before him. CH Jingyuan still did not take it, and XCH Ing, sensing the tension, quickly stepped forward to retrieve it. There's indeed a problem. Rong Yan is my employee. You're concerned about her diet, so I should be thanking you instead, right, Dr. Rong? Rong raised an eyebrow, chuckling. Whatever, it's all fine. He turned away, drinking water, and fell silent. The atmosphere in the room felt peculiar, charged with an inexplicable tension. After acquiring the medication and listening to the medical advice, there was nothing else to do. At Rong Yan's subtle suggestion, XCH Ing assisted CH Jingyuan out of the medical room. What a day of explosive tension. Rong chuckled, shaking his head. He had distinctly sensed CH Jingyuan's animosity earlier. After knowing him for many years, this was the first time. He wondered what was troubling this distinguished individual. Perhaps he had quarreled with his mysterious wife and was venting his frustration on him, which was rather amusing. Rong removed his white coat. He was not there to work at YNX Valley, but rather to vacation with family. Had it not been for Rong Yan's call, he wouldn't have even visited the medical room. Now that the matter was resolved, he would seek out his family and indulge in some leisure. Chapter 49. You Are Leaving. CH Jingyuan's room was on the top floor of the hotel. It was the most luxurious suite, complete with a living room, and surprisingly, a small kitchen. After assisting him into bed, XCH Ing poured water and handed the medication to his boss. Meanwhile, answer a phone call. Yan, where have you gone? There is no one in the car. It was Shioxio's call. I'm tied up at the moment. I'll arrive a bit later. Shioxio, are you also at YNX Valley? Rong Yan asked, slightly surprised. The main participants in the CEF project were from the investment, finance, and marketing departments. The list for the team-building event had not mentioned human resources. So why was Shioxio there? The company has assigned personnel from the human resources department to handle logistics, and I was fortunate enough to be selected. I'll let you in on a little secret. I pulled some strings to arrange for us to share a room. Really? Of course. I was planning to surprise you. But after searching for ages, I couldn't find you. Yan, when will you be back? I have something to discuss with you. Rong Yan glanced toward the room. Is it all right if I come back later? I'll return as soon as I finish dealing with things here. I'll wait for you. Hurry back. After ending the call, Rong Yan returned to the room. CH Jingyuan had just taken his medication, and though the pain seemed not to have alleviated, his ears remained keen, hearing every word she spoke in the living room. Whose call was that? He inquired, his voice low and magnetic, sounding even more melodious than usual. A friend. She is also at YNX Valley and mentioned she needed to discuss something with me. Rong Yan glanced at XCH Ing, weighing her words. Xing, if there is nothing for me to do here, may I take my leave? CH Jingyuan's expression instantly turned cold as he scrutinized her. You wish to leave? Rong Yan was somewhat bewildered. With XCH Ing here to attend to him, did she not have the right to depart? Did the boss think that his illness and the cake she had sliced were related, thus holding her accountable? Indeed, the boss was astute. He calculated everything so precisely. How about this? XSH Fu, you take care of CH Zing first, and I'll meet my friend, handle my matters, and return afterward, okay? Su Chang cast a glance at his boss, uncertain whether to nod in agreement. If he intended to leave, he should do so without lingering. Chi Jingyuan closed his eyes, turned to the side, and disregarded Rong Yan. Rong Yan felt a bit at a loss. But seeing his demeanor, he likely intended to rest. Thus, she could not remain, as disturbing her boss's relaxation would be a grave error. She exchanged a glance with Su Chung, who pretended not to notice. With decorum and politeness, Rong Yan said, "I shall not disturb your rest any longer." She turned and swiftly exited the room. Shortly thereafter, a loud crash echoed from another room, the sound of something breaking, reverberating with great intensity. Who could be so reckless? Such expensive items in the hotel, and yet someone dared to smash them. What audacity! Rong Yan and Lin Xiaoxiao's room was located on the 6th floor, adjacent to the rooms of Ran Xiaoyun and Wu Tong. This hotel boasted a hot spring, and Lin Xiaoxiao had prepared 2 swimsuits. With an hour to spare before the evening gathering, she suggested they take a dip in the hot spring. Lin Xiaoxiao, brimming with enthusiasm, handed one of the swimsuits to Rong Yan, urging her to try it on. Rong Yan responded, "Did you call me here for this? What's wrong? Is there an issue?" Lin Xiaoxiao asked. While there was no real problem, Rong Yan felt a peculiar discomfort she could not quite articulate. Lin Xiaoxiao was urging her to change. Taking the swimsuit, Rong Yan headed to the bathroom. Suddenly, she remembered something and sent a message to Rong Yuanzhou. "Dr. Rong, may I use the hot spring? It wasn't mentioned on the list." Rong Yuanzhou replied almost instantly, "Not recommended, but your condition has been stable. If you do, limit it to half an hour." Rong Yan responded with an okay. The hotel's hot spring sourced its water from the mountain's natural springs, promoting health and wellness. Upon arrival, they discovered that some colleagues from the investment and financing department had already arrived, but they were in a neighboring pool. "What's wrong? You seem preoccupied," Lin Xiaoxiao remarked. Rong Yan, distracted, could not absorb a word. "Sorry, I zoned out. What were you saying?" "I was asking if you saw Teacher Shen. He also came to this team-building event and inquired about you as he arrived." Shen Yan was involved in the SEIS project. His research team's data crucial for the development of Shengshi's new products. It was no surprise he was on the team-building list. "Yan, have you reconciled with Teacher Shen?" Rong Yan shook her head. "I mean, if you still have feelings for him, perhaps you should consider it. His family background is admirable. He possesses good looks, and is cultured and educated. Such individuals are rare. Don't let him slip away." Rong Yan drifted off again. "What did you say?" Lin Xiaoxiao reached out to touch her forehead. "No fever, yet you seem muddled." Rong Yan paused, contemplating, and inquired of Lin Xiaoxiao, "Are there any supermarkets nearby?" "Huh? Why do you need a supermarket? Are you buying something?" Lin Xiaoxiao questioned. "There's one at the hotel entrance, but it's not very large. If there's a supermarket, perhaps they sell vegetables?" Rong Yan perked up, rising from the water and wrapping herself in a towel. "You continue to soak. I need to take care of something first." Indeed, a small supermarket was located at the entrance. It may not have been large, but it stocked the fruits, vegetables, and meats she desired, all relatively fresh. After purchasing her ingredients, Rong Yan paid and hurried back to the hotel. Just then, she encountered Shen Yan and Shen Mingzhu exiting the hotel. Shen Yan's left hand was bandaged. "Is that Rong Yan? What's she doing buying groceries? Is she planning to cook here?" Shen Mingzhu scoffed, finding the situation absurd. "How frugal. Even on a trip, she insists on cooking for herself. Does she think the company is covering the entire expense? How embarrassing for Yuan." Shen Yan observed the items in her hands, meat, vegetables, and millet, indicating she might be preparing porridge. He felt a slight relief. He had not seen her along the way and had feared she wouldn't show up. Thankfully, she had. As for her grocery shopping, he didn't dwell on it. Perhaps she simply craved something specific and sought the hotel's assistance in cooking it. Rong Yan swiped her card, and the elevator ascended directly to the top floor. During check-in, Su Chung had given her one of the room cards. As she entered, the room was dark, the door closed, and there was no sound. Was Chi Jingyuan resting? Had Su Chung departed? Rong Yan tiptoed into the kitchen, quietly closing the door behind her, and began washing the meat, chopping vegetables, boiling water, and preparing porridge. How unfortunate to be cooking while on a team-building trip. However, considering Chi Jingyuan was unwell, he needed something light to eat. Merely taking medicine without food was inadequate. He had always treated her well. She could not be so ungrateful. Chapter 50. Hand in hand, she merely wished to repay a kindness. She disliked feeling indebted to anyone, regardless of who they were. The vegetables and meat simmered, and soon the aroma of porridge wafted through the air, seeping under the door. Chi Jingyuan shifted positions and opened his eyes. Is someone cooking? He wondered. Su Jian? No, he only knows how to drive. After years in the Chi household, He wouldn't even know how to make instant noodles. Who could it be? Could it be? No, it couldn't be her. That heartless girl was likely off enjoying herself with friends, completely forgetting about him, unconcerned for his well-being. Indeed, any random person would be more significant than him. Chi Jingyuan exhaled cold air, thinking such an employee who disrespected their boss ought to have their salary docked. He threw off the covers, avoiding the mess at his feet, and stepped outside. The kitchen light was on, the door slightly ajar, and there was Rong Yan, head down, busy at work. The pot before her was bubbling and fragrant. It truly was her. She was making porridge for him. She hadn't been gone long. She had merely gone to buy ingredients to prepare porridge here for him. Throughout his life, no one among his closest relatives had ever prepared a meal for him. They only demanded and took from him, yet this woman. In that instant, a soft feeling struck him in the heart, granting him the illusion of grasping happiness. Happiness. Could it be that one day, he too could experience such joy? The porridge simmered to a soft, fragrant perfection. Rong Yan took a taste. It was surprisingly good, surpassing expectations. Chi Jingyuan would surely not find fault with it. A smile graced her lips as she ladled the porridge into a bowl, intending to carry it to the living room to cool. Turning around, she was startled to see Chi Jingyuan standing at the doorway. President Chi, when did you wake up? I made some porridge. Would you like to try it now? Chi Jingyuan remained silent, his gaze deeply fixed on her. Rong Yan felt a shiver under his penetrating stare and thought he might not be hungry, placing the porridge back on the counter. If you're not hungry, you can eat later. Just as she set it down, her wrist was suddenly seized. He swept her into his arms and laid her gently on the soft bed. Chi Jingyuan enveloped her in his embrace, inhaling the fragrance of her hair, his warm lips brushing against her cheek, infused with tenderness. After a long moment, he softly murmured, "Sleep now. Next time, avoid the kitchen." Rong Yan, feeling drowsy, replied, "All right, thank you, President Chi." When she next awoke, her phone rang incessantly. Instinctively, she answered, "Yan, where have you been? The gathering is about to start. Hurry over." Rong Yan glanced at the time, realizing it was nearly 7 o'clock. In a flurry, she got up to find Chi Jingyuan had already dressed and stood by the door. Seeing her awake, he approached, cupping her face and planting a gentle kiss on her lips. "If you're sleepy, sleep a bit longer." "I'm not sleepy anymore. I want to enjoy the feast," Rong Yan exclaimed, rising from the bed. It was then that she noticed the chaos around her, shattered glass, broken cup fragments. The noise had originated from this room. How unpredictable her boss was, with such a volatile temper. No need to worry. Someone would come to clean it up later. Rong Yan hurriedly changed her clothes and tidied her hair, only to catch sight of a mosquito bite on her neck. How excessive. Blushing, she muttered under her breath while adjusting her collar to cover it. If it can't be concealed, tonight will undoubtedly be a social death. Upon stepping out, I noticed Su Cheng had also arrived, carrying a thermos, standing behind Chi Jingyuan. "Let's go." Chi Jingyuan extended his hand toward Rong Yan. She was momentarily taken aback, not comprehending his intentions. However, Chi Jingyuan, disregarding all else, assertively grasped her small, icy hand, enveloping it within his palm. Instantly, his heart swelled with a sense of fulfillment. He had never anticipated that holding her hand could evoke such a delightful sensation, a feeling entirely novel, enchanting, and joyous. A smile played on his lips as his mood ascended to an ineffable height. Beside him, Rong Yan's face flushed crimson. Was Chi Jingyuan out of his mind? In a public setting? Why was he holding her hand? What if someone noticed? Su Cheng, trailing behind, silently observed this scene, reflecting on the situation. It was indeed the lady's influence. Just an hour prior, the boss had appeared predatory, and now, after such a short span, he was pacified by her charm. Although Yunshi Valley is named a mountain, it is adjacent to the sea, renowned for its seafood and fruits, offering a plethora of delicacies. The venue for tonight's gathering was a beautifully decorated barbecue restaurant by the seaside. The establishment featured KTV and table service, and the occasion had been privately booked, ensuring a relatively tranquil atmosphere. During the gathering, Chi Jingyuan received a phone call, allowing Rong Yan to discreetly release his hand and deliberately maintain a distance of 50 meters. Only after Chi Jingyuan settled at the main table amidst the raucous crowd did she quietly approach Lin Xiaoxiao. "Where have you been? Why did you arrive so late?" "I'm sorry, I got held up," she replied. Lin Xiaoxiao, with an air of mystery, leaned closer and whispered, "You didn't happen to meet some handsome guy, did you?" Rong Yan, Feeling guilty, averted her gaze. No, don't say such things. What do you mean, Don T say such things? You've been acting strangely all day. First, you didn't T ride the bus with us. Then you didn't T join us for the hot springs, and now you show up so late. I absolutely don't believe you haven't T been on a date. Chapter 51. Chi Jingyuan's kanji. Come on, who was it? Rong Yan hesitated, clearing her throat and feigning calmness while nibbling on the fruit on the table, lacking conviction. It's nothing. My uncle happened to be in the area, and I came his car. I was just handling some of his matters. Your uncle? Rong Yan nodded. Lin Xiaoxiao instantly lost interest. After all, what was there to discuss about an uncle? Seizing the opportunity, Rong Yan shifted the topic to Lin Xiaoxiao's progress with Ichi Lin Xiaoxiao's side. It's about the same. I feel like he isn't really into me. Our circumstances are too disparate. Whether we can be together is uncertain. Lin Xiaoxiao sighed again and took a swig of her drink. Rong Yan patted her shoulder in a gesture of comfort. What is this? Aren't you going to drink with me? Lin Xiaoxiao reached for the alcohol, intending to pour some for Rong Yan. No, you know my stomach isn't great. I can't drink. Once I'm feeling better, I'll join you for a night of revelry. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded in understanding. Rong Yan began to feel hungry, immersing herself in the food. Aside from raising a toast to Chi Jingyuan and the executives, she primarily focused on eating. Chi Jingyuan sat at the main table, positioned centrally. Flanked by two executives, with Shun Mingzhu and Shun Yin diagonally across, he scanned the room and spotted Rong Yan at the adjacent table. The woman speaking to her seemed familiar. He had seen her at the music restaurant last time. Was this the friend she had insisted on meeting? Chi Jingyuan scolded, a hint of displeasure crossing his expression. What is Chi Zong looking at? One of his companions inquired, noticing his frequent glances in that direction. Chi Jingyuan retracted his gaze. Nothing. He gestured subtly to Su Cheng, who promptly understood, pouring the kanji from the thermos into a bowl and presenting it to Chi Jingyuan. Before leaving, Su Cheng had followed the boss's orders to bring the kanji made by Rong Yan in the thermos to the gathering. Ah Yuan, in such an important setting, you're drinking kanji. Are you trying to avoid alcohol? Shun Mingzhu raised an eyebrow, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Her gaze still concealed an enduring affection, something she had been unable to relinquish for a decade. During her 2-week vacation, Shun Yan had remained by her side, trying to console her. Yet she attempted to let go, only to find that she simply could not. Since she could not let go, she decided to look forward. She loved Chi Jingyuan, the person, regardless of his marital status. Her feelings remained unwavering. If she loved him, she would continue to love him, until he divorced, until he saw her in his eyes, and until he accepted her. She believed that, as a person, she would eventually see that day. Miss Shun, Chi Zong has a slight stomach discomfort. The doctor advised a light diet. Therefore, he cannot join everyone in drinking, Su Cheng explained. Shun Mingzhu stood and poured a glass of milk, expressing concern. Then have this. It's good for the stomach. Chi Jingyuan thanked her, not lifting his gaze. He focused intently on the kanji, savoring each bite with utmost seriousness. The small, delicate cat, though slender, possessed remarkable culinary skills. A simple bowl of kanji had been transformed into a rich and flavorful dish that perfectly suited his palate. Noti Chi Jingyuan esse indifferente. Shun Mingzhu felt a pang of awkwardness as her eyes began to glisten. Shun Yan, too, took note of the kanji vegetables, meat, millet. This kanji bore an uncanny resemblance to the ingredients Rong Yan had purchased earlier that afternoon. A sudden realization struck him. He glanced towards Rong Yan's direction. Perhaps feeling famished, she was deeply engrossed in her meal, somewhat out of place amidst the surrounding clamor. She was always like that, quiet, understanding, polite, appearing adaptable, yet stubbornly unwavering once she had made a decision, just as she was with him. Wait. The direction where Yan sat was precisely where Chi Jingyuan had been casting his frequent sidelong glances. Was he looking at Yan? Realizing this, Shun Yan felt a jolt in his heart. What exactly was their relationship? Shun Yan withdrew his gaze, tightening his grip around his cup, observing the kanji before Chi Jingyuan. He smiled warmly and said, "This kanji is quite good. Did your housekeeper prepare it?" "Not all," Chi Jingyuan replied succinctly. "Ah, then it must be a close confidant. How thoughtful of her to prepare kanji." Shun Yan scrutinized Chi Jingyuan's expression. "I can't help but wonder what kind of woman has captured Chi Zong's attention. I'm genuinely curious." His inquiry resonated with the crowd, many leaning in to hear. Chi Jingyuan smirked, lifting his teacup. "Professor Shun, I propose a toast with tea instead of wine. in your honor. The implication was clear. He would not divulge any personal details. Yan had no choice but to raise his glass, abruptly ending the conversation. Disappointed by the lack of gossip, most attendees expressed their discontent, but Shen Mingzhu, seated diagonally, clenched her hands, her eyes reddening as she bit her lip. She downed several glasses of alcohol, her gaze fixated on the bowl of congee, as if she could see an unseen rival. So it was, that woman prepared it? Watching him relish the congee with such satisfaction, as if savoring the finest delicacies, while her milk remained untouched, did she truly hold that little worth in his heart? Or was it simply that this woman was so extraordinary that he could no longer see any other? At that moment, Shen Mingzhu was consumed by jealousy, spiraling into a state of frenzy. Shen Yan, momentarily preoccupied with his sister, shifted his gaze among the congee, Chi Jingyuan, and Rong Yan, feeling a sense of discomfort in his chest as he also downed several glasses of alcohol. He needed to ascertain the nature of their relationship, Chi Jingyuan and Rong Yan. With his drink in hand, Shen Yan rose and headed toward Rong Yan. She had finished her meal. The seafood here was truly exquisite, though there were many items she could not enjoy, leaving her with a tinge of regret. Miss Rong, I found our previous discussion regarding the project quite enjoyable. Would you mind connecting on WeChat? At that moment, a colleague from the investment and financing department, Xiang Yang, approached Rong Yan with a glass in hand. The company possessed its own communication tools, allowing precise contact with all colleagues, so adding WeChat was unnecessary and would not hinder communication. Clearly, Xiang Yang had ulterior motives. Before Rong Yan could respond, Lin Xiao, brimming with excitement, leaned into her ear. Add him, quick. I've heard his family has assets exceeding 10 million. He is a businessman, and money is no object. Opportunities like this are rare. Of utmost importance, he was rather handsome, a charming, sunny young man. Rong Yan had no intention of adding him. She was solely focused on her work and the prospect of having children, without any desire to engage with men. Just as she was about to decline, Shen Yan approached from behind, positioning himself in front of Rong Yan. Classmate Xiang Yang, a Yin dislikes adding strangers on WeChat. My apologies. Xiang Yang regarded Shen Yan. Due to the ongoing research and development of a new product, their investment and acquisition were closely tied to it, necessitating data exchanges that had rendered them somewhat familiar with one another. He was a young professor of considerable renown in the scientific community, admired by many. Even the esteemed CEO, Chi, showed him deference. However, Xiang Yang was an exception. With a mischievous grin, he quipped, Professor Shen, what is your relation to Miss Rong that you feel justified in making decisions for her? Shen Yan's expression darkened. I am her teacher. Xiang Yang appeared enlightened. But surely a teacher cannot dictate whom a student befriends, can they? Shen Yan was momentarily taken aback, struggling for a response. Meanwhile, Rong Yan pulled out her phone and opened the QR code. Call me Yan. Xiang Yang, beaming with delight, introduced himself, Xiang Yang, as in upward in sunshine. Yan, may I treat you to a meal sometime? Rong Yan nodded in agreement. That would be fine. Xiang Yang left in high spirits, boasting to several colleagues. I got her WeChat. Ha ha ha. Shen Yan clenched his fists, his gaze fixed intently on Rong Yan, who continued to eat her fruit without lifting her head. Controlling his temper, he sat down beside her, adopting his usual gentle tone. Yan, promise me that if Xiang Yang invites you out, you will refuse him. All right? Rong Yan smiled, her expression serene. Teacher Shen, what do you think? Shen Yan's countenance turned grim. He locked eyes with her, emotions surging within him. After several deep breaths, he managed to regain his composure. In a lowered voice, attempting to shield their conversation from prying colleagues, he said, Yan, I'm only looking out for your best interests. Xiang Yang is not a good person. I once saw him with another woman, engaging in inappropriate behavior. He treats relationships as mere games, so do not let him. Rong Yan regarded him, finding his concern absurd. Teacher Shen, whether I like him or wish to interact with him is my affair. Why are you so troubled by it? Yan, I have told you, I consider you like a sister. I cannot just stand by. Her smile grew brighter. He knew well which words could wound her most deeply. He longed to grasp her hand, but she evaded him. He wanted to say more, but the presence of their colleagues made it inconvenient. Shen Yan grasped her wrist, intending to lead her to a quieter location for discussion, but inadvertently tugged at her sleeve, causing it to slide down and reveal a red mark on her neck. A thunderous noise echoed in his mind as if something had snapped. He fixed his gaze on the mark, his fists tightening, his expression darkening. "Come with me," he commanded, pulling Rong Yan toward the seaside. Chi Jingyuan observed Shun Yan and Rong Yan depart, his gaze clouding with a mist of detachment and indifference, merely echoing whatever others said. His mind clearly elsewhere, fixated on their retreating figures. Word had it that Chi had married. Congratulations were in order. Vice President Wen Yusheng raised his glass, curious about the mysterious lady who had caught Chi's eye. Chi Jingyuan smirked slightly. "I have never cared for her background." When Yusheng was taken aback, "Then it seems to be true love. Such a family lineage, such conditions, such origins. It's rare to find someone who does not seek to exchange marriage for benefit." He had not anticipated Chi Jingyuan to be this kind of person. Dinner had nearly concluded, and it was time to change venues. Chi Jingyuan continued to gaze in the same direction, yet still, the two had not returned, stirring an inexplicable unease within him. He excused himself to smoke, slowly making his way toward where they had gone. Rong Yan and Shun Yan were in an impasse. Shun Yan, unwilling to relent, was consumed by thoughts of her intimate interactions with another man, prompting a fit of rage. "Who marked her neck? Tell me which man did this to you." He felt an urge to confront him. Rong Yan remained calm. "Teacher Shun, I've already stated that this is my concern." "Is it Chi Jingyuan?" he pressed, his inquiries relentless, as if he would not rest until he received an answer. "You helped him prepare kanji this afternoon, didn't you?" Rong Yan found no purpose in continuing the discussion. His barrage of questions seemed pointless. If this was merely a protective brotherly instinct, she felt no need to clarify anything for him. "Think as you wish," she said, turning to leave. Shun Yan reached for her, but a hand intervened, blocking his path. "Professor Shun, do not bully her." Chi Jingyuan's gaze was both a warning and a threat. This time, Shun Yan's expression shifted from warmth to hostility. He met Chi Jingyuan's gaze, hostility radiating from him. "Mr. Chi, by what right do you protect her? As an employee? Or does the professor not think he is overstepping? Or is it customary for educators to meddle in their students' private lives, refusing to relent until obtaining answers?" Shun Yan was momentarily speechless, fists clenched, his left hand bleeding from where he had pressed too hard. It seemed he felt no pain. "A yin and I are not what you presume we." "Professor Shun, regardless of your relationship, you cannot make her uncomfortable. As a partner in collaboration, I advise you to keep your distance from her. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to terminate our partnership." With that, Chi Jingyuan took Rong Yan's hand and strode away. Shun Yan watched their retreating figures, a tumult of uncontainable rage swelling within him. What had that man done to her? Had they kissed? Was it merely a kiss, or was there something deeper? No, even a kiss was unacceptable. No one should touch her. Shun Yan's face darkened ominously. He was determined to unearth that man, to discover his identity. The new venue was a spacious private room, suitable for singing and games. While a few sang, most lacked musical talent, prompting someone to suggest a game of truth or dare. One could choose between the two. Those who abstained would need to drink 3 glasses of liquor. Chi Jingyuan entered the room first, being ushered to the central position, while Rong Yan intentionally lagged behind, creating distance between them. "Yan, over here!" Ran Xiaoyan's booming voice drew everyone's attention. Rong Yan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Scanning the room, she found only 2 available seats, one beside Chi Jingyuan and the other next to Ran Xiaoyan. After a brief glance at Chi Jingyuan, who was conversing with the vice president, Rong Yan quietly circled around and took a seat next to Ran Xiaoyan. "Yan, it's so nice to see you again." After sitting down, she realized to her surprise that Xiangyang was seated to her right, having kept his head down earlier. "This seat was reserved for you by Comrade Xiang. I didn't expect you to actually sit here. What a coincidence." Ran Xiaoyan remarked with glee. "Stop that," Rong Yan chided, nudging her. Shun Yan had been correct. She had indeed added Xiangyang on WeChat just to provoke him, with no intention of getting to know him better. As the game resumed, the pointer landed squarely on Shun Yan. His expression soured, fists clenched, his bandaged hand now stained red with blood, as if he were enduring something. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "I choose truth." The colleague responsible for posing the question asked, "Professor Shun, what has been the most unforgettable moment of your life thus far?" Shun Yan's gaze flickered, a rainy night 4 years ago. With a clatter, Rong Yan's hand slipped, and the cup fell, spilling water across the table. The host, catching the scent of gossip, grew somewhat excited. "Could you explain what made that night so special? Or who you were with?" Shun Yan paused, a smile gracing his lips. I cannot. Rong Yan lowered her head, calmly using a tissue to wipe the spilled water, though her hand trembled slightly. 4 years prior, on a rainy night, she had unwittingly gotten drunk. She had called Xin Yan, who came to fetch her. In her dazed state, she had wrapped her arms around his neck, intending to kiss him, but he had evaded her. Yan, you're drunk. I cannot do something you might regret. He deliberately recalled that rainy night to remind her that the man who had left marks on her neck might have merely taken advantage of her vulnerability, rather than being a true gentleman. Rong Yan found it somewhat absurd and almost laughed. Beside her, Xiang Yang inquired about her state, but she merely shook her head. At that moment, she longed for a drink. Soon, the game resumed, and the spinner eventually landed before Shen Mingzhu. Gazing at the pointer, Shen Mingzhu had a desire to choose a dare, hoping to seize this opportunity to express her feelings to Chi Jingyuan and perhaps discern his intentions. Yet, she hesitated. I choose truth, she declared. The colleague posing the question was exhilarated, glancing at the card. Sister Mingzhu, is the person you wish to spend your life with present? Shen Mingzhu's tender gaze fell upon Chi Jingyuan. Her eyes glistened slightly as she solemnly replied, Yes, I am unwavering in my feelings for him. A wave of excitement surged through the crowd. Sister Mingzhu was openly confessing her love for the esteemed CEO. Such a profound and passionate declaration of love was indeed rare. It was no wonder Chi Jingyuan had kept her by his side for so long. Rong Yan echoed a gasp of surprise. She hadn't anticipated Shen Mingzhu's boldness in professing such sentiments in front of so many. Clearly, her feelings for Chi Jingyuan ran deep. Chi Jingyuan, however, displayed little reaction. He fiddled with his glass, his expression indifferent, seemingly oblivious to Shen Mingzhu's words. Yet, his gaze consistently strayed towards Rong Yan. Silence reigned, a silent rejection, a lack of response. Shen Mingzhu fixated on Chi Jingyuan for an extended moment, but he remained unresponsive. Hurt filled her eyes as she downed the drink on the table. The pointer spun anew, landing once again before Chi Jingyuan. He appeared somewhat distracted, glancing at the pointer before lightly smirking. I choose truth. The excitement in the room reached a crescendo. The big boss had chosen truth. Shen Mingzhu had opted for truth, and now the big boss followed suit. Was this an opportunity for them to revel in juicy gossip? It was now Shen Mingzhu's turn to pose a question, and she was determined to extract explosive revelations. She looked at Chi Jingyuan, masking her disappointment with a smile, and asked the question that had long lingered in her mind. Do I know your wife? The answer was straightforward, yes. The crowd erupted in intrigued glances. Shen Mingzhu knew the wife of the CEO, yet she had no idea who it might be. What sort of game was this? Shen Mingzhu was taken aback. She had assumed it would be someone she didn't know, which might have brought her some solace, but it turned out to be someone familiar. She mentally reviewed the women she knew, yet none matched. A bitter smile formed on her lips. Yuan, you truly wield your hurt with subtlety. The pointer spun again, landing once more on Chi Jingyuan. The audience held their breath, suppressing their excitement. Chi Jingyuan opted for truth yet again, and this time, the questioner shifted to the colleague beside him, Wen Yusheng. Finding humor in the situation, Wen Yusheng, who had little curiosity for gossip, decided to ask a question on behalf of his friend. Chi, is there a special reason for your sudden marriage? A killer question indeed. Shen Mingzhu leaned in with anticipation, while others shared her curiosity about the circumstances of this marriage. Chi Jingyuan smirked slightly, toying with his glass, and casually remarked, because she is pregnant. With a sudden slip of her hand, Rong Yan's glass crashed onto the table once more. However, this time, aside from Shen Yan, no one paid her any mind. They were all struck dumb by the revelation. The CEO's wife is pregnant? My goodness. Clearly, they had been in love, and with a child on the way, they naturally chose to marry. How? Well, Chi Jingyuan had concealed this. Shen Mingzhu was evidently unprepared for such a revelation. Her mind went blank, replaying the words he had uttered. She is pregnant. The woman was actually expecting. She couldn't accept it. She had clung to the hope that his marriage might not be voluntary, perhaps a business arrangement devoid of affection, and that he wouldn't touch her. Now, all her fantasies lay shattered. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she silently wiped them away and downed another drink at the table. Even after several rounds, her sorrow remained unresolved. She lifted her tear-filled gaze to Chi Jingyuan. Do you love her? Silence enveloped the room once more. Chi Jingyuan leisurely toyed with his glass, an air of languor about him. He looked at Shen Mingzhu and countered, "What do you think? If he did not love her, would he have allowed her to become pregnant and married her?" Another blow. Shen Mingzhu could no longer bear it and stood to leave. Shen Yan cast a glance at Rong Yan before following her out. "Oh my, I'm so glad I came. Otherwise, I would have missed this monumental gossip. And I do regret it for life." "Absolutely riveting," Lin Xiaoxiao whispered to Rong Yan. Rong Yan was drenched in sweat. For Lin Xiaoxiao, this was gossip. For her, it felt like a near-caught affair. Each question directed at Chi Jingyuan made her feel guilty, fearing Shen Mingzhu would uncover the truth and question her involvement in their relationship. However, the challenge was far from over. In the next round, the pointer landed on Rong Yan. Unable to choose truth, she was uncertain of what questions others might pose. The previous players who had opted for truth had drawn attention to themselves, and she did not wish to face the complexities of the situation. Resolutely, she chose dare instead. The questioner was a colleague from the finance department who, lacking experience with the game, read the card aloud. "Please kiss the fifth person to your left." The fifth person? The crowd counted, and then they collectively froze. The fifth person was Chi Jingyuan. Rong Yan was to kiss the big boss. This was too exhilarating. Far too exhilarating. What sort of night was this? Gao Yuan was equally stunned, uncle and niece. The mere thought was overwhelming. Rong Yan felt as if she might perish from embarrassment. Kissing Chi Jingyuan would undoubtedly land her on Shen Mingzhu's blacklist, making her the subject of scandalous conversations. She refused, resolutely. After a moment of contemplation, she forced a smile and calmly stated, "I'm sorry, but I cannot complete this dare. Mr. Chi is married. This isn't appropriate." Amidst the uproar of laughter, someone chimed in, "It's just a game." Rong Yan picked up the wine bottle and filled 3 cups beside her. "However, I respect the rules of the game. I will drink these 3 cups." The game's rule dictated that if one could not complete the tasks of truth or dare, they must choose to drink 3 cups of wine. Just as Rong Yan was about to lift her cup, Chi Jingyuan suddenly spoke. "There's no need for you to drink on my account." He poured 3 cups of wine for himself and calmly finished them one by one. "Wow, the big boss is so considerate. He actually drinks for his employees, my goodness." Chi Jingyuan leaned back, feeling discomfort in his stomach, a subtle ache. It was certainly better than making her drink. Rong Yan tightened her grip on the wine glass, her heart filled with concern. Chi Jingyuan had just developed acute gastritis, and now he suddenly drank 3 cups of wine. How would he manage? "What's wrong? You look worried. What are you thinking about?" Lin Xiaoxiao asked. Rong Yan shook her head, silently sipping water. The game continued late into the night before concluding. Rong Yan and Lin Xiaoxiao returned to their room. Lin Xiaoxiao had drunk quite a bit and fell asleep as soon as she hit the bed. Rong Yan took a shower, and just as she stepped out, someone knocked at the door. Su Cheng stood at the entrance, holding her luggage. "Madam, I brought your luggage. Please let me know if you need anything, and I will arrange for the hotel to procure it." Rong Yan glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao on the bed. "Not at the moment, thank you." As Su Cheng turned to leave, he hesitated, then asked, "Madam, the sir drank some wine this evening. Would you like to check on him?" When Chi Jingyuan was unwell, he rarely allowed anyone near, but Su Cheng thought perhaps Madam could give it a try. Rong Yan contemplated for a moment, then returned to her room to grab her phone. Upon emerging, Su Cheng had already left, and she made her way to the top floor. "Yan, what are you doing here?" Just as Rong Yan was about to swipe her card, Lin Xiaoxiao appeared behind her, slightly intoxicated and swaying. Startled, Rong Yan quickly hid her car behind her. I just couldn't sleep and came out for a stroll, wanted to see the moon from the top floor." Lin Xiaoxiao looked up at the ceiling. "There's no moon to see, not even a breeze. It's too late to be looking for the sun. Let's go back to sleep." Lin Xiaoxiao linked her arm with Rong Yan's and led her back to the 6th floor. 3 hours later, Rong Yan returned to the top floor, ensuring no one was following her before swiftly entering the suite. Phew, why did it feel so thrilling? Like a secret affair? Chi Jingyuan lay on the bed, with 2 wall lamps casting a dim light in the room. He seemed to have vomited and appeared somewhat unwell. His brows furrowed tightly. Rong Yan sensed something was off. She touched his forehead. He was burning with fever. Noticing someone beside him, Chi Jingyuan slightly opened his eyes, and upon seeing Rong Yan, his back stiffened, staring at her intently. "What are you doing here?" "What do you mean, what am I doing?" "You have a fever. Does your stomach still hurt?" She pulled out her phone, ready to call Song Yuan Zhou. Chi Jingyuan, however, grasped her hand, cutting off the call, his gaze fixed on her, asking again, "Then what are you here for, It seemed he was a bit muddled from the fever. Rong Yan turned to leave. Chi Jingyuan grasped her hand, his voice tinged with urgency. Where are you going? To get water, to help you cool down. We must bring your temperature down first. We can't just let it go on like this without calling a doctor. Chi Jingyuan released her hand. Rong Yan instructed him to lie on his side. Then she took a warm towel and gently wiped his back, neck, and arms, doing so meticulously and patiently, as if treating a precious treasure. Chi Jingyuan watched her, suddenly feeling a ridiculous notion arise. What if he kept her by his side for a lifetime? That might not be so bad. After all, it was the first time someone had cared for him like this. Have you taken the antipyretic medication? Chi Jingyuan nodded. What about the stomach medicine? He nodded again. He truly was quite adept at taking care of himself, taking his medication on time and lying quietly in bed waiting to recover, which somehow seemed both endearing and pitiable. A feeling akin to pity stirred within her, and she softly inquired, Does your stomach still hurt? Chi Jingyuan nodded once more. Rong Yan quickly poured warm water for him to drink, then gently rubbed his stomach to alleviate his discomfort. He seemed to relish her nurturing touch, turning to lie on his side, burying his head in her embrace, inhaling her fragrance. Rong Yan felt somewhat flustered. This action was too intimate. Burying himself in her arms, he murmured, You and that Professor Shun. It seems your relationship is more than just teacher and student. Chapter 55. Shun Mingzhu blocks the door late at night. Why bring up Xinyan? Rong Yan found herself at a loss for words, falling silent for a long while. Sensing her hesitation, Chi Jingyuan slowly lifted his head, his gaze deep and icy. What? You don't want to talk about it? He appeared somewhat frustrated, his teeth clenched, as if he were vexed with this little thing. Surely, she couldn't be involved with Shun Yan. Noticing the anger in his eyes, Rong Yan hastily clarified. We were neighbors before, but then he moved away. We happened to attend the same university, and due to our previous connection, he treated me like a younger sister and cared for my well-being. Chi Jingyuan seized upon the key point in her words, his tone laced with acidity. Childhood sweethearts? Rong Yan calmly explained. No, it was merely an ordinary neighborly relationship. In truth, they had not been neighbors for long, but aside from him, no other neighbors could be considered as such, as they had never acknowledged her, even resorting to violence against her. Is that so? Yes, that's it. Chi Jingyuan remained silent for a long time. If Shun Yan's concern for her was merely that of an older brother, then he should not have meddled so much, constantly entangling her. After all, he had no shortage of sisters. If he harbored ulterior motives, then Chi Jingyuan would ensure he learned the cost of such intentions. A hint of malice flickered in Chi Jingyuan's eyes. After a long while, Rong Yan reached out to touch his forehead. It was no longer hot, indicating that the fever had subsided. She sighed in relief, tucked him in, and prepared to leave. You should rest well. I won't disturb you anymore. I'll head down now. Sleep here, he commanded. That won't do. What if Lin Xiao wakes up in the middle of the night and finds me missing? How would I explain everything that happened tonight? She felt that Chi Jingyuan was unusually clingy tonight. Chi Jingyuan's face hardened. He released her hand and rolled to the far side of the bed, clearly annoyed. Rong Yan decided not to dwell on it and turned to walk toward the door. Just as Chi Jingyuan, who was waiting for her to come back, saw her leave, he felt both angry and regretful, quickly flipping out of bed to retrieve her. As Rong Yan was opening the door, it suddenly slammed shut with a bang. She looked at him, panic etched on her face, filled with guilt. What should I do? Mingzhu is here. She is outside looking for you. In the next moment, there came a knock at the door along with Shun Mingzhu's drunken cries. Yuan, open the door. Please open the door. Rong Yan visibly panicked, her forehead beating with sweat. Chi Jingyuan scoffed lightly, leaning against the wall with one hand, blocking her beneath him and gazing down at her. What? Are you so flustered just because she is knocking? Of course I am. That is Shun Mingzhu. If she discovers I'm in Chi Jingyuan's room, I wouldn't be able to explain it even if I had 100 mouths. Mr. Chi, why don't I hide and you explain things to her? Calm her down. Chi Jingyuan raised an eyebrow. Why should I explain anything to her? Rong Yan, as expected, men are truly heartless when it comes to such matters. Given the scene tonight, it seemed that the misunderstanding between him and Shun Mingzhu had yet to be resolved, and she couldn't predict how long it would continue. It was indeed a calamity. What? Are you concerned about my relationship with her? The knocking from outside continued incessantly, and Rong Yan's anxiety heightened. Mr. Chi, there is no need to delve into this right now. Why is it unnecessary? He tugged at the corner of his lips, believing that the little one had misunderstood. He thought it necessary to prove something. After saying this, he moved closer to her. Outside, the people seemed to have heard the commotion. After a brief silence, the knocking grew more intense. A Yuan, what are you doing? Is there a woman in your room? A Yuan, open the door, open the door. In the stillness of the night, the knocking was particularly jarring. After a long while, Rong Yan grew weary. She could no longer summon the strength to step out of the door. Chi Jingyuan carried her to take a shower. Time was on their side. He needed to endure, waiting until she gave birth to their child. Suddenly, he felt a twinge of regret over the divorce clause in the contract. What if she truly requested a divorce at that time? What then? He suppressed the vague restlessness and unease for the moment, holding her tightly as they drifted into a deep sleep. In the morning, Rong Yan tidied herself up, standing hesitantly at the door, uncertain whether to open it. She was fearful that Shen Mingzhu was still outside, and if she opened the door, she would be caught red-handed. Unable to bear it any longer, Chi Jingyuan approached the door, looking at Rong Yan and subtly gesturing toward the bathroom. She immediately understood his meaning, gave him an okay sign, and scurried into the bathroom, locking the door to conceal herself. As soon as she opened the door, Shen Mingzhu barged in. She glanced at the living room, empty, then headed straight for the bedroom and kitchen. After failing to find anyone, she began searching behind the curtains and under the bed. Having scoured every possible hiding place without success, she turned and fixed her gaze on the bathroom. Chi Jingyuan stood in her way, calm yet imposing. Mingzhu, enough. Shen Mingzhu broke down, her voice hoarse. Not enough. It's simply not enough. A Yuan, you know my feelings for you. Why did you act that way last night? You and that woman, you and her. Just the thought of him being intimate with another woman sent her spiraling into despair. Chi Jingyuan looked at her with composure. Mingzhu, enough. I rejected you the first time you expressed your feelings, and I have done so each time thereafter. We have always been just friends. No, I don't believe it. I refuse to believe it. Shen Mingzhu cried uncontrollably, attempting to push Chi Jingyuan aside to see who the woman inside was, but he remained as unmoving as a mountain. The standoff lingered. Chi Jingyuan let out a deep sigh and took out his phone, dialing Shun Yan's number. A few minutes later, Shun Yan arrived upstairs. Professor Shun, please take good care of your sister. I have already made my position clear. I owe her nothing, and I will not be with her in the future. Please ask her not to disturb my private life. Shun Yan nodded calmly, understood. He took Shen Mingzhu downstairs. After exiting, he suddenly heard a familiar ringtone coming from the bathroom. Chapter 56. Rong Yan changed her phone. That ringtone he had heard on Rong Yan's phone before. Shen Yan's mind went blank as he halted his steps, turning back to lock eyes with Chi Jingyuan at the door. In that glance, there was provocation, hostility, and a warning. Shun Yan darkened his gaze and averted his eyes, but thoughts of the red mark on Rong Yan's neck invaded his mind. Gritting his teeth, he supported Shen Mingzhu into the elevator. Rong Yan hurriedly called Lin Xiao. Once she confirmed that the two had gone far, she let out a long sigh and emerged from the bathroom. Did you hear what I said earlier? Between him and Shen Mingzhu, there truly was nothing. He had long stated they would only remain friends, and Shen Mingzhu had agreed. Rong Yan, puzzled, asked, "What did you say?" I couldn't hear anything in the bathroom. It was buzzing, and the sound was faint. Did I miss some gossip? Chi Jingyuan's lips twitched slightly. It's nothing. Halfway down the hall, feeling unsatisfied, he returned, exasperatedly ruffling her hair, making it a mess before storming off. Little thing, you really drive me crazy. Rong Yan returned to the 6th floor. Lin Xiao was in the midst of her morning routine. Where have you been? You didn't answer your phone, and you didn't come back to sleep all night. I almost called the police. Rong Yan averted her gaze, nervously explaining, I came back to sleep last night. I woke up early and went for a morning run. Morning run? Lin Xiao looked at her attire of pajamas and slippers. You went out dressed like that for a morning run? Rong Yan. Awkwardly, she stretched and changed the subject. Oh, I'm so hungry. I wonder if the hotel breakfast is good. Let us hurry and get ready to try it. Lin Xiao nodded. Sure. Rong Yan returned to her bedside, secretly patting her chest and sighing. How long was she to endure this secret affair? It was truly unbearable. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the tote bag beside her bed, containing the birthday gift Chi Jingyuan had given her, an apple set. Earlier that morning, she was unsure if Shun Yan and Shen Mingzhu had heard her ringtone. If they did, they would soon suspect her. But if she changed her phone now, acting on impulse, Rong Yan began to swap out her SIM card. When had she become so affluent to afford even an apple set, and the highest configuration at that. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced over, astonished. Wow, you really hit the jackpot. You won something worth tens of thousands. Rong Yan remained silent. The phone was soon switched, and she got ready to head out for breakfast. The morning held no team-building activities, allowing for leisure time. Rong Yan and Lin Xiaoxiao went to the beach to feel the sea breeze and splash in the water. Xiaoxiao, do you remember what happened last night? She tentatively inquired on their way back. What? Did I sleepwalk last night? Did something happen that I don't know about? Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up, her curiosity piqued. Rong Yan quickly found an excuse to deflect. Luckily, she didn't remember. Otherwise, she would have had a hard time explaining why she was on the rooftop in the middle of the night. The afternoon consisted of team-organized activities, tug-of-war, jungle adventure, and such. These activities were unsuitable for pregnant women, so Rong Yan decided to take a leave of absence and catch up on sleep at the hotel. After waking, she headed straight to dinner. That evening, the hotel offered a lavish buffet, and just as Rong Yan finished loading her plate, Ran Xiaonan waved her over. Yan, over here. As she prepared to approach, Shen Mingzhu suddenly blocked her path. Come this way. I have something to ask you. Rong Yan found it hard to refuse, so she carried her plate into the room. Besides Shen Mingzhu, Shen Yan was also there. Rong Yan sat down stiffly, and Shen Mingzhu got straight to the point. You know who Yuan's wife is, right? Tell me, and I will grant you anything you want. I know your family is quite poor. If you need money, name your price, and I will do whatever it takes. Mingzhu, Shen Yan quickly intervened, his expression darkening as he seemed displeased. Yan, don't respond to her. His gaze shifted to the new phone on her table. When did you change your phone? Seizing the opportunity, Rong Yan quickly explained. I changed it several days ago. My old phone broke and was unusable. Shen Yan fell silent. If Yan had indeed changed her phone, then the person in the bathroom that morning could not be her, but rather another woman. Could it be another woman? Or was she merely trying to cover her tracks? After all, the previous night, her behavior with Chi Jingyuan was indeed suspect. Shen Yan's mood darkened as he leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples. Yan, don't worry about my brother. Besides you, no one can help me. I've treated you fairly well, right? Please tell me, who is that woman? Shen Mingzhu's emotions ran high. She was in Yuan's room last night. There's a high probability she is from Shangshi. She still recognized those from Shangshi. Who could it be? Mingzhu, don't put Yan in a difficult position. How can you be so sure she knows? She is the distant niece of Chi Jingyuan, living in the Chi household. How could she possibly be unaware? Shen Mingzhu blurted out. Now, it was Shen Yan's turn to be astonished. He gazed at Rong Yan for a long while, seemingly processing the revelation. You and Chi Jingyuan are related as uncle and niece? The way Chi Jingyuan protected her, preventing her from drinking, taking her to Tainwei, and perhaps her appearance in Chi Jingyuan's bathroom this morning was all due to the fact that she is his niece? Everything seemed to fall into place. If their relationship was merely that of uncle and niece, then who was the man who kissed Rong Yan and left marks on her neck? Rong Yuanzhou? In an instant, the previously elated Shen Yan found himself ensnared in another dilemma. Rong Yan felt a throbbing headache. Hadn't Gao Yuan promised to keep a secret? How did Shen Mingzhu find out? Could it be that he is affiliated with Shen Mingzhu? No wonder Shen Mingzhu gifted her such expensive cosmetics. No wonder she altered her previous attitude to befriend her. It was all because she had learned this. This was disastrous. One lie would require another to cover it up. This time, it had escalated immensely. Rong Yan pondered how to respond. Sister Mingzhu, it's not about money. This is a private matter concerning President Chi, and I lack the authority to comment. If he won't tell you, then how could I dare to offend him by speaking? Therefore, I'm sorry, I cannot divulge anything. Then at least give me a hint. What is her surname? How old is she? And what does she do? Rong Yan shook her head. I truly apologize, but I cannot say. Shen Mingzhu appeared somewhat dejected. However, Shen Yan's mood improved considerably, and his tone became gentler. Why didn't you tell me sooner that you share this connection with President Chi? Chapter 57. Meeting Rong Xiang, Mr. Shen. I have no obligation to inform you, Rong Yan replied calmly. Shen Yan fell silent, his eyes flickering with an inscrutable expression. Having finally dealt with two troublesome individuals, Rong Yan exited the room, returning her tray to the recycling area, preparing to leave the hall. Chi Jingyuan happened to approach from another direction, and they collided head-on. He was surrounded by several executives engaged in discussion. Upon seeing Rong Yan for the first time, he noticed the phone in her hand She had already switched to the Apple device he had gifted her. A wave of satisfaction surged within him, and Chi Jingyuan's lips curled slightly. Rong Yan greeted him with, "Hello, President Chi," and was about to depart when Chi Jingyuan called out to her. "Your tea brewing skills are quite impressive. We have a business meeting. Come lend a hand." Chi Jingyuan feigned seriousness, thinking to himself that it was not because he wished to see her at all times that he asked her to assist. Rong Yan nodded. "I will come by later." With nothing pressing to do, she figured it might be a pleasant way to pass the time. The business meeting included international dignitaries as well as some domestic tycoons. Once inside the room, Rong Yan approached the tea station, where a server was already preparing tea. She had little to do besides offer assistance. Midway through, the server was called away, and feeling a spontaneous urge, Rong Yan decided to brew some tea herself. At that moment, a guest approached the tea station, picked up a cup of tea she had brewed, and took a sip. "This tea is quite good," he remarked, the initial bitterness giving way to a sweet aftertaste. Rong Xiang set down the cup, and without raising her eyes, Rong Yan casually replied, "This shouldn't be authentic Taiping Hokkaido. True Taiping Hokkaido has a subtle roasted aroma, a smooth taste, and a more pronounced sweetness." Rong Xiang was taken aback. "You understand tea?" "Somewhat." Rong Yan opened the tea canister, skillfully preparing another type of tea. Her technique was proficient and fluid, captivating Rong Xiang. He slowly sat down, observing her tranquil demeanor as she brewed tea, which reminded him of Yang Yulan from years past. A few minutes later, the tea was ready. Rong Yan poured a cup and offered it. "Please have a taste." However, upon seeing the person before her, she froze in place. Rong Xiang. The man standing before her was indeed Rong Xiang, her biological father. In her memories, he had seemed so young. In reality, he had aged, with strands of white peppering his hair and gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. He was the man her mother, Yang Yulan, had loved for a lifetime, the one she could never let go of, even in death. The instant Rong Yan raised her head, Rong Xiang also recognized her face. In that moment, he was momentarily dazed, and the cup in his hand slipped, shattering into pieces. This action drew the attention of others in the reception room. Chi Jingyuan looked up to see Rong Xiang and Rong Yan gazing at each other, both expressions filled with astonishment and peculiarity. He squinted slightly and approached. "Chairman Rong, this is one of our employees at Shangshi." Rong Xiang quickly regained his composure, concealing his emotions. "President Chi's company truly has a wealth of talent. I am quite surprised to find someone knowledgeable in tea art." After saying this, he sampled the tea offered by Rong Yan. "Da Hong Bao." Rong Yan nodded, suppressing her tumultuous emotions. "It may not compare to the mother tree to Hong Pao from Wui Mountain, but it is still commendable tea. My mother adored Da Hong Pao." Rong Xiang set down the cup. "Miss, did you learn tea brewing from your mother?" "Yes, because my father has a great love for tea." At that moment, his hand, which had been toying with the cup, suddenly stilled. Rong Shiheng's dark eyes narrowed. "Oh? May I inquire who your father is?" Rong Yan withdrew her trembling hand, responding calmly, "He has passed away." Although she had envisioned various scenarios regarding meeting her father, the reality revealed a mix of anger and resentment within her. Rong Xiang remained silent, gazing at Rong Yan for a long time before suddenly extending the cup back to her. "May I trouble you for another cup?" Rong Yan filled it once more, and Rong Xiang slowly savored the tea, lingering over each sip as if reluctant to part with its taste before finally setting down the cup. "Your tea reminds me of a lost acquaintance. I once knew and loved her, and we were meant to be together for a lifetime. Alas, due to family circumstances, I had to choose divorce. Later, I married another, and she took her daughter away from me. After so many years, I wonder if she is well, and if her daughter is well." Rong Yan trembled all over, her nose tingling, tears threatening to spill. She fought to maintain her composure and replied evenly, "Parting ways allows each to find joy anew. Once a choice is made, one must look forward." Rong Xiang fell silent. He gazed deeply at Rong Yan, his eyes seemingly filled with unspoken words. After a long pause, he turned to Chi Jingyuan, giving a slight nod before mingling back into the crowd. Rong Yan watched him depart, her hands still quivering. Suddenly, someone grasped her hand. It was Chi Jingyuan, his voice gentle. "You should go rest. There's no need for you to busy yourself here." Rong Yan nodded, setting down her tools and leaving the reception room. Rong Yan lay in bed, her mind racing with thoughts of the way Rong Xiang had looked at her. A mix of disappointment, loss, and hatred swirled within her, disrupting her thoughts. Meeting her father felt like encountering a stranger. She had not received the longed-for paternal love, nor had she seen pity or remorse in his eyes. He had not even recognized her. They were indeed mere strangers. What had he said again? That he had to choose divorce because of family reasons? He had been in love with her mother first, married her first. Thus, her mother was not a mistress? Realizing this, Rong Yan suddenly sat up, retrieving her phone to call her grandmother. "What's wrong, little girl? It's late, and you're disturbing me," her grandmother grumbled. "Grandma, are you hiding something from me? Was my mother truly a mistress? Did she ruin someone else's family? Please tell me what really happened." There was a long silence on the other end. "What made you suddenly ask about this?" "I met Rong Yan today." Her grandmother sighed. "That shameless man. Don't listen to his nonsense. Your mother is indeed a mistress, utterly shameless. After all these years, you still don't know what kind of person your mother is?" With that, her grandmother abruptly hung up the phone. This couldn't be right. If mother is not the mistress, then her divorce certificate should serve as proof. Why, when they were being scolded and spat upon, did she remain silent and offer no defense? But if she indeed was, why would Rong Yan make such a statement? Could it be that his words were untrue? Why would he lie, especially to a stranger like her? Rong Yan's mind was a tumult of confusion, lost in her own thoughts when a sudden knock at the door interrupted her reverie. Upon opening the door, she found Chi Jingyuan standing there, quietly observing her. "Will you not allow me to come in and sit for a while?" Chapter 58. A man hidden in the room? Rong Yan opened the door wider to let him in. Lin Xiaoxiao had gone to a party organized by her colleagues, and, knowing her personality, would likely not return until after midnight. It was perfectly fine for him to come in. Chi Jingyuan surveyed the modest room, which contained 2 beds, and found it reasonably tidy, though it paled in comparison to his own living conditions. His presence made the standard room feel somewhat dim, as his refined demeanor eclipsed even the so-called top stars. This simple accommodation hardly suited his stature. He observed her expression carefully and handed her something from his bag. Rong Yan opened it to find thinly sliced steak, perfectly grilled, accompanied by pasta and a cup of warm milk. Her eyes brightened instantly. A midnight snack? Chi Jingyuan averted her radiant gaze, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. Yes, with food before her, she momentarily set aside her sorrow. The steak was cooked to perfection, and the pasta was delightful. Chi Jingyuan truly had an eye for good food. Just as he was about to inquire further, a sudden beeping sound from the door interrupted them. Lin Xiaoxiao had returned. Why was she back so soon? In a flash, Rong Yan had no time to react. She put down her chopsticks, grabbed Chi Jingyuan, and rushed toward the bathroom. However, reconsidering, she stepped back, pulled aside the heavy curtains, and shoved him inside. "Don't make a sound, please." The next moment, the door swung open. Rong Yan turned around in a fluster, forcing a stiff smile as she greeted, "Xiao, why are you back so quickly?" "I left my mask in the bathroom and came back to get it." Lin Xiaoxiao sensed something was off with Rong Yan, but couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. Rong Yan let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she hadn't hidden him in the bathroom. Otherwise, they would have been exposed. After retrieving her mask, Lin Xiaoxiao asked, "Aren't you coming with me? It's quite lively tonight. A masquerade ball, and without our superiors, it's going to be a blast. I think I'll pass. I didn't sleep well last night, and plan to catch up on some rest. Enjoy yourselves." "All right then." Lin Xiaoxiao didn't press further. Just as she reached the door, she suddenly turned back. "You're not hiding a man in your room, are you?" Rong Yan exclaimed, "Absolutely not." "How can you say that? You look so guilty. I thought I'd tease you a bit." Rong Yan fell silent. Lin Xiaoxiao chuckled, glancing at the midnight snack on the table, and patted her shoulder. "Eat well, you're so tense." After Lin Xiaoxiao left, Rong Yan waited until she was sure there wouldn't be a sudden return before lifting the curtain, exhaling deeply. Chi Jingyuan appeared displeased, pursing his lips. "Am I really such a disgrace? You can't even let your friends see me. Are you so ashamed to showcase me?" Rong Yan was taken aback by his words. "What was this about, Mr. Rong?" "Never mind. You silly fool, you understand nothing." Chi Jingyuan suppressed his annoyance, unsure why he felt this way. A sudden surge of frustration bubbling within him. It seemed he craved a title, a recognition, a chance to be presented to others by her. Upon reflection, he found the notion absurd. At 30, he had carved out a name for himself, becoming a prominent figure in Anqing. What need had he for a title? It was madness. With a sigh, he ruffled her hair and turned to leave, deciding to postpone inquiries about Rong Yan for another day. He didn't want to see her smile fade so quickly or have her dwelling on unhappy thoughts before sleep. That night, Rong Yan enjoyed a restful sleep. When she awoke in the morning, Lin Xiaoxiao's bed remained as it had been the previous day. Had she partied so hard that she hadn't returned all night? Rong Yan dialed her number, but after a long wait with no answer, she opted to freshen up and try again later. Emerging from the bathroom, she found Lin Xiaoxiao back. What is going on? Why are you just now returning? Are you all right? Nothing much. I had a bit too much to drink last night. I didn't know my room, so I stayed at a hotel outside, Lin Xiaoxiao replied, her gaze evasive. Rong Yan nodded, choosing not to comment further. They were all adults, capable of taking responsibility for their actions. As long as she was safe, that was what mattered. The morning was dedicated to a hiking event, followed by their return to Anqing in the afternoon. Rong Yan, not suited for strenuous activity, fabricated an excuse to take a day off, intending to shop for some local specialties until they returned. The specialty shop was somewhat distant from the scenic area, and Su Cheng offered a driver, providing a good opportunity to store her purchases in the car. As she was meticulously selecting items from the shelves, a shadow fell over her. She looked up to see Rong Xiang beside her, also perusing the goods. Hello, Mr. Rong. After a night's reflection, she felt sufficiently composed. How did you know my surname is Rong? Rong Xiang seemed surprised, his gaze fixed on her, as though trying to see through her. Your name was on last night's guest list, and I overheard others refer to you as such. So, you were paying attention to my actions all night? Rong Yan was momentarily speechless, then smiled calmly. I have a habit of observing guests. It's part of my professional training. There is no need for you to overthink it. Not wishing to prolong the conversation, she turned to the cash register to pay. Rong Xiang followed her. I'll pay for this. Rong Yan firmly declined, but he, without a word, produced his credit card and handed it to the cashier, completing the transaction with efficiency. She thanked him and prepared to leave when, without warning, a bucket of icy water was doused over her, soaking her entirely. You wretched woman, did you seduce my father? Rong Yanqi glared coldly at her, and in that moment, Rong Yan was stripped of any semblance of dignity, looking utterly disheveled. Ah Chi, what are you doing? Rong Xiang scolded, feigning seriousness to discipline his daughter. What am I doing? You were just buying something and flirting with her. Do you no longer care for me or mother? Rong Yuanqi huffed, turning to leave. Rong Xiang muttered an apology before rushing after his daughter, concern etched on his face. Ah Chi, what trouble have you caused now? At that moment, Rong Yuanzhou approached from another direction. The family had come for a vacation together. Their father had gone to buy specialties for their mother, and Ah Chi insisted on tagging along. Bored in the car, he decided to come along for a look, only to witness this scene. He chuckled at his pouting, angry sister, who was upset our Ah Chi. Chapter 59. Is your birth name Rong Yan? Seeing Rong Yuanzhou, Rong Yuanqi's lips trembled, and she looked ready to cry. This distressed Rong Xiang even more. He quickly moved to his daughter's side, speaking gently and patiently. How could I ever abandon you and your mother? You are my beloved little treasure. I merely exchanged pleasantries with a work acquaintance. You mustn't blame your father. Rong Yuanqi huffed again, still ignoring him. Ah Chi, didn't you want that MH necklace? I'll buy it for you when we get back. Don't be mad at your father, okay? Rong Yuanqi's eyes brightened. Really? Didn't you say 300,000 was a bit too pricey? But for you, my Ah Chi, it is not expensive at all. Rong Xiang's eyes were filled with warmth. Rong Yuanqi was finally comforted. She glanced at Rong Yan, who was drenched like a drowned rat, and asked, Are you truly just work friends with her? Of course, he replied. I don't even know her name. But she asks, so, what if she tries to seduce Dad? Nowadays, these women are quite wicked, always attempting to ruin others' families. Dad, you need to keep your distance from her and not fall for these shameless women. Rong Xing nodded, sighing. Rong Yuanzhou began to grasp the situation. He looked up and saw the woman not far away, stunned. He walked over to confirm, exclaiming, A yen? How is it you? Rong Yan was buying tissues from a waiter, leisurely drying herself off. However, she was completely soaked. No amount of wiping could remedy it. She managed to clean her hair and face a bit, trying to appear less disheveled. Looking at Rong Yuanzhou and then at the affectionate father-daughter pair nearby, she smiled. You're his son? Rong Yuanzhou found the question odd, unable to pinpoint why it fell off. He simply nodded. That's my father, Rong Xiang. And that girl is your sister? Rong Yuanzhou nodded again. Her name is Rong Yuanqi. And you are? Rong Yuanzhou? Rong Yan burst into laughter, though the sting in her nose could not be concealed, and tears rolled down her cheeks. So annoying. Ever since Mom passed away, I didn't want to cry anymore. Why can't I hold it back now? Are you hurt? Let me check. Rong Yan, concerned, hurried over to inspect her. Seeing her drenched, he took off his coat and draped it over her. Then he grasped her wrist, taking her pulse. Rong Yuanqi suddenly approached and shoved Rong Yan away, saying, "What? Trying to seduce my dad? Now you're after my brother? I'll warn you. Keep your distance from him." Rong Yan stumbled back, stepping on the water beneath her. Losing her balance. Just as she was about to fall, a pair of hands caught her, pulling her into a protective embrace. "Are you all right?" Chi Jingyuan asked. Rong Yan nodded, looking at the suddenly appeared Chi Jingyuan. "What brings you here?" Without answering, he unceremoniously tossed Rong Yuanzhou's jacket to the ground, removing his own suit to wrap her securely. Rong Yan chuckled. "I'm not that cold." "Nonetheless, wear it," he insisted, standing protectively in front of her, his commanding presence evident. "Who are the Rong family to bully my people? It seems you've grown wings and no longer wish to collaborate with the Chi family." The three were taken aback. Did he imply that Rong Yan belonged to him? Oh right, she was an employee of Shangshi, which equated to being part of his circle. "Mr. Chi, I apologize for the misunderstanding. My daughter has acted thoughtlessly, and I offer my sincere apologies on her behalf." Rong Xiang stepped forward, his demeanor courteous. He could not afford to offend Chi Jingyuan. Many projects in Anqing were intertwined with the Chi family. Chi Jingyuan scolded. "Since it was Miss Rong who caused the trouble, let us not trouble Chairman Rong. Miss Rong should apologize in person." "You." Rong Yuanqi felt wronged, believing she had been slighted, and felt compelled to argue. "It was that shameless woman who first seduced my dad and exchanged glances with my brother. Why shouldn't I splash water on her? Given another chance, I would douse her with 2 buckets." Rong Yuanzhou finally understood the situation. He knew Rong Yan well enough to realize she wouldn't seduce anyone. But his father. Old habits die hard. He patiently explained to his sister, "Aki, Yan, is already married. How could she possibly seduce Dad? Besides, he hesitated midway. "You acted rashly, splashing her with water and pushing her. Do you understand how dangerous and unreasonable that is? Apologize to Yan." Rong Yuanqi still refused. "So what if she married? That woman was married to Dad too, and she was pregnant when she took him away. These women are all so shameless." "Silence." Rong Yuanzhou snapped, unable to contain his anger. "This is about principle. Your treatment of Yan is wrong. Apologize, right now." Rong Yuanqi looked at her brother, pouting in grievance. After several deep breaths, she faced Rong Yan, stubbornly tilting her head, and awkwardly said, "I'm sorry. I misjudged you." With that, she turned and ran off in tears. "Yan, I apologize. My family has spoiled my sister. Today, she was in the wrong. I'll arrange for her to apologize properly another day." Rong Yan's expression was indifferent. "No need. Go after your sister." Rong Yuanzhou cast her a lingering glance, ultimately unable to shake off his concern for his sister, and turned to leave. Rong Xiang also prepared to exit. Halfway, he suddenly recalled something and stopped, looking back at Rong Yan. "Yuanzhou called you Yan. Is your real name Rong Yan?" Rong Yan felt her blood run cold. She clenched her fists, her brow furrowed. And after a long pause, she managed to utter a single word. "Yes. Turns out you are." Rong Xiang stared at her, his throat tightening. Memories long buried were now flooding back, leaving him momentarily speechless. Ultimately, he said nothing and turned away. Rong Yan returned to the hotel. She took a hot shower, changed her clothes, and drank the ginger soup Chi Jingyuan had prepared to prevent catching a cold. When she emerged, Chi Jingyuan was on the phone. "Weren't they after that piece of land? Tell the person in charge they're not to even think about it, not even the scraps. There are plenty of companies more capable than them. The Chi family doesn't lack people wanting to collaborate." "Who?" "Yuanzhou. Don't even mention he's my friend. Friends don't get to make demands on me." Chi Jingyuan ended the call. Turning around, he saw Rong Yan waving at him, smiling, "Hi, Mr. Chi." The coldness and fury in his eyes dissipated instantly, gradually replaced by an almost unnoticeable softness. "Finished washing up? Are you feeling all right?" Chapter 60. Mutual testing. Rong Yan shook her head, assuring him she felt fine. Chi Jingyuan quietly observed her expression. Ever since encountering the Rong family, her demeanor had remained mild, seemingly disinterested, as if she cared for nothing, yet perhaps merely trying to conceal her inner fragility to appear stronger. "You and the Rong family. Can I not speak about it now?" Her voice trembled slightly. "Of course. Whenever you're ready to share, let me know. On the return trip, Rong Yan chose to take the bus, and Chi Jingyuan did not object. Sir, is this appropriate? The lady is pregnant, and the bus is crowded and noisy. Su Chung is concerned about it affecting her condition. Let her take the bus. With friends around, chatting with colleagues will lift her spirits. At that moment, someone knocked on the car window. Chi Jingyuan looked up, rolling down the window. Shen Mingzhu first scanned the interior of the car, finding no sign of the woman, and felt a wave of confusion. That woman isn't with you? What is the matter? Chi Jingyuan asked, putting away his tablet. Shen Mingzhu quickly averted her gaze, forcing a smile, and cautiously probed. Yuan, my car broke down, and my brother isn't driving. Can we ride back with you? Carpooling? Chi Jingyuan frowned slightly. He had a mild case of cleanliness obsession and wasn't fond of unfamiliar people in his car, but Shen Mingzhu was an old friend of over a decade, and also Rong Yan's teacher and neighbor. Chi Jingyuan shifted inside. Professor Shun, sit in the back. You take the front. Shen Mingzhu, about to enter the back seat, paused and forced a laugh. Isn't that the same? I don't want my wife to misunderstand. Shen Mingzhu's grip on the car door tightened slowly. After a moment, she composed herself and opened the passenger door. Shen Yan naturalizetto el beside Chi Jingyuan. As the car gradually moved along the road, Chi Jingyuan focused on the reports on his tablet, while Shen Mingzhu quietly observed him through the rearview mirror. As they approached the city, Chi Jingyuan finally set down his tablet and rubbed his temples. Sensing an opportunity, Shan Yin smiled gently and pretended to be nonchalant, saying, I only learned yesterday about your relationship with a yin. My apologies. The hand that was massaging his brow paused. He and Rong Yan? Chi Jingyuan scrutinized Shun Yan's expression, pondering whether he was attempting to deceive him or if he genuinely knew of his connection with Rong Yan. He averted his gaze, concealing his suspicions, and replied, Oh? Who informed you? During dinner with a yin yesterday, it came up in conversation, Shun Yin said, testing the waters. He was uncertain of the truth of the matter, thus observing Chi Jingyuan's reaction. Rong Yan brought it up herself? Oh, right. Last night, she emerged from that room where only the two of them were present. However, they had a prior agreement. Would Rong Yan voluntarily mention it? He found it hard to believe. So, Shen Yin was probing him? What did she say? Chi Jingyuan fiddled with the tablet, seemingly weighing something. Isn't it obvious that Chi and Yin share an uncle-niece relationship? Suddenly, his hand faltered, and the tablet fell to the ground without warning. Chi Jingyuan's eyes widened in surprise and disbelief, seemingly incredulous. She told you that we are uncle and niece? It wasn't a yin who said it, but I overheard her chatting with Gao Yuan. When I inquired with a yin yesterday, she tacitly confirmed it, Shen Mingzhu explained, a hint of anxiety in her voice. Please, don't misunderstand. We're not prying into your privacy. We merely wish to inquire. What was wrong with her brother? After finally having the chance to interact, why did they have to ask about this? What was there to ask? If they upset Chi Jingyuan, it would tarnish their image in his eyes. Chi Jingyuan silently retrieved the tablet, his expression shifting to something peculiar. She spoke with Gao Yuan, claiming that they were uncle and niece. One could speculate that Gao Yuan had caught wind of something and questioned Rong Yan, who, fearing the truth, resorted to this excuse. Uncle and niece, how creative of her. If he hadn't been cautious, this charade would have been exposed, and he would relish seeing how she would explain herself. Chi Jingyuan rubbed his temples, feeling a headache brewing as events seemed to spiral into absurdity. So, are you and Yin truly not uncle and niece? Shun Yin noticed the strangeness in Chi Jingyuan's demeanor. Gritted teeth, a mix of amusement and anger, undeniably odd. Chi Jingyuan countered. Why is Professor Shen so curious about this? Why did he care about his relationship with Rong Yan? Shun Yin was momentarily speechless. He turned, rubbing his hands together, and replied with a warm smile. I merely asked casually, just making conversation. Chi Jingyuan fell silent. After a considerable pause, he finally added, Indeed, our relationship is as you say. However, due to her career, we have not disclosed it publicly. She possesses a certain pride, wishing to rely on her own merits rather than on me. So I ask you to keep this confidential. Shen Mingzhu nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Shen Yin also nodded in agreement, recognizing that Rong Yan indeed had a streak of pride. With this affirmation, Shen Yin felt a sense of relief. As long as it wasn't Chi Jingyuan, that was good enough. The next person he intended to probe was Rong Yuan Zhou. On the bus, Rong Yan had remained largely silent, and Lin Xiaoxiao beside her also seemed in low spirits, lacking the desire to speak. Xiang Yang and Ran Xiaoyan attempted to strike up a conversation, but after a few questions, it became clear that Rong Yan was not in the mood, prompting them to retreat to their seats. Upon returning to Anqing, Rong Yan began repacking her belongings. "You're heading out again, so soon after returning, madam?" Wing Guma inquired. "The weekend is coming up, and I plan to visit my hometown. If sir asks, please inform him." Chi Jingyuan had gone directly from the city to attend a business meeting, and she did not wish to disturb him. As she left her residence, which was nestled in a wealthy neighborhood, hailing a taxi proved difficult. After a long wait, she finally secured a ride to the bus station. Arriving at her childhood home, adorned with blooming roses, it was already well past midnight. After knocking for what seemed an eternity, her grandmother finally opened the door. "Why are you back again? Can't you stay in the city?" Her grandmother scolded her immediately. Rong Yan set her luggage down and quietly sat, watching her grandmother with a piercing gaze. The scrutiny made her grandmother uneasy, and she averted her eyes, saying, "Take care of yourself. I'm going to bed." "Grandmother, what really happened with Mother and Rongxing? Are you truly not going to tell me? What is there to tell? You already know the story. Your mother, in her disgrace, pursued a married man, bearing you, a child of shame, ruining her own life. Those old matters have long been resolved. Do you wish to dredge them up again?" Rong Yan remained silent. Rong Xiang had mentioned marriage and subsequent divorce. Rong Yuanqi claimed that woman had also been married and pregnant, taking away their father. If Rong Yuanqi spoke of her mother, then their narratives aligned. Rong Xiang married her mother, resulting in her birth. What truly transpired? Rong Yan turned toward the innermost room, where her mother had resided before passing. She stepped inside, rummaging through everything. Since her mother's death, she had avoided this space, as if her absence could be negated by staying away. As if tomorrow she would emerge from the room to prepare breakfast, as she always had. Now, pushing open the door that had remained closed for 2 years, tears welled up in Rong Yan's eyes. The room was immaculate and tidy, just as it had been when her mother was alive. The bed was neatly made with the pear blossom quilt her mother had loved. In front of the bed stood a dressing table adorned with a mirror and simple toiletries. Rong Yan gently touched the items, and a flood of memories engulfed her. When her mother was alive, their relationship was strained. Her mother often lashed out at her due to the circumstances of her birth. Yet she would cook longevity noodles on her birthday, save to fund her education, and cover the walls with her accolades. Though she never praised her, love was woven into every small gesture. Gradually emerging from her reverie, Rong Yan continued her search, wondering if there were any remnants of truth regarding the affair. After scouring for hours to no avail, fatigue set in. She sat on the bed to rest, but her hand brushed against something hard. Lifting the bedspread, she discovered a tin box hidden beneath the floorboard. With great effort, she extracted the box, which was unlocked and easily opened. Inside were a marriage certificate, a green divorce certificate, and several other items. The marriage certificate bore the date 4 years prior to her birth, while the divorce occurred 2 years after her birth. This meant her mother sought support just after her divorce from Rongxian. Rong Yan gazed at her mother's photograph. She was beautiful, smiling in the marriage certificate, yet devoid of light in the divorce photograph. Rong Yan caressed her mother's image, tears brimming in her eyes. The box contained 2 bank cards, one labeled Yin Yan's Living Expenses Fund, accompanied by a transfer receipt with a long string of zeros. Rong Yan counted, her eyes widening in disbelief. Was there truly 10 million in this account? The second card was marked Savings for Yin Yan, with a passbook attached, detailing thousands of deposits accumulated over the years. At the bottom of the box lay a diary, penned in her mother Yang Yolan's handwriting. Flipping through, Rong Yan paused at a particular entry. "I have divorced. The Rong family has taken Zhou Zhou away, leaving only Yin Yan by my side. From this moment forward, mother and child are separated, flesh and blood divided, and Yin Yan and I must lead our own lives." Who is Zhou Zhou? Zhou Zhou. Is he not also a child of my mother? Zhou Zhou, with the surname Rong. Rong Zhou, Rong Yuan Zhou. Could Rong Yuan Zhou be her biological brother? Indeed, Rong Yuan Zhou is her own brother. Rong Yan's hand trembled as she clutched the notebook. Anxiously, she flipped through the diary, scrutinizing its contents until she reached the final page. "The Rong family has found me. The Rong family has fallen into a maelstrom of public opinion. This incident has had significant repercussions. If it escalates, the Rong family could face bankruptcy. They offer me 10 million, promising to secure my and Yin Yan's future, provided I admit to being the mistress and keep the secret for life, following their demands to stir up trouble. Mistress? I was in a relationship with Rong Yan before marriage. When did I become a mistress? Yet having divorced him, I could never earn 10 million this lifetime. But my yin must not suffer with me. For her sake, I must endure and secure that 10 million. But Rong Yan, how could you be so cruel? I ultimately misjudged you. The last sentence was somewhat scrawled, revealing that at that moment, my mother was profoundly heartbroken and furious. Rong Yan's hands continued to shake. She lifted her gaze, only to see her grandmother at the door. In that instant, tears streamed down her face. Her mother had agreed to the Rong family's request, masquerading as a mistress to obtain alimony, diverting media attention to resolve the crisis for the Rong family. And that financial security for Yin was, in fact, the compensation from the Rong family, amounting to 10 million. Her grandmother sighed. I had no idea where your mother was hiding. We searched for 2 years. Yet you found her. Years ago, when Yang Yulan suffered severe injuries and was rushed to the hospital, Rong Yan was frantic over the medical expenses. Her grandmother hurried home, intending to retrieve the card for the bills, but she simply could not find it. Grandmother, mother is not a mistress, and I am not an illegitimate child. Am I? She wept uncontrollably, desperately seeking an answer. For all these years, she had been slandered, treated differently, bullied, and forced to suffer heartbreak, all due to this answer. Her grandmother stroked her head. Of course not. Your mother and Rong Yan were in a free relationship. Once they confirmed their feelings, they decided to marry. But a family like the Rongs could never accept people like us, the impoverished. They forced your father to divorce, and he, unable to withstand the pressure, complied. Your father took your brother away and later married into a business alliance. Your mother staged a scene according to the Rong family's orders, securing 10 million. Afterward, he never came to see you again, and you were completely cut off from the Rong family. Her grandmother sighed. It is all a tragic fate. But what about my brother? Did mother ever see him again? After all, he was her own flesh and blood. How could one simply abandon him? Your mother often secretly visited your brother at his school. Unlike you, he grew up in luxury, living quite well. The lady of the Rong family doted on him. Therefore, your mother felt even more heartbroken for you. You followed her, gaining nothing, and she worried you would suffer, which is why she agreed to the Rong family's terms. Not anticipating that you would endure a lifetime of scorn as an illegitimate child, living like a rat in a gutter. Mother must be heartbroken. Originally intending to do well for her daughter, she inadvertently pushed her into another pit of fire. But grandmother, I'm not an illegitimate child. I am not. After all these years, she could finally vindicate herself. Chapter 62. Chi Jingyuan protects her. Yes, you are not, her grandmother acknowledged. However, after so many years, they had long been nailed to the pillar of shame as a mistress and an illegitimate child. Who would still believe they were not? Even she sometimes felt dazed, wondering if her daughter had truly become the mistress who destroyed another's relationship. Yet for Rong Yan, who had suffered under the weight of judgment since childhood, this was ultimately an undeserved calamity. She was the most pitiable, the most innocent. Rong Yan rose early. She visited the market to check the balances of 2 cards. One held the principal of 10 million, along with 4 million in interest. The other contained around 300,000, totaling approximately 380,000 with interest. Rong Yan transferred the 2 amounts to 2 newly opened cards. One card was deposited with 500,000, while the remaining funds were placed in a fixed-term deposit at the bank, as she had no immediate use for it. Gazing at the balance, she felt a moment of disorientation. Overnight, she had become a small fortune holder. How ironic that seemed. Upon returning home, she handed her grandmother the card with 500,000, urging her to buy good food and clothing, assuring her that they now had plenty of money. Initially reluctant, her grandmother eventually accepted the card as Rong Yan persisted. After arranging matters at home, she began packing to return to the city. Suddenly, Aunt Lu from the neighborhood entered. Rong. Someone is looking for you at the village entrance. That same handsome man from before. Aunt Lu's eyes sparkled with curiosity and gossip. Rong Yan wondered why Chi Jingyuan had come here, suspecting that Wang Ma had informed him, and he was merely passing by to pick her up. With her belongings packed, Rong Yan took the opportunity to bid farewell to her grandmother. Rong, what is your relationship with that man? Is he pursuing you? Why does he keep coming to the village? On the way, Aunt Lu couldn't contain her curiosity. Rong Yan replied nonchalantly, Just a friend. He might need something from me. How many houses does his family own? Is he married? Why not set him up with my whole hot? Rong Yan replied evasively. He is probably married. Upon reaching the village entrance, she found it once again crowded with people. Seeing her, Chi Jingyuan exited the car, took her luggage, and placed it in the trunk. As Rong Yan prepared to get in, several voices from the gossipy crowd were particularly piercing. What is the relationship between that man and Rong? What could it be? She, an illegitimate child. How could such a wealthy man possibly be interested in her? Responding was none other than Aunt Lu, who had just failed to steal someone else's partner. Her eyes were filled with disdain and mockery. Oh, could she be following in her mother's footsteps? TSK. A family legacy. Laughter erupted among the onlookers. Oh dear, let's not talk about it. It's embarrassing. What her mother did. I can't even hold my head high in another village. I bet Rong has probably slept with that man. After all, parents are the best teachers. More laughter ensued. In that case, the man must pay, right? A couple hundred? More than that, $50 will be pushing it. That's about the price for a princess outside. The laughter grew even bolder. Rong Yan gripped the car door tightly, taking several deep breaths before walking toward the crowd. A tall, imposing figure stepped in front of her, shielding her from the taunts and repulsive faces. Chi Jingyuan looked down at the women before him, a hint of coolness in his smile. Hello, I am a Yan's husband. Thank you for your concern for her. Aunt Lu was taken aback, her face flushing with embarrassment. The bystanders gasped. What did you say? You're Rong's husband. Rong Yan is married? And to such an outstanding, seemingly wealthy man. Is there a problem? No. The person awkwardly stepped back. They had not anticipated that he was the legitimate husband. Had he overheard their previous remarks? Villagers may be shameless, but they still have their pride. Initially believing they were having that kind of relationship, they were now confronted by the actual husband, leaving several people's faces crimson. Aunt Lu, however, did not think much of it. Gazing at Chi Jingyuan as if he were gold, she beamed. Well, you've misjudged. This girl is quite promiscuous. Her mother specialized in seducing men. She's just an illegitimate child. Why would someone as wealthy as you marry an illegitimate child? Illegitimate daughter. So what? Aunt Lu was taken aback. What? I dote on her. I'm willing to spend money on her. I do not care about her status. So what? Aunt Lu stammered, forcing a laugh. Well, I'm doing this for your own good. Aren't I? Marry a simple girl, have a few chubby kids. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Chi Jingyuan znid. The simple girl you speak of, could it be your daughter? This revelation left Aunt Lu even more awkward. In my heart, your daughter is not worthy of carrying her shoes. Do you think I would ever look at her? Aunt Lu was humiliated, her expression suddenly turning unpleasant. It is not just you. It is all of you. You people are not worthy. What of an illegitimate daughter? To me, she is a treasure. If anyone dares to utter a word against her, do not blame me for turning hostile. The villagers were intimidated by his imposing presence, sensing the threat, and knew he was not to be trifled with, shrinking back in silence. Chi Jingyuan beckoned. Su Jiang, enlighten everyone on the law. What are the penalties for slander and defamation? Su Cheng complied readily. According to the laws of Huagua, those who insult or defame others will face imprisonment of less than 3 years, detention, control, or lifelong deprivation of political rights. Sir, would you like me to contact the Group S lawyer? Upon hearing the mention of penalties and lawyers, the villagers grew fearful. If imprisoned, their lives would truly be ruined. They looked at Chi Jingyuan in terror, wanting to speak but too afraid to do so. I advise you all to tend to your own affairs. Should anyone continue to spread rumors about my wife, we will pursue legal action. With that, Chi Jingyuan took Rong Yan and got into the car. The vehicle soon disappeared at the village entrance. Only then did the villagers begin to breathe a sigh of relief. He would really sue us, would he? Someone expressed concern. The others remained silent, uncertain of just how ruthless this man could be. In the car, Chi Jingyuan seemed not yet satisfied with his outburst, his anger still simmering. Rong Yan observed him, finding him somewhat endearing, and smiled. They were insulting me, and I didn't take it to heart. Why are you so angry? Chi Jingyuan's gaze deepened. You truly didn't take it to heart? Chapter 63. Rong Yan is the best. Rong Yan averted her gaze, feeling both resolute and somewhat helpless. I have heard such words since childhood. I have long grown accustomed to them. Born to criticism, scolded in school, berated wherever I go. It was only after entering the workforce that things improved. If I took everything to heart, would I still be alive? Yet today, upon learning the truth about my origins, Those words suddenly felt sharper, as if I could no longer bear to hear them. Chi Jingyuan looked into her eyes. Only now did he realize how much she had endured in his absence. Indignities, disdain, and rumors. He clenched his fists, knuckles widening. In the next moment, he cupped her face, compelling her to meet his gaze. From now on, you need not grow accustomed to it. He spoke every word with utmost seriousness. If others insult you, you retort. If they strike you, you strike back. If you cause great trouble, I will be there to back you up. In this world, aside from me, no one shall bully you. Rong Yan gazed into those steadfast eyes, her nose inexplicably tinged with emotion. No one had ever spoken to her in such a manner. Not even Shun Yan. She smiled, yet tears streamed down her face, accompanied by a tremor in her voice. Chi Jingyuan, they say I am an illegitimate daughter. I'm an illegitimate daughter. I am unworthy. I am unworthy. His expression, however, remained unwavering, devoid of hesitation. In my heart, no one is more deserving than you. Rong Yan is the best. You deserve all the beauty in this world, so do not feel sorrow or self-deprecation. The computer booted up. She opened the drawing board. The brush flowed smoothly as she meticulously sketched the increasingly frequent appearances of the great tiger. In the beautiful eyes of the little rabbit, tears shimmered as the great tiger held the little rabbit's face, speaking earnestly, in my heart, no one is more deserving than you. Little rabbit, you are the best. After completing the drawing, Rong Yan gazed at the depicted scene for a long while. She then exported it, uploaded it to the platform, and posted it. Raising her eyes, she caught sight of the flourishing daisies swaying gracefully in the gentle breeze. After being away for a few days, she nearly forgot about you. Rong Yan hurriedly took a watering can, tenderly watering and loosening the soil, later deciding to repot it into a larger pot with richer soil. I hope you grow strong in the wind. Rong Yan smiled at the flowers. The comments section of the comic she published today broke historical records. Oh my, the great tiger is truly so gentle. I'm falling for him. The great tiger is both a domineering CEO and gentle. I can hardly remember my golden retriever now. What do you need a golden retriever for? The great tiger is far more appealing. Stop it. I'm about to cry from the warmth of the great tiger. Why don't I have a great tiger? Woe is me. That evening, her grandmother called. This incident had spread throughout the village. Rong Yan had married a wealthy husband who also supported her. It was certainly something her grandmother could not remain oblivious to. Rong Yan began patiently explaining. Yes, he is my husband. We are indeed married. I did not seduce him, nor does he have a family. We are a legally protected couple under Huawei law. His family is well off, with 3 or 4 houses, I suppose. He does not live with his parents, and he has a job. Her grandmother, akin to conducting a household registration check, inquired for 2 to 3 hours. Finally satisfied once she confirmed there were no issues before hanging up. Not bad, 3 or 4 houses. Chi Jingyuan scoffed lightly. With such conditions, even Su Cheng, who drives for him, surpasses that. How embarrassing for her to say such a thing. Rong Yan felt a bit awkward. I'm sorry. I cannot disclose your true situation to her. She has always feared that I would become a mistress or marry a wealthy man. Worried I might end up like my mother, cast aside. Finding an ordinary person with slightly better circumstances is her greatest wish. Chi Jingyuan picked up a magazine. It's all right. So that was the reason she had previously declined the monthly package. Rong Yan looked at Chi Jingyuan's back. She bit her lip and cautiously approached him from behind, kneading his shoulders and massaging his back. Mr. Chi, may I trouble you with something? She spoke softly, feeling somewhat shy. Chi Jingyuan raised an eyebrow with a slight smile. What is it? My grandmother insists on having 2 tables at the village for the wedding. I have repeatedly refused, but she remains adamant. This marriage is essentially a transactional relationship. Such a blatant gathering would surely displease you, but she is my only relative, and her greatest wish is to see me married. I understand you are busy and should not trouble you with this. But I told her that if we were to host anything, it should be for close family, to keep things low-key. Is that all right? She watched Chi Jingyuan's expression carefully. Chi Jingyuan merely responded indifferently. Fine, we shall do as you wish. Rong Yan bit her lip, wanting to smile, but holding back. She continued to knead his shoulders, hesitating. There is one more thing I need to inform you about in advance. Chi Jingyuan set down the book, rubbing his temples. He narrowed his eyes, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he looked at her. What is it? Rong Yan felt a bit embarrassed. Well, during the visit to Anshin Garden to buy flowers, Gao Yuan accidentally saw me. I was worried that the news of our marriage would have a negative impact, so I told a little white lie. And unexpectedly, this matter reached Shun Mingzhu and teacher Shun, so she scratched her head, feeling somewhat flustered. So now they all think you are my uncle, and I am your niece. Silence. A dead silence. Rong Yan felt a surge of anxiety, daring only to glance at his reaction. Well, I had no other choice at that time, which is why I said that. Now, things have escalated, and it's a bit difficult to mend. When necessary, I'll need your help to cover up the lie, lest we reveal the truth. If that happens, it would be catastrophic. Chi Jingyuan smirked. Uncle and niece? Rong Yan's heart sank further, her head bowed. Distant relatives. Why not cousin and brother? Huh? Cousin and brother, uncle and niece. Aren't they all relatives? Is there really a distinction? Yet Chi Jingyuan continued to dwell on this matter, lifting her chin. Explain why it's uncle and niece, rather than cousin and brother. Are you bothered by our age difference? He was 7 years her senior and had never cared about age before, but now it seemed to prick at him. Subtly, he appeared concerned that she might disdain him. Rong Yan stammered, what on earth was going on in the mind of this boss? She had merely concocted an excuse, and yet he was fixating on it. It was perfectly normal for him to be older than her. However, seeing his demeanor, it seemed he was quite sensitive about their age gap. If she answered incorrectly, would he be angry? Rong Yan pondered. Actually, I just said it on a whim, not thinking too much. Cousins could easily expose the lie. Uncle and niece would raise far fewer suspicions. Chapter 64. His tenderness. Who would suspect anything between an uncle and his niece? That would violate social norms and be subject to societal condemnation. Chi Jingyuan was exasperated. He felt a mix of irritation and amusement, pretending to knock her on the head. What are you thinking all day long? Uncle and niece. How did you even come up with that? Fearing his mockery, she slipped away just as he reached for her. Chi Jingyuan extended his hand. Come here. Rong Yan hesitated. Didn't you hear your uncle's command? Come here. With a face full of embarrassment, she shuffled forward after a long moment. Chi Jingyuan seized the opportunity to pull her closer, gazing into her dark, twinkling eyes. I already know about this matter. That afternoon when I returned, Shun Yan inquired. Rong Yan's heart skipped a beat. And how did you respond? Chi Jingyuan chuckled lightly, his expression one of resignation. What else could I say? Of course. I helped my wife cover her tracks. Rong Yan let out a relieved sigh. Thankfully, they hadn't been found out. Chi Jingyuan's gaze bore into her, deepening with intensity. You tarnished my reputation. Shouldn't I reclaim some losses? Rong Yan's face flushed instantly. He leaned in closer. Rong Yan's mind raced. Uncle and niece. Isn't that inappropriate? Silence. He raised his hand and lightly tapped her, though not with much force, merely causing a slight tingle. Chi Jingyuan then scooped her up onto the bed. He tucked her in, brushing a stray hair behind her ear, holding her close as he closed his eyes. Sleep now. Rong Yan was taken aback. What was this sudden kindness? Was the sun rising from the west? Yet her face flushed slightly as she gazed at his features. What? Are you going to sleep now? Chi Jingyuan opened his eyes, tracing her features with his fingers as he chuckled. What? You're not sleeping? Rong Yan rolled to the side under the pretense of adjusting the covers, concealing her face. Her heart racing. I'm not. Don't speak nonsense. Chi Jingyuan chuckled softly. He held her, inhaling her soothing scent. All right, time to sleep. Feeling warmth in her abdomen. A smile crept onto Rong Yan's lips. So, he was concerned about the baby. Chi Jingyuan seemed even gentler than before. When had he begun to change so quietly that she scarcely noticed? Rong Yan clutched the large teddy bear, the familiar scent enveloping her, bringing her comfort until she drifted off to sleep. After Rong Yan had fallen asleep, Chi Jingyuan remained awake. He sighed quietly and got up to take a cold shower. Staring into the mirror, he examined himself from head to toe, even scrutinizing the corners of his eyes and forehead. He seemed to have aged a bit. Would she truly find him old? Emerging from the bathroom, he picked up his phone, messaging Zhuoran. Do I look old? Zhuoran was taken aback by the question, incredulous. I never expected Mr. Chi, who is usually so confident, would have a day of self-doubt. How bizarre. Chi Jingyuan felt a stir of irritation. Forget it, don't reply. I'm going to sleep. What madness had driven him to ask such a question? It was utterly absurd. In that moment, he felt as though he were possessed. In the morning, Rong Yan went downstairs for breakfast. Wang Ma emerged from the kitchen, holding a box of food. Mr. Chi, as per your instructions. Today we've prepared only one box of food. Is it for you or your wife? For me. She'll eat in the cafeteria. Rong Yan looked up from her bowl, astonished and delighted. Really? The cafeteria has been revamped. Safety and hygiene are assured. You can choose whatever you like. Overjoyed, Rong Yan quickly poured a glass of milk for Chi Jingyuan, eagerly offering him a spoon. Thank you, Mr. Chi. I will certainly eat well. Chi Jingyuan smiled slightly. Sit down and eat. Feeling slightly bashful, Rong Yan watched as he drank the milk she had poured, her cheeks reddening. Oh, okay. Wang Ma chuckled heartily at the scene. The lady was simply too adorable. On the way, Rong Yan's thoughts grew increasingly uneasy. No wonder Chi Jingyuan had suddenly overhauled the cafeteria and dismissed the head of the administrative department. It all stemmed from her desire to eat there. He had said nothing until it was confirmed safe and hygienic. Realization dawned, and Rong Yan felt a warmth swell within her. Babies, even though you have yet to arrive in this world, it seems your father loves you more than I had imagined. At noon, Rong Yan excitedly headed to the cafeteria. Today, it seemed remarkably different. The dishes appeared more exquisite and cleaner. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled. Wow, there are more varieties of meat. And my favorite pork intestines are here. Look, each dish even has a clear list of ingredients. Oh, and this crab has a note saying, pregnant women should eat less. This is practically a tailored menu for pregnant women. Employees of the company were equally astonished. They hadn't expected the cafeteria overhaul to reach such heights. While the previous cafeteria had been acceptable, it often relied on pre-made or semi-finished dishes. Now, those items were nowhere in sight. Before long, the topic of the cafeteria reform topped the company's internal trending list, with likes breaking historical records. Your luck is truly remarkable, Lin Xiaoxiao remarked as she savored the plump, succulent shrimp, clearly of premium quality. You used to bring your lunch, but now you stopped. The cafeteria food has improved so much, wow. This meal is undoubtedly suitable for pregnant women, with comprehensive nutrition and health. I've never had such exceptional cafeteria food. Rong Yan felt a twinge of guilt. She discreetly pulled out her phone, messaging the untouchable person. Will the cafeteria changes increase operational burdens? The reply came swiftly. Already thinking like a boss's wife? Impressive. Rong Yan blushed. No, not all. This was merely her professional instinct. She always considered cost, sales, and data first, a habit ingrained in her. When there was no further response, Rong Yan shut her phone and continued eating. Moments later, a notification chimed. Untouchable person sent you a new message. Who is this untouchable person? Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at the notification, intrigued. Rong Yan opened the message and chuckled at the phrase, rest assured to eat. We can afford it. One must not offend those who are beyond reproach. Lin Xiaoxiao regarded her with concern. I sense something is amiss with you. Chapter 65. A colleague hitches a ride. Lin Xiaoxiao observed Rong Yan, who felt perplexed. What seems to be the issue? You've been inexplicably smiling and blushing lately. Could it be that you have fallen in love? That's not the case. Rong Yan suppressed her smile, cleared her throat, and shifted the topic. You should focus on resolving your matters with Chi and settle your lifelong affairs. 3 days later, in the afternoon, HR summoned Rong Yan for a discussion, formally notifying her of her promotion, with the announcement set to be released later that day. The regularization process would also proceed simultaneously. Her contributions to the SAYAS project were widely acknowledged. She was a key player in this acquisition endeavor, and according to company policy, she qualified for early regularization along with a promotion and salary increase. As she stepped into the office, she heard Yang Jia's sarcastic voice. Oh, look who is back. Our esteemed deputy manager. Congratulations on your promotion. Others raised their heads, their gazes filled with curiosity and suspicion. Yet there were no words of congratulations. Rong Yan returned to her workstation and noticed the appointment document in the public mailbox. After a moment of silence, she began familiarizing herself with the new product materials, strategizing for her upcoming tasks. Seeing that Rong Yan was ignoring her, Yang Jia's irritation grew. Some people are just remarkable. They get promoted before even being regularized. What impressive feat. I can only look on in envy. Yang Jia, we are all part of the same department. Can't you be a bit more courteous? Ran Xiaoyun interjected. I'm merely speaking up for everyone. If anyone deserves a promotion, it should be those present here. Why should newcomers surpass us? Exactly, someone echoed softly. Ran Xiaoyun, feeling indignant, continued. During the SAYAS project, who was the last to leave the office? Wasn't I Yan? Who produced the final report with substantial conclusions? and who provided the foundational data that was deemed the most organized and logical anyone had ever seen. What? Are you unhappy that her efforts were recognized? Yang Jia fell silent, her face darkening as her fingers angrily struck the keyboard. Colleagues passing by glanced infrequently, and Rong Yan pulled on Ran Xiaoyan's sleeve. She offered a comforting pat on her shoulder. Before they knew it, the workday had ended. To celebrate Rong Yan's promotion, Gao Yuan proposed a departmental dinner. Yang Jia initially hesitated, fearing she would offend Gao Yuan and be labeled as unsociable, but ultimately agreed. After dinner, Ran Xiaoyan suggested karaoke. Since Gao Yuan had treated them to dinner, Rong Yan felt it inappropriate not to contribute and pay for the KTV bill up front. As they were heading to the private room, they encountered Xiang Yang, who was there with a few friends. "Congratulations on your swift promotion," he said, his eyes sparkling as he fixed his gaze on Rong Yan, the implication unmistakable. Understanding his meaning, Rong Yan paused before messaging Chi Jingyuan. "Dear, I'm at the KTV on Shihuan Road. I might leave soon. Will you come pick me up?" Xiang Yang was taken aback. "You have a boyfriend?" Rong Yan nodded, smiling yes. Xiang Yang's enthusiast wanted instantly. He had assumed she was single due to her youth, and now felt disappointed. "I won't intrude on your department gathering. I'll head back now," he said with a sigh, turning to rejoin his friends. Once he left, Rong Yan swiftly retracted her message. Surely, Chi Jingyuan was too busy to have heard that voice message, right? After singing, they emerged into the late night. Colleagues trickled out, leaving only Rong Yan and Ran Xiaoyan at the entrance. Finding it difficult to hail a cab at this hour, they waited for quite a while without success. Just as Rong Yan was about to switch ride-hailing apps, a Porsche flashed its lights nearby. Stunned, she involuntarily smiled. Chi Jingyuan. He had indeed heard her voice message and had come to pick her up. Surely, he also heard her say dear. Her heart raced inexplicably as she blushed. "My ride has arrived. I'll be off now. Please be careful on your way home." "Ah Yan, it's hard to get a cab at this hour. Why don't you share a ride with me? I live just up ahead. It's only a 10-minute drive," Ran Xiaoyan pleaded, looking at her with a pitiful expression. Rong Yan hesitated, her expression turning strange. "Are you sure? What is the matter? I even defended you today, and now you're reluctant to share a ride?" Ran Xiaoyan feigned anger. It wasn't he that Rong Yan was unwilling. It was merely that Chi Jingyuan was the one driving. If Ran Xiaoyan discovered that, she would surely be startled. "All right, let us get in." Rong Yan opened the passenger door, and Ran Xiaoyan eagerly followed, glancing at the car's insignia, exclaiming in awe as she settled into the back seat. Chi Jingyuan glanced at the passenger and then back at Rong Yan, confusion written on his face. Rong Yan felt awkward. My colleague wants to hitch a ride." Chi Jingyuan snorted lightly, saying nothing further as he slowly drove off. Ran Xiaoyan scrutinized the driver's silhouette, feeling an odd sense of familiarity, as if she had seen him somewhere before. He seemed quite handsome, but the darkness made it hard to discern his features. She couldn't help but wonder what his relationship with Rong Yan was, especially driving a Porsche. He must be quite wealthy. As they neared the destination, Chi Jingyuan asked, "Is it the entrance of that neighborhood ahead?" Ran Xiaoyan nodded eagerly. "Yes, just pull over." In the next moment, as she gazed at the man behind the wheel, her blood ran cold. Only after they had exited the vehicle and watched it drive away did she snap back to reality, trembling as she messaged Rong Yan, "The one driving just now? It couldn't be President Chi, could?" Rong Yan replied, "Absolutely true." "What?" Ran Xiaoyan was utterly flabbergasted. She had just hitched a ride in the car of the illustrious President Chi. He had personally driven her to her neighborhood in a luxury Porsche. She was completely astounded. After a long moment, she processed her thoughts. Wait. What is your relationship with President Chi? Why was he driving to pick you up at this hour?" This was very peculiar. In her years at the company, aside from Sister Mingzhu, no one else had ever been in President Chi's car, besides her little joyride. Rong Yan paused for a moment before responding. "I'm his distant niece. Shoo. Keep it confidential." Ran Xiaoyan was struck dumb once again. Niece? The niece of President Chi was actually in their department? My goodness. She recalled her interactions with Rong Yan, realizing she had never crossed her. Her heart gradually settled. "All right. Understood." After replying, Rong Yan glanced at the driver, feeling a pang of guilt. Uncle and niece? As if reading her thoughts, Chi Jingyuan cut to the chase. Rong Yan felt guilty, lowering her head and speaking softly. This reason seems to be the best. It's the only one I can use." Chi Jingyuan snorted twice. He could see through her facade. She had grown increasingly adept at using this excuse, now delivering it without a hint of shame or breathlessness. Chapter 66. Are you familiar with Chi Jingyuan? Upon returning home, Chi Jingyuan headed straight upstairs. Rong Yan, fearing he was upset, hurried after him. As soon as the door opened a crack, he pulled her inside. Soothe me. His brows knitted, his emotions unreadable. The atmosphere around them shifted. How do I soothe you? In the voice message, how did you phrase it? Repeat it. Huh? Surely he was referring to the term of endearment, dear, which she had casually uttered to reject Xiang Yang. Now, being asked to repeat it, she could not bring herself to say it. Seizing the opportunity, Rong Yan slipped into a small room. I have things to attend to. Perhaps you could rest first? Running away, Chi Jingyuan approached the small study, gripping the armrest of the chair. No worries. Take your time. Say it word by word. Rong Yan's face turned crimson. I just said it casually. Can't we overlook it? Not a chance. Yin gazed into his obsidian eyes, acutely aware that silence would only spur him on. After much mental preparation, she finally uttered, my dear. Upon hearing those words, a satisfied smile naturally graced his lips, filling his chest with a sense of fulfillment. Confusion washed over her. Could this be a manifestation of possessiveness? If so, his desire for possession seemed far more intense than he had anticipated, and it was solely directed towards this woman before him. That morning, Yin arrived at the office to find Ran Xiaoyan sitting there in a daze. Upon seeing her, her eyes brightened with a hint of nostalgia. I was just wondering if everything that transpired last night was real or merely a dream. Did she truly ride in the car driven by President Chi? Such an experience is rare. What is real or not? Just then, Wu Tong entered. Nothing. Ran Xiaoyan quickly diverted the topic, winking at Yin before immersing herself in work. They had recently begun developing new products, requiring them to analyze data and reports promptly to relay back to the product department. Indeed, they were quite busy. Some of the data resided in the laboratory. At Shen Yan's place, with trepidation, Yin sent him a message. Shen Yan, however, distinguished between personal and professional matters, swiftly sending her the experimental data and additional materials via email, inviting her to dinner that evening. Yin declined, stating, Dr. Rong has invited me to dinner tonight. I cannot. Shen Yan stared at those words, finding them increasingly irksome. You and Rong Yuan Zhou. After a moment of hesitation, he deleted that line and typed anew. All right, let us postpone. I have something for you. Yin refrained from responding. She was eager to review the report and analyze the data, having no inclination to engage in a protracted conversation with him. When she finally emerged from her work-induced trance, the office was empty and the outside lights were nearly extinguished. Checking the time, she hurriedly gathered her belongings and descended the stairs. Rong Yuan Zhou, seated in the car, noticed her, rolled down the window, and waved. Yin momentarily lost her focus. In the past, she would unconsciously think of her father when looking at Rong Yuan Zhou, imagining how he would treat her upon their reunion, endlessly expressing his remorse. Yet now that she knew his true identity, her heart was only filled with sorrow. He was her biological brother, and yet they remained strangers to one another. Are you all right? You seem lost in thought, Rong Yuan Zhou asked, noticing her delayed response before she entered the car. It's nothing. I might have zoned out, she replied. The vehicle came to a halt at a private dining establishment. While waiting for the elevator, Yin casually inquired, Dr. Rong, how is your mother treating you? Well, he replied, a gentle smile illuminating his face. She is kind and considerate, truly the best mother one could wish for. Yin fell silent, a pang of anguish tearing at her heart. Are you happy in the Rong household? Why would I not be happy in my own home? He responded. Yin chuckled softly. Indeed, one must surely be content in one's own home. You appear distracted. Asking such peculiar questions, he remarked. Yin shook her head, just curious. It was a casual inquiry. The elevator soon arrived, and they ascended to the 4th floor, entering a private room. Upon her entrance, Rong Xiang immediately rose to greet her, nudging Rong Yuanqi beside him. Rong Yuanqi, with a sullen expression, eventually stood as well. On that day, I owe Miss Rong an apology. It was our Chi who acted rashly, causing you distress, and we truly regret it. Today, we are treating you. Please enjoy yourself. Rong Xiang stated, giving Rong Yuanqi's shoulder a gentle pat. Rong Yuanqi, significantly calmer than on that day, still bore a hint of resentment as she said, I am sorry. Miss Rong. Yet, there lingered a trace of defiance in her eyes, accompanied by a subtle threat. Rong Yan smiled, pulling out a chair and sitting down slowly. If Miss Rong is not sincerely apologizing, then there is no need for it. What are you doing, Chi? Rong Yuanqi interjected petulantly. Brother, do you no longer love me? I have already apologized. What more do you want? She is deliberately making things difficult for me, and you choose to side with her. Rong Yuanqi indulged in her childish tantrum. Rong Yuanzhou, exasperated, hurried to console his sister. Rong Yan remained silent, sipping her water leisurely. The affectionate bond between the siblings glaringly evident, which made her turn away in discomfort. Rong Xing quickly attempted to defuse the tension. The dishes have been served. Let's eat. As they began to dine, the atmosphere lightened momentarily. Rong Yuanzhou placed a piece of chicken on Rong Yan's plate and asked, Are you quite familiar with Chi Jingyuan? Not particularly. Why do you ask? Rong Yan replied. Rong Yuanzhou chuckled, finding it somewhat absurd. He has halted the development of the land our family is interested in. Rong Yan recalled the incident where she had been splashed with water. Overhearing Chi Jingyuan discussing land and potential partnerships, which were indeed aimed at the Rong family. A warmth enveloped her heart. He had promised to protect her, and he was genuinely doing so. I am not well acquainted with him. Perhaps the halt is due to other reasons. I think so too. The meal progressed awkwardly. Rong Xiang and Rong Yuanzhou were incessantly attentive to Rong Yuanqi's feelings, serving her food, coaxing her to eat, and praising her innocence, urging Rong Yan to be understanding. Rong Yan felt like a mere observer, seated there while the family dynamic unfolded before her, making her stomach churn. Feigning discomfort, she excused herself to the restroom. Upon exiting, she noticed Rong Xiang washing his hands, seemingly waiting for her. How has your mother been these years? The water from the faucet was cool, causing Rong Yan to instinctively retract her hand. Nonchalantly, she replied, She has passed away. Rong Shiheng's back stiffened at her words. After a prolonged silence, he sighed, Ultimately, I have wronged you both all these years. Rong Yan clenched her fists, her complexion paling. She never sought an apology from him. Chapter 67. With you here, what do I fear? Rong Yan recalled the grievances and disdain endured over the years, ultimately feeling a sense of injustice. Mother was not a mistress, and I'm not a bastard. Have you ever explained this to us? Have you considered what we went through? We were pelted with rotten vegetables and foul eggs. Where were you when I was forced to drop out of school? What were you doing? Rong Xiang lowered his head, silent. Rong Yan laughed. The irony stinging. You revel in familial bliss, surrounded by your children. I. Do not call me Yin, it disgusts me. Rong Yan took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult of emotions within, striving for composure. Let us not meet again. Let's act as strangers. As she turned to leave, a sharp slap landed on her face. You wretched woman, what were you saying to my father? You claim you did not seduce him. Unbeknownst to her, Rong Yuanqi had appeared behind her. The sting on her cheek left her momentarily dizzy. Chi, have you lost your mind? Chi, how could you hit someone? Apologize to Yin at once. Rong Yuanzhou emerged, grasping Rong Yuanqi's wrist firmly. I will not apologize. This wretched woman is seducing our father. I heard them speaking, and he called her Yin with such intimacy. You wretched woman, just wait. Rong Yuanqi charged at Rong Yan. In retaliation, Rong Yan raised her hand. Delivering a slap back, feeling unsatisfied, she struck again. Rong Yuanqi, cradling her face in shock, exclaimed, You hit me? You actually hit me. I have never heard a harsh word in my life, and you dare to strike me. Rong Yuanzhou, filled with concern, rushed to examine his sister's injury. Reproaching Rong Yan, Yin, how could you resort to violence? She is still young. Cannot you show her some understanding? What, is it acceptable for her to hit me, but not for me to retaliate? Rong Yuanzhou was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing his unconscious bias as he looked at Rong Yan, his eyes filled with regret. Apologies, but you needn't offer any. After all, I am not your sister, and there is no need for you to constantly placate me. Rong Yan wished to distance herself from his family and prepare to leave. However, Rong Xiang obstructed her path, his expression betraying a struggle between words. Miss Rong, I apologize. This gathering was intended for reconciliation, yet it has devolved into a greater mess. The grievances between you and the Rong family may not be resolved in haste. Chairman Rong ought to manage his daughter more effectively. If such slander continues, it will not merely be a slap in the face. With that, Rong Yan turned and departed. Dad, Why are you apologizing to her? She has ulterior motives. She seeks to ruin our family. Have you taken a liking to that vixen? I shall inform mother this instant. With a sharp crack, Rong Xiang raised his hand, delivering a stinging blow to Rong Yuanqi's face. Stunned, she gazed at her father in disbelief. Father, how could you strike Aki? Even if she has erred, she is still our kin. Rong Yuanzhou, heart heavy with concern, hurried to assess his sister's injury. From now on, do not provoke her. If I learn that you continue to trouble her, do not expect me to consider our familial bonds. Understood? Perhaps his tone was too severe, for Rong Yuanqi was rendered speechless, fear gripping her heart. She could not comprehend why her father favored this woman, even going so far as to strike her. He had never raised a hand against her before. This was indeed a first. Tears streamed down her face as she glanced at her father, unable to contain her feelings of injustice, and fled. As Rong Yan descended the stairs, she received a message from Chi Jingyuan. Where are you? Glancing at the name of the private restaurant, she sent her location. Are you coming? I happen to be nearby, 2 minutes away. That afternoon, Chi Jingyuan had been playing golf with several international investors and was now dining in the vicinity, having just concluded a drinking session. In precisely 2 minutes, a Porsche pulled up before her. Rong Yan opened the door and entered the vehicle. What happened to your face? 5 vivid, red fingerprints marred her slightly swollen cheek, and Chi Jingyuan's expression darkened instantly. Rong Yan glanced in the mirror, pursing her lips, feeling a bit aggrieved. Rong Yuanqi hit me. Chi Jingyuan began to unbuckle his seatbelt. What are you doing? I'm going to hit back for you. Although he could not strike a woman, he could certainly confront Rong Yuanzhou. It would be a matter of sibling debts being settled. Rong Yan quickly grasped his arm. Chuckling, she didn't tee farewell either. I hit her back, and she received another slap. Chi Jingyuan was pleased. His little kitten had finally revealed her sharp claws, no longer maintaining her habitual meekness. How did you learn to be so clever this time? You know to resist. Isn't it because of you? With you around, what do I have to fear? Chi Jingyuan found her response gratifying, his gaze softening as he regarded her bright eyes, emotions stirring within him. Oh, you listen to what I teach? This remark felt somewhat inappropriate, causing Rong Yan to imperceptibly redden her ears. She turned her gaze toward the road, avoiding his question. Suddenly, a realization struck her. It seemed she was becoming increasingly dependent on Chi Jingyuan. This feeling was unsettling. Relying on mountains can lead to collapse. Relying on trees can lead to abandonment. The last person she wished to depend on was Shun Yin, and upon discovering his disdain for her, her will to live faltered. Chi Jingyuan. He was an even more extraordinary presence, yet he was also her employer, making dependence a perilous notion. Should she throw caution to the wind and lean on him, the price to pay would be far greater than before. Thus, Rong Yan resolved to guard her heart closely, never let herself fall completely. Meanwhile, as Rong Yuanzhou comforted Rong Yuanqi and prepared to return home, he happened to witness Rong Yan entering the Porsche, which sped past them. He recognized that car. It belonged to Chi Jingyuan. He recalled seeing him drive it during a previous outing. Why was Rong Yan in Chi Jingyuan's car? Just moments ago, she claimed to be unacquainted with him. If they were indeed unfamiliar, why would Chi Jingyuan come pick her up? Furthermore, during their stay at the Yunxi Mountain Resort, she had also ridden in Chi Jingyuan's vehicle. Wasn't Chi Jingyuan known for his mild obsession with cleanliness? He rarely permitted unfamiliar individuals in his car. Even Shun Mingzhu seldom had that privilege. The connection between Rong Yan and Chi Jingyuan. Yuanzhou, what is the matter? Noticing Rong Yuanzhou's distracted gaze, Rong Xiang inquired. Nothing. Rong Yuanzhou averted his eyes, suppressing his growing irritation and restlessness as he turned to fetch the car. Upon returning home, Chi Jingyuan brought a first aid kit to treat Rong Yan's injuries. She felt somewhat uncomfortable, instinctively retreating and reaching for a cotton swab. I can manage. The cotton swab eluded her grasp as Chi Jingyuan effortlessly evaded her hand, dipping the swab in medication and gently applying it to her swollen cheek. You and the Rong family. Chapter 68. Entangled by emotion, Rong Yan remained silent, her eyelashes fluttering, seemingly reluctant to speak. Chi Jingyuan, however, continued. Rong Yuanqi, the second daughter of the Rong family, a prominent heiress, proud and domineering, has always had her way, spoiled by her family. Rong Xiang, refined and charming, adores his wife and daughters, yet is also drawn to the allure of other women. Consequently, his youngest daughter feels an acute lack of security, fearing that outsiders will take her father and brother away. As a result, many women who maintain good relations with them have found themselves at odds with her. Chi Jingyuan set aside the cotton swab. So, do you understand what needs to be done next? Rong Yan said nothing. Chi Jingyuan was informing her that if she wished to avoid entanglements with Rong Yuanqi, she must maintain a distance from both Rong Xiong and Rong Yuanzhou. As for Rong Xiong, her heart bore resentment, making forgiveness difficult, thus she had no desire to engage with him. But Rong Yuanzhou, he was her biological brother, the person closest to her in this world aside from her grandmother. To sever that familial bond would pose a significant challenge. Noticing Rong Yan's silence, Chi Jingyuan's expression darkened, his lips pressed together in displeasure. Suddenly, Rong Yan recalled something and looked up to ask, "You seem to know a lot about the Rong family's young lady. You seem quite well informed about her character and actions." Chi Jingyuan paused, contemplating her words as he studied her intently, causing Rong Yan to feel a bit embarrassed and withdraw her gaze. "I've known Yuanzhou for many years. I know a little about his family dynamics." Rong Yan nodded absently. "Oh, you." He continued to scrutinize her with that thoughtful gaze. As if pondering something unsaid, Rong Yan felt a twinge of guilt, diverting her gaze. "Well, I was just asking casually." Chi Jingyuan smirked slightly. "I've hardly shared a meal with Miss Rong. Our conversations haven't exceeded 5 sentences. Our encounters have all been in public settings. But you and Rong Yuanzhou." Their relationship appeared far more substantial than his with Rong Yuanqi. He understood the kind of person Rong Yuanzhou was. He had never seen him so attentive to any woman before. In his eyes, Rong Yan was truly special. It seemed Rong Yan did not wish to sever her ties with Rong Yuanzhou either. She opted for silence in response to his earlier insinuation. With this realization, Chi Jingyuan, who had felt a surge of joy from her small acknowledgement, suddenly darkened, inexplicably agitated. He put the cotton swab and medication back into the kit, closing it with a heavy thud. "You should rest. I have some matters to attend to." Chi Jingyuan donned his coat with efficiency and exited, slamming the door behind him. Rong Yan remained puzzled. What has happened? Why did he suddenly become angry? As Chi Jingyuan stepped out, he dialed Zhuo Ran's number. "Let's go out for drinks now." At the bar, Chi Jingyuan consumed glass after glass without restraint, leaving Zhuo Ran astonished. Quickly, he intervened, chuckling, "Who has managed to anger our esteemed CEO, Chi? Could it be a quarrel with Shin Mingzhu?" Chi Jingyuan remained unresponsive. Zhuo Ran mused aloud. If it's not Miss Mingzhu, then it must be that little girl from his family. Chi Jingyuan paused for a moment, then downed his drink in one go. That was settled. Zhuo Ran, quietly astonished, thought to himself how remarkably capable this young girl was. He had known Chi Jingyuan for over 20 years, yet this was the first time he had witnessed him in such a state, as if ensnared by emotions. However, Zhuo Ran was not one to speak much. He simply poured more wine, accompanying Chi Jingyuan as they consumed drink after drink, fully aware that this was all he could do for him. That evening, Chi Jingyuan did not return. Rong Yan, embracing her large teddy bear, felt an inexplicable emptiness, rendering her unable to sleep. Eventually, fatigue overtook her, and she reluctantly succumbed to slumber. Upon waking, she yawned and surveyed the living room, noting Chi Jingyuan's absence. Aunt Wang had prepared breakfast and packed it in a box. She had a prenatal checkup today, a significant examination, and the doctor had advised fasting beforehand. Aunt Wang had thus made breakfast in advance for her to take along, so she could eat after the checkup. Chi Jingyuan had been inexplicably furious last night. Surely he would not accompany her to the examination. Rong Yan pondered silently, her mind wandering. While Chi Jingyuan was absent, Su Cheng was present. As soon as he saw Rong Yan emerge, he promptly went to fetch the car to drive her to the hospital. Along the way, Rong Yan glanced at Su Cheng, several times on the verge of speaking, but ultimately refraining. Perhaps it was better this way. Their connection was merely due to the child, and as a mere employee, she had no right to meddle in her boss's affairs. In the hospital corridor, Rong Yan collided directly with Rong Yuanzhou. "Are you here for checkup?" he inquired. Given the unpleasantness of the previous night and his newfound awareness of her close ties with Chi Jingyuan, Rong Yunzhou's demeanor was somewhat detached. Rong Yan nodded. "Are you here for work?" "No. I accompanied Chi for her examination. She mentioned discomfort due to her menstrual cycle." It was only then that Rong Yan noticed the list in his hand. The gynecology and obstetrics departments were on the same floor, in the same direction. It was entirely normal for him to encounter her while bringing Rong Yuanqi for a checkup. Does Dr. Rong always accompany Miss Rong when she is ill? Rong Yuanzhou was puzzled by her question, but instinctively nodded, smiling. Indeed, Chi was born prematurely and has always been weak. It was her condition that led me to choose medicine as a profession, hoping to alleviate her suffering. At times, I wish I could endure her pain in her stead. He sighed, a mixture of affection and helplessness evident in his expression. Rong Yan smiled faintly. Miss Rong is truly fortunate to have such a wonderful brother. A wave of bitterness washed over her. Tears threatened to spill as she considered that if her brother had always been by her side, perhaps she could have whimsically indulged in her little whims, basking in his affection and indulgence, feeling comforted during her illnesses, and having him tidy up her messes when she misbehaved. How wonderful it would be to have a brother. Rong Yuanzhou seemed to sense something and glanced behind her. Where's your husband? Isn't he accompanying you for the checkup? Rong Yan collected her thoughts. Feeling a bit embarrassed as she explained, he is a bit busy, so... Busy again? Rong Yuanzhou scoffed. Rong Yan. It's just a coincidence that I've run into him alone several times at the hospital. No matter how eloquently she explained, it seemed unlikely to change Rong Yuanzhou's perception of her so-called husband. Chi Jingyuan had thoroughly been labeled a scoundrel, an irresponsible one at that. Yet, he had attended all her previous checkups, except for this one. At that moment, Rong Yuanzhou's phone rang. After a brief conversation, he said he would be there shortly and hung up. Chapter 69. Are you still angry? Chi is looking for me. Rong Yuanzhou hesitated. I'm Yufine. You should go ahead. Rong Yan retracted her lingering gaze, realizing her brother was ultimately not her family. The previous night's incident was Chi's fault. She apologized on her behalf, explaining that Chi had been overly concerned about her and their father, leading to her misunderstanding of him. When you have time, I'd like to treat you to a meal. There are some things I want to discuss with you. Rong Yan nodded. Rong Yuanzhou took the list and jogged away. After watching his figure disappear, she turned and headed to the outpatient office. Upon entering, she found Chi Jingyuan seated on the sofa. Hearing the movement, he lifted his gaze slightly. You're here? Your husband has been waiting for you here for over half an hour. The doctor who entered from outside remarked with a smile. Please have a seat. Over half an hour? Chi Jingyuan. He came early? Rong Yan stepped inside, closed the door behind her, and as she sat down in front of the doctor, a smile involuntarily crept upon her lips. As before, they utilized the VIP channel. Avoiding any cues, Dr. Sun completed the necessary paperwork, and Rong Yan proceeded to have her blood drawn for the examination. The results were quick to arrive. All indicators are normal. You can rest assured. After 16 weeks, the baby will begin to move, and you should pay close attention, Dr. Sun advised. Unbeknownst to her, Rong Yan's abdomen had started to swell slightly, and although the curve was not yet pronounced due to her slender physique, it was still a wondrous feeling to know she was carrying 2 little lives within her. She glanced sideways at Chi Jingyuan, who was intently gazing at her abdomen with a look of astonishment. After all pertinent questions had been addressed, Rong Yan exited the office, while Chi Jingyuan remained inside, seemingly with more queries for the doctor. She sat at the door, having breakfast when a shadow fell before her. Have you completed your checkup? Rong Yuanzhou handed her a cup of hot water. Rong Yan scanned her surroundings, noticing the absence of Rong Yuanqi, and looked at Rong Yuanzhou in confusion. She was picked up by my father. Her health is fine, just some mild cramps. Rong Yuanzhou noticed a speck of dirt in her hair and reached up to remove it. What about you? All is well, Rong Yan replied. Rong Yuanzhou nodded, relieved. He had matters to attend to and could not linger. After obtaining his answers, he turned to leave, but then paused and looked back at her. If your husband is unworthy of your lifelong trust and you are not happy, you can choose to divorce. In today's world, divorce is nothing. You shouldn't carry a psychological burden. Huh? Rong Yan was taken aback by his words. She had never contemplated divorce. Just as she was about to respond, he had already merged into the crowd. Chi Jingyuan emerged from the office, catching the latter half of Rong Yuanzhou's statement. Not happy divorce. Each word struck at his patience, testing the limits of his dignity and self-respect. He coldly chuckled twice, observing Rong Yan's expression of surprise and embarrassment. What? Do you wish to heed Dr. Rong's advice and consider divorce? Rong Yan. This is a disaster. How did he overhear that? How could she explain this? Dr. Rong merely misunderstood. He meant nothing by it. As Rong Yan followed Chi Jingyuan down the stairs, she couldn't help but explain. Chi Jingyuan remained silent. Isn't he your friend? You should trust him. Chi Jingyuan halted his steps, scoffing. So this is your reason for trusting him? Rong Yan nearly collided with him, looking up into his eyes, sensing a hint of something amiss. So your anger stems from Rong Yuanzhou. Yesterday, he had been inexplicably furious, and she had wondered why. Today, everything seemed fine until she encountered Rong Yuanzhou and heard that statement, causing him to become irritable. Thus, she guessed that perhaps his inexplicable anger was likely due to Rong Yuanzhou. Was it because she had grown too close to Rong Yuanzhou, thus bruising his pride? After all, she was still Mrs. Chi Jingyuan's wife, and having a cordial relationship with another man could tarnish his reputation. Yes, it must be that. Upon hearing her words, Chi Jingyuan's back stiffened. He was indeed upset because of Rong Yuanzhou, yet how could he admit it? He was upset with his brother because he was friends with his wife, and their bond seemed to surpass that between him and her as her husband. This reasoning sounded quite irrational. Chi Jingyuan was at a loss for how to respond to her inquiry, and took a step forward, preparing to leave. He is my brother. Just as he stepped out, Chi Jingyuan paused again. What? He turned back, and Rong Yan looked into his eyes, explaining once more, he is my brother. My biological brother. Biological brother. Rong Yuanzhou. Rong Yan. In an instant, Chi Jingyuan comprehended everything. For someone like Rong Xiong, having a mistress or two was hardly surprising. She bore the surname Rong and had previously claimed to be an illegitimate child. The friction and conflict with the Rong family likely stemmed from issues of identity. Foolish. Truly foolish. Although he had sensed something was amiss before, he had failed to ponder it deeply. He had even inexplicably felt jealous of her biological brother. Was he really jealous? Perhaps not. It was merely possessiveness at play, a matter of pride that he couldn't let go of. He consoled himself. Did Yuanzhou know? Upon realizing the context of the situation, he instinctively softened his tone. Pride, well, cough, it's still a bit hard to let go. So, Dr. Tsongrong has transformed into Yuanzhou now? Men are indeed fickle. Rong Yan shook her head, explaining, he doesn't know yet. I only found out recently, and haven't figured out what to do, so please don't tell him. This is your matter. I won't interfere. Rong Yan gazed into his eyes, and the anger that had consumed her dissipated significantly. Although her expression was still somewhat sour, it was far better than before. A smile crept onto her lips, her fox-like eyes curving into crescent moons, a hint of shyness surfacing. So, are you still angry? Someone stubbornly retorted. Who said I was angry? Yet the smile at the corners of his lips betrayed his true feelings. Ah, not angry, that's good. Understanding without voicing it. Life is rarely clear-cut, and Rong Yan grasped this principle. On Monday, as she descended the stairs with a yawn, Rong Yan felt perpetually tired since becoming pregnant, as if no matter how she slept, it was never enough. Chi Jingyuan was having breakfast, a rare sight indeed, as he hadn't left yet. Good morning, Mr. Chi. Rong Yan took a large gulp of milk from the table and began munching on a sandwich, her mind hazy with the thought that she had to share a ride to work with him since he and T left. Chapter 70. The notion of appropriateness working alongside the boss. While others clocked in at 9, she had to start her shift an hour earlier. Wait, she had to stay with him at night as well. Considering the evening hours, her work hours were severely overextended. Rong Yan's mind was a jumble when a thought struck her, and she turned to Chi Jingyuan. You stayed longer in Dr. Sun's office yesterday. Was there something wrong with the baby or something else? Don't overthink it. The baby is fine. I was asking about something else. His inquiry about an obstetrician was undoubtedly related to the baby and herself, raising questions about what he couldn't discuss openly in front of her, a soon-to-be mother. What was it? Can you share? Chi Jingyuan raised his gaze, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Do you really want to know? Rong Yan nodded. She was curious, whether it pertained to their baby or herself. Chi Jingyuan gazed out the window, his fingers lightly tapping his knee, his tone casual. I asked the doctor what to be cautious of during mid-pregnancy. Huh? Rong Yan's face instantly flushed crimson. She stiffened, awkwardly turning her head to glance at Su Cheng, who was driving. Oh, what? Don't you want to know the doctor's response? Chi Jingyuan chuckled. Rong Yan continued to stiffen her neck, wishing she could sink into the ground, feeling too embarrassed to hear what followed. No, I don't want to know. Chi Jingyuan pretended he hadn't heard her, continuing without a shred of shame. The doctor said that moderate exercise during mid-pregnancy is beneficial for fetal development, as long as precautions are taken to avoid intense activities. Rong Yan continued to feign ignorance. It was better than facing social embarrassment. However, since leaving the office, she had been pondering just what constituted moderate. Observing Rong Yan's flushed face, Chi Jingyuan smirked. Rong Yan. Goodness, why was he still talking? Did he not understand shame or decorum? The next moment, he leaned closer, his familiar scent enveloping her senses, disrupting her already unsteady breathing. He looked at her ear, lowering his voice. Tell me, does our previous level of activity count as moderate? Rong Yan. She opened her eyes, fuming, staring at him, utterly mortified. As he beheld her flustered and angry, fox-like eyes, Chi Jingyuan burst into laughter. Su Cheng, who was driving, couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile as well. After following his master for so many years, it had been a long time since he had witnessed such genuine laughter. Since meeting his wife, it seemed his smiles had increased. Su Cheng felt a mix of sentimentality and emotion wash over him. That evening, Rong Yan learned what he meant by moderate. As she sank into a deep sleep, glancing at the slumbering little kitten beside her, Chi Jingyuan felt invigorated. If it weren't for her physical condition, he likely wouldn't let her off so easily. Whenever he encountered her, it was like coming into contact with poison, becoming addicted. This feeling had not faded with time. Rather, it deepened and intensified, the craving growing stronger. Chi Jingyuan felt somewhat helpless. It seemed he needed more time to rid himself of this possessiveness. At the Shengshi headquarters, a Rolls-Royce came to a halt. Rong Yan retrieved her work ID, preparing to swipe in when Wu won. A prominent figure in the market center approached her, passing by. A waft of fragrance filled the air. It was the scent of perfume he wore. Since her pregnancy, Rong Yan had become especially sensitive to scents, and this one was unmistakably a woman's perfume. She greeted him nonchalantly and swiped her card to enter. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, Yang Jie suddenly pressed the button, apologizing as she stepped inside. Rong Yan's nose twitched slightly as the familiar scent wafted from Yang Jie, identical to that of Wu Wen's. Could it be that the fragrance Wu Wen wore was the same as Yang Jie's? In the morning, during the departmental meeting, Gao Yuan assigned tasks, instructing Rong Yan and Ran Xiaoyan to follow up on the new product, with a data report due by next Friday for submission to the market center. Rong Yan nodded. She had gathered most of the basic data, but needed to confirm a few issues with the research institute. However, Yang Jie raised an objection. Manager Gao, I have been following this new product from the start. I object to this assignment and want to continue overseeing this project. Gao Yuan, however, did not grant her any leniency, directly countering her claim. Yang Jie, you only need to follow my instructions and complete your assigned tasks. When you were overseeing the new product, the prototype hadn't even been developed yet. That hardly counts as following up. Let Rong Yan take over this time. No, I disagree. Manager Gao, do you really have to be so protective? Gao Yuan frowned. He was not being protective. During last week's meeting, he had announced that the follow-up work on the new product would be assigned to Rong Yan. She had already collected substantial data and processed it. There was no way to abandon the work now. If Yang Jie had objections, she should have raised them during last week's assignment. Opposing now after Rong Yan had already done the work was clearly a sign of her refusal to comply in an attempt to target Rong Yan. Gao Yuan stated calmly, Yang Jie, I do not need to explain my work arrangements to you. I will reiterate, the new product is assigned to Rong Yan. Do you understand? Yang Jie opposed again. I have objections. I will not comply with the arrangements. Gao Yuan was infuriated, feeling a headache coming on. Then what do you propose? Quite simple. Fair competition. Yang Jie appeared to be confident and self-satisfied. From this moment forth, I shall collaborate with Rong Yan on the new product project, each relying on our own abilities to produce conclusive reports. Whosoever's proposal is accepted shall subsequently lead the follow-up work. Ran Xiaoyan widened her eyes in astonishment. Are we really going to compete? Indeed, it is a competition. We shall let data and capability speak for themselves. Whoever offers unique insights that add value to the new product development will have the right to continue. Gao Yuan furrowed his brow, hesitating to agree. However, Rong Yan calmly raised her hand, meeting Yang Jie's challenging gaze. Very well, I accept. Yang Jie had achieved her objective, her eyes sparkling with excitement. After all, she was merely a novice in the field, lacking understanding yet daring to accept the challenge. She must be unaware of how many new products she had been involved with and how many reports she had authored, not to mention the extensive connections she had within the company. How audacious of her to engage in this contest. Chapter 71. Girlfriend nonetheless. Her acceptance was fortuitous. By agreeing, Yang Jie could leverage the opportunity to usurp Rong Yan's position as deputy manager and create a chance for herself. Excellent. Let us see the results next Friday. We shall speak based on our merits. With that, Yang Jie elegantly exited the office in her high heels. Everyone else departed too. Gao Yuan called out to Rong Yan. Are you truly going to compete with her? Yang Jie has worked on numerous projects during her years at the company and has consistently demonstrated exceptional capabilities. You might find yourself at a disadvantage. Rong Yan smiled. It seems Yang Jie is indeed a formidable opponent. This only makes it more interesting. Manager Gao, rather than worrying about me, you might want to be concerned about yourself. You have a meeting with the finance department in 5 minutes. If you do not leave now, you will be late. With that, Rong Yan turned and left the office. Her calmness stemmed from the fact that she had recognized from the outset that Yang Jie was trying to ensnare her. The level of manipulation was rather clumsy, easily discerned by Rong Yan, who was intrigued to see what tricks Yang Jie had up her sleeve. Are you truly going to confront Yang Jie? In the afternoon, Rong Yan and Ran Xiaoyan made their way to a university research institute to connect with Shun Yin regarding research data. After a moment of contemplation, Ran Xiaoyan couldn't help but inquire. Even though you were the niece of the late boss, public competitions at Shangshi require full disclosure to all employees. President Qi would not show favoritism towards you. He would show favoritism towards me, Rong Yan replied. Given Chi Jingyuan's style of decision-making, he would only select the proposals that benefited Shangshi, disregarding personal relationships. Suddenly, Rong Yan recalled something. You mentioned that the results of the competition are announced to all employees. What are the consequences for those who lose? Ordinary employees will face a salary reduction, and management will be demoted by 1 level, Ran Xiaoyan explained. Just thinking about it is mortifying. After finally being promoted to deputy manager, to lose to an ordinary employee would not only humiliate Rong Yan, but also Gao Yuan. The gossip around Shangshi would be unbearable. What happens if one wins? Are there any rewards? There are no rewards. Since this is a voluntary competition, there are no incentives. It was rare for anyone at Shangshi to choose this self-destructive approach, as no one could guarantee victory. Yet, Yang Jie seemed to be exceedingly confident, indicating she possessed a secret weapon capable of decisively defeating Rong Yan. The car halted at the entrance of a university. Rong Yan and Ran Xiaoyan stepped out to find Shun Yin standing under the shade of a tree, seemingly awaiting their arrival. Dressed in a lab's white coat, he looked up upon hearing their approach, a gentle smile adorning his face. Ran Xiaoyun's eyes sparkled. I thought Professor Shun would be an old man. I never expected him to be such a young and handsome guy. Is he seeing anyone? Rong Yan remarked, probably not, and followed Shun Yin into the research institute. The institute remained familiar. The sign at the entrance had not changed, but the equipment and instruments inside had increased significantly, and adjacent classrooms had been transformed into research rooms. Clearly, their research had borne fruit over the past 2 years. Rong Yan felt a wave of nostalgia. 2 years prior, at this very entrance, she had heard Xin Yan's words. Coupled with her mother's severe injury, she had felt utterly disheartened. Now, returning to this place was akin to tearing open a scab, reviving painful memories of that dreadful night when her dignity, love, and pride had been stripped away. So, Xin Yan's sudden commitment was to pick up his girlfriend. Rong Yan then noticed several individuals seated in Shun Yan's office next to the research room, including Shun Mingzhu and Chi Jingyuan, along with some unfamiliar faces. Today, Chi Jingyuan and several executives were there to discuss data issues with Shun Yan's research team regarding the new product development. And to her surprise, Rong Yan had also arrived. He raised his gaze, his eyes glimmering as they scanned Shun Yan and Rong Yan. Girlfriend? Now, that is a refreshing term. Although he had not directly looked at Chi Jingyuan, Rong Yan instinctively tensed, hastily clarifying, Professor Shun is my mentor. We are here to coordinate work. Shun Yan quickly chimed in, yes, please do not frighten her. The others were uncertain of the nature of their relationship, but given the public setting, discretion was observed, and silence fell upon them. Chi Jingyuan let out a soft grunt, his lips curling in a subtle smirk, his emotions inscrutable. His gaze fell upon a decorative piece on Shun Yan's desk, featuring a golden retriever and a small white rabbit, polished and evidently well-touched. A similar trinket had adorned his car last time. This object seemed to hold special significance for Xin Yan. As the discussion continued, Shun Yan arranged for Xia Xiaoan from the research lab to accompany them, stating that any questions could be directed to her before entering the conference room. Rong Yan was there for work, and regardless of whom she coordinated with, it mattered not. She focused intently on the research materials in her hands, scrutinizing several key data points. Whenever anything was unclear, she circled it and sought verification from Xia Xiaoan. This value is critical to the new product development. However, subsequent experiments have not yielded breakthroughs. Why is that? Xia Xiaoan appeared surprised that Rong Yan had pinpointed the core issue so swiftly. It's due to material constraints. The material selected for this project has reached its maximum capability. We chose it because its cost is the most controllable, allowing us to maximize savings for the new product. Rong Yan nodded in understanding and proceeded to ask a few more questions. After receiving her answers, she closed her notebook. I have finished my inquiries. Xiaoyan, do you have any questions? Ran Xiaoyan shook her head. Rong Yan's preparation was thorough, her questions meticulous, making her highly reliable. Their work was essentially complete. As they exited, the meeting in the adjacent office had concluded. Shun Yin removed his lab coat and handed it to Xia Xiaoan. Glancing at his watch before addressing Rong Yan, "Let us go. I'll take you both out for a meal." Rong Yan declined, stating she had other matters to attend to and would not join them. There are several critical data points regarding the new product that Xia Xiaoan is not clear on. I can discuss them with you later. Then please, Professor Shun, share that information with us now. There is no need for a meal. Shun Yan's demeanor shifted. Yan, if you choose not to attend, I reserve the right to withhold the information. He was pressing her. However, Ran Xiaoyan had already opened the car door and hopped in. Waving at Rong Yan, "Come on, why pass up a free meal? Let us hurry, it's time to eat." Rong Yan found herself somewhat exasperated. Ultimately, she had already conveyed what needed to be said, and with Xiaoyan there, she wouldn't be alone. This opportunity to clarify the new product matters would be beneficial, and she likely wouldn't have further interactions with him. Rong Yan opened the car door and settled into her seat. Behind them, a Porsche discreetly parked under the shade. Two individuals standing nearby, quietly observing the scene. Chapter 72. Do you have a boyfriend? Rest assured, my brother will not bully Yan. Your niece will not come to harm, Shun Mingzhu remarked to Chi Jingyuan as they watched the departing vehicle. Ever since exiting the research institute, Chi Jingyuan's gaze had remained fixed on Rong Yan, his expression darkening, which puzzled Shun Mingzhu. Yuan's concern for his niece was unexpectedly profound. Just then, his phone vibrated. Upon opening it, he saw a message from Rong Yan. "Teacher Shun wants to discuss the new product with us, so I want to be home for dinner." A cold smile crept onto his face. He tossed the phone aside, closed his eyes, attempting to suppress the deep-seated irritation and gloom within him. It was merely a meal, a discussion about work, her typical social engagement. She had already clarified her relationship with Shun Yan. What was he truly angry about? Usually composed. Why did he become so emotional when it came to her? "Let's go, Yuan. President Wen has reserved a place for dinner. We should head there now." Shun Mingzhu opened the car door, ready to join him in the Porsche. Chi Jingyuan blocked the door. "I have matters to attend to. I'm not going." He got into the car first, shutting the door behind him as the vehicle sped away. Shun Yan had chosen a restaurant specializing in fish. He ordered several kinds, and the fragrant dishes were soon served. Ran Xiaoyun's eyes widened in delight, while Rong Yan nibbled at her food, focusing more on the cold cucumber salad beside her. She then began inquiring about the new product. Shun Yan's expression darkened slightly. Suppressing his hidden emotions, he answered her slowly, placing a deboned piece of fish on her plate with a gentle smile. "You seem to have lost weight lately. Eat more." Ran Xiaoyan was taken aback. She had sensed something between the two of them during the ride, but she was astonished that Professor Shun personally served food to Rong Yan. There was undoubtedly a story there. As she indulged in the fish, her curious gaze flitted between Rong Yan and Shun Yan. Rong Yan stared at the fish on her plate and suddenly recalled that Wang Ma had not prepared fish in a while. Yet Chi Jingyuan was quite fond of it. The fish here was delectable, fresh, and of superior quality. Chi Jingyuan would surely enjoy it. Her thoughts drifted. She checked her phone, finding no new messages. She wondered if Chi Jingyuan had seen her earlier text. Another fish dish was placed on her plate, this time a yellow croaker. Shun Yan's demeanor turned slightly displeased as he admonished, "Don't let your mind wander while eating. It's bad for your stomach." Rong Yan examined the yellow croaker, noting its exquisite texture, tender and soft with few bones, especially the wild variety, which lacked the usual fishy smell and tasted even better. She had once loved it dearly. Now, however, the faint odor made her uneasy, and her stomach churned. Covering her mouth, she rushed to the restroom. What was happening? Was her stomach acting up again? Shun Yan followed her, carrying a cup of hot water. Having eaten nothing that afternoon, she found herself retching, unable to expel anything. After a considerable time, She finally steadied herself, her face pale. I'll take you to the hospital. We need to check your stomach thoroughly, Rong Yan said, concern etched on his face. She was still young. Identifying and treating any ailments promptly was crucial for her future well-being. Rong Yan replied coolly, there's no need. Yet moments later, she began retching again. Rong Yan, feeling helpless, gently rubbed her back, wishing to alleviate her discomfort. At that moment, Xiang Yang unexpectedly approached from across the restaurant. He glanced at Rong Yan, then at Rong Yan, suddenly realizing something. Oh, so you two are, he exclaimed, piecing together the situation. Sorry, I didn't mean to intrude. I only just realized that your boyfriend is Professor Shun. No wonder you didn't want me to add you on WeChat during our last trip to Yinchi Valley. Rong Yan was about to clarify when her stomach churned once more. She quickly took the hot water from Rong Yan's hand, gulping it down, barely managing to quell her nausea. Xiang Yang, you've misunderstood. I and Yuan. Xiang Yang waved his hands dismissively. Rong Yan admitted it herself. What more is there to say? Rong Yan was taken aback. She now understood how rumors were born. She had only mentioned having a boyfriend, never stating that it was Rong Yan. Rong Yan looked at her, an enigmatic light flickering in his eyes. Although it seemed hard to believe if it were true, there was a hint of anticipation within him. Rong Yan evaded Rong Yan's hand resting on her back, calmly clarifying, you misheard me. I said I have a boyfriend. But that person is not Teacher Shun. You've misunderstood. Really? You two are not together? You're not pulling my leg, are you? Rong Yan replied earnestly. Every word is true. Xiang Yang Sigid, failing de flatat. He had hoped for some juicy gossip, but was met with mere misunderstanding. Just then, Lin Xiaoxiao approached from Xiang Yang's direction, phone in hand, exclaiming, Xiang Yang, I asked you to fetch some wine. Why are you taking so long? Oh, Yuan. Lin Xiaoxiao froze upon seeing Rong Yan. Rong Yan looked at Lin Xiaoxiao and then at the awkwardly smiling Xiang Yang, taking a while to accept this reality. Xiaoxiao, you and Xiang Yang. Lin Xiaoxiao appeared anxious and guilty. Xiang Yang maintained a nonchalant expression, feigning indifference. Yet it was evident. Lin Xiaoxiao and Xiang Yang were indeed together. The world had turned upside down. After a hasty farewell, they returned to their seats. Rong Yan, having just vomited, lacked any appetite and continued to ask Rong Yan about the new product. Ran Xiaoyan had two great loves, handsome men and exquisite cuisine. As Rong Yan asked her questions, she busily enjoyed her meal, her stomach now pleasantly full. Rong Yan hardly touched his food. After returning from the restroom, he had become quiet, his expression dark. He answered Rong Yan's inquiries with minimal engagement. After their meal, Rong Yan insisted on driving them home. Ran Xiaoyan hopped into the back seat first, eagerly waving at Rong Yan. Initially intending to decline, Rong Yan glanced at the route. They were only 5 minutes away from Anxinjian. Since it wasn't a solo ride with Rong Yan, she decided it wouldn't matter. She opened the back door. However, the car took a turn, bypassing Anxinjian and dropping off the farther Ran Xiaoyan first. Unaware of Rong Yan's residence, Ran Xiaoyan exited without realizing the issue, happily asking for Rong Yan's WeChat before bidding farewell to Rong Yan. Rong Yan hurried after them, ready to disembark, but the door was locked. The car started moving again. Rong Yan glanced at Rong Yan in the rearview mirror. Finally, he had the chance to be alone with her. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, he faced forward, asking the question that had long troubled him. You have a boyfriend? Rong Yan had admitted it when Xiang Yang mentioned it. She calmly replied with a simple yes. Chapter 73. Do you dislike me? Rong Yan's knuckles turned white on the steering wheel. He bit his lip, his expression darkening to an extreme. Who is he? Rong Yan was reluctant to divulge this information, remaining composed. Teacher Shun, even if you consider me a sister, I am not obligated to share my private matters with you. The car suddenly screeched to a halt. Rong Yan, who had not fastened her seatbelt, nearly collided with the dashboard. I'll ask you again, who is he? Suppressing her rising anger, she shot back. You're insane. She attempted to open the door, but it was locked. Is it the man who kissed you last time? Is it Rong Yuanzhou? His hands trembled on the steering wheel as he gritted his teeth, forcing the words out. Ever since that incident, he had been seeking a chance to probe into Rong Yuanzhou, but their unfamiliarity and lack of contact information had delayed him. Rong Yan found his behavior amusing. Why did he persistently invade her private life and breach boundaries that should remain intact? Was he addicted to playing the brotherly role? When she remained silent, he continued questioning. What stage are you at? Holding hands? Embracing? Kissing? Have you slept together? Veins bulged on his forehead, and recalling that last phrase shattered the gentlemanly facade he had been desperately maintaining. No one was allowed to touch her. No one at all. Rong Yan was unwilling to waste her breath on him. She cut to the chase. Whether it's Dr. Rong or anyone else, at least he doesn't look down on my status as an illegitimate child. Teacher Shun, no matter how you inquire, you cannot compare to him. With a resounding thud, Shun Yan struck the car window once more. This time, the glass remained intact. Rong Yan exhaled in relief, as long as he was unharmed. She wouldn't need to rush him to the hospital. Yan, are you determined to oppose me? You weren't like this before. You used to be so obedient, so devoted to me, your eyes filled with only me. Why couldn't she return to that state of mind, where he occupied her heart and thoughts entirely, orbiting around him without considering anyone else? Instead, she now found herself defending another man. Not wishing to continue the conversation, Rong Yan closed her eyes and fell silent. Eventually, the car arrived at the entrance of Anshin Garden. Rong Yan hurriedly opened the door to exit, as if lingering even a second longer would suffocate her. Shun Yan followed suit, brandishing 2 concert tickets as he approached her, suppressing his irritation. You once mentioned wanting to attend a concert. You haven't had the time until now. Rong Yan gazed at the ticket in her hand, momentarily dazed. In her senior year, she had longed to attend a concert with him, having heard from her roommate that the atmosphere could enhance their feelings, making confessions less likely to be rejected. She had hoped to seize the opportunity to confess her feelings. However, he was always busy, and that busyness culminated in their falling out that fateful night. Now, the long-awaited concert ticket lay in her palm, seemingly attempting to make amends for something, yet she had long since shed the mindset she once held, along with the desire to confess. She returned the ticket to him. No, my boyfriend wouldn't be pleased. Shun Yan did not accept it. He turned away, his voice icily resolute. Do not mention him in my presence. If I do not acknowledge him, he is not your boyfriend. The car drove away. Rong Yan stared at the ticket in her hand, feeling a bitter irony. At that moment, a familiar Porsche behind her suddenly flashed its lights. Rong Yan froze momentarily, her heart warming unexpectedly as she stepped forward to open the back seat door. What are you doing here? Though she asked, she understood he had come to pick her up. Chi Jingyuan held his phone in one hand, rhythmically tapping with the other, his gaze darkening as it fell upon the concert ticket in her hand. Yet he said nothing. Upon returning to Tingyuan, Chi Jingyuan went to the study for an international conference while Rong Yan took a shower and curled up on the sofa with her laptop, sketching comics. When Chi Jingyuan entered, he caught sight of the concert ticket lying on the table. This Friday evening, tomorrow, he silently clenched the cup in his hand, gulping down a large mouthful of water. Had she accepted Shun Yan's invitation to the concert? Was their relationship merely that of neighbors and teacher-student? Chi Jingyuan admonished himself not to overthink. He had previously harbored inexplicable anger towards Rong Yuanzhou, only to discover he was her brother, resulting in a monumental misunderstanding. This time, her communication with Shun Yan was merely a professional exchange. As a career woman, it was entirely normal for her to maintain her social circle. If there were anything between her and Shun Yan, why hadn't they been together in college? Yet if Shun Yan had no intentions, why bring her to the concert? Chi Jingyuan rubbed his temples. The sight of the concert ticket irked him immensely. It rightfully belonged in the trash. Frustrated, he retreated to the bathroom, and upon finishing his shower, he found Rong Yan cradling a large teddy bear, sleepily gazing at him. I'm going to sleep now, good night. She was utterly exhausted. Chi Jingyuan laid back in bed. Despite feeling drowsy, sleep eluded him. He watched the petite figure beside him and instinctively pulled her into his embrace. Rong Yan stirred awake, mumbling in protest. He gazed at her, sighing softly, and posed a question he had once asked before. Do you dislike me? He seemed to be grappling with insecurity, fearing her disdain while simultaneously dreading her indifference, as if he held no position in her heart at all. Forget it. No need to answer. Rong Yan, still in a sleepy haze, instinctively rolled over to seek her teddy bear, murmuring, Okay, Mr. Chi Jingyuan thought to himself. How he longed to awaken this little creature and tease her a few times. The next morning, after breakfast, Rong Yan dashed to the kitchen. Aunt Wong, could you prepare some yellow croaker for dinner, the one you made before? Aunt Wong smiled, of course. Sir mentioned that Madam doesn't like fish, so I haven't made it recently. If you enjoy it, I'll have someone deliver it this afternoon. Rong Yan was taken aback. So was Chi Jingyuan, who had noticed. Despite rarely dining at home, he had keenly observed her dietary preferences. On the way to the office, Rong Yan hesitated several times to speak, but seeing Chi Jingyuan appear distracted and in low spirits, she refrained from asking. At noon, she met Lin Xiaoxiao at the cafeteria. Finally at leisure, she inquired about her relationship with Xiangyang. It's nothing much, just that night at Yunqi Valley I accidentally got drunk and something happened. Lin Xiaoxiao replied, somewhat embarrassed. Rong Yan realized with a start that Lin Xiaoxiao hadn't returned that night because of this incident. Yin, you aren't mad, are you? Xiangyang initially wanted to pursue you. Lin Xiaoxiao had been quite sensitive about this, fearing Rong Yan would think she had stolen him away. Chapter 74. Don't stay so far from me, Rong Yan chuckled. She hadn't anticipated Lin Xiaoxiao would still be hung up on this. Yesterday, you looked guilty. You weren't worried about this, were you? What else could it be? Rong Yan pondered. I don't like Xiangyang. I made that clear when we ran into each other at KTV, so you needn't feel burdened. Pursue your love with ease. Lin Xiaoxiao sighed in relief. But I heard from Teacher Shun that he seems a bit of a playboy. He has a history with other women. I'm concerned you might get hurt. Rong Yan's expression turned serious. Lin Xiaoxiao laughed. I've heard that too, but we're all adults responsible for our actions. I can handle the consequences. Rong Yan nodded. After discussing her matters, Lin Xiaoxiao recalled Xiangyang's words. By the way, Xiangyang said you have a boyfriend. Who is he? Rong Yan choked momentarily. Not knowing the relationship between Xiangyang and Lin Xiaoxiao at the time, she had used that excuse, and now she wondered how to explain it. Surely she couldn't fabricate a person out of thin air. What? Is it inconvenient to say? It wouldn't happen to be someone from the company, would it? Lin Xiaoxiao asked. Her curiosity piqued. Feeling guilty, Rong Yan buried her head in her food. Well, to be honest, my relationship with him isn't very stable. I'm afraid of a potential breakup, so I haven't mentioned it to you yet. Lin Xiaoxiao, intrigued, pressed on, is it really not Teacher Shin? During college, Rong Yan and Shun Yan's close relationship was well known among their dorm mates. Of course not him. Let's eat first. The food is getting cold. Rong Yan wished to steer clear of the topic. In the afternoon, Rong Yan sought out the product department to coordinate data. Upon her return, Ran Xiaoyan stormed in, visibly furious. How shameless can they be? Truly shameless. She dragged Rong Yan into the break room. Do you know what Yang Jie did? Rong Yan shook her head. She went straight to Director Wu and obtained the data we collected yesterday. Director Wu, the prominent figure in the marketing center, Wu Wanyue, it seemed their relationship was indeed unusual. Ran Xiaoyan became increasingly enraged. That data was hard-won. According to protocol, it should be reported to the supervising leader and filed with the product department, but Yang Jie is utterly shameless. Not only did she refuse to collect it herself, but she also blatantly stole our hard work. The worst part is Director Wu actually sent it to her. Yang Jie effortlessly acquired all the materials, and their progress was now on par with theirs, making it even more challenging to win this competition. Seeing Ran Xiaoyan so indignant, Rong Yan couldn't help but chuckle. So how did you find out? I was discussing work with the marketing department and overheard while passing by Director Wu's office. Rong Yan nodded. So that's how it is. What's the matter? Aren't you the least bit excited or angry about this? You're not about to give up, are you? Yin, you need to pull yourself together. Rong Yan laughed. She gazed at Ran Xiaoyan with an air of mystery and whispered in a tone only the two of them could hear. Their S.A. colossal gossip. Would you like to witness it? Soon, the workday drew to a close. After watching Yang Jie exit the office, Ran Xiaoyan exchanged a knowing glance with Rong Yan and excitedly followed her out. Rong Yan stretched lazily, realizing she still had unfinished tasks. She rose to head to the restroom, intending to return and continue her work. Just as she left, Chi Jingyuan appeared. Having attended a meeting on the 6th floor with Wen Yusheng, he had sought a diversion, attempting to catch a glimpse of someone within the office. Inside, there was no sign of Rong Yan. Gao Yuan emerged from the office, approaching respectfully, having surmised his boss's intent without explicitly stating it. Mr. Chi, are you looking for someone? Chi Jingyuan's expression turned slightly uncomfortable. Has everyone left for the day? With no one at their desks, it was highly likely they had departed. Yes, she seemed to have something to attend to today and left early. Should I give her a call? No need, Chi Jingyuan replied coldly. She must have gone to the concert. Did she genuinely wish to attend the event, or was she hoping to see someone? Sensing the shift in his boss's demeanor, Gao Yuan refrained from speaking. It wasn't until Chi Jingyuan had walked away that he exhaled, surprised at the esteemed Mr. Chi was not only diligent in his work, but also concerned about his distant relative, personally inquiring about her whereabouts. Upon returning to the office, Gao Yuan shut down his computer and left for the day. Rong Yan resumed her work on the materials. After some time, feeling hungry, she gathered her belongings to leave. Upon entering Tingyuan, she sensed something amiss. "Madam, you're back? Is there a problem with my return?" Rong Yan was taken aback by Steward Su's question. Su shook his head repeatedly, clarifying, "No, it's just that the sir came back in quite a foul mood, smashing things in the study. We were about to prepare dinner, but he stopped us, saying you wouldn't be home for dinner." Huh? Where did he get such absurd information? She had never stated that she wouldn't return for dinner. Rong Yan set her things down and quietly ascended the stairs, with Steward Su following closely behind. The study door was ajar, and the room was in disarray, with items strewn about. It was evident he was quite upset. Had he quarreled with Shin Mingzhu? Rong Yan hesitated, then sighed, pushing the door open. The room was thick with smoke. The ashtray was overflowing with cigarette butts. Suddenly, she remembered that he had not smoked in her presence for quite some time, and she had assumed he had quit, only to realize he had been deliberately avoiding it around her. Cautiously, she stepped inside and tentatively spoke. "Mr. Chi, are you feeling unwell?" Chi Jingyuan's back stiffened abruptly. He turned slowly, as if incredulous. "You're back?" Rong Yan found the question puzzling, echoing Steward Su's sentiment. What was wrong with her returning? She had completed her work and merely came home for dinner. What was the issue? Now it was Chi Jingyuan's turn to be taken aback. So, she had been working at the company all this time and hadn't attended the concert? She had gone suddenly. He grasped this pivotal detail, and his previously tumultuous emotions began to settle, gradually transforming into clarity. She had gone, that was good. A smile unconsciously crept across his lips, as if the clouds that had loomed over him for an entire day had dissipated. He rose and embraced her tightly. Rong Yan was caught off guard by the embrace, feeling both awkward and comforted by his scent. "In the future, don't stay so far from me," he said heavily, his voice laden with unexplainable emotion. "Ah, am I far from you? We work in the same building during the day and share a bed at night. That distance hardly seems far," she thought, but did not voice. His grip tightened. "Promise me." Chapter 75. "Just a hug, I promise. I promise." Ultimately, she reasoned that as a mere junior employee, she should not dwell on such matters. The most important thing was that her boss was happy, for when he was pleased, work became enjoyable. Chi Jingyuan felt a renewed sense of delight. Naturally, he took her hand, leading her downstairs for dinner. Rong Yan felt that holding hands seemed overly natural, making her uncomfortable. She wanted to pull away, but hesitated. Never mind. The boss's happiness was paramount. They were already well past that point, after all. Seeing the once fearsome sir transform into a docile creature, Steward Su could not help but marvel at the profound truth of the universe. One being's downfall is another's rise. Soon, Wang Ma had prepared an array of dishes. Chi Jingyuan, in good spirits, watched as Rong Yan delicately served herself, savoring each morsel he offered. Why did watching her enjoy his selections bring him such satisfaction? His standards had indeed lowered remarkably. On the table lay a dish of yellow croaker. Seeing how much he had served her, she reciprocated by offering him 2 pieces of fish. After finishing dinner, Rong Yan turned to the living room. What was this? She could hardly stand the fishy smell. Hadn't she said not to prepare fish? Chi Jingyuan frowned slightly at the fish on the table. It was Madam's request. What's wrong? Didn't she eat? Chi Jingyuan shook his head. Not a single bite. So, what was the purpose of having Wang Ma prepare fish? Suddenly, his gaze shifted to the fish she had served him, and a smile broke across his face. The little one, had she discovered his fondness for fish? Thus, she had instructed Wang Ma to prepare it, not for her own craving, but for him. A wave of fulfillment enveloped him, nearly filling his heart to the brim with the joy of being valued and cared for. It was a wondrous feeling, one he wished to cherish, to possess, to keep her by his side for eternity. Silently, Chi Jingyuan picked up his chopsticks, treating the fish as a precious treasure, savoring each bite as he cleaned the plate. Upstairs, Rong Yan was in the small study reviewing materials. Chi Jingyuan closed the door and embraced her from behind. "Let us go. It's time for a shower." He shut down the computer. Rong Yan's face flushed as she pushed him away. "Tonight, I still have materials to review. Work must be balanced with relaxation. How about tonight? I personally help you unwind." His voice was magnetic, gradually enticing her. Rong Yan felt increasingly flustered. How shameless. What boss employs such methods to relax an employee? It was utterly outrageous. "I have even more shameless ideas. Would you like to know?" He lifted her effortlessly. Rong Yan quickly pressed against his hand. Don't tease. I genuinely need to review the materials. I'm still not familiar with the new product. And if I don't study it now, I want to have time later. Please me. What materials do you wish to understand? I can tell you directly. Rong Yan, what? Was he all right? Why was he suddenly so clingy? Never mind, she thought. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form, and all emotions are mere illusions. Seizing the moment while Chi Jingyuan was unguarded, she wriggled free from his embrace and dashed away. Tonight, I really have materials to review. Perhaps you could take a cold shower or sleep separately tonight. She looked at him with flushed cheeks, appearing pitiful. Chi Jingyuan sighed inwardly, feeling helpless. She was still pregnant fine. He decided to let it go this time. Chi Jingyuan let out another sigh, turned, and pulled her back into his arms. His tone softening with a hint of desperation. Just a hug, let us just embrace, unable to attain. A mere hug would suffice. A way to quell his yearning at last, the weekend arrived. After returning home the previous night, Rong Yan had spent considerable time reviewing materials. She was utterly exhausted, intending to sleep until noon, but found herself awake by 10 o'clock. Descending for a meal, she discovered Chi Jingyuan in the living room, standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, on a call with his computer and a stack of reports beside him. How curious. He was home on the weekend. At noon, Wang Ma prepared a delightful feast of mushroom chicken stew, braised chicken wings, pan-seared lamb chops, stir-fried vegetables, and several other dishes. Rong Yan glanced at the spread on the table. Aside from being beneficial for pregnant women, these dishes were surprisingly her favorites. It seemed that Chi Jingyuan was increasingly kind to her. A lamb chop landed on the plate, and instinctively, Chi Jingyuan served her before quietly resuming his meal. After dinner, Rong Yan nestled on the sofa, responding to messages from Ran Xiaoyan. Ran Xiaoyan, wow, how explosive. Yesterday, I followed your advice and went to the 10th floor with Yang Jia. She was actually getting cozy with President Wu in the office. Rong Yan, did you film it? Ran Xiaoyan, of course, it was intense, really fiery. Rong Yan, they didn't spot you, did they? Ran Xiaoyan, no, I hid very well. You're so clever to have since their affair. With this video, Yang Jia is bound to lose this time. Rong Yan replied with a knowing expression. In truth, she had no intention of using this against Yang Jia unless Yang Jia resorted to unfair tactics. If that were the case, this video would be her trump card, and she wouldn't hesitate to use it. After dinner, Rong Yan took her laptop and continued analyzing data. Chi Jingyuan appeared quite relaxed. After a meeting in the afternoon, he immersed himself in data on his tablet, occasionally answering phone calls. He then sat beside her, glancing at her from time to time. Unintentionally, he caught sight of a segment on her screen regarding a PK, player kill. He furrowed his brow slightly. She participated in a PK? He pulled out his phone and messaged Gao Yuan, quickly learning the entire reason behind her participation. No wonder she had been so busy lately, even spending weekends with her laptop, preparing materials for the PK. She had never mentioned it to him, seemingly unwilling to rely on him, determined to succeed through her own abilities. Chi Jingyuan toyed with his phone, deep in thought. At that moment, Rong Yan lifted her head and began questioning her boss. Mr. Chi, what advantages do you believe our new product has? Chi Jingyuan answered without hesitation. Firstly, we possess comprehensive intellectual property rights, whether it's the chips or intelligent technology. Everything is developed and produced in-house, maximizing convenience for our smart products and reducing operational costs. Secondly, our developed smart products are comprehensive in function, nearly covering all aspects of daily life. Lastly, the raw materials we procure are at the lowest possible cost, thus achieving minimal expenses and excellent competitiveness. Rong Yan listened attentively, nodding. She gazed at the data on the PPT, somewhat surprised. I didn't expect you to articulate these points. Chi Jingyuan set down his cup and leaned closer. What is it? His distinguished face was inches away, causing Rong Yan's heart to skip a beat. Her cheeks slightly flushed. I believe that a qualified product meets consumer needs. That is its greatest advantage. Chi Jingyuan paused, taken aback. Intellectual property, functionality, cost, these were undoubtedly important factors, yet they stem from the perspective of a business operator. Ultimately, what mattered was whether the product met demands, how the market responded, the ease of use, and whether it truly provided convenience to consumers. If a product doesn't revolve around the customer, what value does it hold for them? Can it withstand the test of the market? Chi Jingyuan's gaze intensified, clearly intrigued. Continue. Rong Yan perused the data in her hands. Currently, Our new product development shows excellent results from various aspects, nearly perfect, yet lacks market feedback. Why is that? Is it that I haven't obtained this data? Or has this aspect been overlooked all along? Chi Jingyuan silently observed her, his gaze containing admiration and astonishment. You understand product knowledge? Rong Yan shook her head. Not really, but I have always believed that a product praised by users is indeed a good product. We don't seek a perfect product, but rather one that dominates the market. Chi Jingyuan slightly raised his hand, sending a message. Moments later, an email arrived in Rong Yan's inbox. This is the market data from our research team. I have always questioned its validity. Would you help me verify it? Rong Yan's eyes sparkled. Market data, how intriguing. Received. I will ensure the task is completed. Embracing her laptop, Rong Yan delved into the dense data. Chi Jingyuan, sipping coffee, silently smiled. So this was how she worked. Earnest, focused, and absorbed. Even though the data was dry, she could accurately extract the key points and draw conclusions with precision. It must be said that she had a particular talent for data analysis. In the evening, after completing her evening routine, Rong Yan continued her data analysis. Suddenly remembering something, she turned to the person beside her. Do we previously develop a model to simulate the actual effects of product development? Yes, the model is in my office. Would you like to see it tomorrow? Of course. As she reviewed the data, she thought that if there were a model capable of producing final effects based on the output data, it would resolve many issues. On Monday, Rong Yan feigned a meeting to secretly evade everyone and slipped up to the 16th floor. Just as she exited the elevator, she collided with a cleaner coming from the opposite direction. The cleaner, carrying a bucket, accidentally splashed water onto Rong Yan's skirt. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. Please don't blame me. Su Jing, without lifting her head, repeatedly apologized. Rong Yan was stunned. Su Jing? Su Jing finally looked up, her eyes widening in shock upon seeing the bright-eyed, rosy-cheeked Rong Yan, clutching her laptop. You work at Shengshi? Su Jing was utterly bewildered, never imagining that Rong Yan, the one who had caused her dismissal from Tainwei, was now also at Shengshi. Are you working too? Su Jing, dressed in cleaning attire, wielding a mop and carrying a bucket, seemed to have changed her approach to get closer to Chi Jingyuan. She was reluctant to answer Rong Yan's question. Silently, she mopped up the spilled water, avoiding Rong Yan's gaze, though her face betrayed her resentment and fury. Rong Yan remained silent for a moment before turning to the president's office. What happened? Chi Jingyuan frowned at her soaked skirt. Rong Yan explained the encounter with the cleaner. Chi Jingyuan took out his phone and made a call. Soon after, an identical skirt was delivered to the president's office. Rong Yan felt a small wave of gratitude. Chi Jingyuan had bought an exact replica of her skirt instead of randomly selecting another. Had she returned to her workstation wearing a different skirt, the rumors would have been far more rampant. There's a lounge inside. Go change. Opposite the bookshelf was a small door. Rong Yan pushed it open, revealing a room with a bed and simple furnishings, likely a space for Chi Jingyuan to rest occasionally. A painting hung on the wall. It appeared to be a depiction of Chi Jingyuan, albeit rendered in a cartoonish style, vibrant and lively, as if created by an innocent and radiant soul. The signature was somewhat unclear, but it seemed to be a pair of overlapping characters. Once she changed into the skirt, Rong Yan proceeded to test the model. She input several sets of data to observe the final results, meticulously recording each outcome. After 2 exhaustive hours, she finally completed all simulations. You managed to engage with such a tedious task for so long? Chi Jingyuan observed her from the sofa, noting her extraordinary fascination with her work. Yet, her earnest dedication made her even more captivating. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Rong Yan said, I should head down now. My colleagues are waiting for me to have dinner. Chi Jingyuan extended his hand, pulling her gently into his embrace, his voice soft. If you've come up, stay with me. Are colleagues more important than I am? That sounded somewhat childish, and Rong Yan instinctively flushed. At that moment, the doorbell rang, and the next second, Shun Mingzhu entered the office. Chi Jingyuan quickly withdrew his hand, and Rong Yan, flustered, pretended to tidy her hair. You all. Shun Mingzhu was momentarily taken aback, clearly having witnessed the somewhat ambiguous gesture. Is it possible for an uncle and his niece to behave this way? Why didn't you knock before entering? Chi Jingyuan furrowed his brows slightly, his expression somewhat unnatural. He was unaffected, but Rong Yan felt embarrassed. I rang the doorbell. Wasn't it always like this before? If I ring the bell, I can come in. Or will I need permission from now on? As she spoke, Shun Mingzhu cast another glance at Rong Yan. Feeling guilty, Rong Yan averted her gaze. No need. Leave the lunchbox. You may go. The meal had been delivered by Su Cheng to the president's office, and Xin Mingzhu had brought it in just in time. She turned to leave, while Chi Jingyuan brought the lunchbox to the table, methodically opening and arranging its contents. Rong Yan felt awkward, uncertain whether the earlier incident would lead Xin Mingzhu to misunderstand. If she did misunderstand, would Chi Jingyuan then have to comfort his beloved? Chapter 77. How? Do you deserve it? How would Chi Jingyuan comfort his beloved? This thought suddenly struck Rong Yan, causing a vague sense of discomfort within her. After the meal, Rong Yan prepared to head downstairs. Chi Jingyuan observed her retreating figure and suddenly spoke up, raising an eyebrow. There is still half an hour before the afternoon shift. How about a quick nap together? On that bed of yours? No, that is entirely unnecessary. Rong Yan's face turned pale. Shaking her head vigorously like a rattle drum, she hurriedly opened the office door, eager to escape this den of wolves. The moment the door swung open, Chi Jingyuan's laughter echoed behind her. Xin Mingzhu was momentarily taken aback. Yuan can actually laugh so heartily? Is it because of this distant niece? Then perhaps this distant niece is even more special than she imagined. Rong Yan submitted her new product report before the end of Wednesday's workday, sending it ahead of time to the inboxes of the 3 judges. The judges for this competition included Wu Wanyue from the Market Center, Gao Yuan from Management, and Wang Fei from the Product Department, with a copy sent to Ran Xiaoyan. Upon receiving the email, Ran Xiaoyan nearly fainted from rage. Yin, Wu Zong is Yang Jie's backer. By revealing your cards in advance, haven't you just given your opponent an advantage? As soon as the message was dispatched, Yang Jie left the office clutching her computer, seemingly heading to Wu Wenyue's office. Rong Yan chuckled. Oh, I didn't mean to. I didn't think that far ahead. Ran Xiaoyan was fuming. By the way, you must be quite familiar with Wang Fei from the brand department, right? What is he like? Feeling a bit hungry, Rong Yan munched on some cookies while inquiring. Wang Fei is Yang Jie's husband. Didn't you know? No one had informed her. So how could she have known? Only someone like Ran Xiaoyan, who was naturally gossipy, would be aware of such details. This was a disaster. Ran Xiaoyan was utterly deflated. With Wang Fei being Yang Jie's husband and Wu Wenyue having a close relationship with Yang Jie, 2 out of the 3 judges were biased towards Yang Jie. And with the report having been leaked in advance, how was she supposed to compete? As Rong Yan left work, she noticed Yang Jie working furiously at her desk. Seeing her engrossed in her tasks, Rong Yan smirked. The fish has already taken the bait. That evening, Rong Yuanzhou invited her to dinner. He had been asking her out the previous week, but Rong Yan was too busy with work to accept. Finally, she was free that night. They dined on hot pot. Though Rong Yan had a preference for spicy food, her stomach had not tolerated it for a long time, especially since she was now pregnant. Eating hot pot after such a long time made her feel emotional. Rong Yuanzhou watched her devour her meal, chuckling and shaking his head. Yin, Dr. Rong, what a coincidence we also ran into Xinyan here. Xinyan's gaze was heavy, filled with scrutiny and hostility, as he fixed his unwavering stare on Rong Yuanzhou. Accompanying Xinyan was another person, Rong Yuanqi. Upon spotting Rong Yuanqi, Rong Yuanzhou immediately stood up like a cat seeing a mouse. Chi, I'm just inviting Yin to dinner to make amends. Please don't overthink it. Xinyan was momentarily stunned, glancing between Rong Yuanzhou and Rong Yuanqi, seemingly coming to a realization. She is your sister? Rong Yuanzhou countered, Professor Shun. The Shin teacher my sister often speaks of. That wouldn't be you, would it? Rong Yuanqi was also studying at a university, currently a senior, yet to graduate. Among the many students, only Rong Yuanqi had made a lasting impression on Xinyan, perhaps because her surname was Rong and she bore a slight resemblance to a Yin. Thus, they often interacted after class and occasionally dined together. Rong Yuanqi looked at her brother, her lips pressed tightly together, her expression grim. Yet she refrained from losing her temper as she had previously. With Shun Yin present, she felt compelled to maintain her composure. If she erupted in anger, what would Xinyan think of her? Brother, it's nothing to have a meal with friends. Just give me a heads up next time. I'm not as petty as you think. Hearing this, Rong Yuanzhou was deeply touched and embraced his sister, realizing she had finally matured. All right, I promise to let you know next time. Rong Yan set down her chopsticks. Observing the intimate sibling bond, she suddenly lost her appetite for the once appealing hot pot. Yin, come out for a moment. Shun Yan maintained a stern expression, disregarding Rong Yan's objections as he pulled her arm. leading her to a quiet corner. "Why didn't you come to the concert?" He had waited alone there until the concert ended, feeling an unprecedented loneliness amidst the rising and falling melodies. He had messaged her, but apart from work-related replies, she hardly responded. Never had Rong Yan felt so dejected. He began to wonder if he had truly erred 2 years ago, if he should not have said those things, if he should not have let her go. She had left so decisively, while he had lost his sense of self. Now, she was even dating someone else. "I warned you, my boyfriend would be upset." That night, she had explicitly rejected him, and it had been his obstinacy that led to this. Hearing the word boyfriend ignited the fury within him, and Rong Yan struggled to contain his anger. "I told you, do not mention him. You cannot date without my permission. Do you understand?" His voice raised. It quickly attracted Rong Yuanzhou's attention from a distance. Rong Yuanzhou approached, positioning himself protectively in front of Rong Yan, calmly addressing Rong Yan. "Professor Shun, please speak to her respectfully. Do not raise your voice." "Oh, so you're rushing to defend your girlfriend now?" Rong Yan sneered, grabbing Rong Yuanzhou by the collar, veins on his forehead bulging. "What gives you the right to stand in front of her?" Rong Yuanzhou coldly retorted. "And what gives you the right? Who are you to question me here? A Yan's teacher? A Yan's brother? Or something else?" As a doctor, Rong Yuanzhou had encountered numerous individuals, yet he had never fully grasped Rong Yan's character. Their limited interactions were one aspect. Rong Yan's profound thoughts were another. Rong Yan was momentarily stumped, unsure how to respond. "Regardless of your position, you cannot mistreat her. She is not a mere tool for your whims. She is a person with feelings. Do you understand?" Slowly, Rong Yan released his grip, feeling some regret. "I apologize. I lost my composure." Rong Yuanzhou calmly adjusted his collar, his expression indifferent. "It's fine. Just a minor issue." "Dr. Rong, are you so determined to care for a Yan for a lifetime?" Rong Yan finally posed the question he had been longing to ask. Was Rong Yuanzhou truly committed to a Yan, or was it merely a fleeting whim? Observing Rong Yuanzhou's demeanor and attire, it was evident that he hailed from a prominent family, one that valued social standing and lineage. Rong Yan doubted that Rong Yuanzhou could be accepted by his family, let alone gain their approval. Chapter 78, Because She Sleeps Beside Me. Rong Yuanzhou found Rong Yan's question peculiar. He had no familial ties to a Yan. Why would he be determined to care for her for a lifetime? However, from a friend's perspective, it was entirely reasonable to look after her and protect her for life. Caring for her for a lifetime, is that such a difficult task? Rong Yuanzhou retorted. Rong Yan clenched his fists, his face paling completely. He let out a bitter laugh, uttering no words, and turned towards the exit. Teacher Shun. Rong Yuanzhou gritted her teeth, first glancing at Rong Yuanzhou, then at Rong Yan, before rushing after Rong Yan. That woman, Rong Yan, was truly detestable. Not only did she seduce their father, but she also provoked teacher Shun to anger, even causing her brother, who usually favored her, to stand in her way. Speaking of a lifetime, no one could take her family away from her, and, certainly, no one could take her teacher Shun. Just wait, she would make her pay. "Yin, I'm worried about a Chi. I'll take my leave now, another day. He was anxious, but didn't he know what to say? It seemed he was always telling her to wait for another day. Rong Yan smiled faintly. "Go ahead, I can take a taxi back by myself." "Are you sure you can manage?" Rong Yuanzhou hesitated. "I'm pregnant, not disabled. I can certainly take a taxi. You should hurry and chase after your sister." "I'll be fine." Rong Yan was so sensible it was heart-wrenching. Finally, Rong Yuanzhou stopped hesitating and hurried after Rong Yuanzhou. Rong Yan watched his retreating figure, silently returning to the dining table to continue her hot pot. Just a moment ago, her brother had promised to care for her for a lifetime, and now he had gone after someone else. She chuckled and took a bite of her food. This hot pot was truly spicy. It nearly brought tears to her eyes. By the time Rong Yan returned home, it was already quite late. She opened her phone, finding no calls, only a message from Rong Yuanzhou. "Are you home?" Rong Yan replied. Rong Yuanzhou, sorry, I was mostly worried about Chi. She's young and impulsive, unlike you, who is so sensible. Rong Yan pondered over how to respond to that message. Being sensible was a sin. The crying child gets the candy. Her being so understanding meant she didn't require concern, and this line of thought seemed to hold no fault. Rong Yan smiled, tossing her phone onto the bedroom table before heading to wash up. Upon returning, she saw Rong Yuanzhou had sent another message. "Is Rong Yan really not your husband?" Rong Yan chuckled. I assent. That was good. The atmosphere between them was rather peculiar, and his questions were oddly strange. He still couldn't grasp the situation of the night. After a moment of silence, Rong Yuanzhou sent another message. Then, what about Chi Jingyuan? This question was originally meant to be asked face-to-face tonight. Rong Yuanqi's departure and Shen Yan's outburst had disrupted his plans. Rong Yan hesitated, unsure of how to answer. She didn't want to deceive her brother, but he was also part of this circle. If word got out, it could adversely affect Chi Jingyuan. If you want to tell him, it's fine. Chi Jingyuan, sitting nearby, glanced at her chat screen and gently added, "After all, I would want to offend my brother-in-law. Is that really all right?" Rong Yan was still somewhat hesitant. Being open about it wouldn't harm her. But her consideration always revolved around Chi Jingyuan. Chi Jingyuan smirked, took her phone, and pressed the voice call button. Rong Yan. Just as she was about to grab the phone back, the call connected. Yin, why did you call me? Are you feeling unwell? Chi Jingyuan spoke softly. No. Yes, perfectly fine. Thank you for your concern. Rong Yuanzhou was taken aback. He glanced at his phone, confirming he hadn't dialed the wrong number, and tentatively asked, Chi Jingyuan, how do you have a Yin-s phone? Chi Jingyuan replied, because she's sleeping next to me. Rong Yan. Had Chi Jingyuan gone mad? One explosive statement. How was she ever going to face anyone again? However, his following words were even more shocking. The scoundrel you previously denounced, the animal in the lower half, the irresponsible dog of a man, yes, that would be me. Rong Yuanzhou was utterly flabbergasted. What was he hearing? Chi Jingyuan and Rong Yan. They actually? Initially, he had only harbored some doubts. As one was his friend and the other someone he cared for, their secrecy displeased him, but he had never anticipated their relationship could be of this nature. It was beyond comprehension. You can't possibly mean to say that the person you've secretly married is a Yin, and the child in her belly is yours? Rong Yuanzhou could hardly believe it, still trying to grasp at straws. Chi Jingyuan's lips curled into a smirk. Yes, correct answer. Rong Yuanzhou. Truly, being struck by lightning wasn't this shocking. He was nearly speechless. What on earth had these two done? He was now a bit curious about how Mingzhu would react to this revelation. He was already reeling, and Shen Mingzhu would likely be even more astonished. Everything seemed to be growing more interesting. This matter must be kept confidential. Understood? Chi Jingyuan cautioned. Rong Yuanzhou promptly nodded. Understood. Do you not trust me? After years of interaction, Chi Jingyuan naturally understood his character. Keeping a secret was certainly not an issue, or else he wouldn't have felt so at ease revealing it. But why the sudden benevolence in telling me? You have been so tight-lipped before. A Yin doesn't wish to deceive you. Rong Yuanzhou nodded, feeling somewhat gratified that a Yin chose to tell him the truth, and Chi Jingyuan genuinely indulged her and agreed. Given your cooperation, I'll return that piece of land belonging to the Rong family. Chi Jingyuan appeared quite pleased. Rong Yuanzhou, don't flaunt your affection in front of me. What? Is having a wife so extraordinary that you dare to even stop my family's land? Chi Jingyuan raised an eyebrow. Of course, who told you to bully her? If you bully her again, I'll stop it again. Rong Yuanzhou. Chi Jingyuan, how have you become so unreasonable? Was this truly the same Chi Jingyuan he had known for decades? The one who was always calm, profound, and too lazy to engage in idle chatter? The other party declared sternly, it's what my wife taught me. Rong Yuanzhou. This darn dog food. It infuriates me, truly infuriates me. Am I to be suffocated by this dog food late at night? No, I can't listen any longer. This call must end immediately. The next second, the call was cut off. Chi Jingyuan glanced at the phone screen, involuntarily exclaiming, Wife. Seems like my brother-in-law's self-control, isn't very good. Rong Yan's ears turned crimson as she covered her burning face. Oh, stop it. I'm going to sleep. Chapter 79. Rong Yan sets a trap for Yang Jia. Wife and brother-in-law. He called it out so naturally. Rong Yuanzhou was right. It seemed Chi Jingyuan was becoming increasingly shameless. He appeared to have changed quite a bit. Or was it that beneath his aloof and noble exterior lay the true Chi Jingyuan? All right, time to sleep. Chi Jingyuan hurriedly put down his phone, turned off the lights, leaving only the small lamp at the foot of the bed, and turned to embrace her, drifting into slumber. Finally, Friday arrived. As he set out for the company in the morning, Chi Jingyuan asked, Is there anything you need my assistance with today? Rong Yan looked at the materials in her hand and shook her head. It seems the little one is still prepared to face the fire alone. Though he knows her capabilities and trusts her, he still worries she might suffer losses. The PK was set to take place in the 8th floor conference room. When Rong Yan entered, 2 out of the 3 judges had arrived, and Yang Jie was also present, seated between Wang Fei and Wu Wenyue. She was whispering something to Wang Fei, while Wu Wenyue, with shoes off, was playfully teasing Yang Jie's calf, causing her ears to flush red. Rong Yan. They were playing quite the game, even in front of their own husbands, not fearing being caught in the act. Soon, all participants arrived. In addition to the 3 judges, Yang Jie, Wu Tong, Rong Yan, Ran Xiaoyan, an HR representative was there to witness, along with 3 colleagues from various departments to observe. As it was a public PK, they were permitted to attend as spectators. Outside the conference room, Chi Jingyuan sat composedly in a partitioned area, separated by a layer of glass, allowing him to observe the proceedings within, while those inside remained oblivious to his presence. Originally, this conference room was reserved for use under special circumstances. He had given Gao Yuan a heads-up in advance, choosing this location. The process of the PK was quite straightforward, drawing lots, with the winner presenting first, followed by the 3 judges scoring based on the content of the presentation. On a scale of 10. However, it must be noted that the highest-ranking individual present was Wu Wenyue, whose opinions carried significant weight, making his vote particularly crucial. In the drawing, Yang Jie emerged victorious and took the stage. With a provocative glance at Rong Yan, she confidently began her presentation. Esteemed leaders, our new product possesses considerable competitive advantages. Based on current data, I will analyze several key aspects to provide insights for your decision-making in product development. Yang Jie spoke eloquently. On the other hand, Ran Xiaoyun's eyes widened in disbelief. This content, these conclusions, aren't they from your PPT? She thought, infuriated to witness such blatant plagiarism. Not only were the conclusions copied, but many data points, as well as the analytical logic and thought processes, had originated from Rong Yan's materials, merely rephrased by Yang Jie. This was a classic case of changing the form, but not the essence, allowing Yang Jie to maintain plausible deniability even if accused of copying. Ran Xiaoyun felt a surge of anger. While the workplace often operates on cunning and strategy, Yang Jie's indirect method of plagiarism seemed particularly unscrupulous. Rong Yan remained silent, listening intently and occasionally jotting down notes. Ran Xiaoyun was utterly astonished. She could not comprehend Rong Yan's calm demeanor. Her materials had been plagiarized, yet she maintained her composure. Truly, she was worthy of being the niece of the chairman, possessing remarkable restraint. Soon, Yang Jie concluded her presentation, and applause erupted around her. The content was undeniably impressive, covering all bases, and the judges appeared satisfied, diminishing Rong Yan's chances of comeback. Ultimately, Wang Fei awarded 9 points. Wu Wenyue also gave 9, while Gao Yuan gave only 5. Ran Xiaoyun silently applauded Gao Yuan's judgment, appreciating his integrity for scoring the plagiarist low. Yang Jie stepped down from the podium, feeling secure in her victory. With a total score of 23, it was slightly low, but more than sufficient to ensure Rong Yan's defeat. Today, she was determined to leave Rong Yan thoroughly humiliated, stripped of her position as assistant manager. Rong Yan stood up, clutching her laptop, and approached the podium. Good day, esteemed leaders. Today, I will present something novel. As she flipped through her presentation clicker, the projected slides transformed, displaying bold letters. Clients, please share your honest opinions. A competent product is determined by client feedback. What responses has Shengshi's new product elicited in the market? We have previously conducted a cursory analysis, but let us delve into the more profound data. Rong Yan continued to turn the pages. Below, the expressions of Yang Jie, Wu Wenyue, Gao Yuan, and Ran Xiaoyun shifted dramatically. Wait, this is not the report sent via email. The content, style, logic, and data were entirely different. There was not a single point of similarity. Rong Yan had prepared 2 versions of the report. If she had indeed prepared 2 versions, why did she send the earlier one out beforehand? What was her intention? Could it be that she deliberately leaked it to Wu Wenyue and Yang Jie? Ran Xiaoyun's eyes sparkled with realization. She instantly understood Rong Yan's strategy. She was playing them at their own game. Aware of the close relationship between Yang Jie and Wu Wenyue, Rong Yan cleverly exploited this connection to convey information she wanted them to know through this means. The foundational data and the earlier report she had sent out were mere decoys. In that moment, Ran Xiaoyun gazed at Rong Yan with admiration. Truly, She was the niece of President Chi. Her intelligence, composure, and cleverness were remarkable. Yang Jia, too, sensed something was amiss. The data mentioned in Rong Yan's materials encompassed two aspects: the market research data analyzed in this report and the foundational data previously sent via email. However, Yang Jia lacked the market research data, while the foundational data from the email bore no resemblance to the content presented in Rong Yan's current report. Moreover, Rong Yan's data was more comprehensive and included sources and corroborating evidence. This meant that Rong Yan's version was more authentic and accurate. Why was this the case? Gradually, Yang Jia began to piece things together, her expression darkening as her chest heaved with agitation. The two sets of data were entirely different, signifying that the data Rong Yan initially sent out was flawed. She had set a trap for Yang Jia. Yang Jia had aimed to take a shortcut, leveraging her relationship with Wu Wenyue to acquire Rong Yan's ready-made data, thus avoiding the groundwork and hoping to undermine Rong Yan. Yet, due to her lack of diligence, she had unwittingly walked into a trap. In contrast, Rong Yan's data had been painstakingly obtained through her own efforts, as she had spent considerable time verifying, simulating, and gathering genuine requests from the field. She had traversed each step with meticulous care, unwavering and resolute. Yang Jia's face turned pale, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Clearly, she was flustered. How had Rong Yan foreseen a trap concerning the data and report? Did she know about the connection between Yang Jia and Wu Wenyue? Chapter 80. Premarital Pregnancy? No, she had also shared the materials with Wang Fei. Wang Fei was her husband, and although few in the company knew of this relationship, perhaps she was aware of it, prompting her to set the trap. Yang Jia was filled with uncertainty. Wu Wenyue scrutinized Rong Yan's report, observing the unfamiliar yet incisive data, his brow furrowing in realization. He too had been deceived. If he scored Rong Yan too low, ensuring her humiliation today, would she retaliate by exposing his relationship with Yang Jia? If that were to happen, it would become problematic. In such a case, he could only shift the blame onto Yang Jia, claiming it was she who had seduced him. Outside the conference room, Chi Jingyuan observed the girl on stage, a mixture of darkness and pride in his expression. She had indeed not disappointed him, delivering what could be deemed a flawless report, providing the most authentic market data and addressing the new product's weakest links. Her confident, composed demeanor on stage radiated brilliance. A glimmer sparkled in Chi Jingyuan's eyes, as something within him surged, eager to emerge. Before long, Rong Yan concluded her presentation, and enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. She gradually closed her laptop, smiling as she declared, "As this PK pertains to the careers of two individuals, I recorded the session in advance for contingencies. Now, I kindly ask the judges to provide their scores." Gao Yuan chuckled. The young lady was indeed cunning. The original materials she had leaked contained numerous flaws that Yang Jia had carelessly utilized without verification. This was the most significant loophole in Yang Jia's report. By recording the session, should the judges show any bias, this recording would serve as evidence, ready to strike back at them. What a remarkable asset to the workplace. He had initially thought she would lose, yet she had cleverly laid a trap, employing a steady and composed strategy. Truly, she was worthy of being President Chi's niece. Upon hearing this, Yang Jia and Wu Wenyue's expression soured. Wang Fei, unaware of the underlying circumstances, had intended to show favoritism towards his wife. However, Rong Yan's report was sharp and authentic. If these conclusions were applied to the development process, they would undoubtedly benefit the new product project significantly. The value of this report far surpassed Yang Jia's. After a moment of silence, Wang Fei ultimately awarded it 9 points. Gao Yuan hesitated not at all, giving it a perfect 10, with the remaining point reflecting his enjoyment of the spectacle. Wu Wenyue maintained a serious demeanor. After a moment, he raised his gaze and smiled. "Very good, excellent work. I did not anticipate that Manager Gao would have such talent under his wing. However, the data presented here differs significantly from what I previously received. I wish to understand the reason behind this discrepancy." Rong Yan replied calmly, "Mr. Wu, the data you possess is incorrect." "And how do you know it is incorrect?" Rong Yan did not engage. "You should inquire with your sources. After all, it was their first-hand information." Wu Wenyue leaned back slightly, saying, "Very well, after the meeting, I would like to invite Miss Rong to my office for a discussion. We shall have a thorough conversation about the data." His gaze held an ambiguous glint. This woman was indeed more intriguing than Yang Jie. Ultimately, he scored her a 9, leaving Yang Jie utterly defeated. In the audience, Ran Xiaoyan was beaming with delight, while Yang Jie sat pale and silent. The reduction in salary was trivial compared to the loss of face. What was more regrettable was her failure to bring Rong Yan down. The PK she had initiated ended in a series of humiliating defeats, jeopardizing her future standing. Rong Yan, you are truly despicable, Yang Jie seethed. You intentionally released erroneous data to ensnare me. Her expression was one of fury, her demeanor icy. Rong Yan observed her quietly. Yang Jie, do you understand what is most crucial in our position? Is the data. Data speaks. It reveals the answers you seek. And this is the essence of our profession. If you refuse to invest effort into understanding the data and merely replicate mine, you will ultimately be defeated by it. Yang Jie stiffenet, refusing to chonjide. After a moment, she sneered sharply. Rong Yan, what qualifications do you have to preach morals to me? Are you truly a virtuous person? Rong Yan found this amusing. What do you mean? Yang Jie gazed at her, a glimmer of satisfaction in her eyes. You, a young unmarried woman, are pregnant. How can you prove you are capable of handling the responsibilities of an assistant manager? Yang Jie harbored doubts. That day during overtime, she had visited Rong Yan's workstation and seen the medications in her drawer: folic acid, iron supplements, calcium acetate, all items typically consumed during pregnancy, which she recognized immediately due to her own experiences. She had suspected Rong Yan might be expecting. Now, she uttered these words merely to bait her. The remaining audience members were clearly stunned. Rong Yan looked quite young, yet she was unexpectedly pregnant. This revelation was quite explosive. Rong Yan's expression hardened. She looked at Yang Jie with calmness. Whether I am pregnant or not has no bearing on my ability to perform my job. At over 4 months along, her belly was beginning to show, making denial or admission unnecessary. Her demeanor, it seemed genuine. It likely was. Yang Jie seized upon this like a lifeline. Her excitement palpable. You are a woman. Your energy is finite. Being pregnant further limits your capacity. The demands of the assistant manager role are so high. Do you really think you can manage work while having a child? Yang Jie's expression was filled with derision, momentarily forgetting she too was a woman. When did merit become defined by gender? At the entrance of the conference room, another voice interjected, Chi Jingyuan. Unbeknownst to them, he stood at the door, arms crossed, his expression grave. The room fell silent as everyone turned to face him. Yang Jie ceased her mockery, standing to greet him properly. Good afternoon, Mr. Chi. Chi Jingyuan surveyed the room, his presence commanding. Is it so difficult to comprehend such a simple principle? Perform your duties well, and you shall be rewarded with promotions and raises? Women endure the pains of childbirth. They contribute more in the workplace than men, making greater sacrifices. Why then should they be deemed unworthy of management positions or advancement? The room was enveloped in silence. Wu Wenyue interjected, Mr. Chi is correct. We should not foster gender conflict. Regardless of gender, those who create value for the company are worthy employees. If she continues to work while pregnant, as a leader, I would admire her perseverance and resolve rather than mock her sacrifices. Chi Jingyuan turned his gaze to Yang Jie. Do you understand now? Yang Jie nodded repeatedly, her voice trembling. Yes, I understand. Your lesson is well taken. Mr. Chi Chapter 81. Mr. Chi and his wives Chi Jingyuan fell silent, casting a sidelong glance at Rong Yan, who stood quietly, composed and calm, a stark contrast to the confident and radiant persona she had just displayed on stage. Regardless, he found her presence pleasing. Today he had fortuitously overheard the entire PK. This employee named Rong Yan presented arguments that were incisive and highly practical, significantly beneficial for the development of new products. The product department should engage with her more frequently. If necessary, they could collaborate on new product development. Wang Fei quickly assented. Understood. Mr. Chi Jingyuan then turned to leave. Meanwhile, Wu Wenyue felt a pang of concern. What did it mean to collaborate on new product development? Was Mr. Chi considering transferring Rong Yan to the product department to work alongside Wang Fei? Hadn't she just received a promotion? Such a swift reassignment seemed unusual. Wu Wenyue pondered, his gaze on Rong Yan growing increasingly inquisitive. Rong Yan watched Chi Jingyuan's retreating figure. At this moment, he radiated an imposing aura, his charisma overwhelming. In a challenging environment for professional women, Often subjected to gender discrimination, Chi Jingyuan's words resonated with genuine empathy for their struggles. He was a businessman and a visionary entrepreneur. Rong Yan felt fortunate to be at Shangshi, where every individual was respected equally. Upon returning to her workstation, Ran Xiaoyan, noticing the absence of others, hurried over to Rong Yan, her eyes bright with curiosity. "So, are you really?" She gestured toward Rong Yan's belly. Rong Yan sighed. "Could we keep this discreet? I prefer not to inform others just yet." At least until her pregnancy became more apparent. She wished to work quietly, free from the burden of gossip. "Wow, you really are!" Ran Xiaoyan exclaimed, utterly shocked. She had never anticipated the truth of Rong Yan's pregnancy, having thought Yang Jia was merely spreading rumors. Given the latter's frequent overtime, she hardly resembled a typical pregnant woman. Rong Yan glanced toward the door and made a shushing gesture. Ran Xiaoyan quickly covered her mouth, nodding vigorously. "I promise I won't say a word. But with others around today, it's hard to ensure the news won't leak." Rong Yan understood. "Let us just let things unfold naturally. Are you really unmarried, or?" Ran Xiaoyan couldn't resist her curiosity. Rong Yan replied, "I'm married." "Rong Yan is married." Ran Xiaoyan was taken aback. She could understand why she kept her pregnancy a secret, but to hide her marriage so thoroughly was remarkably discreet. "But if you're married, why aren't you living with your husband? Why are you staying at Mr. Chi's place? Doesn't he mind?" Rong Yan hesitated, realizing that one lie demanded another to cover it. She had to concoct yet another excuse. He accepted an overseas assignment in Africa and won't return until next year. Her eyes darted away, unable to meet Ran Xiaoyan's gaze. "Ah, I see. By the way, you're truly impressive," Ran Xiaoyan praised, giving her a thumbs up. "Pregnant and still managing to land a Seth project while winning the PK. You're so composed at such a young age. You have a bright future ahead." In the afternoon, the Human Resources Department issued a notice regarding the PK results. It stated, Yang Jia voluntarily initiated a PK, but ultimately lost to Rong Yan and accepted the penalty of a salary reduction. Concurrently, a new policy on enhancing benefits for women during pregnancy was released, offering even more comprehensive support than before. Many employees remarked on Mr. Chi's visionary leadership, wondering why so many aspired to marry him. Forget it. He's already married. None of us have a chance. In the break room, several employees gathered to discuss the matter, expressing their astonishment. "Mr. Chi, I can only imagine what kind of woman managed to win his heart." "What kind of woman indeed? With his status, it's likely a business marriage. I heard the wife is rather plain-looking and a bit older than him," chimed in Fong Huan from the product department. Rong Yan, sipping water, nearly choked. "Are you all right?" She choked, her face flushing crimson. And Fong Huan hurriedly helped her pat her back. I'm Fina. Listening to you speak of Mrs. Chi, I found it rather surprising." Rong Yan wiped the moisture from the corner of her mouth, feeling guilty as she averted her gaze to the ceiling. "You're relatively new to the company, so it's understandable you wouldn't know." Fong Huan glanced at Rong Yan's ID badge, which clearly displayed her start date. After all, with Mr. Chi and Sister Mingzhu's years of affection, how could he suddenly marry someone else? It must surely be a business alliance. Rong Yan nodded earnestly. That does seem plausible. However, during our vacation at Yunqi Valley, didn't Mr. Chi deny any claims of business marriage? Fong Huan looked at her incredulously. "You believe him just like that?" "I've heard from other colleagues about what happened at Yunqi Valley. We speculated that Mr. Chi likely fabricated that excuse to provoke Sister Mingzhu, including the news of a pregnancy. It should all be untrue." Rong Yan was taken aback. "Really? Think about it. Mr. Chi is such a low-key person. How could he possibly reveal the truth in front of employees? He must be at odds with Sister Mingzhu and trying to provoke her." Rong Yan, momentarily bewildered, subconsciously nodded. "That makes sense." Observing Rong Yan's naive demeanor, Fong Huan felt a sudden fondness for her and pulled out her phone. "Hey, would you like to join our group? We've created a chat for sharing first-hand information about Mr. Chi." Rong Yan was astonished. There's a group for that? Shocked. She quietly took out her phone and added Fong Huan on WeChat. The latter promptly added her to the group, aptly named Mr. Chi and his wives. Rong Yan stared at the group name, then counted the members, 68, making her the 69th. Mr. Chi certainly has a multitude of wives. Upon returning to her workstation, Rong Yan noticed a message from Lin Xiao. Instead of inquiring about the recent PK event or congratulating her on the victory, she was merely gossiping. "I heard from our colleagues that you're pregnant. Is it true? It was likely a colleague from HR who had informed Lin Xiaoxiao after the morning PK event. Rong Yan sighed. It was indeed exceedingly difficult to keep secrets in the workplace. Her fingers hovered over the keyboard, unsure what to type, feeling a wave of anxiety. Lin Xiaoxiao continued. Last time you mentioned your relationship with him was unstable, and now you're pregnant so soon. Was it unplanned? Why didn't you take precautions? Rong Yan replied, well, it truly was unexpected. Lin Xiaoxiao pressed on. So, have you registered your marriage? Rong Yan answered, yes, but... Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, oh my, you got married quietly and are already pregnant. I need a moment to digest this. It's quite hard to accept. Chapter 82. Am I beautiful? After work, Lin Xiaoxiao invited Rong Yan to dinner, claiming it was a treat for the pregnant woman and to buy her some maternity supplies. Lin Xiaoxiao refrained from probing deeper about the child's father, appearing genuinely pleased and respectfully accepting Rong Yan's decision, even announcing the news in their university dormitory group. The long, quiet group suddenly buzzed with excitement. Wow, Ayan is married. I can't believe it. Jiang Shulan exclaimed. Not only is she married, but she's also pregnant. I thought she was solely focused on making money. I never expected her to marry so soon, said Yuya, the group leader. But congratulations. Only when Qing had not responded. She was abroad and likely hadn't seen the news yet. However, Rong Yan had informed her in advance, so it didn't matter whether she replied. We must celebrate with a feast. I want a grand meal. Everyone chimed in with their congratulatory messages, and Rong Yan, unable to refuse, agreed to a dinner date in the near future. After shopping and dining with Lin Xiaoxiao, Rong Yan returned to Jingyuan. After a week of work, she finally had time to rest. She first watered the daisies before sitting on the terrace to sketch on her computer. The tiger, with a serious demeanor, stood firmly before the rabbit. If she is still pulling radishes while carrying a baby, I would admire her perseverance and strength rather than ridicule her sacrifices and contributions. Wow, the tiger is truly warm. This statement encapsulates the hardships of working women. The tiger is so manly. His charm is overwhelming. Another day, lost in admiration of the tiger. I want to marry the tiger right now. I'm utterly enchanted. As Rong Yan gazed at her drawing, a smile crept across her face. In the morning, Rong Yan was awakened by the heat. She opened her eyes to find the man enveloping her in his embrace and was momentarily taken aback. Chi Jingyuan was also here. Previously, he would leave before she awoke, but lately, his presence upon her waking had noticeably increased. Rong Yan gazed at his face, unable to suppress her admiration. Up close, his features were strikingly handsome, breathtakingly so. Unable to resist, she reached out and pinched the tip of his nose. His warm hand captured hers, bringing it to his lips and kissing her fingertips lightly. Why are you awake? Rong Yan blushed. I need to use the restroom. It seemed she was becoming aware of her body's changes. Before the inevitable arrived, she needed to escape. Chi Jingyuan released her hand, allowing her to get out of bed. Rong Yan hurriedly left. Lunch was sumptuous, but Rong Yan had little appetite and barely touched her food. After the meal, Chi Jingyuan went upstairs while Rong Yan settled on the couch to watch a variety show. Half an hour later, Chi Jingyuan descended, impeccably dressed, exuding an air of elegance and charm, appearing more approachable than usual. Rong Yan turned off her phone and asked him, "Are you heading out?" Chi Jingyuan raised an eyebrow at her. "What? You're not coming?" Seeing the confusion on Rong Yan's face, he smirked and playfully pinched her cheek. "Have you forgotten what I told you?" "Oh, right. Today, they were visiting the Chi family." How could she have forgotten? It was all Chi Jingyuan's fault. Such an important matter should have been mentioned at a more appropriate time, rather than when she was busy. Her mind had been preoccupied with sleep then. Rong Yan quickly rushed upstairs to change. She was uncertain of what Lady Lu preferred in a daughter-in-law. Nevertheless, it hardly mattered. After all, her stay in the Chi family would be brief. This visit was merely to fulfill an obligation. So long as she didn't embarrass Chi Jingyuan, all would be well. Once they divorced, Chi Jingyuan would surely reconcile with Shun Mingzhu and marry someone he truly loved, forming a family that would embody lasting happiness. With that thought, as she changed her clothes, her hands suddenly froze. Rong Yan looked at her reflection in the mirror. Her eyes were dim, her expression vacant, her lips slightly pursed. She realized she was not as elated as she had anticipated. A dull ache settled in her chest. Why did the thought of Chi Jingyuan marrying someone else cause such discomfort? Chi Jingyuan's voice interrupted her train of thought. Lady Lu dislikes black. Leaning against the doorframe, He noticed Rong Yan holding a black dress, seemingly lost in thought, and felt compelled to remind her. Oh! Rong Yan pushed aside those strange emotions and grabbed a Chong Sam instead. The Chong Sam was a soft lavender adorned with white accents, exuding grace and elegance. Rong Yan's figure was splendid, the Chong Sam accentuating her waist perfectly, creating an alluring silhouette. However, her belly had begun to curve, no longer flat as before. Chi Jingyuan squinted, assessing her intently. Rong Yan felt uncomfortable under his gaze and cautiously asked, "Is it beautiful?" Chi Jingyuan remained silent. He stood up, retrieved a white shawl from the wardrobe, and draped it over her shoulders. "This makes it even more beautiful." Those words sounded like sweet nothings, igniting warmth in Rong Yan's ears. She styled her hair up and applied a light touch of makeup. Her complexion was flawless, a rosy hue enhancing her glow, and the subtle makeup made her appear even more radiant, as if her fox-like eyes held a universe of stars. "Is this beautiful?" she asked, slightly raising her chin, her cheeks flushed as she queried the man. Chi Jingyuan gazed at her, a myriad of unexplainable emotions flickering in his eyes, his heart in tumult. "Practice is the only standard for testing truth. I believe it is necessary to validate this through action." "How to validate?" Chi Jingyuan stepped forward and kissed her. After changing clothes and applying makeup again, 2 hours had already passed. Rong Yan pouted, somewhat dissatisfied. She should have asked him earlier. Now her clothes were unwearable, her makeup ruined, while he seemed quite satisfied, and she had to start anew. Chi Jingyuan couldn't help but chuckle. He reached out and embraced her from behind. "Mrs. Chi, don't wear that displeased expression. It only reignites my fighting spirit." Rong Yan's cheeks flushed. "How shameless. I possess even greater shamelessness. Would you care to know?" He began to entice her. Rong Yan hurriedly pushed him away, a hint of urgency in her voice. "Stop it. It's already quite late. If we don't leave now, we'll be late, and I absolutely loathe tardiness." Only then did Chi Jingyuan withdraw his hand, unable to suppress his thoughts. Once the child is born, and she has regained her health, he would certainly engage in a fierce battle for several days and nights to make up for the lost time. Half an hour later, the car slowly exited the Ting Garden. Rong Yan began to feel anxious. She rubbed her small hands together, rehearsing in her mind the words and actions she would need to employ upon their meeting, along with various etiquette details. Suddenly, she pondered something and asked Chi Jingyuan, "Why do you refer to your mother as Mrs. Liu instead of mother, mama, or Mrs. Chi?" This was her own stipulation. Rong Yan felt somewhat bewildered. Shouldn't a mother desire her child to be close to her? Calling her mother or mama would surely be best. Why would she insist on such a title? "She despises my father." Despises? Why? Chi Jingyuan gazed out the window, a cold smirk gracing his lips, his expression tinged with irony. "My father abandoned his wife and children for the sake of his so-called first love, sacrificing honor and wealth, severing all ties with the Chi family. He loathed his father, hence his mother refused to identify as Mrs. Chi. She resented his father. Thus she also held distaste for him, and disliked being addressed as mother." Upon the mention of his parents, Chi Jingyuan's aura noticeably shifted. It became suppressed, heavy, and fraught with unresolved grievances. Rong Yan silently withdrew her gaze. She anticipated that someone as proud and noble as Chi Jingyuan could harbor such unhappiness. Abandoned by his father and shunned by his mother, 2 of his closest kin had forsaken him. His childhood seemed even more tragic than hers. "Is the Chi family now under your grandfather's dominion?" Rong Yan, wishing to avert his sorrow, hastily changed the subject. Chi Onghua, the elder of the Chi family, was the one who held absolute authority, even in retirement, wielding the lifeblood of the Chi family, a wise, astute, and decisive old man. This was information Rong Yan had gathered online. In a certain sense, yes. The answer was vague, leaving Rong Yan perplexed. Why in a certain sense? Chi Jingyuan smiled, lightly curling a strand of her hair with his fingers, the warmth of his breath brushing against her ear. "Because, to a certain extent, the Chi family is also under my command. Since Chi Jingyuan took charge, the Chi family's enterprises had gradually diminished the elder's influence in certain domains. It was essentially a one-man rule for Chi Jingyuan. For instance, Shangshi, neither old Master Chi nor anyone else from the Chi family could interfere with this company." The car stopped at a secluded, old residence. Rong Yan followed Chi Jingyuan out. The old house was a traditional Chinese courtyard, entering which revealed a meticulously designed garden, harmoniously blending mountains and waters. Passing through the garden, they arrived at the reception hall. Many people filled the hall, young and old, with a few children running and playing, while the adults gathered together to converse. In the center of the hall sat a gray-haired elder, spectacles perched on his nose, leaning on a cane, gazing fondly at the children in the distance, a warm smile gracing his face. As Chi Jingyuan and Rong Yan entered, the living room fell silent. Chi Jingyuan, who had been holding her hand, released it upon reaching the hall and respectfully introduced her to the elder. "Grandfather, this is Rong Yan." Rong Yan followed suit, greeting, "Hello, grandfather. Welcome. Was there traffic on the way?" Qiang inquired kindly. "No traffic. I heard you're still working?" Rong Yan nodded. "I work at Shangshi, engaged in management." The old man turned his gaze to Chi Jingyuan, a hint of reproach in his eyes. "Look at you. Do you really need that salary? Your wife is pregnant, yet you still let her work? What are you thinking?" Chi Jingyuan replied nonchalantly. "Rong Yan enjoys working and possesses talent in this area. I respect her choices." "You're being unreasonable." Chi Onghua feigned anger, then glanced at someone beside him. That person immediately understood and approached Rong Yan with a tray. On the tray lay some gold jewelry and a large, bulging red envelope. "Since this is your first visit, you've worked hard. This is a small token from the Chi family. Please do not refuse." Rong Yan hesitated, unsure whether to accept. She looked to Chi Jingyuan, who nodded twice in encouragement, prompting her to take the tray, express her gratitude, and sit beside him. "I heard you only have your grandmother at home?" Qiang's gaze was sharp, yet his tone remained kind. Rong Yan nodded. "Yes. It's not easy to support a family at such a young age. Have you never considered reconciling with your father?" The Rong family, after all, could be considered a prestigious family, though not on par with the Chi family. Rong Yan felt a twinge of discomfort. While she understood that families like the Kai's would inevitably investigate her background, having it brought up in front of so many people still embarrassed her. She clenched her hands, momentarily at a loss for words. There was nothing wrong with her situation. She didn't need to reconcile with them. Chi Jingyuan stepped in front of her. Qiang's eyes flickered, seemingly surprised. After a moment, he waved his hand. "Go now and greet your elders in the Chi family." Chi Jingyuan guided Rong Yan to meet other relatives. "This is your aunt. That's your uncle, and that's the daughter of your third uncle." Rong Yan followed Chi Jingyuan's lead, greeting, "Hello, aunt. Hello, uncle. Hello, sister." The others were very amiable, smiling and greeting Rong Yan, while several elders also offered their tokens of greeting. After a round of introductions, it could be considered a formal meeting. Rong Yan felt somewhat bashful. This seemed different from what she had envisioned. Given her background, she had expected to be subjected to challenges akin to those depicted in dramas. Yet aside from the elders' slightly awkward question, everything else was harmonious. Indeed, true aristocracy exhibits remarkable grace. After the rounds, Rong Yan found herself nearly overwhelmed with gifts, which she carefully handed over to Su Chong, then distributed the red envelopes she had prepared in advance to a few children. Once the greetings concluded, Chi Jingyuan led her to the back courtyard. "Are we going to meet someone else?" "Yes, Mrs. Liu." Just as she was beginning to feel at ease, her heart tightened again. The ugly daughter-in-law was finally going to meet her mother-in-law. She hoped everything would proceed as smoothly as it had before. Lu Wenlan sat in the courtyard, engaged in a card game with several wealthy ladies. Her attire was casual, typical of women, yet she exuded an indescribable elegance. Her smile bore resemblance to Chi Jingyuan's, nonchalant, with a hint of mockery. Upon receiving the announcement, Lu Wenlan pushed her cards away. "I win." Turning, she glanced at Chi Jingyuan, her gaze then settling on Rong Yan. A smile appeared on her face as she took Rong Yan's hand, gently patting it, casually sliding a jade bracelet into her palm. "It's been a few months." Rong Yan quickly understood what she was inquiring about and felt her cheeks flush. "It's been over 4 months. I heard it's twins?" Rong Yan nodded. "What good fortune." Lu Wenlan released her hand, handing a red envelope to Rong Yan, but her gaze returned to the card table. "This is a welcome gift for the children. Chi Jingyuan does not respect me as their mother, keeping such a significant event a secret from me. I cannot disregard etiquette." Rong Yan felt somewhat awkward, turning to look at Chi Jingyuan. Chi Jingyuan let out a light scoff, his gaze slightly cold. "Isn't this what Madame Lu delights in? Hoping for my early marriage. What is there to be angry about?" Lu Wenlan also chuckled coldly. "Indeed, She wished for him to marry soon, but not to just anyone. She desired a noble lady of distinguished lineage and character, not some illegitimate child from a backwater. However, with a child already conceived and the certificate obtained, what purpose did such sentiments serve? In this family, she had always held little standing. Her father was of a certain ilk, and her son was not particularly close to her. What more could she say? Enough. Don't disturb me while I play cards. Go on, take care of your wife well. Make sure she has what she needs. And don't adopt that pitiful demeanor that neglects the child in her womb. Rong Yan said, Then we shall take our leave. Thank you, mother. As she turned, she noticed Chi Jingyuan stepping ahead, and she hurried to follow him out of the garden. Once outside, Rong Yan let out a long breath. Meeting her mother-in-law was indeed far more stressful than encountering others from the Chi family. Does the Chi family know about my pregnancy? She asked Chi Jingyuan. Of course, there is nothing to conceal. Then what about our arrangement? That is our matter. They need not know. Rong Yan nodded. Sensing the emotions of the person beside her, Chi Jingyuan paused and turned to look at her. What is it? Do you have something to ask? Rong Yan was uncertain of her own feelings and could only tentatively inquire. Is it that your mother does not particularly like me? Why do you say that? I just have this feeling. Although Madame Lu was reprimanding her son, she smiled at Rong Yan, yet her demeanor was evidently indifferent. She seemed to harbor little emotion towards her daughter-in-law, even to the point of neglect. Chi Jingyuan was her only child. It should not be such a response when he brought a partner home. The calmness was too serene, too composed, as if she were an outsider. Chi Jingyuan was momentarily at a loss for words. She was astute enough to perceive this so easily, and he had not even crafted an explanation. It was expected that Lu Enlan would not favor her, as she was not the daughter-in-law she desired. To her, the granddaughters of the He and Su families far surpassed Rong Yan in worth. Naturally, she wished for them to take the role of daughter-in-law. Yet, Rong Yan possessed an advantage she could not dismiss. She was pregnant with twins. As long as the children were born safely, according to the old man's rules, the Chi family shares would undoubtedly lean towards the two children, thus ensuring her interests as a grandmother. Therefore, even if she disapproved of Rong Yan, she would not reject this marriage. However, a better attitude was beyond her reach. These matters were too intricate for Chi Jingyuan to elucidate at that moment. He softened his gaze and expressed it differently. It is not directed at you. If I were to marry someone else, she would exhibit the same attitude. But you are her only child. Even if she despises your father, she should not harbor such aversion towards you. Chi Jingyuan scolded, a sense of injustice brewing within. Should the only child be loved? Rong Yan fell silent as she looked into Chi Jingyuan's eyes, which held coldness, frostiness, and derision, but lacked any affection or dependence towards his mother. He truly had never received maternal love. A sudden pang of sympathy struck Rong Yan. Chi Jingyuan led her to a room. The decor, layout, and arrangement were somewhat reminiscent of the Tingyuan, and Rong Yan immediately realized, her eyes brightening. Is this your room? Indeed. The room was smaller than the Tingyuan, and the furnishings bore a hint of age. There was a small study within, suggesting Chi Jingyuan had a fondness for such a configuration. The study was filled with books, and a painting hung on the wall. The painting depicted Chi Jingyuan, albeit with a somewhat clumsy technique. The execution was not particularly skilled, and many areas were poorly handled, making it somewhat unrecognizable. The signature was hastily written and unreadable. However, it seemed to be the work of the same hand as the painting in Chi Jingyuan's office, for the handwriting matched perfectly. Rong Yan took a sip of water and casually asked, Is there anything special about this painting? Chi Jingyuan averted his gaze. Nothing. I like oil paintings. It's just something I hung up. You like oil painting. I can paint too. Perhaps when I have time, I shall create one to repay your kindness. Rong Yan turned and approached the bookshelf. The books, mostly on business, physics, chemistry, and history philosophy, revealed that Chi Jingyuan was indeed well-read and an academic achiever. A picture frame fell from the shelf, gathering some dust. Rong Yan picked it up and placed it back. In the photo, she recognized Zhou Xiao, Gu Xiao, Lawyer Zhua, and two girls. One was Shun Mingzhu, while the other was unfamiliar, yet she stood beside Chi Jingyuan, laughing joyfully, her eyes crescent-shaped. Was this taken long ago? It was a while back, just something randomly placed. Chi Jingyuan explained, a hint of unease in his expression. Rong Yan remained silent, simply offering a faint smile. She had no desire to delve into the secrets of the photo and excused herself to explore other areas, leaving the study. Soon after, someone called them for dinner. The dining hall was set with 2 or 3 tables, and Chi Jingyuan guided Rong Yan to the main table, where he sat beside Madame Lu. Throughout the meal, others engaged in conversation, lightening the atmosphere, and the topics were not trivial. "You will stay here tonight. Your grandfather wishes to speak with you," Madame Lu said, casually serving a bowl of steamed egg custard before Chi Jingyuan. His expression dimmed, and he did not touch it. Rong Yan glanced at the custard, her eyes flickering. Madame Lu. She was unaware that Chi Jingyuan did not eat eggs. Amidst such a variety of dishes, she had singled out the one he never consumed. The esteemed Mr. Chi was truly a bit pitiable. At that moment, the pickled fish came around to Rong Yan. Silently, she served several pieces of fish to Chi Jingyuan's plate. His eyes flickered slightly. He gazed at the egg and fish before him and suddenly smiled. His mother, who had been his closest kin for 30 years, did not know he disliked eggs, while Rong Yan, who had known him for mere months, recognized his fondness for fish. Human emotions are indeed both cruel and touching. After dinner, Rong Yan was drawn into a card game by several aunts, while Chi Jingyuan was called away by old Master Chi, who wished to discuss matters. Before leaving, he gave Rong Yan a mysterious look, seemingly concerned. "I might be gone for a while. If you grow tired, feel free to rest in my room." Rong Yan nodded. Chi Jingyuan entered old Master Chi's study. The old man, wearing glasses and holding a book, spoke nonchalantly upon hearing the commotion. "You and that young lady are truly just marrying due to the child?" Chi Jingyuan's expression shifted slightly. "Of course, grandfather." Chapter 85. "You do not need it, I do." The old man snorted lightly. "It is best to be so." He set down the book and raised a sharp gaze. "You are trained by me. You should know my temperament. If you choose to follow your father's path and abandon the Chi family for a woman, I need not explain the consequences. Such a disgrace to the family name could only occur once." Chi Jingyuan was his cultivated successor, having undergone rigorous training since childhood, and was his greatest pride. He had not disappointed. During his years in power, the Chi family flourished, with its enterprises and assets multiplying exponentially. Therefore, he absolutely could not, under any circumstances, follow in his father's footsteps. Chi Jingyuan remained silent. Throughout his life, his father had been the antithesis of what he should be, a failure, too emotional. Hence, he was required to be calm, decisive, and rational. He held the lifeblood of the Chi family in his hands and could not sacrifice even the slightest interest of the family for personal gain. Yet he believed that protecting the Chi family and safeguarding Rong Yan were not mutually exclusive. He could build a prosperous commercial empire for the Chi family while also protecting Rong Yan. She was not a pawn to be sacrificed. "You handled this marriage too hastily. According to tradition, you should spend the night alone to reflect on it." Old Master Chi waved his hand. Chi Jingyuan clenched his fists. He acknowledged with a yes and turned to leave. The bodyguard escorted him to the familiar room and confiscated his phone. The room was enveloped in darkness, its walls looming ominously around him. Throughout his childhood, whenever he disobeyed orders or acted out, he would be cast into this dark chamber, left to fend for himself. This was euphemistically termed as training or punishment. On one occasion, he fainted from hunger. On another, a high fever raged for 3 days before he was discovered. There was also a time when a storm raged outside, and his mother burst in frantically. He had thought she was there to rescue him from this hellish place. But instead, she gripped his throat, declaring she would take him to the underworld, ensuring that his father would feel guilt for abandoning them for a lifetime. A bitter smile tugged at Chi Jingyuan's lips, laced with irony. Those trials that could not break him had instead fortified him. Though he still feared the oppressive darkness, he understood it was merely a fleeting shadow. Even if no one came to lead him out, he could find his own way. As the door slammed shut, the darkness enveloped him once more. An instinctive tension and fear coursed through him, causing cold sweat to bead on his brow, while echoes of cries and shouts reverberated around him, gradually consuming his sanity. Clenching his fists, he stood there, feeling the warmth drain from his body inch by inch. After 3 hours of playing cards, Rong Yan began to feel fatigued. After bidding farewell to her aunt and sisters-in-law, she sought permission from Lu Wenlan and followed Su Cheng toward Chi Jingyuan's room. Perhaps due to the unfamiliar bed and the absence of a large bear, she found herself unable to sleep despite having washed up and laid down. Rising from the bed, she picked up an album from the shelf and began to flip through it casually. The album contained photographs of Chi Jingyuan from childhood to present, starting with a family of 3, then a family of 2, and, finally, just him alone. He was undeniably handsome, yet rarely smiled. The only image of him grinning was a family portrait from his early years. It dawned on her that his childhood was fraught with unhappiness. He was not an illegitimate child, nor was he subjected to ridicule from his peers. By all accounts, he ought to have had a better life than hers. Yet he did not. Love was conspicuously absent from his existence. The Chi family, though affluent, was steeped in rules and distance, elements that offered him no joy. A soft sigh escaped Rong Yan's lips, a wave of sorrow washing over her heart. It was now 2 a.m., and Chi Jingyuan had yet to return. Just then, she heard Su Cheng speaking on the phone outside. Instinctively, she listened in, her complexion paling as she turned and flung open the door. "Madam, you're still awake?" Su Cheng exclaimed, surprised, as he hurriedly ended the call. "You just mentioned something about Chi Jingyuan. What happened to him?" Su Cheng stammered, unsure whether to disclose the truth. Unable to resist the weight of her gaze, he finally sighed. "The sir has been punished by the old master and is currently confined in the dark room." The dark room? Were they unaware of Chi Jingyuan's fear of darkness? What might happen to someone terrified of the dark? Locked away in such an environment for an entire night? Rong Yan's expression hardened as she stepped forward, and Su Cheng hastily followed. "Madam, it's too late for you to go there. You're pregnant." After winding through several corridors, Su Cheng brought her to a door that stood unguarded. A key was inserted in the lock, and turning it would grant access. Rong Yan found it perplexing. She had expected at least 5 or 6 muscular bodyguards wielding submachine guns stationed outside. Yet it was merely this. The key was in place, and no one was watching. If anyone dared to unlock the door, they could free Chi Jingyuan. But who would come? Had Mrs. Liu ever visited? Had any of those uncles or aunts, bound by blood, ever come? In that moment, a pang of inexplicable sorrow gripped Rong Yan's heart. She reached for the key on the door. "Madam, what are you doing?" Su Cheng's face turned pale with fear as he tried to stop her. "There are only a few hours left for the punishment. The sir can endure it. You really don't need to risk incurring the old masteress' wrath by opening this door." Rong Yan smiled. If she was to offend, so be it. At worst, she would share in his punishment. Being together was far better than leaving him to suffer alone. With that, she twisted the key and opened the door, stepping inside. In that instant, a blinding light illuminated the room, revealing Chi Jingyuan standing rigidly in the center, motionless, embodying his pride. As the door swung shut behind her, darkness reclaimed the space. For a brief moment, he had glimpsed the silhouette that entered, and his heart raced. He instinctively reached out a hand. The next moment, a warm, soft hand fell into his grasp. Rong Yan felt a wave of relief wash over her as she cheerfully exclaimed, "Ah, I've caught you." Chi Jingyuan's chest heaved with emotion, and in that instant, all his feelings surged forth, but his words were tinged with reproach. "Fool, what are you doing here? I came to keep you company." "I need company?" He feigned indifference. "Well, you may not need it, but I do." Rong Yan tightened her grip on his hand, feeling the sweat pooling in his palm and the dampness of his back. He must be terrified, yet even in fear, he stood tall like a resilient pine. The next moment, she found herself enveloped in his embrace. He held her tightly, his hands firm, as if something suppressed within him yearned to break free. After all these years, only she. Chi Jingyuan's hands trembled slightly, as if addicted to the scent of her presence, and unexpectedly, tears welled in his eyes. Chapter 86. "We're going home, Chi Jingyuan. I can hardly breathe." She gasped, feeling the tightness of his embrace. He quickly loosened his grip, steadying her as they slowly sank to the floor in the corner. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she chuckled. "Did you know? We artists actually have a fondness for the color black." The tumult of emotions still surged within him. The night seemed less daunting now. He silently curved his lips into a smile. Why? Because black encompasses everything. It can blend with yellow to create blue. It can mix with red to yield purple. Many colors are derived from it, just as we cannot escape it. So, since we cannot escape it, let us conquer it. Her words, resolute and unwavering, echoed in the stillness. It's merely a color. What is there to fear? Chi Jingyuan's mirkt. This little one certainly had a way with words. As Rong Yan leaned against him, stifling yawns, she found it curious that just moments ago, while lying on the soft bed, sleep had eluded her. Yet now, in this dark, decrepit room, drowsiness overtook her. With her eyes closed, she tried to drift off. Suddenly, she felt a gentle movement in her belly. Startled, she gasped in delight, placing her hand on her abdomen. What is wrong? Is something bothering you? Chi Jingyuan asked, concern etched across his face. Rong Yan shook her head, her excitement rendering her momentarily speechless. Instead, she grasped his hand and placed it on her slightly rounded belly. As if in response, the little one stirred again. It's moving, it's moving. Life thrummed within her, tenderly responding to its parents, as if protesting, as if offering comfort. Chi Jingyuan was equally astonished. His hands pressed firmly against her belly, feeling the gentle movements, and in that instant, his heart swelled with happiness, illuminating the world around him. What was the darkness to him? He had her. They had each other. It was no longer terrifying. I will take you both out of here. Chi Jingyuan rose, pulling Rong Yan in his arms, his tone resolute. We are going home. He could endure punishment here, but his wife and child would not. The Chi family. He could take or leave it. There was nothing to lament. He positioned Rong Yan in place as he strode toward the door. With a forceful kick, he struck the door twice. The impact reverberated throughout the room. After a few powerful blows, the lock shattered and the door swung open. Su Cheng stood there bewildered as he watched the couple emerge from within. He had waited there solely to open the door for them, yet here they were, having kicked it down. Returning to her room to gather her belongings, she made her way directly to the front door. Lu Wenlan sat at the stone table at the entrance of the garden, seemingly having received news and deliberately waiting for them. Upon seeing Rong Yan, Lu Wenlan's irritation flared, an unspoken displeasure evident. On the very first day of her arrival, she incited Jingyuan to rebel. What audacity! Rong Yan lowered her head, remaining silent. She had initially thought Lu Wenlan to be obedient, but was taken aback by her blatant disregard for propriety. Was it such a grand affair that the old man merely punished him a little? He had grown up enduring far worse without losing a morsel. Why must she create such a ruckus? Chi Jingyuan stepped protectively in front of Rong Yan. He scoffed. Madame Lu certainly knows how to pick on the easy targets. If you have grievances, direct them at me instead of bullying her. The moment Chi Jingyuan spoke, it seemed he had struck a nerve with Lu Wenlan, inciting even greater fury within her. What? Is it not permissible for me to speak my mind? When I argued with your father, I didn't see you coming to my defense. Truly, a well-behaved son, always favoring others over his own mother. Chi Jingyuan had no desire to engage in such disputes. He had been just a child when she severed ties with her father. How could he have known whether to assist or not? Lu Wenlan coldly seated herself, arms crossed. Dawn is approaching. You might as well endure a few more hours and emerge only when the time is right. Do not provoke him further. Most of the Chi family's shares lay with the old man. If they wished to ensure a smoother future, enduring a little discomfort now was hardly a burden. Return? No. Chi Jingyuan replied with a dismissive scoff, his gaze icy. I am going home. Is this not your home? Lu Wenlan retorted. This is the Chi family, not my home. He took Rong Yan's hand and walked toward the parking area at the entrance. As for the old man, Madame Lu can explain herself if she wishes. I have no time for it. The car soon vanished into the night. Watching its departure, Lu Wenlan's pent-up frustration coiled tightly within her, leaving her utterly perturbed. Inside the car, their hands clasped together. Rong Yan observed the somewhat indifferent expression on Chi Jingyuan's face and suddenly pondered whether she had indeed been too impulsive. They had been getting along reasonably well with the Chi family. Her rash decision to bring him out had complicated matters and strained his relationship with them. Was this truly the right course of action? Chi Jingyuan tightened his grip on her hand. Do you wish for me to return and step back into that room? After a moment's contemplation, Rong Yan shook her head. Chi Jingyuan's lips curved into a slight smile. Then there is no issue. Since you do not wish for me to return, I too have no desire to accommodate those people any longer. You are not at fault. They would not go so far as to make things difficult for me over such trivial matters. This is for the best. Will they really not make things difficult for you? The head of the Chi family seemed quite formidable. Madam, your husband currently holds half the Chi family's fortune. What do you think? The old man as punishment was twofold. A test of his limits and a warning, for his rapid ascent was not without its pitfalls. While Chi Jingyuan had initially considered letting it slide, he found it unnecessary to confront the old man. Yet, with her arrival, he felt no inclination to endure further. Someone cared for him, favored him, and wished to shield him from grievances. Why should he continue to endure? Rong Yan was uncertain whether Chi Jingyuan was comforting her or if he genuinely disregarded the Chi family. But regardless, she placed her trust in him, confident that he would navigate all of this adeptly. She simply feared becoming a source of trouble for him. She wished to be his wings, not a burden. After a night of turmoil, Rong Yan grew weary and gradually fell asleep against Chi Jingyuan, only to awaken the next day at noon. Yawning, she turned over to find Chi Jingyuan standing nearby, changing his clothes. Upon seeing his sparkling fox-like eyes, her heart softened, and he approached her, leaning down to kiss her lips. Still tired? If so, sleep a bit longer. It's the weekend, and there's no need for overtime. Rong Yan felt a slight blush rise to her cheeks. This kiss felt different from the others, devoid of overwhelming desire. It was a simple expression of affection, yet somehow more enchanting. Do you have to go out? There's a banquet I must attend, followed by a week of business travel. There was a hint of helplessness in his brow. How delightful it would be to hold her in slumber on such a day. It seemed he increasingly dreaded leaving her side. Rong Yan nodded, flipping over to drift back into sleep. After rising and having breakfast, Rong Yan set out for the day. She had been preoccupied with a project, returning home late and showing signs of fatigue over the following days. Wang Ma, unable to bear it any longer, advised Madam, if work is too overwhelming, let others take on some tasks. It's perfectly acceptable to lighten your load. Rong Yan savored the pork rib soup, nodding vigorously. Yes, I understand. Soon Friday arrived. Today, Chi Jingyuan was returning. Rong Yan went to the shop early to retrieve the fruits of her labor over the past few days, a hanging lamp she had designed and crafted entirely by hand. The lamp featured 99 tigers suspended like stars, with the largest tiger depicted in her own cartoon style. It was a solar-powered lamp, charging during the day and illuminating at night. Though the light was not particularly strong, it sufficed for her needs, and she was quite pleased. She instructed Su Cheng to place the lamp in the master bedroom by the window, where Chi Jingyuan often sat, leaving a card on the sofa beneath it. By 11 that night, Chi Jingyuan had yet to return. Rong Yan, unable to resist any longer, embraced her large teddy bear and fell into a deep sleep. When Chi Jingyuan arrived home, it was already past 1 in the morning. His flight had been delayed, and he had been caught up in socializing. Those people could drink far too much, keeping him from leaving, though he had longed to return home. Is my wife asleep? Yes. She asked several times when you would be back tonight, saying she didn't want to disturb you and chose not to call. Su, the housekeeper, replied. Chi Jingyuan's gaze softened. He tiptoed upstairs and turned the handle of the master bedroom. In an instant, he noticed the hanging lamp by the window. Its gentle light was soothing yet powerful, illuminating the dark room and casting a glow upon his heart. He stood transfixed, the warmth in his eyes deepening. Approaching the window, he delicately touched the hanging lamp, shaped like a tiger, adorable yet imposing. After gazing at it for some time, he finally noticed the blue card on the sofa. It doesn't matter if you can't win. Who says the big boss can't have his weaknesses? Here's a big tiger lamp for you. May it illuminate your path and bring you enduring good fortune. Rong Yan. His hand trembled slightly as he held the card. A familiar sensation washed over him, filling his chest with heat, his blood surging. A recent experience. It seemed he was enveloped in profound love. Wang Ma had informed him that she was often out late. He had assumed she was working overtime, yet she had been crafting a lamp for him. Chi Jingyuan set the card down and moved to the bedside. The little kitten was sound asleep. He fought the urge to pull her into his embrace, gently caressing her brows, nose, and rosy lips. Then, unable to restrain himself, he leaned down and planted a soft kiss on her lips. Like a dragonfly skimming the water, he quickly pulled away. What to do? It seems I have succumbed deeply, he murmured, his voice hoarse and filled with helplessness. Over the weekend, Rong Yan unexpectedly received a call from Lu Wenlan, requesting to speak with her. Stealing a glance at Chi Jingyuan on the sofa, she took her phone and stepped out onto the lawn. I've sent the address to your phone. Do not inform Chi Jingyuan. Come alone. All right. Rong Yan hung up, headed upstairs to tidy herself up, changing her clothes in preparation to leave. Aren't you having dinner at home? Wing Ma inquired. I made your favorite pork ribs. Just as she finished changing, she spotted Chi Jingyuan standing at the door, his expression gentle. I have a matter to attend to. You two go ahead and eat. Rong Yan applied a touch of makeup, wishing to appear a bit more polished. I'll have Su Cheng drive you. Chi Jingyuan began to dial Su Cheng's number. Rong Yan hurriedly declined. Today is a rare day off for Su. It would be inconsiderate to call him back. I can just take a taxi. While she could drive, she preferred not to, Her confidence in her driving skills was lacking. Chi Jingyuan did not press the issue, gazing intently at her. Very well. Call me anytime if you need. After Rong Yan left in the car, Chi Jingyuan returned to Ting Garden. He discreetly followed her car in his Rolls-Royce. The little one never concealed her phone calls, and today, her deliberate avoidance indicated that this call pertained to him. The Chi family? Lu Wenlan? Beyond that, he could think of no other connections. To think they would seek her out behind his back. Did they believe her gentle demeanor made her easy to manipulate? That would be a grave underestimation of him. Chi Jingyuan. Lu Wenlan chose a CAF as their meeting place. After Rong Yan took her seat, Lu Wenlan suddenly recalled. I apologize, I forgot you're pregnant and cannot have coffee. That's all right, Rong Yan replied, ordering some desserts instead, which she found acceptable. Lu Wenlan scrutinized her. Though young, she possessed beauty, maturity, and decorum. Aside from her humble background, she seemed devoid of significant flaws, even more approachable than her son, who wore a perpetually stern expression. After a prolonged silence, Lu Wenlan spoke with an air of detachment. You must know why I sought you out today. The Chi family was complicated, with many heirs. Yet the old man had chosen to cultivate Chi Jingyuan as a successor, recognizing his potential. The old man was strict. Confining him to his room was a form of training, not a lack of compassion. He bore the weight of the entire Chi family, and his burdens were far heavier than you might imagine. Rong Yan. Do you understand? Rong Yan nodded. I understand, mother. The title seemed unfamiliar to Lu Wenlan, causing her to stiffen momentarily. Her expression softened slightly. I share this with you in hopes that you might persuade him. The old man is already displeased. As a junior, he must humble himself, apologize, and accept punishment for this matter to be laid to rest. Accept punishment again? In that dim room, Rong Yan had felt suffocated after only a brief stay. Would he be expected to endure a night there? She pondered and asked earnestly, what would happen if he refuses? Lu Wenlan narrowed her eyes. Why do you ask? Rong Yan lowered her gaze, fiddling with the pastries on her plate. If there are no serious consequences, I believe allowing him to be willful just this once is not unreasonable. Lu Wenlan's expression darkened. After all she had shared, it seemed Rong Yan had absorbed none of it. Talking about indulgence? What if the old man became displeased and allocated the family's shares to others? Did she not realize that pleasing the old man was the only way to secure a lifetime of power and wealth? It was evident that someone from humble origins had no understanding of such matters. Lu Wenlan, unwilling to engage further, grabbed her bag and prepared to leave. Do you know that Chi Jingyuan is afraid of the dark? Lu Wenlan froze, turning to look at Rong Yan in disbelief. Chi Jingyuan, afraid of the dark? How could that be? She blurted out, he fears the dark. He leaves a light on when he sleeps. He also dislikes eggs, never touching any food made with them. Yet he enjoys fish of all kinds. Do you know this? Chapter 88, Why not? Lu Wenlan stood stunned. Chi Jingyuan disliked eggs and favored fish. That she learned these things from another was rather ironic. Avoiding Rong Yan's gaze, she felt more embarrassed by her own negligence as a mother than anything else. Why are you telling me this? I apologize. I did not mean to assign blame. I merely believe that, compared to the old man's perspective, his feelings are of greater importance. Rong Yan fiddled with the cake on her plate. As you said, the pressure he bears is far heavier than we can imagine. Over the years, he has diligently managed the Chi family, and his enterprises have multiplied exponentially. His ventures into new fields have been unparalleled. His partners hold him in high regard, and his employees follow his lead. He has created a commercial legend for the Chi family. But he is not merely a member of the Chi family. He is Chi Jingyuan. He experiences discomfort and suffering in that room, leaving him with lifelong shadows. As his wife, I only wish for his well-being. Rong Yan took a deep breath, deciding to be forthright. You have not disclosed the true reason for wanting him to return, but I suspect it is related to the Chi family's shares. To speak frankly, even if Chi Jingyuan appeases the old man now, does he truly believe the old man would willingly grant him a significant share? After all these years, has he not been obedient enough? If obedience is the measure, why shouldn't he be allowed to act according to his own desires just once? Lu Wenlan fixed her gaze on Rong Yan. In her many years of life, it was the first time someone had spoken so boldly to her. She sat down again, scrutinizing Rong Yan. Are you lecturing me? Rong Yan shook her head. I merely believe he should not bear such burdens. He has sacrificed too much for the Chi family. They cannot have it both ways, can they? To enjoy the power and wealth he has created while simultaneously disregarding him. What kind of logic is that? Lu Enlan found herself at a loss for words. This girl was eloquent. For a moment, she could not think of a rebuttal. She examined the young woman before her more closely, her gaze now more serious. Do you really trust him? If he were to offend the old man and be abandoned by the Chi family, left destitute, would you still wish to remain by his side? Rong Yan met her gaze, smiling. Her eyes were clear and resolute, devoid of hesitation. Why not? I would be more than willing to share in his hardships. Lu Enlan felt a jolt of surprise. Suddenly, it became clear why Chi Jingyuan had married her. This seemingly gentle young woman appeared to be underestimated by everyone. I hope you remember what you said today. Lu Enlan rose once more. I will find a way to explain things to the old man, but only this once. She hurried out of the CAF. In a corner of the establishment, Chi Jingyuan quietly absorbed the entirety of their conversation. His clenched fists gradually relaxed, and he leaned back in his chair, gazing at Rong Yan, a tumult of unspoken emotions swelling within him. His little one had not sought to ingratiate herself with his mother, but had steadfastly defended him, chosen him. Though she was so young, she had demonstrated remarkable strength in discussing matters with Madame Lu. He stood and approached the window side table. Rong Yan continued to enjoy her dessert. Sensing that Madame Lu still cared for Chi Jingyuan, otherwise she would not have arranged this private meeting. It seemed this mother-son duo had both suffered from an inability to express themselves, one failing to show concern for her son, the other stubbornly refusing to yield, leading to their current predicament. Rong Yan found herself lost in thought. Suddenly, a shadow blocked the light before her. What brings you here? Rong Yan looked up at Chi Jingyuan, surprised. The curve of his lips was just right, his demeanor seemingly pleasant, his eyes filled with warmth. What? Am I not allowed to come? Rong Yan shook her head, confessing, well, I met with your mother. Yes, I saw. Her cheeks flushed as she averted her gaze to the window, to the passers-by, to the scenery, avoiding his eyes altogether. You didn't hear our conversation, did you? Awkwardness enveloped them. Although her words had defended him, she would be mortified if he had overheard. Chi Jingyuan regarded her silently, extending his hand. What did you discuss? I waited outside and did not hear anything. Didn't he hear anything? Rong Yan sighed in relief. That's wonderful. We merely chatted casually. Let us go home for dinner. This dessert is not to my liking. I still want to eat ribs. Yes, let us go home for ribs. He took her hand in his, warming her slightly chilled fingers, leading her out of the CAF. That evening, Rong Yan sketched in her small study. A great tiger held a small white rabbit, its eyes brimming with tenderness. Come, let us return for ribs. The little white rabbit, cheeks flushed and eyes sparkling, replied yes. Just as she finished uploading her comic to the platform, her WeChat notifications began to buzz incessantly. Upon opening the chat, I found it bustling with news from Mr. Chi and his companions, as someone shared the latest gossip. Shun Xiao Jia exclaimed, Dear friends, major news. I spotted the rumored Mrs. Chi at a CAF today. This revelation sent ripples through the group, igniting a flurry of excitement. Was the enigmatic Mrs. Chi truly seen? The skepticism was palpable. Quick, send a photo. I need proof. Came the urgent request, met with a chorus of enthusiastic affirmations. In an attempt to fit in, Rong Yan chimed in, though her heart raced with anxiety. Had she been photographed during her outing? The thought was unsettling. Moments later, Shun Xiao Jia shared an image from the CAF, Mr. Chi holding Rong Yan's hand. Her long hair cascading over her face, obscuring her features. The reflection in the glass made it nearly impossible to discern her appearance, leaving only her silhouette. Rong Yan's heart finally eased, only to be stirred again when Fong Huan remarked, This figure looks familiar. Haven't he? I seen her before? To which Rong Yan could only respond with silence, her heart racing once more. Shun Xiao Jia dismissed the notion. Come on, have you really met Mrs. Chi? Fong Huan admitted, I suppose I haven't had the privilege. Rong Yan felt a momentary relief. It was fleeting. Luo wu di gainding. But judging by her figure, she doesn't match the rumors of being old and unattractive. She appears to be quite a beauty, especially those long legs. Xiao Yao added, Indeed, she is quite striking. I'd love to befriend her. This was met with a flurry of agreement. Fong Huan then insisted, Friends. Isn't the main point that they are on a date? I thought their marriage was purely for business. Shin Xiao Jia countered, I don't see it that way. Rong Yan, unable to resist, unwittingly typed, perhaps they are merely visiting family. Chapter 89. The roommate reunion. Fong Huan's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she pressed. You must know something. Please, elaborate. Rong Yan hesitated, wishing she had remained silent. I'm just speculating, she finally replied, anxious to avoid further scrutiny. I have something to attend to. I must leave, she added hastily before exiting the chat. Relieved to escape, she prepared for work on Monday after breakfast. Mr. Chi arrived in his sleek black Maybach, seated inside, engrossed in his tablet while awaiting her. As she stepped outside, she caught sight of him and felt warmth spread through her. Their commutes together had increased recently, and on occasions when she lingered in bed, he would quietly wait for her in the car. Why this car today? She inquired as she took her seat beside him. I have a business dinner tonight. The client prefers this model, which could serve as a conversation starter, he explained, setting the tablet aside. If you dislike it, I can switch vehicles. She reassured him, no, it's fine. I'm not particularly particular about luxury cars. They're merely a means of transport for me. Remembering her own plans for dinner, she mentioned, I want to be home for dinner. My college roommates want me to treat them since they learned of my marriage. Mr. Chi note that? His gaze revealing a hint of anticipation. Yet when she did not elaborate, his expression shifted to one of disappointment. So, you have nothing to say to me? He asked softly, his voice laced with a hint of hurt. Rong Yan was taken aback by the question, confused as to what she was supposed to say. She had no recollection of any pressing words for him. Observing her bewilderment, Mr. Chi felt a surge of frustration. He leaned back, rubbing his temples in exasperation. Did his wife truly not grasp the significance of her invitation to her friends for a celebratory meal? Though their contract forbade public announcements of their marriage, the fact that she hadn't considered including him stung deeply. Irritated, Mr. Chi closed his eyes, opting to ignore the tension. Send me the address. I'll pick you up after my dinner. He persisted, hoping for a different response. No need. I'll take a taxi, she replied dismissively. Send me the address. He insisted, grasping her hand playfully, refusing to let her exit the vehicle. Rong Yan chuckled at his childlike demeanor. If his employees could witness this side of him, they would surely be taken aback by the stark contrast. With time ticking away and the threat of tardiness looming, she hastily shared the address and exited the car. Not glancing back, Mr. Chi felt a surge of frustration as he watched her walk away without a second glance, feeling invisible in her eyes. As she entered the building, she noticed whispers and pointed fingers directed her way. Isn't she the one who got pregnant before marriage? What was her name again? Rong Yan? She looked so young. 3 female colleagues exchanged gossip nearby. Ran Xiaoyun approached, clearing her throat and boldly declaring, What is all this buzzing about? Are there mosquitoes around? It's the wrong season for them. Don't they fear being swatted? The others fell silent, realizing the implication and quickly quieting down to avoid any future workplace complications. Rong Yan smiled at Ran Xiaoyun, expressing her gratitude in a whisper, Thanks. To which Ran Xiaoyun replied, If you truly wish to thank me, ask your uncle to raise my salary to 30,000. Just then, the elevator arrived, and Rong Yan playfully pushed her inside, adding, You might want to elevate your pillow tonight for a better sleep. After work, Rong Yan joined Lin Xiaoxiao for a reunion with their college roommates. Upon entering the private room, she found 4 of them gathered, with only Wen Qing, who studied abroad, yet to arrive. A pang of nostalgia washed over her as she thought of Wen Qing, who had left for overseas studies after graduation. For the past 2 years, she had lacked a confidant during her low moments. Don't worry, she'll be back soon, the dorm leader, Zhouya, reassured her. Rong Yan smiled, acknowledging I know. She mentioned her return is imminent. You look fantastic. Zhouya complimented, her face lighting up. Your words are as sweet as ever, but I can see you've transformed. Rong Yan appreciated the observation, noting that her figure appeared more curvaceous, her complexion healthier, and her overall appearance more polished than during her college days. The others echoed their agreement. You truly have blossomed. Your eyes shine brighter now. As they spoke, Ning Qian, seated across from them, fiddled with her chopsticks, ostentatiously flaunting her diamond ring. I see things have changed, yet you didn't even announce your marriage, she remarked, her tone dripping with envy. Ning Qian and Rong Yan grew up in the same village. They both gained admission to the same high school and, subsequently, the same university, leading those around them to inevitably draw comparisons between the two. Over time, this led to a palpable tension. Rong Yan had long since become accustomed to Ning Qian's barbs. She raised her glass, initiating the toast. I come here to apologize to everyone. Tonight, the treat is on me. Feel free to order whatever you like. The topic was effectively changed, and the others were quite supportive, creating a pleasant atmosphere. Dishes began to arrive in succession, and as everyone dined and chatted, Ning Qian was the first to speak. Rong Yan, you're treating us to a wedding banquet, yet your husband isn't here. Could it be that he asked someone you wish to keep hidden? Her gaze was laden with provocation. Chapter 90. The best life for a pampered man. Rong Yan, calmly enjoying her meal, smiled, and explained, he has something to attend to and couldn't make it. Please understand, I will bring him out next time. Ning Qian seized the opportunity to steer the conversation. Well, if he can't make it to a wedding banquet, is it really necessary to have one? Oh, come on. Everyone's mainly here to see Yin. Whether her husband shows up or not is irrelevant, since we don't know him anyway. Zhouya quickly interjected. Exactly, she continued. It's precisely because we don't know him that we should meet him eventually, right, Rong Yan? Rong Yan silently continued her meal. She understood Ning Qian's intentions. It wasn't genuine concern for her husband, but rather a desire to ascertain whether her own spouse was superior. Ning Qian's husband was in the building materials business, with assets in the millions, a fact she and her family took great pride in. Naturally, she had become a full-time housewife, devoting her time to managing the household and raising children. It's fine. We'll have a chance to meet him in the future. Let's enjoy the meal. Rong Yan diverted the conversation. However, Ning Qian suddenly recalled something and brought up an old topic. By the way, you and teacher Shun seem to have a good relationship. Your husband, could it be Shun Yan? Rong Yan quickly shook her head. No. This response seemed to align with Ning Qian's expectations, and a smug smile crept onto her face. So Shun Yan indeed looked down upon illegitimate daughters. He had treated Rong Yan well back then, but perhaps it was merely a fleeting interest. Yet, if it wasn't Shun Yan, who was this handsome husband Rong Yan was rumored to have? Was it merely gossip? Oh, by the way, Yan, are you working at Shengshi too? Zhouya, aware of the fallout between Rong Yan and Shun Yan, was concerned that the topic might evoke painful memories and hastily shifted the conversation. Rong Yan nodded. Xiao Xiao and I are both at Shengshi. Wow, that's impressive. Back in school, you two always had the best grades, winning year-end awards every time, and now you've both landed in the same company, Jiang Shulan exclaimed, filled with envy. Lin Xiao chimed in with a smile. Yan is even more remarkable. She has been promoted to deputy manager just a few months after joining. Wow. A chorus of admiration followed. In a place like Shengshi, ascending to a deputy manager position in just a few months was indicative of exceptional capability. In contrast, Lin Xiao had been there for over 2 years and was still a minor employee, a testament to the fierce competition within. How's the salary? It must be quite substantial, right? Rong Yan was reluctant to discuss her salary, wishing to avoid any star comparisons, and replied, it's hard-earned money. We often work overtime, and it's not easy. Oh, but this month you received a bonus from the SSS project, so your bonus must be quite impressive, Lin Xiao remarked, holding up 4 fingers. 400? 4,000? Surely not. 40,000? About that, Lin Xiao laughed. The benefits at Shengshi were commendable, and their bonuses rarely disappointed employees. Yan had truly struck it rich this time. Rong Yan quickly expressed her gratitude, attributing the success to the collective efforts of her colleagues. Internally, she was puzzled as to why Lin Xiao insisted on mentioning these matters. Was it to exacerbate her conflict with Ning Qian? Upon hearing this, the group erupted in envy. 40,000. That was equivalent to 10 months' salary. Rong Yan had received such a bonus from a single project. Indeed, studying hard pays off. Ning Qian clenched her chopsticks, her expression darkening. She had not anticipated that Rong Yan, a mere illegitimate daughter, would thrive so well. It was infuriating. Speaking of bonuses, my husband is also set to receive one this month. He says he is going to buy me a necklace. Isn't he extravagant? It's so annoying. Ning Qian interjected. A silence fell over the group. While they recognized her penchant for flaunting wealth, her crude display of affluence was rather hard to digest. Yan, why aren't you wearing anything? Your husband hasn't even bought you a wedding ring, has he? With this statement, everyone turned to look at Rong Yan, whose fingers were indeed bare. Ning Qian, that is not fair. It's possible they bought one, but she simply hasn't had the chance to wear it yet. Considering she just got married, Zhouya attempted to mediate. Yes, they might have just forgotten to wear it, Lin Xiao added. Ning Qian scoffed. Not even wearing a wedding ring? It seems her marriage isn't all that great. Either he doesn't cherish her enough to buy a ring, or simply lacks the means to afford one. In contrast, my situation is entirely different. At that moment, Ning Qian's sense of satisfaction reached its peak. As for the matter of the ring, Rong Yan found no desire to explain herself. A diamond ring symbolizes love and responsibility, something only couples truly in love would purchase. She and Chi Jingyuan were never a conventional couple, so her expectations had always been minimal. In the future, she wished to wear a ring alongside the person she truly loved. That would be the most romantic and fulfilling experience, rather than a pursuit of momentary vanity. Subsequently, Ning Qian found more opportunities to mock Rong Yan. The others attempted to smooth things over, and Rong Yan, wishing to avoid conflict, found the gathering to be relatively harmonious by the time the meal concluded. Upon leaving the restaurant, they were greeted by a torrential downpour. Ning Qian began to call her husband. "Darling, the rain outside is quite heavy. Could you come pick me up?" After a brief exchange, Ning Qian's expression paled as she hurriedly hung up the phone, forcing a smile. "He is in a meeting and a bit busy." Lin Xiao waved her phone. "My boyfriend is coming to pick me up. Would you like to join?" Ning Qian eagerly nodded, curious to see what kind of man Lin Xiao had found. "Yan, why don't you come along?" she asked, feeling obligated to include Rong Yan since her ride was coming to pick her up. Rong Yan was about to decline when her phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, she couldn't help but smile and answer the call. "Are you done? I'll be there in 5 minutes. Don't take a taxi. Wait for me." The voice on the other end was Chi Jingyuan's, soft and soothing, melting her heart. "Weren't you supposed to be busy with social engagements? If you can't come, then don't worry about it." Chi Jingyuan pouted slightly, sounding both aggrieved and playful. "Mrs. Chi, do you not want me to pick you up? Are you upset with me? Do you dislike me?" Rong Yan felt a wave of helplessness and softness. "No, that is not it. This man, why must he act so childishly? If not, then just wait for me. 3 minutes, no, 2 minutes, I will definitely arrive." The call ended, and Rong Yan sighed. She didn't want him to come because Lin Xiao was there. His presence would inevitably expose their relationship. Rong Yan didn't wish for Lin Xiao to discover the truth. She still remembered the matter of her resume. Lin Xiao was not someone she could trust completely. Yet the moment Chi Jingyuan acted cute, she found herself melting. Pampered men lead the best lives. Chapter 91. The husband who drives a Maybach to avoid raising suspicions in Lin Xiao. Rong Yan texted Chi Jingyuan. "Stay far away. I'll walk over. There are acquaintances here." His response was instantaneous. "As you wish." "Yan, is your husband coming to pick you up?" Lin Xiao inquired upon hearing her on the phone. Rong Yan nodded. Excitement rippled through the group. Finally, they would get to see Yan's husband. They were all curious about his appearance and whether he was handsome. Ning Qian was equally eager, wanting to compare Rong Yan's seemingly impoverished husband to her own. If he fell short, she would revel in her superiority. The mere thought brought her joy. 2 minutes later, the Maybach came to a stop 50 paces ahead. The door swung open, and a gray umbrella was unfurled first. Chi Jingyuan stepped out of the car with his tall, slender legs. He exuded an air of elegance, nobility, and wealth under the dim lights of the night, amidst the heavy downpour, though his features were indistinct from a distance. Everyone could still intuitively sense the extraordinary charm and presence of this man. Involuntarily, a collective gasp escaped the crowd. Ning Qian's eyes widened. She wished to scrutinize him more closely, to uncover some flaw, perhaps a missing limb or a sign of poverty. Yet to her dismay, this man appeared even more exceptional and distinguished than she had imagined. Even wealthier. Clenching her fists, Ning Qian's expression darkened to an extreme. How could Rong Yan have found such a husband? As an illegitimate daughter, how could she possibly be worthy of such a partner? Lin Xiao was equally astonished. She had little interest in the type of man Rong Yan had found. Rather, she was preoccupied with his physique and gait, which bore a striking resemblance to President Chi. Chi Jingyuan? The thought sent a shiver down Lin Xiao's spine. Last time at Yunqi Valley, Rong Yan had gone up to the rooftop in the middle of the night. Could it have been to meet Chi Jingyuan? And what about that man hidden behind the curtains? She had noticed him the moment she entered. Rong Yan had remained silent, and she pretended not to know. Could he also be Chi Jingyuan? Impossible, impossible. Rong Yan was merely a newcomer in the industry, rarely having the opportunity to interact with Chi Jingyuan. They were hardly acquaintances, let alone a married couple. Besides, a man of President Chi's caliber would not even glance at someone like Shen Mingzhu. So how could he possibly be interested in Rong Yan? It was simply not feasible. It must be a coincidence, just a coincidence. Lin Xiao patted her chest, constantly reassuring herself. At that moment, a car approached from the diagonal, its high beams illuminating Chi Jingyuan's vehicle. "Oh my, Yan, your husband drives a Maybach?" Zhouye exclaimed, her keen eyesight catching sight of the emblem on the front. It was only then that everyone turned to look at the car. Yes, a Maybach. Rong Yan's husband actually drove a Maybach. A man who could afford a Maybach could never be incapable of purchasing a diamond ring. Surely, Rong Yan must have wanted to keep a low profile, which was why she wasn't wearing one. With this realization, Rong Yan's husband was evidently not inferior to Ning Qian's, judging by his attire and demeanor. He might even be wealthier. Ning Qian, also coming to this realization, found her expression even grimmer. Rong Yan paid no heed to others' thoughts. As Chi Jingyuan approached her, she waved to the crowd, saying, "He's here. I must take my leave," and hastily advanced. She thought to herself that she needed to usher this man back into the car before Lin Xiaoxiao could discern anything amiss. The onlookers had intended to witness the scene, but Rong Yan had no such inclination, and they could only bid her farewell. Chi Jingyuan instinctively reached out his hand, but Rong Yan merely glanced at it, opting instead to link her arm with his as they headed toward the parking area. At that moment, Ning Qian suddenly remembered something and stepped forward. "Rong Yan, don't think that you can fool everyone by bringing a model and renting a Maybach. Why don't you take him back to your hometown? I would love to see how you deceive your grandmother." Ning Qian felt a surge of satisfaction. She had it all figured out. Rong Yan's husband couldn't possibly afford a diamond ring, so it was highly likely that he was merely an actor playing a role to bolster her image. Chi Jingyuan halted, turning his gaze toward Ning Qian and raising an eyebrow. "A model? My dear, your friend is quite the knack for insulting others. Could it be that she has experience herself?" Chi Jingyuan's words were light, yet laced with sarcasm. Only a person with a sordid mind would think of such things. And it was evident that Ning Qian was just that sort of individual. Ning Qian's contenance darkened considerably. With a single remark, this man had shattered whatever little dignity she had left. "How will you prove you are not?" Ning Qian pressed, arms crossed, scoffing. "You can't even bring yourself to buy her a ring, yet you dare claim to be her husband?" Rong Yan could no longer remain silent. With a stern expression and a frosty tone, she retorted, "Whether or not we buy a ring is our business. He doesn't need to prove anything to you or explain himself. And he is not a model. If you continue to insult him, don't blame me for severing ties." After enduring a night of restraint, the typically docile and conciliatory Rong Yan could no longer tolerate such disparagement toward Chi Jingyuan. She could accept any vile words directed at herself, but not those aimed at him. Ning Qian pouted, unwilling to concede, but she refrained from further comment. After all, they shared the same village and dormitory. It would be unwise to create an irreparable rift. Whether or not he was a model would soon become clear when she hosted a banquet back in the village. Rong Yan ushered Chi Jingyuan into the vehicle. The Maybach sped away, swiftly disappearing down the road. The crowd stood under the eaves, momentarily at a loss for words. "Qian, what you said just now was a bit excessive," Zhouye defended Rong Yan. "How could you claim your friend brought a model? That's quite insulting. Indeed, after 4 years of camaraderie, one should not speak in such a manner." Ning Qian's expression soured. She realized she had acted impulsively in the heat of the moment. It indeed seemed a bit excessive. Just then, a BMW pulled up before them. Xianyang rolled down the window, revealing his sunny smile as he waved to the dazed Lin Xiaoxiao. "Why are you just standing there? Get in the car." Lin Xiaoxiao snapped back to reality. That voice. It sounded remarkably like President Xi's. No, it couldn't be. How could that be possible? She would rather doubt her own hearing than accept the truth of the matter, for this reality was one she profoundly wished to deny. Lin Xiaoxiao clenched her fists, her emotions a tumultuous whirl. The car sped toward Tingyuan. Chi Jingyuan glanced at the little one beside him, a smile brimming in his eyes. How adorable she had been when she fiercely defended him earlier. Being called a model, and yet she could still smile. In their world, model had another implication, akin to the princesses of exclusive clubs. The thought of Ning Qian's insult directed at Chi Jingyuan ignited a fire within Rong Yan. Chapter 92. It seems she missed him. She should have been more assertive earlier. She had been too soft. Chi Jingyuan lowered his gaze, his eyes deeply fixed on the agitated Rong Yan, the corners of his lips curving just right, his mood elevated. He instinctively reached for her hand, but as he did, he noticed her bare fingers. Nothing adorned them, not even a wedding ring. Chi Jingyuan's mind slowly faded. That woman, despite her faults, had spoken a truth. He was indeed not a qualified husband. She had done so much for him, yet he hadn't even bought her a ring. leaving her to face ridicule and scorn among friends. He truly deserved condemnation. Suddenly, Chi Jingyuan wrapped his arms around her, burying his head in the crook of her neck, inhaling her fragrance. His long, broad fingers slid perfectly into hers, their chilly hands intertwining. "Do you hate me?" he murmured, his voice a low hum, tinged with emotion, his warm breath grazing her neck, somewhat ticklish, yet inappropriately intimate. Rong Yan questioned, "What is going on? You were just fine a moment ago. Why the sudden, childlike sulking?" How difficult he was to please, with emotions shifting like the weather. "Why would you think that?" Rong Yan asked. "The ring," he uttered, a pang of guilt evident in the two words, as if a stone had lodged in his chest. Rong Yan sighed in relief. She had anticipated something far more serious. It was merely this? After a moment of contemplation, she spoke soothingly. "Our situation is different from others. We have a prior agreement, and I do not place importance on rings." "Really?" "Indeed," Rong Yan said gently. "If we were to come together naturally, that would be one thing. But since our arrangement is transactional, there is no need for formalities." Chi Jingyuan's gaze deepened, his eyes locked onto hers. The statement appears correct at first glance, yet there lingers an indefinable discord. Why is it that what comes together naturally can be purchased, while transactions made together do not necessitate a purchase? What distinguishes these two scenarios in her heart? Recently, as new products demanded her attention for research and development, Rong Yan found herself without other projects and decided to take a marriage leave to spend time with her grandmother. Lin Xiaoxiao informed her that the company provided a 15-day marriage leave, granted upon presenting a marriage certificate. The thought of the marriage certificate posed a dilemma for Rong Yan. If word spread about its issuance, the entire corporation, nay, the whole of Huagua, would surely be set ablaze with gossip. Unsure of how to proceed, she consulted Chi Jingyuan. Upon hearing her concern, Chi Jingyuan relaxed his brow, reassuring her, "You need not worry. I shall have the Human Resources Department handle it. However, I cannot accompany you during your leave." He was bound for France for over 10 days. "It's fine. You attend to your matters. I shall return home to be with my grandmother," she replied, not expecting him to accompany her to that small village, despite the home being kept tidy for his comfort. Chi Jingyuan nodded and embraced her. Rong Yan felt a sense of bewilderment, even though their relationship had grown closer. Such an embrace devoid of desire still left her flustered and at a loss. After a moment's struggle, she stiffly returned the embrace. This man was intoxicating. She seemed to prefer her own discomfort rather than see him endure any. "Wait for me to return," he said, to which Rong Yan nodded in agreement. His return coincided perfectly with the time to host a gathering at her hometown, rendering everything quite reasonable. Chi Jingyuan departed in the early hours of the following day, leaving without waking her. He silently got out of bed, donned his clothes, glanced at her sleeping figure and the lamp by the window before turning to leave. Half an hour after his departure, Rong Yan awoke, unusually alert and devoid of sleepiness, finding the space beside her empty. She reached to touch the spot where Chi Jingyuan had lain, inhaling the scent lingering on the blanket, and sat in contemplation for a good 10 minutes before pulling back the covers and sitting by the window to draw. Her sketches still depicted the great tiger and the little rabbit, with the tiger presenting a basket of carrots to the rabbit. His eyes deep and emotions palpable as he said, "Wait for me to return." For a fleeting moment, Rong Yan felt a pang of realization. As she traced the tiger in her drawing, the image of Chi Jingyuan embracing her surfaced in her mind. So somber, so sincere. In that instant, she vaguely understood something. She might miss Chi Jingyuan a little. Following his suggestion, Rong Yan approached Linda, the Human Resources Director, to discuss her marriage leave. Linda promptly replied, "Mr. Chi has already informed me. You may rest assured, I will handle everything." As a seasoned professional, Linda felt an overwhelming desire to lay bare her heart and soul before the boss's wife to demonstrate her loyalty. No amount of words could convey her fidelity. Only actions could suffice. Rong Yan expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." Linda replied, "You are too kind. Please let me know if you have any needs." After closing her phone, Rong Yan reflected on the fact that Linda was the only one at Shengshi aware of her relationship with Chi Jingyuan, and the delicate balance of their concealed marriage had, intentionally or not, begun to unravel. At the Shengshi headquarters, Linda gazed at the marriage certificate photo Chi Jingyuan had sent her, her hands trembling. She never imagined that the talented Rong Yan, singled out by the prestigious CEO a few months prior, was indeed the proprietress of Shengshi. Good heavens, how grand a revelation! Luckily, she had been cautious in her work, refraining from uttering inappropriate remarks, for had she offended the boss's wife, she might not have lived to tell the tale. Linda sighed in relief, but pondered how to address the marriage leave. Though she had the privilege to make notes directly in the system, the back end required the marriage certificate information to proceed. If the certificate were entered, all personnel managing human resources would have access to the details. After much contemplation, Linda devised a solution and called the IT department. Please grant me an access privilege in the system. Now, immediately. Upon hearing the news of Rong Yan's marriage leave, Lin Xiaoxiao forsook her meal and rushed back to the office. With unrelenting determination, she accessed the human resources system. As a recruiter, her role intertwined with personnel management, granting her the authority to view all employee records, including Rong Yan's. However, upon entering the credentials, a message appeared. Sorry, you do not have permission to view this employee's file. Please contact the administrator if necessary. Lin Xiaoxiao thought she had made an error and re-entered the information. Yet the same message persisted. Why was she denied access? She had been able to before. After a moment of stunned silence, Lin Xiaoxiao finally arrived at the most intolerable conclusion. Rong Yan had truly married Chi Jingyuan. Who else possessed such authority to directly revoke access to personnel files? Who had the leisure to encrypt the record of a mere assistant? Chapter 93. Encountering the Rong family in Yongsigu, President Chi had once mentioned that his wife was pregnant, and now it seemed Rong Yan was too. Over the past few months, her style of dress had become increasingly refined, starkly contrasting her former appearance and the lunchboxes. Coupled with the reminder on WeChat not to offend certain individuals, all pointed to an undeniable coincidence. Yet with so many coincidences converging, they transformed into something far beyond mere chance. Lin Xiaoxiao stared at the screen, struggling to accept this reality. 2 years prior, she had personally dismissed Rong Yan's resume, knowing full well that she was far too exceptional. She was resilient, focused, driven, and gifted. Wherever she was present, Lin Xiaoxiao felt diminished, her ambition and efforts merely serving to accentuate Rong Yan's brilliance. As fate would have it, Rong Yan had risen through the ranks within mere months, while Lin Xiaoxiao remained an ordinary employee. Now, Rong Yan had ascended to the status of the boss's wife, while Lin Xiaoxiao remained just a junior staff member. Lin Xiaoxiao laughed bitterly, believing that through her efforts, she might at least stand shoulder to shoulder with Rong Yan, but it appeared that she would never again surpass her. The towering edifice of Shengshi loomed as an insurmountable mountain in her life, a mountain she had toiled against for a lifetime, perhaps amounting to little more than a mere fraction of Rong Yan's worth. As she laughed, her nose tinged with emotion, her eyes reddened, and mist began to form, hinting at tears. Rong Yan, why did you come to Shengshi? Why did you come indeed? Having taken her leave, Rong Yan joyfully packed her belongings, preparing to return home. Su Cheng insisted on accompanying her. With a considerable amount of luggage, she did not refuse his offer, but upon arrival, her grandmother mistook him for someone else. Her eyes sparkling as she exclaimed, "So this is little Chi. Come in and sit." Rong Yan nearly choked on her drink. Little Chi. If Chi Jingyuan were to hear that name, his expression would surely be something to behold. Setting down her cup, Rong Yan approached her grandmother to clarify. "Grandma, this is Chi Jingyuan's colleague." Her grandmother's expression shifted to understanding, smiling brightly. "Ah, so little Chi is the driver. That is a fine job, decent and cultured. You must earn quite a bit each month. Does the company provide social insurance?" Su Cheng, apprehensive, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, while Rong Yan felt a twinge of discomfort. During her days at home, the rain fell incessantly, rendering farm work impossible. To stave off boredom, she resorted to drawing comics. After a couple of days, the skies finally cleared. Following a good night's rest, she rose early to prepare her things. That morning, she and her grandmother were to visit her mother's grave. With Su Cheng's presence, they avoided the early morning wait for the bus. As he swiftly drove them to Jiuquan Mountain, Rong Yan felt a wave of nostalgia. Only months ago, she had been waiting in the rain for a bus, awkwardly hitching a ride with Chi Jingyuan. Now, this very vehicle had become a constant companion. Life's circumstances indeed change in myriad ways. Supporting her grandmother as they alighted, her grandmother beamed at the Rolls-Royce, exclaiming, "Ah Yin, this must be little Chi's car, right? It must cost a fortune." Rong Yan gazed toward the distant mountains and smiled. "Yes, roughly so. At that moment, a sleek black Bentley entered the parking lot. Its door swung open, and Rong Yuanzhou stepped out. To his surprise, Rong Yan was also present, and he exclaimed in delight, "What brings you here?" Rong Yan, equally astonished, replied, "My mother is buried in Jiuquan Mountain. I have come to pay my respects." She drifted into thought, wishing he could visit her mother's grave, believing it would surely bring her joy, as she too missed him. "And you, what brings you to Jiuquan Mountain?" Rong Yan inquired. "The Rong family pays homage to our ancestors annually on this day," she continued, falling into silence. It turned out to be a day of ancestor worship. At that moment, several black sedans ascended from the foot of the mountain, signaling the arrival of other members of the Rong family for the same purpose. Rong Yunzhou's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of discomfort. "Yan, I must take my leave. My family has arrived. Let us meet another day." His flustered demeanor suggested that one of the vehicles likely contained Rong Yuanqi. Rong Yan smiled gently. "All right." She turned to assist her grandmother, guiding her toward the cemetery management office. Rong Xiang was the first to exit the vehicle, his gaze fixated on Rong Yan's retreating figure. He hesitantly asked Rong Yuanzhou, "Is that Rong Yan?" Rong Yuanzhou nodded. "Her mother is buried in Jiuquan Mountain. She has come to pay her respects." He then glanced at the sleeping Rong Yuanqi in the car, feeling relieved that she was unaware of Rong Yan's presence, thus averting a potentially difficult scene. Rong Xiang remained silent, his expression somber. "Is Yulan also buried in Jiuquan Mountain?" He pondered, realizing she had not forgotten their vows. Meanwhile, the staff at the management office noticed the arrival of the Dong family's vehicle and hurried to inform Hu Youxiang. Flustered, he rushed out, unprepared for the visit, as he had not received any prior notification from above. Approaching Su Cheng, he apologized and explained his predicament. Su Cheng gestured toward Rong Yan, who had fallen a couple of steps behind him, saying, "The lady has come to pay her respects today. She has everything prepared. You may attend to other matters." "Lady?" Hu Youxiang was taken aback. He stared at Rong Yan, who smiled sweetly at him, unable to conceal his astonishment. "Yan, Master Su calls you Lady Yu. I am the wife of Chi Jingyuan." This was the first time Rong Yan referred to herself in such a manner publicly, and she felt a touch of embarrassment. Since Su Cheng had disclosed her relationship with Chi Jingyuan, it indicated that uncle who was a trustworthy individual, and thus, she had nothing to conceal. Hu Youxiang's expression altered dramatically. He immediately adapted his tone, exuding utmost respect. "Understood. Please inform me in advance for your next visit. I will prepare everything, so you need not worry." "All right," Rong Yan replied, as Hu Youxiang followed behind her. She went to assist her grandmother, who was waiting at the intersection, and together they proceeded toward the cemetery center. Hu Youxiang marveled at the transformation. Just a few months prior, Yan had been struggling to gather 60,000 for the burial plot, and now she had become the owner of Jiuquan Mountain. It was truly unfathomable. Rong Yan placed osmanthus cake, fruits, and other offerings before her mother's grave, gently wiping the photograph of her mother. "Mom, I'm married now, and I'm doing well. I understand your sacrifices. The 10 million will remain untouched unless absolutely necessary. I will take good care of Grandma, rest assured." Her grandmother gazed at the photo of Yang Yulan, lost in thought, left speechless by the moment. Rong Yan left space for her grandmother and sought a quiet spot nearby, her gaze drifting toward the Rong family burial ground. There, a large group of individuals gathered, uniformly paying their respects with solemnity. Rong Xiang stood beside a woman, likely his wife, while Rong Yuanzhou and Rong Yuanqi positioned themselves on either side. Their family appeared harmonious and content, while her mother lay here, solitary in her resting place. Life can indeed be profoundly ironic at times. As Rong Yan descended the mountain, she encountered Rong Xiang at the intersection. He stood before his car, and upon seeing her, extinguished his cigarette and approached her slowly. Rong Yan scanned the surroundings, noticing the absence of his wife and children, indicating he had deliberately dismissed them to speak privately. She instructed Su Cheng to take her grandmother away first. "Is her mother buried here?" His voice carried a heavy sorrow. "Yes." Rong Xiang cautiously ascended the mountain, glancing at her with trepidation. "I cannot find it. Can you guide me?" The daylight was still ample, and the path was manageable, leading them to Yang Yolan's grave within minutes. As Rong Xiang beheld the gravestone, his eyes glistened with tears. They had loved each other, but reality had been cruel. He placed the osmanthus cake he had brought before the gravestone, only to discover another plate of osmanthus cake already there. His actions momentarily froze. But he resumed, placing the offering. When did your mother pass away? 2 years ago. Did she leave any words for me before she departed? Rong Yan scoffed. Do you not find that question rather ironic, Mr. Rong? You embrace another woman while yearning for her to leave a message for you. Do you think she was a mere trifler? Having paid your respects, you ought to leave swiftly, she added, offering him no warmth. Rong Xiang followed her, his silence stretching for an eternity. Your mother and I were in a free love. I fell for her at first sight, but the Rong family opposed it. She was a proud woman who refused to be humiliated by the Rong family, ultimately choosing divorce. I had many unspoken burdens at the time and reluctantly agreed. He seemed to regret it deeply. I vowed to care for her for a lifetime, to spare her any suffering, yet all her hardships stemmed from my decisions. Rong Yan remained silent, quickening her pace. Yin, these years, it was your father who wronged you. Rong Yan's expression hardened, her voice icy. I have no father. I stated this during our first meeting. My father has been deceased. Ayan, do not call me Ayan. Her emotions surged, and she felt a pang of discomfort in her abdomen. After regaining her composure, she spoke coldly. You know, my mother was not a mistress, and I am not an illegitimate child. Everything she did was to help the Rong family navigate through a public relations crisis. She accepted the 10 million for me. Yet, over these years, have you ever clarified our situation? While you lived in luxury, did you ever consider we might still be starving? When you stood on the dazzling stage, did you think of us being attacked, insulted, and pelted with rotten eggs? You did not. You never did. He fathered her, yet knew nothing of her appearance. However, she had seen his visage. As a child, she would secretly look at his photos, and as she grew older, she searched for his news online. Yet, what purpose did that serve? He was someone else's father, not hers. Rong Shiheng's face was etched with guilt. I am sorry. I have wronged you. If I have the chance to make amends, no need, it is no longer necessary. The most torturous moments had passed. What need had she for a father now? She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and steadied her trembling heart. I have but one question for you. Rong Yuanzhou is my biological brother, is he not? He is 4 years my elder, born the year you marry my mother, and later brought back to the Rong family, correct? Rong Shiheng's expression shifted to one of panic. How did she know? The Rong family had concealed Yuanzhou's identity meticulously, revealing nothing to the outside world, and he dared not let Yuanzhou discover this knowledge. Wait, her grandmother. She had promised the Rong family not to disclose the truth after receiving the money. Rong Shiheng's face bore a pallor tinged with both pleading and a desire to appease. Ayin, please do not tell Yuanzhou about this matter. It would surely distress him greatly. He is your elder brother, and you wouldn't wish him to suffer so, would you? Rong Yan smiled, though the smile was tinged with desolation. The truth she had longed for him to know was, in reality, a calamity for him. Indeed, she thought, he must not be saddened, so let me bear this sorrow alone. Her tone dripped with irony. Ultimately, she was not the cherished daughter he had doted upon. She was neither Rong Yuanzhou nor Rong Yuanqi. His disregard for her feelings was entirely expected. Rong Yan did not wish to prolong this exchange and turned to descend the hillside, only to collide head-on with Rong Yuanzhou, who was approaching from the mountain's mouth. You, what are you doing here? Seeing that his father had yet to return, and given the dangers of the mountains, far removed from the safety of the city, he had come back out of concern, only to witness this scene. Tears glistened on Rong Yan's cheeks, her eyes reddened, and his father's expression was peculiar. Instinctively, he sensed that something was amiss. Rong Yan fell silent, lacking the energy to explain further, and hurried away. Rong Yuanzhou turned to his father. Dad, aren't you going to explain why you and Ayan? Rong Xiang simply sighed deeply, gazing towards Jiuchuan Mountain, his brow furrowed with worry. Yuanzhou, let us return. He could not bring himself to reveal the truth to his son. He was afraid weak. Rong Yuanzhou's eyes grew cold. His father's hesitance made him wonder if he had truly developed feelings for Ayan, falling into old habits, and had the audacity to pursue her in such circumstances. Dad, Ayan is already married. Rong Xiang was oblivious to his son's thoughts, failing to register his words as he turned towards the parking area. Is that so? Rong Yuanzhou thought to himself that perhaps he was misinterpreting the situation. Observing his father's demeanor, it seemed he was reluctant to speak. Yet his intuition told him there was a hidden matter between his father and Ayan. At that moment, a furious Rong Yuanqi rushed forward, striking Rong Yan across the face. You vixen, Are you trying to seduce my father again? Unlike Rong Yuanzhou, who had only noticed Rong Yan from a distance at the memorial service, Rong Yuanqi had felt a twinge of alarm when she saw her. So, when Rong Xing mentioned he had business to attend to, she sensed something was off and concocted an excuse to follow her mother. Rong Yan grasped Rong Yuanqi's wrist, preventing the slap from landing on her face. Having been tricked once, she was not about to fall for it a second time. Enraged, Rong Yuanqi broke free from Rong Yan's hold and raised her hand to strike again. But Rong Yan was quicker, delivering a resounding slap to Rong Yuanqi's face, leaving her momentarily stunned. Before she could react, another slap landed on her right cheek. Chapter 95. What is your name? Yan, how can you resort to violence? Rong Yuanzhou swiftly shielded his sister behind him, frowning as he regarded Rong Yan. No matter the circumstances, he did not wish for their conflict to escalate. Rong Yan ignored him, focusing her gaze on Rong Yuanqi. Miss Rong, I warned you last time, since you chose to ignore my warning. Do not blame my hand for being unmerciful. Rong Yan had never been one to play the martyr, especially when they had provoked her first. Rong Yuanqi, dazed from the blows, turned to her mother, her pale cheeks flushed with indignation. Mom, she hit me. This vixen is not only trying to seduce my father, but has also struck me. Mom, it hurts. Chi Jingyuan scrutinized Rong Yan. Under the evening glow, her features were striking, exuding a pure and clean beauty reminiscent of Yang Yulan. What is your name? Chi Jingyuan's gaze flickered, seeking to confirm her suspicions. Mom, at this point, why are you still asking her name? Is it necessary to be polite first? Rong Yuanqi retorted in frustration, ignoring her daughter's antics. Chi Jingyuan's focus remained locked on Rong Yan. The middle-aged woman, adorned in a black evening gown, exuded elegance and poise. Unlike Chi Jingyuan's mother, she possessed a calm demeanor, a subtlety that made her inscrutable. Rong Yan remained silent, prompting Rong Yuanzhou to interject. Mom, this is Rong Yan, my friend. There seems to be a misunderstanding. Yan. Chi Jingyuan's voice softened momentarily, her expression no longer sharp as she spoke gently. You are welcome to visit our home anytime. Today, my daughter was thoughtless. Please do not hold it against her. Rong Yan was taken aback. What was this attitude from Chi Jingyuan? Was she putting on an act? Not only did she not defend her daughter, but she also extended an invitation to her. Was she merely pretending to be magnanimous? Did she recognize her and seek confirmation? Mom, she was the one who hit me first. Why are you defending her? Lacking the expected maternal support, Rong Yuanqi was both shocked and incredulous, her fair face reflecting her disbelief. Chi, did I not tell you to provide evidence for everything? Your father has stated that he and Miss Rong were merely exchanging pleasantries. Without evidence, you cannot casually accuse others, understand? I am not wrong. She is the one seducing my father. If you all choose to side with her, then I will leave. Very well, I will go. Rong Yuanqi, overwhelmed, covered her face and ran away in tears. Rong Xing hurried after his daughter, while Rong Yuanzhou cast a glance at Rong Yan before following suit. Chi Jingyuan remained composed, quietly observing Rong Yan with a smile that suggested a hint of approval. You resemble her greatly. No, you are even more beautiful. Rong Yan was momentarily taken aback. She had indeed been recognized, identified as Yang Yulan's daughter. Yet, the nature of Chi Jingyuan's demeanor eluded her. What was her intention? Was it common to praise a rival's beauty? Chi Jingyuan retrieved a business card from her bag and placed it in Rong Yan's hand. When you return to the city, if you are willing, I would like to invite you for coffee. Rong Yan stared at the card, her response delayed. Chi Jingyuan, unperturbed, simply remarked, I shall take my leave now, and followed her family to comfort her daughter. On the way home, Rong Yan felt distracted. After disembarking, she inquired of her grandmother about Chi Jingyuan, the wife of Rong Shiheng's business marriage. What kind of person is she? Her grandmother appeared surprised. Why do you ask about her? Just curious. After a moment of consideration, her grandmother shook her head. I'm not very clear. Your mother rarely spoke of her. Thus, there was no answer. Rong Yan looked at the business card in her hand. Aside from Rong Yuanzhou, she wished to sever ties with anyone from the Rong family. She had no desire to involve herself with that affluent clan, Chi Jingyuan included. Therefore, meeting was indeed unnecessary. After a moment's hesitation, she discarded the card into the trash bin. Supporting her grandmother towards home, under the dim light of the rose garden, a tall figure lingered, casting a long shadow. Rong Yan rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Indeed, it was Chi Jingyuan. Wasn't it supposed to be tomorrow morning? How did you return tonight? A little flutter of excitement coursed through her as she hurried over to him, her eyes sparkling. "Why are you back early?" Chi Jingyuan smiled gently, warmth radiating from his gaze. "I finished my tasks ahead of schedule." Looking at the little one before him, he couldn't help but wish to hold her close and shower her with affectionate kisses. He glanced at the elder behind him, suppressing the urge to embrace her. "Chi Jingyuan, this is your grandmother. Grandmother, this is..." Little Chi. Rong Yan felt her cheeks flush. Indeed, that title was quite compelling. Little Chi. Her grandmother's eyes sparkled with delight, not expecting Yan's husband to be so handsome, far more striking than the stars on television. As if he had stepped out of a painting. "I should have visited sooner, but many matters delayed me," Chi Jingyuan replied with a humble demeanor, slightly bowing to assist the elder. "It's perfectly fine. Your presence is what matters," the grandmother beamed, her smile wide as she inquired about Chi Jingyuan's life. Fortunately, Rong Yan had informed him in advance, ensuring every detail was well managed. The grandmother was thoroughly satisfied, even eating an extra half bowl of dinner. "Little Chi, you shall stay in Yan's room tonight, and Yan, you can sleep in your mother's room." Before resting, the grandmother kindly reminded them about the dinner invitation for the following evening, encouraging them to rest well. In the countryside, there exists a custom that married daughters cannot share a bed with their husbands when returning to their parental home. Rong Yan felt a tinge of embarrassment as she replied affirmatively, casting a glance at Chi Jingyuan before making her way to her mother's room. Chapter 96. The Heartless Little One, Chi Jingyuan. Why did he rush back with such effort, if not to hold her close and shower her with kisses? How had things turned out this way? Lying on the bed, he felt a deep sense of grievance. Rong Yan, too, found sleep elusive. After meeting her family, her mood had shifted. Seeing Chi Jingyuan return initially lifted her spirits, yet now she felt a bit deflated. She turned slightly, caressing her abdomen, when suddenly she heard a creak. The door to the room swung open. Sitting up, she noticed only a dim wall lamp was lit, and before she could discern the figure, a warm hand covered her lips. The familiar scent enveloped her, and her heart settled back into rhythm. "Chi Jingyuan, what are you doing? Sneaking in at this hour?" He gazed into her eyes, sighed, and rested his head on her shoulder, inhaling the scent of her hair like an addict. "What do you think I'm doing, heartless little one?" Rong Yan. How amusing it was that their first encounter led him to accuse her of being heartless. Had you been well these past days? In truth, he wished to ask, "Have you missed me?" But the words transformed before they could leave his lips. Rong Yan nodded, "Very well. I've been eating and sleeping soundly." Chi Jingyuan lightly tapped her head, exasperated with her nonchalance. Heartless little one. While he had struggled to find pleasure in food and sleep, feeling an inexplicable void, she seemed to thrive, enjoying her meals and rest to the fullest. Rong Yan. Was she to be blamed for his childlike temperament? After a while of holding her, feeling unsatisfied, he cupped her face in his hands, leaning in to capture her longed-for lips. Just then, the door swung open again. In a swift motion, Rong Yan pushed Chi Jingyuan back and pulled the quilt over him, concealing him entirely. "What are you doing?" her grandmother inquired, through the slight opening. She seemed to catch sight of shadow. Rong Yan shook her head, her heart racing as if she were a thief caught in the act. "Nothing." "Grandmother, why are you still awake? Is there something you need?" About Chi Jingyuan, her grandmother paused, deep in thought. "I suddenly remembered she visited when you were born." "Here? To our hometown?" The grandmother nodded, her memory hazy. "I believe she discussed taking you back to the Rong family, but after their conversation, your mother cried for 2 days. Crying for 2 days. That must have been an unpleasant discussion. Shall I guess? Was it that the Rong family wanted to take her back? But mother couldn't bear to part with you, so she disagreed? Is that how it went?" But now, dwelling on such matters felt futile. After her grandmother left, she glanced at the quilt, which slightly bulged beneath it. Chi Jingyuan lifted the quilt, pursing his lips, gazing at Rong Yan with a pout. Was he a secret affair? Why was he relegated to hiding under the quilt rather than being held in her embrace? Rong Yan bit her lip, feeling embarrassed and silent. Was Chi Jingyuan angry? Yet, she couldn't be blamed. Who knew her grandmother would come unexpectedly? If discovered, she would be scolded, and she wished to avoid that. How could she pacify him? After a while, it was Chi Jingyuan who relented first. He shifted slightly, lowering his voice, filled with affliction. "Heartless little thing." Rong Yan touched her nose. Chi Jingyuan. What's the matter? That name was familiar to him. The wife of Rong Xiong, mother of Rong Yuanzhou, discussing her was surely significant. Rong Yan briefly recounted her encounters with the Rong family, omitting the intricacies of their past grievances. She simply asked Chi Jingyuan, "Is Qin Yuan good to Yuan Zhou?" Chi Jingyuan answered without hesitation, "Very well." The Rong family had cooperation with the Rong family, albeit not deeply intertwined. From what he had observed at a few gatherings, this Madame Rong genuinely cared for Rong Yuan Zhou, even better than a biological mother. It was evident enough that no one could doubt the bond between him and Qin Yuan. Is the rest of the Rong family good to him? Is he happy there? He lacked insight into the finer details, but from what Yuan Zhou had shared, the elders of the Rong family treated him generously, fulfilling his every request. Rong Xiang wished for his son to inherit the family business, and the elders indulged him, allowing him to study medicine, as long as he was content. In the world of the affluent, he had the freedom to pursue his desires, which certainly could be considered a form of affection. Rong Yan felt a sense of confusion. If Qin Yuan truly treated her brother well, and the Rong family was kind to him, then revealing the truth to him would undoubtedly bring disaster. Could he accept it? She felt conflicted. Enough of this. Chi Jingyuan gazed into her eyes, emotions surging. After such a long time apart, did you not miss me? Rong Yan. Her face, already flushed from his kiss, deepened in color. How could he utter such shameless words? This was truly a matter of life and death. She averted her gaze from his intense stare, feeling flustered. So, can we return to my room to rest? It's a bit farther from grandmother's room. With no time wasted, Chi Jingyuan swept her off her feet, striding into the adjacent room. He gently placed her on the bed, and this time, he sensibly locked the door. Another exhausting night passed. Chapter 97. The engagement ring at breakfast. Her grandmother took a sip of porridge and asked Rong Yan, "What was that noise in your room last night? It sounded like something was rattling. Could it be a mouse?" But that couldn't be. She had purchased rat poison days ago and hadn't heard any sound since. Rong Yan buried her head, her face flushed, speaking in a voice barely above a whisper. "I don't know. I didn't sleep in that room." Chi Jingyuan set down his chopsticks, adopting a serious expression. "Grandmother, it was my fault. Ayin usually sleeps in that bed, but she's light while I am not, so I accidentally broke it." Rong Yan buried her head even lower. How could Chi Jingyuan discuss such matters with a straight face, without a hint of embarrassment? Her grandmother looked astonished. "The bed broke?" "Yes. That's all right. I'll have someone come to fix it later." "You didn't sleep well last night, did you? After breakfast, you should take a nap." Chi Jingyuan responded affirmatively, elegantly picked up his chopsticks, and resumed his breakfast. At noon, he called upon an uncle from the village to repair the bed, and being young and vigorous, his grandmother urged him to lend a hand. Chi Jingyuan shed his suit, rolled up his shirt sleeves, and immersed himself in the rhythmic sound of hammering. His hands soon covered in dust. Rong Yan observed this scene with a sense of wonder. In her memory, Chi Jingyuan was a person of high stature. When she first met him, she had accidentally fainted in his arms, and he had reacted with disdain. Now, here he was, repairing a bed. The contrast was indeed striking. The bed was not difficult to fix, and it was completed swiftly. With the banquet scheduled for the evening, Chi Jingyuan had a little time to spare, so he began to explore Rong Yan's room. The small space contained only a bed, a wardrobe, and a bookshelf. Against the wall was a desk adorned with sketchbooks and various books. The walls were adorned with certificates and photographs of Rong Yan receiving awards. "You were quite the academic achiever in your youth," he remarked, noting the difficulty of some awards she had received. Chi Jingyuan casually flipped through the sketchbook on the desk. Similar to his own rented apartment, it contained her spontaneous bursts of creativity, some drawings finished, others merely half completed, yet all were commendable. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips. His little one was truly remarkable. Suddenly, he paused on one particular page, narrowing his eyes at the drawing. It depicted a bracelet that bore a resemblance to the one Shen Yan wore. Could it be that she designed and crafted it for him? Chi Jingyuan tightened his grip on the sketchbook, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his gaze. Is something the matter? As the time approached, Rong Yan, now dressed, came to call him, only to find him lost in thought over the sketchbook. "It's nothing," he replied, closing the book and looking up at her. "Shall we depart?" Rong Yan nodded. The banquet was set to take place at the finest restaurant in the county. While it might not be considered particularly grand by Chi Jingyuan standards, it was a rare treat for the villagers. Choosing this venue was a point of pride for both Rong Yan and her grandmother. In accordance with Rong Yan's wishes, the occasion was kept modest, inviting only close relatives. Her mother had no siblings, and while Rong Yan had a few distant relatives, they were minimal, consisting of the descendants of her grandmother's siblings. 3 tables were reserved for the feast. Upon arriving, Chi Jingyuan unexpectedly took her hand, placing a cool object upon her ring finger. Wear this. If you dare lose it, I shall spank you. Rong Yan stared at the object in confusion. It was a diamond ring, a subtly luxurious piece. Its design resembled flower petals, glinting with a hint of blue in the sunlight, dazzling on her finger. She felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart. Looking up at Chi Jingyuan, she noticed his back was slightly hurried, as if he were evading something. She hadn't noticed when he had donned a similar ring on his own finger, though it was much more understated than hers. Sir went to France for this. Su Cheng in dezet su den li. Madam, this ring is quite special. Please ensure you take good care of it, as it was personally crafted by the boss. In France, he had spent every day alongside designers, sketching, learning, and refining techniques, ultimately creating this unique diamond ring for her. The ring also concealed a hidden surprise. Though these details remained unspoken, Su Cheng dared not elaborate, hoping she would discover it soon. As they entered the restaurant, many relatives and friends had already arrived. Chi Jingyuan had arranged for the banquet in advance, and everything proceeded smoothly. Oh, Rong's husband is quite handsome, much better than Qianqian's. Village folk began to gossip as soon as they entered. Ning Qian's expression soured. She hadn't seen this man's face that night, but had sensed his impressive demeanor. She hadn't expected him to be so exceptional. Suddenly feeling embarrassed, Ning Qian regretted her decision to attend. Meanwhile, Ning Qian's mother scoffed. Does looks feed you? I've heard he only has 3 or 4 mortgage properties. My son-in-law is different. His assets are worth millions. Full of pride, she believed her son-in-law far surpassed this mere driver. How could Rong Yan, a child born out of wedlock, ever compare to her daughter? Who says looks can't be an asset? Rong Yan replied with a gentle smile. And who? Look at Qianqian. She has lost weight. It seems her husband has affected her appetite. As for me, just gazing at my husband has made me gain several pounds. Ning Qian's mother was momentarily speechless, her eyes nearly rolling to the back of her head. Ning Qian coldly retorted, you certainly know how to console yourself. Yet, she felt a twinge of satisfaction knowing her husband was wealthier than Rong Yan's, reassuring herself that she hadn't lost after all. At that moment, Su Cheng led 2 individuals upstairs, burdened with numerous bags. Thank you all for attending my and Yan's wedding banquet. Unfortunately, our elders could not make it, but we prepared a small token of appreciation. Please accept it. Just then, Chi Jingyuan, who had been observing from the back, joined the fray. Su Cheng and the others quickly distributed red envelopes to everyone present, giving an extra one to the children, along with party favors for all. When the envelopes reached Ning Qian and Aunt Hu, Chi Jingyuan retracted his hand. Oh, I forgot. Your son-in-law's assets are in the millions. Perhaps he looks down upon such trifling red envelopes and gifts. The hand of Aunt Hu, which had been reaching for the envelope, froze mid-air, her expression a mixture of reluctance and embarrassment as she pulled back. A child nearby opened his envelope to reveal a thick stack of cash, exclaiming, wow, 3,000. So much. Another opened a party favor, revealing a well-known brand of white wine worth around 4,000 yuan. Gasps of astonishment filled the room. Goodness, 7,000 in gifts. How generous. This was the first time they had ever attended a banquet where not only were red envelopes distributed, but gifts were also given. The relatives and friends were overjoyed. Ning Qian and Aunt Hu found it increasingly difficult to maintain their composure. 7,000 yuan worth of gifts, and they had received none. It was too embarrassing to ask for any, leaving them in a dilemma. Just then, a village aunt voiced her admiration. Yan's husband truly is generous. He is far more willing than Qianqian's. I remember when Qianqian got married, there were only wedding candies. No red envelopes or gifts. Ning Qian's face darkened. These people had previously praised her husband for his youth and capability, yet now they were fawning over Yan's husband. Are you truly a driver? Someone questioned, bewildered, as a driver could hardly afford such lavish gifts. I am indeed a driver, but my ancestors were merchants and left me some assets, Chi Jingyuan explained. Realization dawned upon the crowd. He was a wealthy heir. No wonder he was so generous. It seemed his family had considerable wealth. Suddenly, everyone's demeanor toward Chi Jingyuan softened. Being a wealthy heir was far more admirable than merely being a big boss. They wouldn't have to struggle, living comfortably for life. Yin has truly good taste and luck to have found a rich heir, they murmured. Ning Qian was so enraged she could barely speak. She had come to mock Rong Yan, only to find herself the object of ridicule. Rong Yan stood nearby, smiling as she observed the scene. All these arrangements had been made by Chi Jingyuan. She had been unaware of his meticulous planning. Once matters were settled, Chi Jingyuan pulled Rong Yan into a corner. "There is someone I want you to meet." "Who?" She wondered if all the expected relatives had already arrived. Who else could they both know that hadn't yet appeared? Moments later, Rong Yuanzhou appeared at the entrance of the hall, waving at Rong Yan with a gentle smile. "I'm the one," he said. "Congratulations on your wedding." "Ayan." He handed her a wedding gift. Chi Jingyuan had earlier communicated with him, urging him to be present at the event, coinciding with the ancestral worship at Jiuquan Mountain. After the family departed, he chose to stay. "Thank you." Rong Yan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice slightly choked. Although this was not an official wedding, Rong Yuanzhou's presence at the venue brought immense joy to Rong Yan. Chi Jingyuan had truly invested his heart into this. Why was she crying? Such a joyous occasion should be met with smiles, not tears that rendered her a weeping kitten. Rong Yuanzhou produced a tissue to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Unable to bear the sight, Chi Jingyuan pushed him away. Even though he was her brother, it was best he kept his distance. Otherwise, his possessiveness could lead to unforeseen consequences. What a miser! Rong Yuanzhou muttered under his breath, astonished by Chi Jingyuan's protective demeanor. He could hardly believe this was the same person. "I'm hungry. Where's the banquet? Which table am I sitting at?" He turned to walk inside, and Chi Jingyuan cast a knowing glance at Rong Yan before following him, reassuring her that there would be food enough for all. As they departed, Grandma shakily approached Rong Yan, pointing towards the direction Rong Yuanzhou had vanished, her wrinkled hand trembling. "Who is he? Who is he? Could he possibly be?" Rong Yan nodded. "Grandma, he is my brother, Rong Yuanzhou." Tears filled Grandma's eyes, and despite holding back for a long while, she succumbed, leaning on Rong Yan's shoulder and weeping. "This child, I thought I would never see him again in this lifetime, yet here he is. He has grown so tall. If Yuan knew, she would find solace in the underworld. At least her two children have not met a tragic fate. They have found a relatively decent resolution." The banquet proceeded smoothly. Chi Jingyuan set aside his pride and aloofness, adopting the demeanor of a humble and gentle groom. He accompanied Rong Yan and Grandma in toasting relatives, calling out uncle, aunt, brother, sister-in-law, second grandma, second uncle. Rong Yan's eyes sparkled with warmth and hidden emotion. She had never witnessed such obedience and decorum from Chi Jingyuan before. He had truly done a lot for her. This was also Rong Yuanzhou's first encounter with this side of Chi Jingyuan, and he found himself dumbfounded, seriously questioning whether he was dreaming. Soon, the toasts reached the table where Rong Yuanzhou sat. Rong Yan filled his cup and, for the first time, poured a small drink for Grandma. Grandma, holding the glass, approached Rong Yuanzhou with a trembling hand, scrutinizing him closely. As tears welled in her eyes, she exclaimed, "You are so wonderful, so remarkable. You've grown so much," and began to cry again. Rong Yuanzhou, bewildered, looked toward Rong Yan for clarification. She too felt her eyes welling up and stepped aside to wipe her tears. "Yuanzhou, Grandma is happy. You should drink with her," Chi Jingyuan suggested. Rong Yuanzhou promptly toasted the elderly lady, pondering for a moment before saying, "I am Ian's friend, so I shall also call you Grandma." "Grandma, I drink to you. Please feel free." Sigh. Grandma lowered her head, wiping her tears, feeling as if she could leave this world with no regrets. Ning Qian was also at that table, having reached her limit with the atmosphere. She merely wanted to eat and leave, her anger flaring as she watched Rong Yan and Chi Jingyuan in harmonious affection, nearly causing her to lose her composure. Rong Yan introduced, "This is my childhood friend and university classmate, Ning Qian." "So, she's the one who insulted him for being a model." Chi Jingyuan scoffed lightly, raising his glass slightly in a gesture of respect. "For Ayan's sake, I shall not hold past grievances against you, but in the future, it may not be so easy." He was not someone to provoke. Those who did would find themselves regretting it. Ning Qian, with a stiff expression, raised her glass, aware of the surrounding gazes. "I was just joking that day. I didn't expect you to take it seriously. Let us pretend it never happened." She tilted her head back and drank the wine in one go. Suddenly, her gaze shifted to the diamond ring on Rong Yan's finger. Though not particularly knowledgeable about jewelry, she could discern the quality of diamond, and the one on Rong Yan's hand was undoubtedly worth no less than 500,000. Her heart sank. 500,000. Her man worked tirelessly for a year without earning that much. How could this man afford such an extravagant ring for her? What was the extent of his family's wealth? Why could she not encounter such a man? Why did all the fortune seem to favor Rong Yan, who was merely a love child? What made Ning Qian inferior to her? Ning Qian's expression darkened once more. Noticing Ning Qian's unwavering gaze on her hand, Rong Yan quickly withdrew it, exchanged a few pleasantries, and departed with Chi Jingyuan. Chapter 99. Unwittingly captivated grandma was in high spirits today. Chi Jingyuan had brought her pride, presenting her with red envelopes and gifts, and the villagers praised her good fortune, suggesting her granddaughter's husband was of good character and generous. A smile never left her face. After the meal, Chi Jingyuan and Rong Yan began to send off guests one by one. With the task accomplished, Rong Yan felt she had satisfied her grandmother's wishes. Chi Jingyuan had to step out to handle an urgent matter and took a call outside. Rong Yan observed Rong Yuanzhou conversing with Grandma and decided to escort him downstairs. It seemed Grandma had much to say. Was she always like this? Rong Yan could only nod. Elderly people are like this. Dr. Rong, thank you for your patience and listening. Rong Yuanzhou chuckled. It was not a matter of how much she spoke, but rather that Grandma seemed to inquire about his well-being, which felt oddly familiar, as if she recognized him. But how could that be? This was their first meeting. A black Bentley was parked downstairs. Yan, did you know my father before? Is there something you're hiding from me? He asked just before getting into the car. The atmosphere between his father and Rong Yan was undeniably peculiar. Rong Yan anticipated his question and was not particularly surprised, yet she was unsure how to respond. Why don't you ask your father? I did, but he wouldn't say. Rong Yan fell silent, uncertain if she should share anything with him. The feelings of the Rong family, especially Rong Xiong, were of little concern to her. She only wished for her brother's well-being and cared solely for his feelings. Forget it. I want to press you. It was disingenuous to say he wasn't too upset, but he felt helpless. He reached out to ruffle her hair and sighed. Just live well with Chi Jingyuan. He treats you very differently. Initially believing their marriage was a result of necessity without emotional foundation. He realized today that he had been mistaken. Having known Chi Jingyuan for so long, he was encountering this humble and courteous side of him for the first time, engaging in tasks he had previously deemed beneath him. Chi Jingyuan appeared to be unwittingly captivated by her. Is he really so different with me? Perhaps you're mistaken. Upon hearing his words, a ripple of emotion stirred within Rong Yan, as if a hidden part of her had been gently touched. She recalled that Chi Jingyuan had once harbored feelings for Shen Mingzhu. Even if he showed her a modicum of difference, it was likely due to the child. Yes, that must be it. Yuanzhou had surely misunderstood. Perhaps, he chuckled. It seemed the young lady had yet to awaken to her feelings. Both of them appeared rather slow on the uptake. However, these matters were theirs to navigate. As an observer, he had no right to interfere. He had fulfilled his duty of warning. The rest was up to them. While they conversed, a white sedan sped past them. Today, Xia Xiaoan accompanied Shen Yin to meet a professor to discuss experimental data for their research lab. They happened to spot Rong Yan. Oh, isn't that Yin? Xia Xiaoan glanced at Shen Yin beside her. Shen Yin's eyes brightened instantly, turning to gaze out the window, only for the smile to vanish the next moment. Yin was, together with Rong Yuanzhou. Did they see each other often? Yin was dressed quite formally. Was that her boyfriend beside her? Were they getting engaged? After their last meeting regarding the new product data, Xia Xiaoan had a very favorable impression of Rong Yan and couldn't help but comment. Shen Yan's expression darkened immediately. He adjusted his sleeves, coldly stating, "Don't speak nonsense." However, they were dressed quite formally. In my hometown, one would wear such attire for engagements, and I must say, they seemed rather well matched. By the way, Professor Shen, I assume Yin will invite you to her wedding. Considering you are her teacher, remarked Xia Xiaoan with enthusiasm. Shen Yan's countenance darkened further. Stop the car, he bellowed, prompting the driver to swiftly pull over. Get out, he commanded coldly. Xia Xiaoan was taken aback. Wasn't Professor Shen always amiable? He had always been gentle and modest. Why was he suddenly so furious? Had she perhaps misspoken? Yet, recognizing his ire, Xia Xiaoan dared not argue and reluctantly exited the vehicle as it sped away. Inside the car, Shen Yan's face was ashen, his eyes tightly shut, his mind overwhelmed with images of Rong Yan and Rong Yuanzhou together. Were they truly engaged? Impossible. Yan harbored feelings for him. She only dated other men to provoke him. How could she possibly be engaged to another man? He desperately reassured himself. But the last bastion of his heart began to crumble unexpectedly, engulfed by a profound sense of panic. If she truly were to marry someone else, Xinyan could not bear to contemplate it. He would go mad. With trembling hands, he retrieved his phone and scrolled to Rong Yan's WeChat, where their conversation was a monologue on his part, as she had scarcely ever replied. In that instant, his anxiety intensified. His fingers quivered as he began to type, erasing and rewriting, until he finally composed a message. Yan, where are you? I need to speak with you. Can we meet? After a few minutes, her response came. No need. I have something to attend to. Xinyan pressed on. What is it? You're back in your hometown, aren't you? I just saw you with Dr. Rong. What is your relationship with him? Rong Yan stared at Xinyan's message, feeling bewildered. She had no desire to respond and silently turned off her phone. She had already clarified everything. Their relationship was strictly platonic. The next moment, Xinyan's call came through. Without a second thought, Rong Yan hung up and turned to ascend the stairs. As she reached the corner, an inexplicable impulse compelled her to glance toward the mall, where she saw two familiar figures in a glass enclosure, Chi Jingyuan and Shun Mingzhu. Rong Yan instinctively halted, hiding behind a poster. Shun Mingzhu appeared to say something, and Chi Jingyuan's brow furrowed in concentration. Then, she stood on her tiptoes, gently touching Chi Jingyuan's face. Rong Yan quickly averted her gaze and ascended the stairs. As if sensing her presence, Chi Jingyuan instinctively glanced in her direction when he evaded Shun Mingzhu's hand. Yet there was nothing there. Yuan, I didn't mean to touch you. There was something on your hair, and I wanted to help, Shun Mingzhu hurriedly clarified. Chi Jingyuan replied, I am aware of the project details. Please contact General Chun. I will meet him later to discuss. Shun Mingzhu nodded in agreement. She had sought out Chi Jingyuan due to an urgent matter at the company that required his attention. Seizing the opportunity, Chi Jingyuan sent Rong Yan a message. I have something to attend to. Su-chung will take you and Grandma home. I will come pick you up later. Chapter 100. On her dead, Rong Yan stared at the message for a while before responding with a simple, okay. On her way home, she remained silent, her mind replaying the earlier scene. Were Chi Jingyuan and Shun Mingzhu on a date? Had they reconciled? Was the matter he needed to attend to related to Shun Mingzhu? She pressed her hand against her heart, feeling a vague heaviness and pain. It was strange. She had often seen them together before and knew of their relationship during their wedding. Yet she had never felt discomfort until now. Had she begun to develop a sense of possessiveness over Chi Jingyuan? Rong Yan pondered this confusion all the way home, and her thoughts remained unresolved until her grandmother called her to the room. As soon as she entered, her grandmother locked the door, grabbing a rattan whip from the corner. She struck Rong Yan with it, her anger palpable, though her strength seemed to wane. You've grown bold, haven't you? You dare deceive me? Rong Yan, you have truly disappointed me. With that, several more lashes fell. Rong Yan quickly shielded her abdomen, bewildered. Grandma, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Don't understand? Her grandmother began to berate her. Then tell me, where did you get the money for the grave plot? Rong Yan's gaze faltered. Didn't I mention it before? It was from the project bonus. You are still lying to me. Her grandmother lashed out again. Rumors have reached me. You are being dishonest. They say you're working as a hostess at a club, sleeping with men daily. Is that where the money comes from? No, Grandma. That's not true. How dare you deny it? Tell me, where did Xiao Qi come from? Isn't he the model you brought back to deceive me? What about the red envelopes and gifts? You have brought shame upon the Yang family. From now on, I disown you. Rong Yan seized the whip, but her grandmother wrenched it away, causing her to stagger backward. Fortunately, she managed to steady herself against the cabinet, but in doing so, her abdomen was exposed. Her grandmother's face turned pale as she approached, lifting Rong Yan's skirt to point at her belly with trembling fingers. You've done that, and you're pregnant. Today, I will beat you to death, and that will cleanse the Yang family's name. Despite her age, her grandmother was robust, and the force of her blows was fierce. After several strikes, Rong Yan's skin was left raw and bleeding. Fearing for her child, she attempted to wrest the whip from her grandmother, who then grabbed a nearby stick and struck at her abdomen. Rong Yan quickly released her grip, protecting her belly while dodging desperately. Grandma, don't listen to what others say. I haven't done anything wrong. I am truly married to Chi Jingyuan. The marriage certificate is in my bag. You can take a look. The child is Chi Jingyuan S. I have not tarnished the family name. Why do you believe outsiders over me? When Chi Jingyuan returned to the village, he could hear the sounds of shouting and cursing from afar. His expression shifted as he rushed into the house, forcefully kicking open the door. What he saw was Rong Yan, bruised and battered in the corner, and his grandmother sitting on the floor, distraught. Rong Yan's face was streaked with tears, her pale lips trembling. His grandmother gazed at her marriage certificate, sobbing uncontrollably. Chi Jingyuan had no time to dwell on the situation. His expression was grim as he scooped up Rong Yan and rushed her to the hospital. To be safe, he called Rong Yuanzhou along the way. By the time Rong Yuanzhou arrived at the hospital, Rong Yan had already been taken into a room. She lay asleep, her wounds bandaged, her complexion pale and weary. Chi Jingyuan stood by her side, watching her intently, his body and hands stained with her blood. Rong Yuanzhou caught the doctor for an update on Rong Yan's condition, his expression darkening upon learning the extent of her injuries. What kind of grudge could lead to such brutality? Rong Yuanzhou rubbed his face, then inquired, "What about the child? How is the child?" "The patient has been protecting her abdomen. There has been no external force applied, and the child is currently stable. However, the other injuries are severe and quite alarming." Rong Yuanzhou breathed a sigh of relief. He entered the room and gently patted Chi Jingyuan on the shoulder. "Don't worry, everything will be fine. The child's safety is a blessing amidst this misfortune. The other injuries will hopefully heal with time." "I want her dead," Chi Jingyuan said, his eyes downcast, his tone calm yet resolute. He had never hated anyone as fiercely as he did at this moment. When he saw her covered in blood, a singular thought consumed him: to ensure that all those who had harmed her met their demise. Rong Yuanzhou felt a jolt. His expression turned grave as he said, "That is Yan's grandmother, the one who raised her from childhood. She is the closest person to her. If you harm her, Yan will suffer as well. Please, do not act impulsively." Chi Jingyuan's voice was cold as he replied, "I am not referring to her. I speak of that woman named Ning Qian. She is the only one privy to the model's affairs, which means it is highly likely that she informed the grandmother, alleging that Rong Yan was engaging in disgraceful conduct. Chi Jingyuan had already warned her, and since she refused to heed his counsel, she must bear the consequences of her actions." Su Qing knocked and entered. "Sir, we have discovered that Ning Qian's husband operates a building materials business and has opened several stores in Anqing, which seem to be suffering significant losses. He is currently seeking a loan from the bank. Ning Qian is unemployed, and their child attends the 3rd middle school. Stop the bank loan and sever ties with the suppliers. Anyone daring to provide them with supplies should not expect to remain in Anqing. Furthermore, find a few individuals to incapacitate Ning Qian in the manner we discussed tonight." Su Cheng hesitated, but she is the madam's classmate. What if the madam disagrees? Upon mentioning Rong Yan, Chi Jingyuan paused, then let her receive a beating. For every blow she inflicted, let her repay it doubly. But spare her limbs for now. Su Cheng accepted the order and left to carry out the task. Chi Jingyuan turned his gaze back to the person on the bed, tightly holding her hand, occasionally tucking the blanket or smoothing her hair, displaying an unusual quiet focus. Rong Yuanzhou observed him silently. This was no longer the Chi Jingyuan he once knew, the man who maintained a calm demeanor, rational and alert, with an air of aloof nobility. At this moment, he appeared utterly unhinged. Chi Jingyuan retreated to the restroom, his hands and body stained with her blood. His expression was impassive as he scrubbed and washed, but gradually, his motions quickened and his gaze turned increasingly fierce. He struck his fist against the glass before him. How infuriating! In this society governed by law, where decorum is paramount, if it were otherwise, I would ensure those responsible experience the torment they deserve. Chapter 101. Be Your Armor. Rong Yuanzhou approached the restroom door, about to call out to Chi Jingyuan, when he suddenly stopped. Chi Jingyuan leaned against the glass wall, his fists clenched, shoulders trembling, his gaze fiery red. He seemed to be struggling to suppress something. Rong Yuanzhou turned away and cleared his throat. Yan has awakened. She wishes to see you." The man in front of the mirror straightened up and hurried toward the hospital room. Rong Yan lay half reclined on the bed, perhaps due to the medication. Her pain was not as severe as before. Upon seeing Chi Jingyuan, she instinctively smiled, but her eyes welled with tears. She pressed her lips together and reached out her hand. "Hug me." In the next moment, she fell into a warm embrace. "How foolish. Did you not think to evade the blows?" He softened his tone, feigning ferocity. "I did evade, but I also tried to seize the whip. The room was too small. and I feared for the child. Grandmother locked the door, and, as a pregnant woman, when she seized the whip twice, she took the opportunity to strike my belly. I had no choice but to let go to protect the child. Grandmother is strong and armed. I truly could not manage. Does it hurt? He asked hoarsely. Rong Yan longed to say it did not hurt. Yet, upon seeing Chi Jingyuan, an overwhelming sense of grievance washed over her. Despite enduring many beatings throughout her life without anyone inquiring about her pain, she had grown accustomed to it. This time, however, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. It hurts. It really hurts. Grandmother is quite strong. In response, Chi Jingyuan's grip tightened, and his eyes reddened further. She expressed her pain, but he felt powerless to help. Rong Yan's tears and snot stained his clothes. After a heartfelt cry, she felt a weight lift from her heart. Glancing at Chi Jingyuan's soiled attire, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. Am I too weak? She rarely displayed such vulnerability before others. Chi Jingyuan shook his head. He reached out to caress her cheek, his voice calm, yet resolute. You may be weak, for I shall be your armor. To protect her fragility, he would become her most formidable shield. Rong Yan gazed into his eyes, and the tears she had managed to suppress surged back. How eloquently he spoke. He wished to be her armor. What would happen if she became dependent on him? She did not desire that. She could not allow it. A snail without its shell, a hedgehog stripped of its quills, would surely perish. After a meal, Rong Yan fell asleep. Su Cheng entered to inform that grandmother was downstairs in the hospital. Chi Jingyuan's brow furrowed as he descended, exchanging a glance with Rong Yuanzhou, who gave an approving gesture before heading into the ward to keep watch. How is Yan? Grandmother trembled, slightly averse to meeting Chi Jingyuan's gaze. Yesterday, in a fit of rage, she had felt her actions were a disgrace to the Yang family, losing all rationality in the moment. In hindsight, she was filled with regret for her heavy-handedness. Chi Jingyuan's face was cold. She is not in good spirits. For the time being, I will not allow her to see you. If you truly care for her, do not seek her out in the near future. Grandmother sighed. Xiao Qi, are you blaming me? Blame? Chi Jingyuan scoffed, questioning her audacity to utter such a word. He was not merely blaming. He was filled with contempt. If not for her being Rong Yan's grandmother, she would not be standing here at all, confronting him with such bravado. Yan is my own granddaughter. I would never truly wish her harm. I was simply overwhelmed with anger at that moment. In our countryside, what child escapes being beaten? Yan has grown accustomed to it since childhood. If we had not been so strict in our upbringing, how could she be so well-behaved and sensible? Accustomed to being beaten? Well-behaved and sensible? Chi Jingyuan coldness. You need not explain yourself to me, nor do you possess the right to seek my forgiveness. You are more aware than anyone of the pain she has endured, having been without a father, subjected to scorn and disdain. The Rong family has abandoned her. Instead of cherishing her, you believed she deserved punishment. Why should she be punished? Is it her fault for being born? Did she choose to be born into the Rong or Yang families? You know better than anyone that she is innocent, yet you continue to lay blame upon her, to vent your frustrations, to harm her, all the while disguising it as concern for her well-being. To hell with your concern. None of you truly care for her. Grandmother was rendered speechless. Chi Jingyuan's words were indeed harsh. How many times had Rong Yan truly committed an offense? Upon reflection, most of her suffering stemmed from the misfortunes of her birth. They were provoked by the rumors outside and desperately needed an emotional outlet. And Rong Yan had become that outlet. Grandmother felt a pang of guilt and remained silent for a long while. Chi Jingyuan, unwilling to linger any longer, turned and strode away. Rong Yan was due for her medication, and he could not shake the worry that compelled him to return and keep watch. After changing her medication, Su Cheng approached him. Chi Jingyuan closed the ward door and entered the corridor. Matters had been mostly resolved. The bank loan had been halted, and Ning Qian had been discovered lying in the rain after being beaten, subsequently taken to the hospital. Su Cheng handed him a photograph. In it, Ning Qian lay bloodied on the ground, her injuries indeed more severe than Rong Yan's. Did she say anything? Nothing but apologies, claiming she failed to recognize your identity and pleaded for your forgiveness, promising never to repeat her mistakes. Chi Jingyuan scolded, discarding the photo into the trash. He turned and re-entered the ward. Rong Yan was seated on the bed, eating. Wang Ma was beside her, tidying up. Yuanzhou informed me about Ning Qian, Rong Yan said, putting down her spoon, her eyes sparkling with a hint of tenderness. Thank you, Chi Jingyuan. All he had done for her would forever be etched in her heart. Even if one day they were to part ways, it would remain a cherished memory. But it was still not enough. What he desired, what he yearned to do for her, extended far beyond these trivialities. He finally comprehended the sentiments of ancient individuals who would lavish gold merely to elicit a smile from a beloved. If it meant bringing her joy, he would pluck the moon from the heavens, if only she wished for it. Yet, a peculiar thought lingered. How did Ning Qian come to know about her employment at the club? She had always been discreet, revealing nothing to outsiders. Could it be something amiss? Rong Yan's heart began to form a hypothesis, but fearing that Chi Jingyuan might resort to some extreme measures, she chose silence. It's nothing. He picked up a spoon and patiently fed her. If there's anything you wish to eat, just tell Wang Ma. She'll prepare it and bring it to you. As she was being fed for the first time, Rong Yan felt flustered, quickly reaching for the spoon. I can manage on my own. She had merely sustained an injury. Her hands were not incapacitated. Yet, Chi Jingyuan would not relent, gently bringing the rice to her lips. Sometimes, you can allow yourself to be vulnerable. You need not be so strong, understand? She could be pampered and act spoiled, like Rong Yuanqi. While the Rong family may not indulge her, he would. Chapter 102. Better like you. Rong Yan chewed her food slowly, waves of emotion stirring within her. His words truly made her want to lower her defenses. Yet she was not her mother. She would not forever rely on a man. She would forge her own armor. I sometimes handle certain matters. If you need me, just give me a call. Rong Yan replied. Understood. If you need anything, feel free to call me. Rong Yan took a sick leave for a while. Her wounds gradually scabbed and healed, posing no significant threat, and she finally completed her discharge formalities. However, the wounds appeared rather alarming, necessitating some time at home to recuperate before returning to work. Chi Jingyuan simply conducted his business from home. Rong Yan sat across from him, occasionally watching a reality show, and when she felt inspired, she would embrace her computer to draw comics. A large tiger cradled a small, bloodied rabbit, his eyes filled with deep emotion. You can be weak, for I shall be your armor. As she sketched, Rong Yan's eyes turned slightly red, her corners glistening with unshed tears. She gently touched the large tiger in her drawing, momentarily at a loss for words. After exporting the comic and uploading it to the platform, the comment section soon erupted. I'm sobbing. The large tiger is so powerful, strong yet gentle. My tears are worth nothing. Tell me, where can I find such a man? I too need armor. Dear tiger, please be my armor. As she read, a lovely smile graced her lips. What makes you so happy? Chi Jingyuan leaned slightly to see what the little one was up to, but Rong Yan hurriedly shut her computer. Nothing, I was just playing around. Her cheeks flushed. These were not things meant for him to see. It felt akin to laying her heart bare before him. She felt vulnerable, embarrassed, and simultaneously terrified. Chi Jingyuan let out a light huff. Stingy. If you don't want to show it, you needn't hide. Soon, the last day of her leave arrived. They needed to visit the hospital for a checkup and to assess the recovery of her wounds. The injuries were healing well, and they proceeded to the obstetrics department. You're here? Dr. Sun was already waiting. They were to conduct a 4-dimensional ultrasound today, and if all went well, they would catch a glimpse of the baby's face. Rong Yuanzhou handed Rong Yan the breakfast he had purchased. Having come to the hospital for business, he decided to stay and ease his mind. Rong Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, can we see the baby's face? I wonder who she resembles more, me or Chi Jingyuan. If she looks like Chi Jingyuan, better like you. Chi Jingyuan interjected, signing the document without a second thought. Rong Yan was astonished. How did you know what I was thinking? Chi Jingyuan smirked, cradling her face. You are all mine. How could I not know your thoughts? Rong Yan laughed. Then why is it better if she resembles me? Chi Jingyuan did not respond, having never truly pondered the matter. He instinctively felt that their child bore her resemblance, which was wonderful. Rong Yuanzhou, unable to bear the sight, pushed the lovey-dovey couple into the doctor's office. Could you refrain from flirting here? Do you want a single folks to feel miserable? Really? The smell of romance was quite overwhelming. The baby cooperated splendidly. The report captured the baby's small face, with tiny hands raised above her head, little knees tucked under her chin, and her mouth in a cute pout, appearing utterly adorable. Rong Yan's gaze softened and brightened instantaneously. Her brows and eyes mirrored Chi Jingyuan's. Her nose bore his traits, and that little pouting mouth bore his likeness as well. It felt as though she was carrying two mini Chi Jingyuans. Rong Yan chuckled helplessly. Chi Jingyuan remained fixated on the photo. He gazed at it from the moment they left the hospital, continued to watch it in the car. And even once they returned home, it seemed he could never get enough. The baby's face closely resembled his own, yet there was a faint echo of Rong Yan within it. Initially, he had not been fond of children, but now, he appeared happier than anyone else. This was his and Rong Yan's child. Just the thought of it enveloped him in profound happiness, immersing him in endless tenderness. He took out his phone, snapped a picture, and sent it to Rong Yuanzhou. My baby, isn't she adorable? Regrettably, only Rong Yuanzhou could share in his joy, albeit slightly. Rong Yuanzhou was infuriated. Are you flaunting this in front of me? Chi Jingyuan replied with a smirk. Indeed, it's a pity you can't join in. You not only lack a baby, but you also have no wife and not even a girlfriend. Truly pitiful. Rong Yuanzhou sighed. I truly wish to sever ties. The sense of powerlessness was incredibly frustrating. That evening, Chi Jingyuan gently caressed her rounded belly, feeling the subtle movements of the fetus. Have you thought about names for the baby? Rong Yan shook her head. I lack talent in that regard. I don't know how to name her. Does the Chi family have any particular customs or hierarchy? We can follow that. Chi Jingyuan's brows furrowed slightly. My child. He not adhere to that. He did not wish to abide by the Chi family's customs, nor would he impose such rules upon his child. They should simply be themselves. I believe a name need not be overly complicated. Something simple and memorable would suffice. A name does not dictate their life. It is merely a designation. Chi Jingyuan hesitated. I believe it should be taken seriously. A name accompanies them for a lifetime. A poor name could cast a shadow over their existence. Rong Yan's mind sparked with inspiration. How about we name her Chi Zao, meaning early arrival? It's easy to remember and write, constantly reminding them to be punctual. Chi Jingyuan was taken aback, gritting his teeth. What do you think? Isn't it good? How about Chi Fugue, Chi Ping'an? Perfect for twins, with matching names. Chi Jingyuan. He rubbed his temples, suddenly regretting broaching the subject. Chi Wan is also fine. One could be Chi Zao, the other Chi Wan. Morning symbolizes hope. Evening represents beauty. Perfect. Or we could name them Chi Zao and Chi Wan. Rong Yan thought this idea splendid. Chi Jingyuan swiftly interrupted her. Let us sleep now. You have work tomorrow. However, Rong Yan's thoughts flowed freely, growing more animated. Don't you think Chi Zao and Chi Wan are wonderful? Chi Jingyuan. He gazed into her eyes, the light within them gradually turning perilous. Are you really not going to sleep? If you don't, I might have to consider doing something else. Rong Yan. She hurriedly pulled the blanket over herself, covering her face entirely. All right, I'll sleep. I'm really tired and need to sleep now. Chi Jingyuan chuckled, wrapping her in his embrace. He decided to soothe her to sleep first. Once she was asleep, he would take a cold shower. It was truly difficult to endure. The little one in his arms gradually fell asleep when suddenly his phone rang. The little one on the bed stirred. Chi Jingyuan furrowed his brows slightly, pursing his lips as he quietly stepped onto the terrace to answer the phone. Why call it this late hour? Chapter 103, Rose Puff Pastry. Zhuo Ran glanced at his watch. It was only 10:30. How could it be considered the dead of night? Zhuo Ran chuckled. What? Have I interrupted some important business of President Chi? Chi Jingyuan did not respond directly. What is it? Zhou Xiao mentioned that recently they have been unable to reach you. The brothers have been missing you. Since I just returned, I thought I would test if it's indeed true that you're unreachable. Chi Jingyuan succinctly replied, You are truly idle. He was about to hang up when he recalled something and added, Do not call this late in the future and inform others not to either. You've disturbed the little one as sleep. Who will soothe him? With that, the call ended. Zhuo Ran stared at the disconnected call, feeling utterly bewildered. Was this really the Chi Jingyuan he knew? Reducing gatherings and refusing late-night calls. Such a transformation was surprising for the once flamboyant young master of Anqing. Chi Jingyuan had changed considerably. He chuckled softly, shaking his phone toward Shen Mingzhu in the corner, feeling somewhat helpless. Sorry, I tried. He truly won't come. Shen Mingzhu felt a tinge of melancholy. To be honest, after knowing Yuan for so many years, she had only recently discovered this unfamiliar side of him. That woman was quite impressive. Shen Mingzhu gave a bitter smile, raising her head to down a large glass of alcohol. Before heading to the company, Rong Yan removed her diamond ring. She carefully placed it in its box and tucked it away in the drawer of the bedside table. This ring held profound significance for her. Beyond fearing that Shen Mingzhu might discover it, She was also worried about losing it and thereby disappointing Chi Jingyuan's heartfelt intentions. She cherished it as a treasure, wishing to keep it for a lifetime. She had also received new clothes. Rong Yan's pregnancy was becoming increasingly obvious. Only loose-fitting dresses could conceal it, but within a month, the news would be impossible to hide. As she stepped outside, Chi Jingyuan was waiting at the door. Upon seeing him, she instinctively reached out her hand, intertwining her delicate fingers with his. A subtle thrill coursed through Rong Yan. Their hand-holding felt increasingly natural, a stark contrast to how it had once been. When had it become so instinctive? It was as effortless as eating or drinking. Why was this happening? Rong Yan dared not think deeply, nor did she wish to. Upon taking her hand, Chi Jingyuan immediately perceived something amiss. She was missing her ring. Why had she taken it off? Did she dislike this ring? Or was it merely that she did not favor the one he had chosen? He recalled her words. If they were together naturally, there was nothing to criticize. If it was transactional, there was no need for formality. Did she think their exchange of rings was mere formality? The temperature in the car suddenly dropped a couple of degrees. Rong Yan casually draped a blanket over herself and began reviewing the morning's meeting materials. Chi Jingyuan suddenly spoke. Is there something special you desire or a particular thing you wish to do? Without her ring, he felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. A fear he had never experienced before gripped him. Why was he frightened? He didn't ponder deeply, merely feeling an urgent desire to do something for her to quell his restless heart. Rong Yan, absorbed in her materials, did not delve into the question and casually replied, I think everything is quite good now, but it would be even better if I could have some Li Ji rose puff pastry from the south of the city. She had adored it as a child. Unfortunately, back then, she had no money and could barely afford to eat, let alone indulge in rose puff pastries. The only time she had enjoyed them was when Shun Yin had bought them for her. At that moment, she had deemed it the most delicious food in the world, vowing to eat them daily once she had the means. Chi Jingyuan remained silent, and Rong Yan continued to immerse herself in her documents. Upon arriving at the office, she disembarked and headed straight to her desk. After the morning meeting, a chorus of astonished gasps filled the room. A bouquet of pink roses sat on her desk. Did your husband buy these for you? How romantic! Ran Xiaoyan exclaimed, her face filled with envy. Your husband is so good to you. Even thinking of sending flowers from so far away in Africa. Rong Yan was somewhat surprised. The bouquet lacked a card. Did Chi Jingyuan think writing one was too troublesome? She smiled faintly, finding this behavior quite in line with his character. Placing the flowers beside her desk, she felt her spirits lift as she gazed at the delicate blossoms. Opening WeChat, she messaged though she couldn't afford to offend. Thank you, Boss Chi. I will certainly work hard. Chi Jingyuan replied. Did you arrive so soon? Rong Yan responded. Yes, I'm here. Chi Jingyuan continued. Try it and see if it tastes the same as in your childhood. That remark seemed off. Flowers were not meant to be eaten, and just as she was about to reply, a knock echoed at the door. Su Cheng stood at the entrance, holding a file folder and a box. Bowing respectfully, are you busy? There is a document that requires your signature. Upon hearing the voice, everyone turned their attention to the door, then simultaneously to Rong Yan, their eyes brimming with curiosity. Su Jian, Jiet Desaiva, had never shown such courtesy to anyone other than Chi. It was astonishing to see him addressing Rong Yan so formally. Rong Yan avoided her colleagues' gazes and led Su Cheng to a nearby meeting room. Inside the box lay Li Ji's rose puff pastries, while the folder contained a share transfer agreement. Sir instructed you to sign this document. The funds for purchasing Li Ji have already been transferred to the other party. The ownership of Li Ji will henceforth be under your name. Rong Yan was taken aback. She had merely mentioned wanting to eat Li Ji's rose puff pastry that morning, and he had gone ahead and purchased the entire establishment. He had even gifted it to her. Chi Jingyuan was being exceedingly generous. As she gazed at the long string of zeros on the transfer agreement, she felt her grip on the pen waver. This gift was monumental. He seemed to be treating her with increasing kindness. If she signed, would they be forever intertwined? This sense of losing control left her anxious and somewhat fearful. After much contemplation, she refrained from signing the document and instead tucked it away, saying, I will discuss this with him further. Thank you, Master Su. Su Jiang Dibat. Rong Yan returned to her desk, carrying the rose puff pastries. There were far too many for her to consume alone. She sampled a few pieces, shared some with her colleagues, and still had plenty left. Remembering something, She sent a message in the group with the boss and his wives. I have rose puff pastries. Would you like some? I can bring them over. During this time, she had often heard their gossip, finding amusement in their stories. The rose puff pastries could be her way of giving back. Most people were away on business trips. Some were in meetings, and only about 10 individuals had the time to enjoy pastries. Rong Yan decided to set the location in the dessert area and carried the gift box over. Chapter 104, caught on camera. Did you see? Everyone gathered around to eat pastries, and Shun Xiaojia wore a mysterious expression. The group nodded in unison, their expressions serious. Rong Yan was perplexed. Are you speaking in Chinese? I don't understand. Shun Xiaojia patted her shoulder and produced a blurry photo taken secretly. President Chi wore his wedding ring today. Didn't you notice? Rong Yan. She didn't need to notice. After all, she had held that hand just that morning. Why had President Chi suddenly worn a wedding ring? Could it be that he and Mrs. Chi had taken a step forward? It was hard to say. Perhaps he was merely wearing it casually. Opinions varied, leading to a lively debate. This is big news. At that moment, Fong Huan came running over, excitement radiating from her. Look at this photo I just received. The big boss actually went to the hospital. Shun Xiaojia rolled her eyes, taking a bite of her pastry. What is so impressive about going to the hospital? Everyone has their share of headaches and colds. Fong Huan huffed. Open the photo and take a good look. Rong Yan also opened the photo. The photograph indeed features Chi Jingyuan, albeit only from behind. He stands there holding a report, his brow furrowed and his gaze gentle. Rong Yan felt a sudden jolt. Wasn't this taken yesterday, during her prenatal examination at the hospital? After receiving the report, she had glanced at it a few times before heading to the restroom. And in that brief moment, she had been captured in a candid shot, the wives of President Chi. Truly omnipresent. Fortunately, she had gone to the restroom. Otherwise, there would have been more than just Chi Jingyuan in that photograph. Just as she felt relieved, Rong Yan noticed her own somewhat inconspicuous silhouette among the throng of figures. Her heart sank again. She had inadvertently made it into the frame. Would they discover her? Please, don't let them find out. She and T yet enjoyed the thrill of being incognito and yearned to hear more gossip. Thankfully, everyone's attention remained fixated on Chi Jingyuan, completely oblivious to Rong Yan's presence, allowing her heart to settle somewhat. Obstetrics? Shun Xiaojia exclaimed. Yu Shuyan immediately gestured for silence, enlarging the image and pointing to the word obstetrics at the top, then indicating the report in Chi Jingyuan's hand. No doubt about it. The document in the big boss's hand is undoubtedly a prenatal ultrasound report. The news sent shockwaves through the group. My goodness, President Chi has gone to obstetrics, holding a prenatal report. What does this signify? It confirms that the rumor about his pregnancy is indeed true. The so-called ugly woman, oh no, I mean that beauty, with whom he is engaged in a commercial marriage, is pregnant. The prosperous world is about to have its own heir. I cannot accept this. I cannot accept this. In Shun Xiaojia's mind, the big boss was fond of Ming Zhujie, so he shouldn't be involved with other women. It defied logic. She asked Fong Huan, where did you get this photo? Fong Huan, savoring a flaky pastry, replied, my boyfriend took it. He went to the hospital yesterday. Then he didn't see the woman with President Xi? Or did he happen to take other photos? They were all curious about who the pregnant woman was, what she looked like, and whether she was indeed the rumored Mrs. Chi. Fong Huan shrugged. He only knows our big boss. He doesn't know any other women. So how would he know? Rong Yan's mind momentarily went blank. Suddenly, she realized something and reacted swiftly. Wait, why did your boyfriend go to obstetrics? Was he sneaking off behind your back? Fong Huan appeared perplexed. Right? Why would he go to obstetrics without telling me? It might not necessarily be obstetrics. There are other departments on this floor in such a large hospital, a colleague suggested. Rong Yan clarified. I was at this hospital yesterday. Their obstetrics and gynecology department is a national key department. There are many patients, so this floor only has obstetrics and gynecology, no other departments. In other words, if her boyfriend was indeed visiting obstetrics, it could only mean one thing. He was accompanying another woman. Fong Huan, after a brief moment of confusion, turned and stormed off. I'm going to confront that scumbag right now. After she left, Shun Xiaojia came to her senses. Yin, since you went to that hospital yesterday, did you happen to see President Xi? Did you see him with that woman? Rong Yan hesitated, silently nibbling on a piece of pastry, her gaze drifting out the window, evading Shun Xiaojia's probing eyes. I'm not too sure. The hospital is quite large, and I didn't really catch the details. All right then. Shun Xiaojia didn't press further, but felt a twinge of regret. When would this Mrs. Chi finally reveal her true face? They were all eager to see what she looked like. Upon returning to the office, Wu Tong eagerly asked, Yin, what is your relationship with Master Su? She had been wanting to ask this since earlier, but Rong Yan had dashed away too quickly. Rong Yan looked up. Not just Wu Tong, but Yang Jie and others in the department were also curiously awaiting her answer. Rong Yan found herself at a loss. Master Su had personally sought her out, likely because the contract was of great importance, and he didn't dare entrust it to just anyone. However, this left Rong Yan in a predicament. She was unsure how to explain without revealing her own unease. I just know Master Su, and due to family connections, he has been entrusted with bringing these documents to me. Rong Yan spoke vaguely, deliberately remaining ambiguous. Family connections. Well, Chi Jingyuan could be considered family, right? There was nothing wrong with that statement. Yang Jie scoffed derisively. No wonder some people can rise so swiftly. It turns out there is this connection. Finally, she felt she had seized on Rong Yan's weakness and was eager to spread the word. Yang Jie, mind your language, interjected Ran Xiaoyan, who had been focused on her pastry. What am I wrong? Do you need me to remind you how you lost the match? Ran Xiaoyan was quick-tempered and would not tolerate any nonsense, especially since Yang Jie was the one at fault in the PK. And can you guarantee that her victory was entirely fair? Of course, Rong Yan was Chi Jingyuan's niece, but she only appeared after the PK results were announced. If Rong Yan had intended to cheat, there would have been no way for Yang Jie to make a scene. You got a free pass, but are still trying to act innocent. You just can't handle losing. Yang Jie's expression soured immediately. She couldn't bear to lose. Yet she felt deeply aggrieved. Why should Rong Yan be better than her? Rong Yan, Master Su, is merely a driver. Even if I know him, why should that imply he has any influence over company affairs, hiring, PKs, or promotions? Chapter 105. Do you like it? Yang Jie faltered. Others quickly grasped the situation. Although Master Su had a special status, he wielded no real power. Even if Rong Yan knew him, what difference did it make? Yang Jie was merely seizing the opportunity. Moreover, I don't wish for this matter to be known by outsiders. Please keep it confidential. If you recklessly spread rumors about my relationship with Master Su, I will not hold back. In the next moment, Rong Yan sent a video from her cloud drive to Yang Jie's WeChat. It was a video of her and Wu Wenyue entangled in a scandalous relationship. People tend to be silenced when their vulnerabilities are exposed. Rong Yan had no malicious intent, only a desire to keep Yang Jie quiet. At first, Yang Jie scoffed at it, but as she opened the video Rong Yan sent, her expression changed drastically, and she nearly collapsed. Leaning against the table, her hands trembled uncontrollably. How could Rong Yan possess this? She glanced at the timestamp in the lower right corner of the video. It was recorded before the PK. Why didn't she threaten her with it during the PK? This was undeniable evidence. With this, she would undoubtedly lose. Why hadn't Rong Yan used it? The fact that she hadn't indicated one thing. From the very beginning, she had absolute confidence in her abilities, defeating her solely on merit. This woman had concealed her strength so well. Yang Jie looked at Rong Yan, and in that moment, she comprehended that she had truly underestimated her. I've heard that Wang Fei from the product department has exceptional business acumen. I was impressed when we last collaborated. President Chi has asked me to communicate with him more. We think, Yang Jie? Rong Yan smiled lightly, silently tightening her grip on Yang Jie's vulnerabilities. Yang Jie dared not utter a word. She understood Rong Yan's implication. If she dared to spread rumors, this video would inevitably reach Wang Fei. And when that time came, she would be the one facing the storm. Given Wang Fei's temperament, he would surely create chaos, resulting in mutual destruction. Yang Jie's face turned ashen. She lowered her head, her gaze fixated on her phone. Rong Yan said no more and turned back to her work. Suddenly, she recalled something and glanced towards the pink roses on her left. If Chi Jingyuan had mentioned Li Ji rose pastries, then who had sent these flowers? In the afternoon, after Chi Jingyuan left for a short business trip, Rong Yan returned home alone. Upon arriving at the office in the morning, HR Director Linda called, requesting her presence in the Human Resources office. As Rong Yan approached, Linda promptly stood up, her demeanor exceptionally polite and cordial. It is as follows. We have received directives from upper management. Effective today, you will be transferred to the marketing center serving as the assistant to General Manager Wu Wenyue. Your primary responsibilities will involve collaborating with Mr. Wu and managing the new products and market-related tasks, thereby accumulating valuable experience in market management. Rong Yan was momentarily taken aback. Had she just received another promotion? Although her title remained that of an assistant, her organizational affiliation had shifted from a department to a center, partnering with someone of Wu Wenyue's mid to senior management caliber. Was this Chi Jingyuan's intention to provide her with more learning opportunities and further develop her capabilities? Do you have any opinions regarding this adjustment? If so, please feel free to express them, or you may communicate directly with General Manager Chi. Linda insisted with utmost politeness. Since discovering her connection as the boss's wife, Linda's gaze was imbued with respect. After all, she had captured the attention of the esteemed President Chi, an accomplishment that had eluded Shinmingzhu for over a decade. I have none. Thank you, Rong Yan replied, eager to broaden her horizons and learn more. She did not wish to be a passive beneficiary. She intended to live her life according to her own aspirations. Upon exiting the HR office, the appointment notice was dispatched to all employee inboxes. As she entered her new office, she was immediately surrounded by her colleagues. Cheers erupted around her. Congratulations, Yan, you are amazing. Ran Xiaoyun was the most delighted among them. Gao Yuan also approached to offer his congratulations, internally astonished by President Chi's high expectations for his niece. The significance of the marketing center suggested that he would need to forge a closer alliance with Rong Yan moving forward. Yang Jie felt a twinge of discontent, but refrained from voicing her thoughts. The promotion elicited mixed emotions within her. On one hand, the position of deputy manager in the management department had become vacant. On the other, Rong Yan was now closer to Wang Fei. The prospect of her inadvertently revealing her connection with Wu Wenyue was troubling. By the way, since I have transferred positions, the deputy manager role is now vacant. Manager Gao, should we consider finding a new assistant? Rong Yan inquired. Gao Yuan smiled. Let us discuss this matter later. I will give it some thought. Rong Yan nodded and fell silent. In the afternoon, she moved her workstation to the marketing center, situated on the 6th floor, outside Wu Wenyue's office. This location, bathed in natural light and adorned with lush greenery, provided a tranquil atmosphere. Wu Wenyue introduced her to the managers of various departments before they delved into the specifics of their collaboration. As they concluded their discussions, Rong Yan prepared to leave when Wu Wenyue called her back. About my situation with Yang Jie. Yang Jie had promptly informed Wu Wenyue of the video, establishing their mutual reliance to protect their interests. Wu Wenyue broached the subject, and Rong Yan did not shy away from revealing her intentions. Rest assured, Mr. Wu, I understand the boundaries of professionalism. This knowledge is merely a means of self-protection. As long as she does not confront me, I will feign ignorance. Wu Wenyue scrutinized her, uncertain of the veracity behind her words. Yet, as she would be working under his supervision, he had countless strategies at his disposal should she prove to be a disruptor. Very well, you may go, he concluded. Rong Yan exited the office. Chi Jingyuan had not yet returned, and after work, Su Cheng drove her home. Following dinner, she immersed herself in her artwork within the small study. Upon returning home, Chi Jingyuan opened the door to their bedroom and was greeted by the sight of a large tiger lamp by the window, casting a gentle glow. Regardless of how late he returned, it would always illuminate his path, warming his heart. Chi Jingyuan's gaze softened, filled with tenderness. He quietly entered the small room where Rong Yan was absorbed in her comic art, surrounded by her tools and an array of her belongings. What had once been his study had transformed into her dedicated domain. A smile played on his lips. He relished the feeling of having his territory claimed by her. As they coexisted without the need for distinction, he found great contentment. Wrapping his arms around her from behind, he gently placed a cool necklace around her neck. Rong Yan looked down to see a shimmering silver chain, then turned to face him. Do you like it? He inquired.